the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun, Ji Zhongkong and Dugu Ju. After Lin Yun defeated the three champions, he went down and the battles continued. Yu Weiwei and Lin Jiangxian also went up to fight, but their outcomes were different. Lin Jiangxian might have grasped an eternal Tao, but her cultivation was too low. The champion of the seventh testing ground ultimately defeated her. But her performance was praiseworthy, and she still shone brightly during the banquet, giving her opponent a tough time of winning. As time passed, the banquet gradually came to an end. No one expected that the one who shone the brightest at the banquet would be Lin Yun from the Kunlun realm. Seeing that the banquet was ending, Yi Wuhan and Xia Qingyun were interested in sparring with everyone. Then again, it was a friendly spar and wouldn't affect the final result of the banquet. The banquet became heated as Xia Qingyun and Yi Wuhan displayed outstanding talent. That was especially the case for Yi Wuhan. He was only 18, but he defeated the champions of two testing grounds. But this had nothing to do with Lin Yun, as he consolidated himself after his sword intent achieved a breakthrough in his fight with Dugu Ju. When an hour passed, it was time for Yu Weiwei to fight, and Lin Yun finally opened his eyes. There was a golden fireball in his sword sea, a bright sun. When the sword sea began to boil, golden magma burned as the bright sun broke out from the golden sea and hovered in the sky, lighting up Lin Yun's sword sea. At the same time, the sword intent released by the bright sun illuminated the sky, and the four eternal sovereign constellations could faintly be seen. That was his sword intent, and it was so powerful that it was about to light up the world. Lin Yun finally heaved a sigh in relief and could be certain that his sword intent had surpassed Jian Jingtian. If Jian Jingtian didn't make a breakthrough, this meant that he had surpassed that senior brother. When he carefully looked at the bright sun, he noticed an azure dragon in the heart of the sun, and the azure dragon was coiling around a golden human. Those were Lin Yun's dual sword souls, and Lin Yun had finally grasped their power, controlling them as he wished. The battle on the stage attracted the attention of everyone in the heavenly Saint courtyard, so only those around Lin Yun noticed his condition. But they had no idea what was happening and could only feel that Lin Yun's sword intent had become even more unfathomable. "Are there no challenges directed at me?" Lin Yun asked. He was consolidating his bright sun sword intent earlier, so he didn't know what was going on in the outside world. "Who would dare?" Lin Jiangxian smiled. "You defeated the champions from 3 testing grounds. Your fight with Dugu Ju might be a draw, but everyone could tell you won. Dugu Ju fought again after that and easily crushed his opponent. So no one dares to challenge you now." Yu Weiwei smiled. Lin Yun smiled and said nothing. When no one else went on the stage, Luo Tianxi finally spoke out. "Since the fight has come to an end, I'll call out the top 30. The hearts of everyone clenched as they soared to the sky and landed on the stage. Everyone was nervous as they looked at Luo Tianxi. Luo Tianxi smiled. "I have said that the final ranking has nothing to do with someone's strength but talent and potential." Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. The Heavenly Baron banquet wasn't a death match. It was mainly to filter out disciples for the ancestral deity to pick, and Luo Tianxi would announce the final ranking. Ranked 10th, Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun. Luo Tianxi looked at the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun, who had a pale complexion. But his words left the injured Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun dumbfounded before his face became ugly. If it was someone else, they would naturally be satisfied to be ranked 10th. But the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun couldn't accept this result since he was a popular candidate for the champion position. Not only did he not make it into the top 3, but he even fell to 10th. He blamed it all on Lin Yun, whom he inwardly cursed. He smiled and cupped his fists at Luo Tianxi before maintaining his silence. This meant that he wouldn't be able to become the ancestral deity's disciple, and he couldn't be bothered to carry on with his act. Ranked 9th, Ji Zhongkong. Luo Tianxi continued. This made Ji Zhongkong feel dizzy. He knew that his ranking wouldn't be high since he lost to Lin Yun, and it was just as he had expected. Ranked 8th, Bai Yi. Luo Tianxi continued, sparking a discussion from the surrounding area, since those that Lin Yun had defeated were all ranked at the bottom of the top 10. Ranked 7th, Lin Jiangxian. Lin Jiangxian smiled and nodded. She was only a 7th stage Saint Lord, which meant that Luo Tianxi held her in high hopes since she could be ranked before Bai Yi. Ranked 6th Ji Zishi. Luo Tianxi smiled and looked at Ji Zishi with an amicable smile. He continued, "Lass, if I recall right, you're from Kunlun Realm's Divine Phoenix Mountain, right?" It was surprising that Luo Tianxi chatted with Ji Zishi after he announced her ranking, to which Ji Zishi nodded at his question. "You're the youngest amongst the 30, and you're also from the Kunlun Realm. It's not easy for you to come this far. You don't have to take what Bai Yi said to mind. No one can determine their background, and you're special as the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden. So it shouldn't be your shackles," Luo Tianxi said a lot this time. Hearing what Luo Tianxi said, Ji Zishi felt a warmth in her heart and thanked the former. But this frightened Bai Yi to the point that he went down on his knees and apologized. Luo Tianxi was the sect master, and he didn't point it out to Bai Yi. He only indirectly reprimanded Bai Yi before he waved his hand, telling Bai Yi not to be afraid. Ranked 5th Zhang Kongyan. Zhang Kongyan was the only spiritualist amongst the 30 people, possessing an unrivaled talent for spiritual runes. This was an eye-opening experience even for Lin Yun, and he deserved his spot in the 5th. Ranked 4th Zhao Yi. This was the champion of the second testing ground, who also shone brightly in the fight. He initially wanted to challenge Lin Yun, but he gave up after seeing Dugu Ju's fight with Lin Yun. Those who weren't called out became anxious. This time, Luo Tianxi turned to Yu Weiwei, and he said, "Ranked 3rd, Yu Weiwei." It was surprising this time, but it was also understandable since Yu Weiwei shone brightly right from the start, with everyone knowing her title as the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Maiden. In her fight, she practically defeated her opponents within 100 moves. The Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain's martial technique, the 9 Profound Maiden, gave everyone a misperception that there was a fairy in the world. When Luo Tianxi was done speaking, everyone's gazes nervously fell onto Lin Yun and Dugu Ju. They knew that Luo Tianxi would soon announce the champion, but it was hard to rank Lin Yun and Dugu Ju. Luo Tianxi smiled. "Lin Yun, Dugu Ju, why don't the two of you fight again?" "I have no opinion about it," Lin Yun smiled. The corner of Dugu Ju's lips twitched. Lin Yun had no opinion, since he would only be reduced to a sparring partner. He said, "If Lin Yun is to become the champion, I have no opinion, so there's no need to fight again." Dugu Ju gave up the honor of becoming the champion, and this surprised Lin Yun, who felt that it was a pity. He had just comprehended his bright sun sword intent. Hence, he wanted to use Dugu Ju as a training partner since no one was more suitable than him. "Brother Dugu, why don't we fight again? The previous fight was only a draw, and I was only lucky," Lin Yun smiled. "The outcome might be uncertain if we fight again. After all, the champion can make a request from the ancestral deity." Dugu Ju was only tempted for a moment before coming to his senses. He smiled. "No need. I'm satisfied that I can have a draw with you." Lin Yun helplessly smiled. Why couldn't Dugu Ju be more arrogant? Just look at how unconvinced the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun is. Luo Tianxi smiled. "Since that's the case, the spots will be determined now. The champion will be Lin Yun, Dugu Ju 2nd, and Yu Weiwei 3rd. According to the previous rules, those in the top 3 could become the ancestral deity's direct disciple, and the champion could make a request to my master." With that, the Heavenly Baron banquet finally came to an end. When everyone looked at Lin Yun, they knew his name would soon spread throughout the 3,000 realms. Everyone initially joked when they said Lin Yun would reforge the Kunlun realm's honor, but it was slowly becoming true. After all, the geniuses from 3,000 realms were overshadowed by Lin Yun. Although everyone was also a genius, only the champion would be remembered throughout history, like the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. The Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun and others were disappointed because becoming the ancestral deity's disciple was more important than their rankings. If they managed to become the ancestral deity's direct disciple, they could become a deity for certain, which was everyone's objective here. Luo Tianxi smiled. "My master has been observing the banquet. Apart from those 3, he wants to take another person as his disciple." The moment he said that, everyone's eyes lit up. That was especially true for the Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun, who looked excited. He was confident in his talent amongst everyone else here, having grasped Space Tao. He asked, "Sect Master, can I know if that person is me?" "You're pretty confident in yourself," Luo Tianxi smiled. The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun smiled. "I've grasped Space Tao, and I believe there aren't many geniuses who have grasped Space Tao. Apart from the top 3, I can't think of anyone other than me who can be chosen as the ancestral deity's disciple." One had to say that the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun was confident in himself, and his words practically offended everyone else. Luo Tianxi smiled. "Perhaps it's better if you stay on Qilin Mountain. The Qilin Sword Immortal will be fond of you." Luo Tianxi's words were a slap on the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun's face, and this made everyone laugh. The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun's face changed, and he was placed in an awkward position. "Ji Zishi, are you willing to take the ancestral deity as your master?" Luo Tianxi turned to look at the adorable Ji Zishi. Luo Tianxi didn't pick the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun or Ji Zhongkong, but Ji Zishi. This made everyone briefly stunned before they figured it out. After all, Ji Zishi was the heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and anyone could realize her talent. Most importantly, she was also the youngest amongst the 30 people. In terms of strength, she might be weaker than many of the people here, but no one here could compete with her in terms of potential. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he rejoiced with a smile. He initially wanted to use his request to ask the ancestral deity to take Ji Zishi as his disciple, but he could save it now. "I'm willing," Ji Zishi said, and she almost teared up. For everyone on the stage, this was acceptable, but the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun questioned, "What gives? How can she be compared to me? I can easily crush her with one finger." His gaze was vicious when he looked at Ji Zishi, scaring her into taking a few steps back. "Why don't you fight me? I won't use my sword and will only use one hand against you." Lin Yun stepped forth, pulling Ji Zishi to his back, looking at the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun coldly. Yu Weiwei and Lin Xianxia also stepped forth, standing on both sides of Lin Yun, looking at the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun. Everyone was briefly stunned before they came to their senses. Amongst the top 10, for were part of Lin Yun's group. Holy shit, I didn't realize it earlier, but their group is really strong. A heavenly Phoenix Maiden, a heavenly Fragrance Divine Maiden, and a prodigy swordsman who grasped an eternal Tao. They're all unbelievably strong. Honestly speaking, I feel that even Lin Xianxian has a higher potential than the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun. Where did he get the face from? Even if the ancestral deity was to pick another disciple, it would be Lin Xianxian, even if it wasn't Ji Zishi, and there was no room for him. Why can't he think about why the Heavenly Seal Emperor placed him as 10th? He deserves to be humiliated by Lin Yun. Even if he was to tie his hands together, I reckon that he wouldn't dare to fight Lin Yun. The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun naturally heard the commotion in the surroundings, and was dumbfounded. After all, he was a popular candidate for the champion position, so he never expected to be reduced to this spot. Facing Lin Yun's mockery, he didn't dare to accept his challenge at all, which placed him in a difficult position. Heavenly Qilin Divine Sun. This is a decision made by the ancestral deity, and even the sect master can't do anything about it. With your talent, you will become a deity sooner or later, so there's no need to be too concerned about it. Feng Bumao said when Luo Tianxi gave him a look. This was the same as giving a step down for the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun. The heavenly Qilin Divine Sun said, "I apologize for losing my composure earlier. It's fine. The fact that you can make it into the top 10 is enough to prove your talent. Not to mention that Qilin Mountain's foundation isn't weak, either. They just don't have an ancestral stage expert. As a deity's son, you don't have to care much about resources, since it's only a matter of time for you to become a deity." Luo Tianxi naturally wouldn't pursue that with his breadth of mind. He continued, "The banquet has ended, and the ancestral deity will erect the monument 7 days from now. At that time, you guys can leave your names on it. We're grateful to the ancestral deity." Everyone bowed, expressing their gratitude. No one lacked the resources of treasures since they came this far, but the monument erected by the ancestral deity was an excellent opportunity for them. According to the past, those with their names on it could smoothly become an emperor since they were blessed by fortune. The naked eye couldn't see fortune, but in a nutshell, they would receive protection from the heavenly barren ancestral deity, and those from the older generations weren't allowed to make a move against them. Lin Yun, Duguju, Yu Weiwei, and Ji Zishi, the four of you stay behind. Everyone else can leave since the ancestral deity will give everyone a lecture 7 days from now. You guys can come at that time, Luo Tianqi said. Everyone nodded, but they looked disappointed. That was especially the case for Bai Yi because he knew why those four were staying behind. The ancestral deity wanted to meet them. Although a lecture from the ancestral deity was a rare opportunity, they could only see a blurred figure from afar and not the ancestral deity himself. This made Ji Zishi's heart pumping with excitement and anxiety, because she never expected that she could become the ancestral deity's direct disciple. This meant that the divine Phoenix Mountain had finally fulfilled their wish, which made her feel conflicted. When she sneaked a peek at Lin Yun, she couldn't help feeling bashful. It was all thanks to Lin Yun that she could come so far, and she didn't know how she should repay him. But she immediately felt empty in her heart, thinking that Lin Yun was returning to the Kunlun realm, and she didn't know when they could meet again. Yu Weiwei noticed Ji Zishi's expression and wore a smile, holding onto her hand to comfort her. The battles might have ended, but the banquet will carry on. The heavenly Saint Courtyard will continue to welcome guests for the next 7 days, and everyone is welcome. Luo Tianqi smiled as he looked around. Everyone cupped their fists together and had to admit that Heaven's Gate was really generous to provide an endless flow of spiritual wine and saint fruits. With that, the banquet ended with everyone's face filled with excitement and unwillingness to leave. Come with me. Luo Tianqi looked at the four, asking them to follow him. This made the four's eyes, including Lin Yun, widen with excitement since they were going to meet the heavenly barren ancestral deity soon. After all, that was an ancestral stage expert. Right then, Feng Bumao, Yi Wuhan, and others stood beneath the throne, looking at 3 black-robed figures who descended from the sky. The 3 figures hovered in the air like 3 bright suns on the stage, and their sudden appearance caused an uproar, with everyone getting on their feet. They had shock on their faces when they looked at the appearance of those 3. Those 3 all had a vast origin, and they were famous in the 3,000 realms. The forces behind them weren't inferior to Heaven's Gate, especially the person in the middle. This person was the Dao sect's Dao Sun, Feng Yuan. The Dao sect was an immortal holy land, and they had an ancestral stage expert with forces comparable to Heaven's Gate. There was no doubt that their Dao sect had an unrivaled genius. It wasn't an understatement to call him the leader amongst the 3,000 realms younger generation. Yi Wuhan was nurtured by Heaven's Gate so that he could rival Feng Yuan when he became the Divine Sun. The other 2 also had terrifying origins, since their talents weren't any weaker than Feng Yuan's. They only lacked foundation since the forces behind them didn't have an ancestor stage expert. The one on the left was a white-clothed youth clad in dazzling saint radiance, wielding a fan. This young man was the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's young master, Bai Yuchen. But he didn't look like a swordsman. Instead, he looked more like an elegant gentleman. The one on the right had a dark expression with light flashing in his eyes like the starry sky. He was the Shadow Divine Palace's divine son, Zhang Yi. Why are they here? A Dao Sun, a divine son, and a young master. What a formidable array. This is a little terrifying. This is interesting. They're probably here to take revenge. Do you guys know how many people Lin Yun killed on the 9th testing ground? The 3 chief disciples from 3 forces, the Dao sect's Qin Yun, Heavenly Sword Pavilion's Zhang Xiao, and Shadow Divine Palace's Heavenly Book, were killed by him. There were already rumors that the 3 forces would come after Lin Yun, but I didn't expect them to send the 3 of them. The surrounding atmosphere became tense with whispers in the surroundings. Lin Yun initially didn't know the 3 of their identities, but he understood now after hearing the whispers. Yu Weiwei and Lin Xianxia also came to their senses and stood beside Lin Yun. They have experienced multiple life and death situations together, and no one could imagine how good their relationship was at this point. They wouldn't take a step back, no matter who came. When Duguju saw this scene, his lips twitched. He was envious of Lin Yun, who had treated him as a sparring partner. But he didn't know that it would become his biggest honor in the future. Many years from now, Duguju would mention what happened at the Heavenly Baron banquet and how he got a draw with Flower Burial. He would boast that he once had a draw with the Sword God. The Heavenly Qilin Divine Son's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, and even Ji Zhongkong was briefly stunned before he became excited. Ji Zhongkong could tell why the three were here, and he had difficulty holding back his laughter. But the Heavenly Qilin Divine Son couldn't hold it back and started laughing because he knew Lin Yun was doomed. Seeing these three people, Luo Tianxi frowned, and his smile became cold. All the ancestral deity's disciples also looked at the three coldly. Feng Bumao roared. The three of you intruded without reporting your names, and you're not bowing to the emperor? What are you guys trying to do? Bai Yuchen and Jiang Yi didn't move as they turned to look at Feng Yuan. This scene drew everyone's unhappiness from Heaven's Gate as they soared to the sky, releasing a powerful pressure that shattered the sky from their auras. No matter why these three were here, they were being disrespectful with their actions, and it had been a long time since anyone dared to be rude to Heaven's Gate. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Bumao before he turned to Luo Tianxi. He said, "We have no intention of becoming disrespectful to the emperor, and our seniors informed us not to bow as long as the emperor doesn't release the person we're here for to us. If you're unhappy, you can feel free to kill us." An uproar broke out after everyone heard what Feng Yuan said. Feng Yuan's words left everyone in an uproar, dumbfounded by what he said. Luo Tianxi was the sect master of Heaven's Gate, and he represented the face of Heaven's Gate. So what Feng Yuan said was no different from slapping Luo Tianxi's face. In the next second, a powerful aura swept out as all the elders flew into the sky and coldly looked at Feng Yuan. Profound Sky Venerable's face was cold, and he wanted to slap Feng Yuan on his face. The sect master doesn't have to make a move to deal with someone like you, and I'm more than enough. Stop, Luo Tianxi said as he pushed his palm forth, sending Profound Sky Venerable flying away. Emperor, Profound Sky Venerable said with reluctance. No one is allowed to make a move, Luo Tianxi said coldly. At the same time, he grasped his hand in the sky and the sky began to recover, as though he had the entire sky in his palm, shocking everyone and leaving them dumbfounded. All the elders who soared to the sky were suppressed, with the entire Heavenly Saint courtyard becoming silent. Luo Tianxi merely swept his gaze to intimidate everyone. When he looked at Feng Yuan, his expression was replaced with a smile, and he sighed. It seems like the Tao sect has produced a talent. I have already given my answer when your sect masters came to look for me, and I won't hand over Lin Yun. Since this is a matter between youngsters, it should be resolved amongst youngsters, not to mention that Lin Yun would soon become the ancestral deity's disciple. Just because he was from the Kunlun realm, the Heaven's Gate, won't allow him to be bullied by other immortal holy lands. That's why we're here, Feng Yuan said. Bai Yuchen spoke out, Emperor, we admire you, but this matter involves the honor of our forces, and we have no choice but to come. So I apologize. We're here for Lin Yun and not Heaven's Gate, Jiang Yi said. The three heaved a sigh in relief after seeing that Luo Tianxi wouldn't make a move against them, especially Jiang Yi and Bai Yuchen. After all, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and Shadow Divine Palace's foundation were lacking in comparison to Heaven's Gate, and they wouldn't have dared to come so openly if it wasn't for Feng Yuan. The three were here for a long time, waiting for Lin Yun to be defeated before bringing him away. Not only did Lin Yun not lose a fight, but he even shone brightly and suppressed everyone, becoming the champion. So, seeing that Lin Yun was about to be brought to the ancestral deity, they had no choice but to stand out. The three of them are really arrogant. This is the same as if saying that there's no challenge amongst the younger generation of Heaven's Gate, and no one can stop them from taking Lin Yun with them. It's rare to see the three of them. Only Yi Wuhan can compete with them, but he's still too young. It looks like the Tao sect really hates Lin Yun. It won't be easy for Lin Yun now. Everyone could sense the rage behind Luo Tianxi's composure, and this made the entire Heaven's Gate furious as well. After all, this had nothing to do with Lin Yun with the situation coming this far. The three of them were simply slapping the face of Heaven's Gate. It didn't matter if they had that intention, but that was what they were doing. Senior brother Feng, there's no need to put up with them. They're too arrogant. Did they think that there's no one in Heaven's Gate to cause a mess in the Heavenly Baron banquet? There's no need for them to keep any face for Heaven's Gate. The geniuses of Heaven's Gate weren't cowards, and they all became agitated. Lin Yun frowned and was surprised because these three were here for him, but they were facing the geniuses of Heaven's Gate instead of him, so he became neglected. Big brother Lin, what should we do? Ji Zishi asked. Let's just watch for now, Lin Yun said. It wasn't appropriate for him to make a move now, so he could only watch. Feng Bumao looked at Feng Yuan with a dark expression. He coldly said, "Who gave you the courage to come to Heaven's Gate? Don't even dream about it. You think there's no one in Heaven's Gate capable of facing you." To say that they wanted to take Lin Yun away in the Heavenly Saint Courtyard was something no disciples from Heaven's Gate could bear. Feng Yuan said nothing while Jiang Yi stood out. "We don't dare. If Heaven's Gate wants to stop us, I don't mind fighting with you guys." A figure soared to the sky, and he roared, "Heavenly Saint Courtyards Bai Yi, let me face you." The moment he finished speaking, Bai Yi charged forth with heaven and earth trembling. A massive sword appeared behind him with his sword aura rising. He drew a sword arc that looked like a crescent moon, shining brightly. Space was severed into two since Bai Yi wasn't holding back. What pitiful tricks! Jiang Yi pushed his palm forth when he landed on the ground. He looked like he was slapping a fly when he waved his hand, sending Bai Yi flying away. When Bai Yi fell to the ground, his sword ray shattered with a palm print on his chest. The massive sword behind Bai Yi shattered, and he threw out a mouthful of blood. This made everyone take in a cold breath because they didn't expect Bai Yi to be defeated so quickly. Anyone could tell that Bai Yi was cannon fodder for probing the three strength on behalf of Feng Bumao and the others. But no one expected that Bai Yi couldn't even take a single attack. This instantly made the faces of all the ancestral deities' disciples grave. Yi Wuhan couldn't hold himself back, but Xia Qingyun held him down, stopping him from fighting. Feng Bumao swept a gaze as a few more holy sons from the various courtyards stepped out, but all of them were defeated. 9 holy sons out of 36 holy sons were defeated, and they all suffered fatal injuries. Even with the help of elixirs, it would take a long time for them to recover. But those 3 held back and didn't take anyone's life, making everyone from Heaven's Gate feel grievance. Everyone had calmed down now and knew that these 3 came prepared. Is that the strength of a divine son? Isn't he too strong? There's a huge difference between a divine son and a holy son. A holy son can only receive the resources of one courtyard, while a divine son can receive the resources from the entire sect. Who's the divine son from Heaven's Gate? Yi Wuhan, but he's still too young. What about the previous one? You think that it's so easy to nurture a divine son? You need someone talented enough to be nurtured into a divine son. Discussions resounded from the surroundings, and they finally realized how serious the situation was. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Jiang Yi. "If this is the best you guys can offer, no one can stop us today," Jiang Yi said, making everyone from Heaven's Gate grit their teeth. "The Shadow Divine Palace is too much." Jiang Yi's arrogance enraged a disciple of the ancestral deity, and he charged forth. This made everyone's eyes light up because those who made a move earlier were holy sons. This person was Zhang Yu. He was accepted as the ancestral deity's disciple 10 years ago, and he was also a talented genius. A cold light flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. He wanted to make an example out of this person to establish prestige. Zhang Yu might be the disciple of the ancestral deity, but the ancestral deity had over 100 direct disciples, while the Shadow Divine Palace only had one divine son. He was destined to take over the Shadow Divine Palace in the future, so he naturally wouldn't allow himself to be provoked by Zhang Yu. A seal bloomed on his forehead, and Zhang Yu was struck with a palm before he could even get close. This palm was simple, but it gave off a powerful aura, sending Zhang Yu flying away. As Zhang Yu's saint energy dissipated, His constellation shattered before it could even open up, and he was bleeding profusely when he landed on the ground. Everyone was shocked by the scene in which Zhang Yi's palm penetrated Zhang Yu's chest. When Zhang Yu fainted, everyone took a deep breath, their complexion becoming pale since this was too terrifying. Zhang Yi stood with his hands behind him. He said, "You guys have to understand something. Don't think you guys are invincible just because you became the ancestral deity's disciple. Since we're here, we naturally have our confidence in doing so. Don't embarrass the ancestral deity if this is the best you can do." The surroundings fell into silence upon hearing that. His words were no different from openly provoking the heavenly barren ancestral deity. Everyone trembled after hearing what Zhang Yi said. Even Luo Tianxi clenched his fists upon hearing that, and he instantly noticed that the reason the three were here shouldn't be as simple as wanting to take Lin Yun away. Did that mean that these people couldn't hold themselves back after being suppressed for so long? Thinking about it, a cold light flashed in Luo Tianxi's eyes. "Something isn't right," Ao Ju said. "What do you mean?" Xiong Tianan looked baffled. "The three of them are too arrogant. They might have said that they are here for Lin Yun, but they provoked the Heavenly Seal Emperor first and even provoked the ancestral deity now," Ao Ju said. Xiong Tianan scratched his head. He was a crude person and wouldn't think that much. Seeing that he still didn't get it, Ao Ju said, "Their true objective is probably Heaven's Gate, and Lin Yun is just an excuse. How is that possible? They dare to provoke Heaven's Gate." Xiong Tianan was surprised. Ao Ju came from a demonic sect, and he had a meticulous heart. He smiled. In a nutshell, the Tao sect, Heavenly Sword Pavilion, and Shadow Divine Palace only lost their chief disciples. It might have a significant influence, but there's no need for those three to come to Heaven's Gate. It's just an excuse. They wanted to use Lin Yun as a reason to suppress the Heavenly Baron Banquet's reputation. After all, with so many banquets being held here over the years, the ancestral deity's disciples have also increased, and they're famous throughout the 3,000 realms. This is a huge connection, and it would be a lie that the Tao sect doesn't envy that. Don't forget that they also have an ancestral stage expert. Heaven's Gate doesn't have an official divine son, so this is the perfect opportunity. The moment they suppress all of the disciples in Heaven's Gate, do you think the banquet can continue to be held in the future? Xiong Tianan finally understood what was happening and asked, "What should we do now?" "Nothing. This is a blatant scheme, and the Emperor can't make a move against them, nor could the other venerables. If they did that, they would have lost," Ao Ju said, spreading his arms apart. Not only Ao Ju, but the many geniuses here also noticed something wasn't right. As for everyone from Heaven's Gate, they were anxious but could only suck it up. Zhang Yi arrogantly said, "Is there no one else? Is this the best Heaven's Gate has to offer?" His arrogance made the disciples of Heaven's Gate furious, and they gritted their teeth. But the surroundings were silent because Zhang Yi had displayed terrifying strength earlier. Many people's gazes fell onto Feng Bumao, Xia Qingyun, Yi Wuhan, and the other ancestral deity's disciples. Yi Wuhan wanted to fight, but Xia Qingyun stopped him since no one could see through Zhang Yi's strength yet. He was the future divine son, and it was destined for his name to spread throughout the 3,000 realms. So she couldn't allow him to fall before he could even rise. Lin Yun's eyes flashed. Did these people think that they were invincible? Or did they think I was so weak they could need me however they wanted? Or were they here for Heaven's Gate to begin with? Probably a mix of both. Zhang Yi smiled. The entire Heaven's Gate doesn't even have anyone capable of fighting me? Right then, a figure stood out, and he coldly said, "Do you think that there's no one in Heaven's Gate? I might be unable to defeat a divine son like you, but we're not afraid of a fight." Another person also stood out. It was Yan Xiao and Han Wuding who went on the stage. "We'll fight." The eyes of everyone in Heaven's Gate became bright. They might not be as famous as Feng Bumao and Yi Wuhan, but they weren't weak and kept a low profile amongst the ancestral deity's disciples. Zhang Yi sneered and wore a playful expression. He said, "You two can come at me together. Otherwise, I can't even do my warm-up." He knew that Feng Bumao was trying to make him reveal his trump cards. Heavenly Divine Glory Fist. Hun Wooding released his saint energy with his punch, forming a crimson lightning bolt. Great! Zhang Yi laughed as he pushed his palm forth. When the punch and palm clashed, a powerful shockwave swept out that caused the entire stage to tremble. The clash made Hun Wooding take a few steps back, but at least he wasn't defeated in just one exchange. Zhang Yi was surprised before he smiled. Not bad, but nothing too impressive. I haven't even got started yet. Hun Wooding was furious as he performed the Heavenly Divine Glory Fist again. Let me see your strength, then. Zhang Yi was enveloped in a golden radiance as he approached Hun Wooding and only used one hand to fight. Under the golden radiance, Hun Wooding was shocked to discover that his saint energy was slowly being devoured. In just 10-odd moves, Hun Wooding's face changed after exhausting too much saint energy. He was inwardly shocked since his most significant advantage was his cultivation. How did he manage to do that? He is devouring my saint energy. Hun Wooding cultivated the Heavenly Divine Glory Art, an unusual technique that could allow someone to contain 10 times or 10-odd times the normal amount of saint energy. He was given this cultivation technique due to his unique physique. But the situation was dangerous, and Hun Wooding was sent flying away after 10-odd moves. His face was pale, with white hair appearing on his head, looking as though he had instantly become much older. On the contrary, Zhang Yi didn't take a step back and didn't even exhaust a tiny bit of his saint energy. His cultivation even improved instead. That seems to be the great phaseless divine art of the Shadow Divine Palace. It's even more profound than Devour Dao, which is ridiculous. This is a demonic cultivation technique that will drive one insane if they're not careful. It looks like Zhang Yi has reached greater mastery in it. Everyone was shocked, with fear on their faces. When Xianxia saw that Hun Wooding was so easily defeated, he charged forth with his sword. He was a swordsman and used to be famous in Heaven's Gate, grasping 18 different sovereign Daos. He had fused all the sovereign Daos into his sword Dao, forming a sword domain that was unique to him. When he thrusted his sword, the 18 sovereign Daos combined and formed a vortex of sword aura. His sword domain was powerful, looking like it wanted to devour heaven and earth. Facing him, even Zhang Yi frowned as the golden radiance he released was ripped apart by the sword aura, forcing him to take a few steps back. Everyone's eyes lit up because a swordsman seemed to be the bane of Zhang Yi. Trigram sword dance. Xianxia began to spin in the air, with the surrounding space becoming blurred. This shocked everyone because Xianxia's attainment in the sword was much stronger than Ji Zhangkong's. Judging from the aura he gave off, he was even stronger than Lin Yun. What a powerful sword aura! His sword intent might not be as strong as Lin Yun's, but just the aura he gives off is a lot stronger. Don't forget that he's the disciple of an ancestral deity. It looks like Xianxia will turn the tables around. Everyone in the surrounding area was calmly analyzing the fight and didn't dare to come up with any conclusion. But everyone noticed that Zhang Yi had one hand behind his back throughout the fight. When he suddenly reached out with his right hand, Zhang Yi's hands clasped together and released a dazzling radiance, great phaseless divine ray. As light surged, Xianxia's sword aura was utterly devoured. When Zhang Yi pushed a palm forth, a word flew out, destroying Zhang Yi's sword domain. Seeing this, everyone was shocked because they didn't expect the great phaseless divine art to be so powerful. Xianxia's sword aura was ripped apart, and his sword was knocked flying away. But even when facing this situation, Xianxia didn't take a step back and attacked instead, forming a seal with his left hand and pushing his right palm forth, which his sword flew out from. All the dispersed sword aura also formed into 108 light beams with a massive aura spreading out, and the massive sword aura formed a majestic painting. This made everyone exclaim. They were shocked that Xianxia could still unleash such a terrifying attack in a desperate strait. Even Lin Yun couldn't help praising Xianxia, a sword saint. But something unexpected occurred as Zhang Yi pushed his hands to the sky, and he roared, "Myriad Union!" When he finished chanting, he took a deep breath and devoured all the phenomena. The 108 beams were also consumed by him, including Yan Xiu's sword, before he could even unleash his attack. This made Yan Xiu's aura disappear, with the stage calming down. Yan Xiu was shocked, and he said with disbelief, How is this possible? Zhang Yi said, What's impossible about it? Don't look like a country bumpkin. Sword Dao is an unstable factor in heaven and earth, but all swordsmen like to put on an act, Zhang Yi said. You have already lost, and you still want to fight? Is there any meaning behind it? This is why I hate swordsmen. He pushed his palm forth, sending Zhang Yi flying away, clashing against the palace. When an explosion came from the palace, Yan Xiu fell onto the ground with his bones broken. Zhang Yi said arrogantly after devouring all the phenomenon. The surrounding area fell into silence with shock when they looked at Yan Xiu, who was lying on the ground. He has cultivated the myriad-phase divine eye, Xia Qingyun said. He reached such a high mastery in this divine art. Feng Bumao and everyone else looked at Zhang Yi, who had golden flames blazing on his forehead. The seal was striking, which looked like a heavenly eye that made him look dignified, as though he could see through anything. If one looked at it carefully, they would see that the golden seal looked like it had multiple worlds, and there was a human in each world, forming a seal and creating various phenomena. But all the phenomena was gathered in the golden seal on his forehead, the myriad-phase divine eye. Even if the deities of the Shadow Divine Palace couldn't obtain the myriad-phase divine eye, the great phaseless divine art was equivalent to a forbidden technique in the Shadow Divine Palace. In the chaotic times, the Shadow Divine Palace emerged by relying on someone who practiced this forbidden technique. The seal on his forehead shone brightly as if that was Zhang Yi's trump card. The Shadow Divine Palace is truly formidable. These three forces are really ridiculous to send out three peerless geniuses for one Lin Yun. Haven't you noticed that Lin Yun was only an excuse? They're trying to suppress the Heaven's Gate before the Heaven's Gate produces their divine sun. Many people came to their senses and noticed that Lin Yun was just an excuse for them to make a move, and they didn't bother acting now. So, Lin Yun has become invisible. I'm afraid the three of them didn't place Lin Yun in their eyes. Heaven's Gate is in a difficult position now, and it's meaningless even if they used their trump cards. The faces of the ancestral deities' disciples became ugly. How weak! Zhang Yi smiled as he arrogantly looked around. Is the heavenly barren banquet going to turn into a joke? Many disciples of Heaven's Gate were furious. Feng Bumao was also clenching his fists together. He knew that these people came prepared, but he didn't expect that just Zhang Yi alone was so terrifying. Since the three of you are targeting me, why direct it at Heaven's Gate? I'm here, and I'm up for a fight if you want. Lin Yun spoke out, raising his brow and looking at Zhang Yi. These people were too much, and Lin Yun couldn't bear it any longer. You? Zhang Yi sneered. Is there really no one in Heaven's Gate? No need. Feng Bumao went on the stage, and he looked at Lin Yun. There's no need for you to make a move. Our Heaven's Gate won't allow someone to take you away from the heavenly saint courtyard. His voice was indifferent and cold. Although the three merely used Lin Yun as an excuse, it was unavoidable for Feng Bumao to be unhappy because this was all caused by Lin Yun. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he bitterly smiled. He didn't expect that his goodwill to help wasn't appreciated. He helplessly smiled. It seems I have become the sinner. Big Brother Lin isn't a sinner. There's no need to pay any attention to them, Yu Weiwei said. Lin Yun merely smiled and said nothing. Zhang Yi looked at Lin Yun and smiled. No hurry. I'll deal with you after Feng Bumao. Just one of us can easily deal with someone like you. Zhang Yi charged at Feng Bumao when he was done speaking, which Feng Bumao didn't dodge and faced Zhang Yi head-on with a snort. When their palms clashed, Feng Bumao's constellation opened, revealing a sovereign constellation, the divine solar lunar cauldron. This caught Zhang Yi by surprise and was forced to take a few steps back with his face changing. As expected of the heavenly saint courtyard's holy sun, Zhang Yi smiled. Feng Bumao couldn't smile, and his face became grave from the aching pain coming from his hand. He charged forth and didn't hold back his sovereign constellation with which the divine solar lunar cauldron appeared in the air. He unleashed 36 palms in the blink of an eye, and each palm was terrifying. The cauldron shone brightly, as though the sun and moon had descended, pushing his aura to a higher stage. But his attacks were still lacking when compared to Zhang Yi. When Zhang Yi became serious, the myriad phase divine eye flashed, unleashing light beams to resolve the 36 palms. This made Feng Bumao throw out a mouthful of blood before he clasped his hands together and the cauldron descended from the sky. Zhang Yi spread his arms apart and a terrifying power swept out from the cauldron. Just the shockwave alone was enough to reach him. Seeing this, Feng Bumao turned around and pushed his palm forth. The cauldron soared to the sky and flew towards Zhang Yi. Facing the divine solar lunar cauldron, Zhang Yi didn't dare to be careless and dodged again. Feng Bumao controlled the cauldron, which would leave a hole in space whenever it flew out. This made everyone in Heaven's Gate excited, but they soon became worried because Feng Bumao's aura began to fall after each attack. After 10-odd moves, his complexion became terrifyingly pale. It has come to an end now. Zhang Yi slammed his palm at the incoming cauldron, producing a vast uproar and sending it back at Feng Bumao. Feng Bumao was sent flying away before he could even respond, throwing a mouthful of blood with his bones breaking. If he didn't have a high cultivation, he would have been reduced to minced meat from the impact. Even so, he still suffered heavy injuries. But it was fortunate that he flew in Lin Yun's direction. Lin Yun easily caught him, resolving the impact. Shadow Divine Sun, let me face you. Right then, Ji Zhongkong made a move, wanting to catch Zhang Yi by surprise. He was confident that Zhang Yi was injured from the earlier impact, and he wanted to take this opportunity to defeat him. If he succeeded, he would become famous since Zhang Yi was a divine son. This might not seem righteous, but his sword was fast and didn't give anyone the time to react. By the time Zhang Yi sensed the sword was already an inch away from his face. But the myriad phase divine eye shone brightly as he circulated the great phaseless divine art. The sword began to tremble, unable to take another inch forth, to which Zhang Yi retaliated. This sent Ji Zhongkong flying away with his face changing, throwing out a mouthful of blood. Ji Zhongkong retreated, and his retreat was even faster than his attacks, since he had already considered his path of retreat. Before Zhang Yi could unleash another attack, Ji Zhongkong left the stage. Everyone had to admit that Ji Zhongkong's speed at running away was breathtaking. Zhang Yi sneered, "Are swordsmen as shameless as you? Not only did you launch a sneak attack, but you didn't even dare to receive my palm." This scene and Zhang Yi's words made everyone's faces ugly, while Ji Zhongkong pretended that he didn't hear it. Feng Bumao's face also changed, but he soon realized that his injuries were being healed rapidly. It was because Lin Yun was injecting his blue dragon aura into Feng Bumao's body to stop his injuries from worsening. When he came to his senses, he realized that he was recovering due to Lin Yun, whom he held a grudge against earlier. He said with guilt on his face, "Thanks. This is nothing," Lin Yun calmly replied, not taking what happened earlier to heart. Zhang Yi naturally noticed Lin Yun and Feng Bumao, and a chill began to rise in his eyes. Since he couldn't vent his anger on Ji Zhongkong, he could only lock onto Lin Yun. Since there's no one amongst the ancestral deity's disciples capable of fighting, don't stop me from capturing Lin Yun. Flower burial, kneel and beg for mercy. Zhang Yi circulated the great phaseless divine art with the myriad phase divine eye shone brightly on his forehead with his voice echoing. With a flash, he swiftly approached Lin Yun, and this made everyone's faces change. After all, Zhang Yi had proven his strength. Even Feng Bumao wasn't his opponent. So when Zhang Yi turned to Lin Yun, no one doubted that he could easily take Lin Yun down. If the champion of the Heavenly Baron Banquet was taken away, Heaven's Gate would be utterly humiliated. Seeing this, the ancestral deity's disciples became anxious, and Feng Bumao said, "Leave. I'll help you hold him back." He was sincere with his words, and he knew how strong Zhang Yi was. "Ha ha ha. Why do I have to fear?" Lin Yun laughed as he reached out and threw Feng Bumao behind him. This scene shocked everyone because they never expected that Lin Yun had no intentions of dodging. When a huge explosion resounded, the entire stage began to tremble. The brutal scene that they imagined didn't occur. Instead, a sword ray shot into the sky. The sword ray soaring to the sky shocked everyone. But they soon stretched their necks, wanting to see what had happened. A sword ray and a palm clashed on the stage, unleashing a horrifying power, followed by a massive explosion. The two attacks separated as a powerful vortex enveloped that entire region. The only thing they could confirm was that the sword ray didn't take a step back. Wasn't Lin Yun a swordsman? Everyone's faces changed as a horrifying thought appeared in their mind. When everything settled, they saw that it was Zhang Yi who was sent flying away. Zhang Yi took a few steps back before he managed to stabilize himself with shock in his eyes. He was also bleeding from his palm. When the sword ray dissipated, Lin Yun's figure was revealed on the stage. While wielding the flower burial sword, he said, "I already said that you can just come at me. There's no need to target Heaven's Gate." Not far from him, Feng Bumao's forehead was sweaty, and he looked nervous and shocked. "Big brother Lin, are you all right?" Yu Weiwei asked. "I'm fine. Weiwei, you can leave with the Holy Sun first," Lin Yun said as everyone helped Feng Bumao down the stage. Feng Yuan and Bai Yuchen turned their attention over. They knew Zhang Yi's strength well. If the full power of the great phaseless divine art was unleashed, it was easy for him to kill someone with higher cultivation. So their gazes became grave when they witnessed the clash between Lin Yun and Zhang Yi. "You seem to have a lot of opinions about swordsmen," Lin Yun said as he took a few steps forth, shocking everyone present. No one expected that Lin Yun, whom Zhang Yi looked down on, would manage to injure Zhang Yi. Can it be that Lin Yun still has trump cards? The morale of the Heaven's Gate also changed. "It looks like we still have to rely on flower burial in the critical moment. Lin Yun must still have trump cards. Who said that swordsmen aren't strong? Lin Yun is the strongest swordsman." Everyone looked excited, especially the surrounding swordsmen. When Dugu Ju heard the surrounding discussions, he smiled bitterly because Lin Yun used him as a sparring partner in their fight and wasn't serious. Zhang Yi's body surged with a golden radiance, and he smiled. "Don't misunderstand. I have no opinion against a swordsman. I only have an opinion against those trash who use a sword, calling themselves swordsmen. Such as someone who seems fond of launching a sneak attack." Lin Yun took a few more glances at Zhang Yi's forehead, the myriad phase divine eye. The great phaseless divine art formed this, and he could also achieve something similar with the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon, such as the cauldron in his Violet Palace. But he rarely used the cauldron since it was taxing, and the murderous intent would corrupt him. But he was confident that the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon wasn't inferior to the great phaseless divine art, not to mention he still had the great profound sword cannon. Lin Yun recollected his gaze and said, "The great phaseless divine art is strong, but don't be too reliant on it and neglect Tao itself. Even if you manage to defeat your opponents for the time being, there's not much meaning in it since Tao is always the king." His tone was calm, and he even gave Zhang Yi pointers before the fight. This made everyone feel weird, as though Lin Yun never considered Zhang Yi as someone on the same level as him. Zhang Yi mocked, "You're teaching me how to cultivate? Even the so-called Kunlun realm is just a barbaric realm. The blue dragon ancestral deity is long gone. So who still remembers Kunlun realm? Do you really think that you can reforge Kunlun realm's glory? Well, it's not impossible to reforge Kunlun realm's glory," Lin Yun said. "Ha!" Zhang Yi sneered. Lin Yun stopped speaking as they faced off with their auras clashing, soon creating various terrifying phenomena. Suddenly, they simultaneously made a move as they fought one another, sending out a powerful shockwave. As Zhang Yi fought, he circulated the great phaseless divine art and was enveloped in a golden holy radiance, which formed into a golden domain as the Buddhist chant overlapped. Aside from the myriad phaseless divine eye, the great phaseless divine art can devour everything in the world, and my sword intent is being devoured. Lin Yun was shocked that his sword intent was slowly depleting, and Zhang Yi's domain was suppressing his azure dragon sword domain. It was no wonder why Yan Xiu lost so terribly. "Let me see what other things you can devour." Azure Dragon's Claw. Lin Yun circulated his bloodline and poured the Azure Dragon intent into the Flower Burial Sword. The Azure Dragon sword domain changed as a massive dragon's claw descended from the sky when he raised his sword. As the claw streaked across the sky, a terrifying thunderstorm was gathering. When the sword ray and punch collided, a dragon's roar first resounded before a cracking sound followed. "I can't devour it?" Xianxia squinted during the fight, realizing that the devouring effect of his great phaseless divine art seemed to have failed. He had been devouring Lin Yun's sword intent earlier. However, Lin Yun's sword intent didn't decline, but rose instead. He could faintly see a massive power being accumulated, and Lin Yun's sword intent would replenish itself whenever he devoured some of it. "You're stronger than Xianxia. I'm becoming serious." Xianxia retreated and hovered in the air. "It looks like there's nothing impressive about the great phaseless divine art," Lin Yun said indifferently. "A frog in a well." Xianxia sneered as the eye on his forehead began to blaze. As golden flames enveloped him, golden flames started to gather as his physique broke through a certain limit. He was like a Buddha from the legend as the aura he gave off became powerful. "If you can take this move, you're qualified to fight me." Xianxia roared as his golden flames began to rise. Before he unleashed his attack, the aura he gave off already left terrifying cracks on the stage. This left everyone in the surroundings dumbfounded as the stage only shook briefly, and it had never trembled so violently. How terrifying is the great phaseless divine art! Xianxia's aura has broken through the restriction of the quasi-saint sovereign. This is unbelievable. It'll be hard for Lin Yun to withstand this attack with his cultivation as an 8th stage Saint Lord. The divine son of the Shadow Divine Palace was already terrifying, not to mention that he had the great phaseless divine art. Without a sovereign saint artifact, who could rival him? Seeing such a terrifying phenomenon, everyone was dumbfounded. "Let me see how you die." The heavenly Qilin divine son laughed upon seeing this. "Fuck!" Profound Sky Venerable was furious because Xianxia was too much. Before he was in this state, no sword technique could do anything to him, which was equivalent to cheating. Even Luo Tianxi frowned, knowing how dangerous this fight was. But Lin Yun looked excited with his hand trembling. He wasn't afraid but excited. The flower burial sword also trembled and was even more excited than him. Lin Yun lowered his head at the flower burial sword and gave it a gentle look. He said, "You understand me the best." Lin Yun took a deep breath. He held the flower burial sword in reverse and slowly lowered his right hand. In the next second, a powerful sword vibration was heard from him as a dazzling radiance was released from his forehead. With a wave of his hand, the flower burial sword was pointed to the sky with his sword intent exploding. The sky stabilized by Luo Tianxi was easily shattered as boundless starlight shone onto Lin Yun. Cracks appeared on the ground, and they spread to 100 feet within Lin Yun before they couldn't spread any further. Lin Yun relied on his sword intent to resist the Saint Sovereign's aura being released by Xianxia. Feng Yuan and Bai Yuqin exchanged a gaze with shock in their eyes. Bright Sun Sword Intent. This was the first time Lin Yun released his complete Bright Sun Sword Intent. How is that possible? Feng Bumao was shocked with disbelief. Even the other disciples of the ancestral deity became dumbfounded. It's the genuine Bright Sun Sword Intent. The already despaired Profound Sky Venerable smiled. Holy shit! He really hit himself deeply. Ha ha ha. Even Luo Tianxi couldn't help commenting after a brief shock. Holy shit! When Lin Yun's sword intent was released, the entire heavenly saint courtyard began to boil, with many swordsmen becoming excited. Xianxia squinted, and his face sank. You think sword intent is invincible? Take my palm. Great phaseless dragon-subduing palm. As the aura he gave off reached the height of a saint sovereign, his speed broke the limit. But Lin Yun raised his brow with a light shining brightly in his eyes. He saw every change with his bright sun sword intent. Before Xianxia could even get close, a mighty gale made Lin Yun's hair violently flutter in the wind. Paired with his fluttering hair, Lin Yun looked like a sword immortal. Xianxia's figure became uncertain before he appeared above Lin Yun, pushing his palm down. Golden flames blazed like a bright sun behind him, with the myriad phaseless divine eye blazing, looking like a descending massive Buddha. His palm also overlapped with that massive palm. The great phaseless dragon-subduing palm was a terrifying palm technique, and a Buddha once used this to subdue a pure-blooded divine dragon with this palm technique in chaotic times. His palm was like the palm of an enormous Buddha that had descended. Looking at Zhang Yi and Lin Yun approaching one another, a majestic scene was formed, making it look as though time had stopped. Zhang Yi roared, "Die! Break!" Lin Yun turned around as he divided himself into two through the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon, each one swinging a sword. The two sword rays were massive and clashed with the descending palm. When the two attacks clashed, they couldn't hear a thing and could only see a distorted scene with a powerful shockwave enveloping the entire stage. Not long after, the golden flames had dispersed and the palm was severed into 10 by the sword rays. A loud explosion occurred as Zhang Yi was sent flying back and could only stabilize himself after taking a few steps back. There were 2 terrifying wounds on his chest with blood flowing down. This made Zhang Yi's face sinister, and an even more terrifying aura swept out from him. "You're not dead." Compared to him, Lin Yun gracefully landed on the stage. He frowned, realizing that the saint energy refined by the great phaseless divine art was so powerful that his bright sun sword intent failed to tear Zhang Yi into pieces. "I said that sword intent isn't invincible. So what if you've grasped the bright sun sword intent? You're still tender." When Zhang Yi finished speaking, a Dao flower representing an eternal Dao appeared behind him. He coldly said, "This is my true trump card, the Truth Dao." Truth Dao was the most overbearing amongst the 9 eternal Daos. When he released his Truth Dao, patterns began to envelop his body that made heaven and earth become dim. Everyone's faces changed. Many people were shocked by the appearance of Truth Dao because the great phaseless divine art was already powerful, and no one expected that Zhang Yi had also grasped an eternal Dao. The so-called Sword Dao is just a joke. Flower Burial, bring out your Yin-Yang Dao and let me see your real trump card. Stop messing around with your sword. Zhang Yi wore a sinister expression and no longer dared to belittle Lin Yun. He even had a hint of respect in his eyes when he looked at him, which meant that he had acknowledged Lin Yun as his opponent. But he was fearless despite knowing that Lin Yun still had trump cards, and this was his pride as a divine son. Under the massive pressure, Lin Yun couldn't help taking a few steps back with his sword aura collapsing. If he didn't use his eternal Dao, he couldn't withstand another eternal Dao by relying on his sword intent alone. He tried to resist the pressure, but it was too powerful, forcing him to continue retreating. "Lin Yun, I wish to know which one you will use first, the Yin-Yang Dao or Sword Dao. How can there be true swordsmen when everything is nothing before eternal Daos?" Zhang Yi said as he circulated the Truth Dao with the Dao flower revolving rapidly. But that wasn't all. He kept flicking his fingers out, shooting 10 beams from them. Lin Yun's bright sun sword intent was on the verge of collapse, making everyone exclaim, especially the swordsmen. They all wore bitter expressions because Sword Dao was a sovereign Dao, and the 9 eternal Daos naturally suppressed it. It was fine beneath the saint realm, but the difference would become obvious after one became a saint. If Lin Yun didn't take it well, his heart as a swordsman would shatter. "Ha!" Bai Yuchen sighed and shook his head. He knew the outcome the best because when swordsmen comprehended an eternal Dao, they would have to prioritize between an eternal Dao or Sword Dao. No matter which one they prioritized, this was a choice that swordsmen had to make. There wasn't any swordsman at the top of the pyramid, only cultivators who used swords. "Haha! That frightened me earlier. So what if he grasped the bright sun sword intent?" The heavenly Qilin divine sun stood out again, knowing Lin Yun would surely be defeated even if he used his Yin-Yang Dao. If Lin Yun used his Yin-Yang Dao under Zhang Yi's words, his heart as a swordsman would shatter. One could imagine the consequences if a peerless prodigy swordsman lost his heart as a swordsman. This was why the heavenly Qilin divine sun was certain that Lin Yun would die. "Still not going to use your Yin-Yang Dao? You have to bring it out sooner or later. If your heart as a swordsman doesn't shatter, how can you step into eternality? Or do you think your sword intent can rival my truth Tao? Zhang Yi smiled, believing that sword Tao was nothing before an eternal Tao. Well, it's not impossible, Lin Yun said as his gaze became sharp. He raised his sword at Zhang Yi before raising the other end to his left cheek. When a shattering sound spread, the bright sun in Lin Yun's sword sea blazed. When the shackles broke again, a certain restriction seemed to have been broken as the golden azure dragon opened its eyes within the bright sun. When another shackle broke, the golden human also opened his eyes. A dazzling golden radiance shone on Lin Yun's forehead as his dual sword souls merged with his bright sun's sword intent. They flew out from his sword sea before merging into his flower burial sword. As a golden radiance shone from him, the ground shattered with the sky becoming dark. A radiant sword vibration echoed from Lin Yun's body, catching many people by surprise, and they threw out blood. When his sword aura swept out, half of the city was enveloped in it and everyone was losing control of their swords. Soon after, they flew into the sky and headed to the heavenly barren divine stage. Damn it, what's going on? Why can't I control my sword? What the hell is going on? Aside from those strong enough to suppress their swords, everyone's swords flew over. But that wasn't all. 9,000 ribbons that were engraved with divine runes flew out like a waterfall as the countless swords revolved around Lin Yun, giving him the appearance of the king of all swords. This bright sun sword intent was unique to Lin Yun, and this scene made everyone stand up in disbelief. As for the swordsmen present, they were suffering a huge blow and shock. None of the 3,000 Daos can stop me, and only I am the true immortal. Lin Yun laughed as he thrusted his sword forth, unleashing the pride of a swordsman. The sword ray pierced through Zhang Yi's chest, but that wasn't all. The sword ray continued on, smashing the Dao flower representing truth Dao apart. Lin Yun's sword was too fast, and the truth Dao immediately shattered. Zhang Yi was also sent flying away, with his face becoming terrifyingly pale after he managed to stabilize himself. Unconvinced? Divine Son? Don't try and test my heart as a swordsman because even I am afraid of myself when I become arrogant. Lin Yun breathed out, looking exhausted, but he was standing upright. The souls of everyone in the surrounding area trembled as they looked at Lin Yun because he was too strong, which was the true meaning of invincible. Holy shit! That scared the shit out of me. That was too unbelievable. Holy shit! This is how a true swordsman should be. I feel that what Flower Burial said wasn't wrong, and I'm afraid that he might cut himself if he becomes arrogant. The emotions of all the swordsmen present became high and emotional. 3,000 greater Daos, but only the sword is supreme. Flower Burial is unrivaled, suppressing the geniuses of an entire generation. Someone laughed. This voice contained a certain profundity that could penetrate space and time. The person who spoke had an unimaginable cultivation. Everyone rejoiced and became excited, with their cheers echoing. Flower Burial is unrivaled, suppressing the geniuses of an entire generation. Voices resounded from the heavenly saint courtyard, which combined and formed into a giant wave. Not only did this shock Lin Yun, but even Luo Tianxi and the other venerables were shocked. Unrivaled and suppressed an entire generation? That was an exaggeration, but Lin Yun had proven himself with his sword. However, this was because everyone had their emotions pent up due to Zhang Yi's actions. Only the swordsmen spoke from the bottom of their hearts since they genuinely meant it. Everyone in the heavenly saint courtyard became excited, especially geniuses from Heaven's Gate. That didn't include the heavenly Qilin Divine Son, whose face was terrifyingly dark as he looked at this scene with disbelief and dumbfoundedness, because Lin Yun relied on his sword to defeat Zhang Yi's truth Dao. Heavenly Qilin Divine Son, are you all right? Your complexion doesn't look good, Duguju mocked. He looked down on the heavenly Qilin Divine Son, so he wouldn't give up this opportunity to mock him. The heavenly Qilin Divine Son inwardly cursed, but he maintained his composure on the surface. He coldly said, "He wants to suppress an entire generation because he defeated Zhang Yi? He's just a clown in my eyes." "I don't think so," Duguju smiled. "We'll see then." the heavenly Qilin divine son said indifferently. Under the cheers, Zhang Yi's complexion became pale with shock with one knee on the ground. He clutched his chest and coughed out blood, no longer capable of fighting. His face was ugly when he looked around, and he instantly knew what was going on. I became his stepping stone? Lin Yun was curious about who had started it first, but he couldn't find that person anywhere. When he turned to Ao Ju and Xiong Tiannan, he finally saw a familiar white-clothed youth beside them. This was the youth from the Feng clan that he had interacted with before. At this moment, this youth stood beside Ao Ju and Xiong Tiannan, smiling at Lin Yun as he drank wine without Xiong Tiannan and Ao Ju realizing his presence. Feng Qingyu? That should be his name, right? Lin Yun inwardly muttered because he was probably the one who started it first. But Lin Yun had a good impression of this person, so he nodded. Watch out! Yu Weiwei called out. It was Bai Yuchen who charged over when Lin Yun was distracted. He chose the right time, wanting to inflict heavy injuries on Lin Yun. But the moment he moved, a powerful gale swept over him that made him shut his eyes and block his path. That wasn't a wall of wind but a sword. Bai Yuchen squinted to see a sword ray that looked like a powerful gale under the empowerment of the bright sun sword intent charging at him. This made Bai Yuchen feel a chill down his spine, with danger spreading out in his heart, and he quickly retreated. He was fast, but Lin Yun's sword gale left a faint wound on his cheek. This instantly made Bai Yuchen's face dark, because he was injured when he wanted to launch a sneak attack. The injury wasn't serious, but it was humiliating. Bai Yuchen raised his head, and he saw Lin Yun looking at him with a playful smile. You want to launch a sneak attack? Well, it's fortunate that I wasn't careless. As Lin Yun spoke, 9,000 ribbons flew into the sky, forming a massive aura. Bai Yuchen calmed himself down and said, I'm only probing you. If I wanted to launch a sneak attack, I would have done it with the Dao Sun. When he finished speaking, a powerful gale swept over the stage from Feng Yuan and Bai Yuchen as they became furious. That was especially the case with Feng Yuan because what everyone said earlier was stinging to his ears. Lin Yun smiled. Come at me together, then. I'm already standing on the wave, and I'm fearless. With my sword, who says that I can't suppress an entire generation? His words caused an uproar, leaving everyone dumbfounded because everyone was too emotional when they chanted that phrase. But they didn't expect Lin Yun to take those words seriously. They couldn't imagine that the low-profile flower burial would have such an arrogant side to him. Even Zhang Yi was nothing compared to him. Feng Yuan and Bai Yuchen were stumped as they became shocked by Lin Yun's words. Ha ha ha! Well said. Luo Tianqi laughed, becoming fond of Lin Yun's temper. These three came to crash the banquet, taking advantage of the fact that the Heaven's Gate didn't have a divine son. So Luo Tianqi was furious with them for a long time. He stood up and smiled. Back then, the Blue Dragon ancestral deity founded the Divine Dragon era, fighting the fiend gods and establishing the heavenly path. Even today, no ancestral deity dares to violate the rules that he set up. Your performance today isn't inferior to the Blue Dragon King. All 36 venerables listen up. Sound the dragon wing war drum for flower burial. Who said that he can't suppress an entire generation of geniuses? An uproar broke out after hearing what Luo Tianqi said. Everyone was frightened and shocked with disbelief. The dragon wing war drum? Duguju was shocked. The heavenly Qilin divine son's face became pale after hearing that Luo Tianqi would sound the dragon wing war drum for Lin Yun. Roger that. The 36 venerables entered the clouds and descended while carrying an ancient-looking drum together. When the dragon wing war drum landed, Luo Tianqi took the sticks himself and beat on the drum before anyone could respond. A deep and majestic drum sound echoed as Luo Tianqi's words made everyone's blood boil, as though they were witnessing the rise of the Kunlun realm again. The sound of the drum soon infected everyone present before the spectators, and those from Heaven's Gate began to roar, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Everyone's mood was high as they roared with the drumming. Even Feng Yuan, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help frowning with a grave expression. Bai Yuchen's lips moved, his face becoming pale, and he wanted to retreat from this mess. But seeing the atmosphere and fighting spirits, he knew he had no opportunity to leave. Zhang Yi was so frightened that he swallowed a pellet and retreated. Dao Sun, should we retreat for now? Bai Yuchen whispered. You want to go when the emperor is beating the drum himself? Attack, Feng Yuan said. Bai Yuchen took a deep breath and made his move. 18 sovereign Daos appeared behind him, showing that his cultivation was even higher than Zhang Yi's. He had grasped 18 sovereign Daos and reached a high level in them. When he performed the heavenly divine sword, he thrusted his sword at Lin Yun. When a sword ray exploded, a 9-layered jade pavilion appeared behind him. This sword unleashed the 18 sovereign Daos. His strength shocked everyone, but they soon calmed down. How could Bai Yuchen be weak when he was the heavenly sword pavilion's young master? Lin Yun wielded the flower burial sword and avoided the incoming attack before flicking his finger, shattering various phenomena. Bai Yuchen frowned as he stepped forth and pricked with his sword. The 9-layered jade pavilion behind him also began to expand, slicing space apart like a waterfall in the path of his sword. But that wasn't all. Bai Yuchen shook his wrist, and the fragmented space formed into a vortex, causing space to distort with an ordinary prick of his sword. Lin Yun had no change on his face as he thrusted his sword, piecing the fragmented space together. When space was pieced together, Lin Yun dashed forth and swung his sword, taking the initiative of this fight. He relied on his mastery of the sword to easily suppress Bai Yuchen. This made Bai Yuchen feel aggrieved, and he wanted to bring out his eternal Dao. But he couldn't afford to do that when Lin Yun didn't use his eternal Dao. 10 moves later, Lin Yun thrusted his sword, catching Bai Yuchen by surprise as 9,000 ribbons also descended, sending Bai Yuchen flying back. Bai Yuchen took 10-odd steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. He might not have been injured by that sword, but it had embarrassed him greatly. While he was furious and wanted to continue his attacks, Feng Ju dashed forth, and his voice resounded, "Allow me!" Feng Yuan charged out when Bai Yuchen retreated. A dragon's roar echoed from Feng Yuan's body as he released a dazzling golden radiance. It was the divine body-refining technique of the Dao sect, the 9 profound golden physique under the aura he gave off. The surrounding space became like a swamp. If it was someone with a weaker cultivation, the pressure alone was enough to immobilize them. The so-called 9 profound golden physique used the subduing dragon and tiger art as the foundation to condense 9 profound techniques on the forehead. Just the dragon's roar alone was enough to make the souls of others collapse. But Lin Yun shone brightly with a sharp gaze and didn't suffer any restriction under his bright sun sword intent. When they got close to one another, they exchanged 10-odd moves. Feng Yuan used both of his hands, one forming into a claw and the other as a punch. On the other hand, Lin Yun used his sword in one hand, fighting evenly with him. Lin Yun's cultivation might not be as strong as Feng Yuan's, but with the bright sun sword intent and the robe formed with 9,000 ribbons, he was only slightly lacking when compared to Feng Yuan. With the 9 profound golden physique and the Dao sect's secret techniques combined together to unleash a powerful aura, Feng Yuan was strong. Whenever he moved, the sky would crack with boundless starlight shining down. Lin Yun didn't choose to clash with Feng Yuan head-on but relied on his bright sun sword intent. He was like an azure dragon, and the flower burial sword would change between a claw, a tail, and a head. Since Feng Yuan used the 9 profound golden physique, Lin Yun used his divine dragon physique without the divine dragon sovereign seal. As the divine dragon physique overlapped with his sword, it made Lin Yun's sword technique become even more terrifying. A cold light flashed within his eyes and gave off a powerful dragon's aura. A brief moment later, Lin Yun finally found a weakness and attacked. But this brought a smile to Feng Yuan's face since he revealed that weakness on purpose. Unlike other geniuses, Feng Yuan's physique had reached the saint realm, as well was his cultivation, so his 9 profound golden physique was stronger than what others could imagine. Even the Buddhist cult's 8-9 golden physique couldn't be compared to him. Others might fear the bright sun sword intent, but not him. He had long noticed that Lin Yun still had many trump cards, and it was hard to restrain the latter with his attainment in the sword. But if Lin Yun was too confident in his sword, things would become different. The flower burial sword pierced the dragon and tiger phenomenon before stabbing Feng Yuan's shoulder. Feng Yuan did this to make his act more realistic, pretending he failed to dodge it. But in reality, he wouldn't suffer any injuries because of the 9 profound golden physique, and Lin Yun's sword couldn't even stab through his clothes. "You fell for it." Feng Yuan laughed, and he reached out to grab the flower burial sword with his hand shining brightly and firmly held onto the sword. He looked at Lin Yun with a playful smile and asked, "What will happen if a swordsman loses his sword?" But he soon noticed something wasn't right when he pulled the sword over. When the sword landed on his shoulder, Lin Yun had already let go of the sword and retreated. This meant that if Feng Yuan didn't hold on to it, the sword would fall to the ground. What will happen if a swordsman loses his sword? He gives his opponent a beating. Lin Yun replied with his action and came behind Feng Yuan with his punches landing on the latter's back, producing a series of explosions. The punches were painful to Feng Yuan. But with the 9 profound golden physique, the impacts spread into his body. Under Lin Yun's punches, ripples appeared from the golden light enveloping Feng Yuan like ice breaking apart. As a 7-colored radiance bloomed, Lin Yun blasted the sovereign dragon seal into the crack, making Feng Yuan throw out a mouthful of blood and sent him flying away. "You're courting death." Feng Yuan was furious, wanting to use his palm to chop at Lin Yun. But Lin Yun already expected this action and soared to the sky, giving a kick to Feng Yuan's chest. As he turned around, countless kicks landed on Feng Yuan's chest like a dragon's tail lashing out. Each kick could contain a terrifying power of the divine dragon physique, sending Feng Yuan flying away. On the other hand, Lin Yun landed on the ground with great agility. A sword vibration echoed as Bai Yuchen charged with his sword, unleashing a dazzling sword ray. Countless azure birds appeared behind Bai Yuchen as they flew down from the jade pavilion. Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind as he turned around and performed a flick. 9,000 ribbons flew out, intertwining in the sky and forming into a massive sword ray, creating a huge impact and a terrifying shockwave that swept out. As an explosion occurred, the azure birds shattered, frightening Bai Yuchen. But he wasn't a coward and charged forth, facing the sword ray head-on and cutting it apart with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The incoming sword ray was severed into 2 like a log while his sword appeared before Lin Yun's head. Lin Yun merely glanced at it before putting his left hand behind his right hand like a sword, facing the incoming sword. When the 2 fingers clashed with the sword, Lin Yun easily received Bai Yuchen's attacks. Bai Yuchen had poured all his saint energy into his sword, wanting to cripple Lin Yun's right hand. But as the bright sun sword intent gathered on Lin Yun's fingers, the 2 sword souls coiled around them, making his fingers even tougher than a saint's sword. Once they fell into a stalemate, they both began to form a seal with their left hand. One used the great profound sword cannon, while the other used a secret technique of the heavenly divine sword. Countless sword rays flew out from Bai Yuchen while a cauldron flew out from Lin Yun's body, releasing a destructive power under the control of the great profound sword cannon. When they clashed, Bai Yuchen threw out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. When the clouds were ripped apart, Bai Yuchen's sword aura began to crumble, and he took a few steps back when he landed. Raising his head, he looked at Lin Yun with shock and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Even after losing his sword, Lin Yun still managed to suppress Bai Yuchen's sword aura. The Dragon Wing war drum continued to beat as everyone in the surrounding area became nervous. Although Lin Yun might seem to be handling the fight well, they knew how dangerous it was, and Lin Yun would be in danger if he made a mistake. But Lin Yun held on. Not only did he hold on, but Bai Yuchen, Feng Yuan, and Zhang Yi suffered at his hands. This made them wonder again if Lin Yun actually possessed the strength to suppress an entire generation of geniuses. Right then, a buzzing noise resounded that overshadowed the drums. It was Feng Yuan who tossed and plunged the flower burial sword into the ground, which vibrated after stabbing into the ground. Feng Yuan came over to Bai Yuchen's side. He wiped the blood off his lips and said, "Don't hold back anymore. Go all out on him." Bai Yuchen was shocked, before he nodded with a grave expression. After the previous fight, they knew they weren't Lin Yun's opponent by themselves, even though they didn't use their trump cards, which meant they could only join forces. Two Dao flowers appeared behind Feng Yuan and Bai Yuchen, one representing Yin-Yang Dao and the other representing five elements Dao. The two eternal Daos gave off a powerful pressure, not to mention that they were compatible. In the next second, their eternal Daos began to combine, forming a terrifying phenomenon that made the souls of those seeing them tremble. Even if they did nothing and just stood there, the heavenly barren divine stage was shaking violently, and Lin Yun's bright sun sword intent began to crumble as they approached. Not good. Bright sun sword intent can't withstand the power of two eternal Daos. It's impossible, even if he possesses dual sword souls. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene because Lin Yun's bright sun sword intent gave them a feeling that he was invincible against those of the same generation. But it was being suppressed now. Lin Yun calmly released the Yin-Yang Dao behind him as Feng Yuan and Bai Yuchen charged over. Great! Lin Yun didn't panic upon seeing this scene, but calmly performed the Yin-Yang fist in combination with his bright sun sword intent. When a breeze blew past, Lin Yun looked calm and composed, standing firmly even though Feng Yu and Bai Yuchen gave off a powerful aura, and perfectly defended against them with the Yin-Yang fist. He was bearing tremendous pressure, while the heavenly barren divine stage was crumbling into pieces, creating an apocalyptic scene. But right then, a powerful beam of light soared to the sky as another Dao flower that represented an eternal Dao appeared. It was Zhang Yi who had landed in Bai Yuchen and Feng Yuan's direction with his truth Dao. Damn it! I thought he wouldn't make a move, and yet he stood out now that he has recovered. Lin Yun is finished now. Everyone exclaimed as it was a terrifying scene to see three eternal Daos combining together. Haha! I have been waiting for you. While everyone was nervous, Lin Yun began laughing and soared to the sky before pushing his palm forth. At the same time, another Dao flower representing an eternal Dao appeared behind him, and the aura he gave off immediately suppressed Feng Yuan, Bai Yuchen, and Zhang Yi. So what if they grasped Yin-Yang Dao, five elements Dao, and truth Dao? They are nothing before Nirvana Dao. The radiance given off by his Nirvana Dao shone brightly. How is this possible? Zhang Yi, Bai Yuchen, and Feng Yuan were dumbfounded. How can someone grasp two eternal Daos? Not to mention that one of them is Nirvana Dao. Can something like that even be accomplished? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Luo Tianxi was shocked by this scene, dropping the sticks in his hands. Everyone looked in shock as the azure-clothed youth soared to the sky with a fire blazing in his eyes. Lin Yun soared to the sky, facing three eternal Daos head-on with two Dao flowers behind him. This put Feng Yuan, Bai Yuchen, and Zhang Yi under tremendous pressure. After all, Lin Yun had grasped two eternal Daos. This had exceeded everyone's imagination, not to mention the three of them. Lin Yun's sword Dao was strong enough, and he could even suppress truth Dao with his sword. But no one expected that he had grasped two eternal Daos. Feng Yuan, Bai Yuchen, and Zhang Yi felt their scalps becoming numb with disbelief. But before they could respond, Lin Yun charged forth, giving off a powerful aura that made them feel suffocating. Fine cracks also appeared on their auras, showing signs that they would explode the next second. The three of them were peerless geniuses, and they knew that they couldn't panic at this moment. They adjusted their mindset and exchanged gazes before Feng Yuan stood out. He was the strongest amongst the three, and he wouldn't be heavily injured even if he couldn't withstand Lin Yun's attacks. Lin Yun and Feng Yuan exchanged a palm in the sky, causing a huge explosion with a shockwave sweeping out that made everyone nervous. When they clashed, Feng Yuan's yin-yang painting collapsed and he threw out a mouthful of blood, falling to the ground with his foot deeply planted into the stage with cracks spreading out. It was soon followed by an explosion that caused countless rocks to fly around. Throwing out a mouthful of blood, Feng Yuan's face became pale, but he wore a smile because he suffered no injuries despite losing in the clash. As for Lin Yun, he gently landed with one hand on the rock, looking at the three coldly. It looks like there's nothing impressive about having two eternal Daos. Feng Yuan wiped the blood off his lips and smiled. Or did you only just enter the threshold with Nirvana Dao? Experience the martial techniques of the Dao sect. Feng Yuan's confidence was boosted since he wasn't heavily injured in that clash. When he soared to the sky, he disappeared and appeared on the vast rock Lin Yun was on. 9 profound golden physique, heavenly saint armor. Feng Yuan roared with a golden radiance shining from him as he brought out the Dao sect's divine body refining technique. After they had exchanged 10 moves, they retreated a few hundred meters away from each other. Feng Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat, and anyone could tell that exchange was taxing for him. But he continued accumulating energy and made the heavenly saint armor even more terrifying. Bai Yuchen and Jiang Yi also took this opportunity to charge over, wanting to avoid giving Lin Yun a chance to catch his breath. Facing them, Lin Yun performed the yin-yang fist and faced the two of them, holding his ground. But Feng Yuan charged while Bai Yuchen and Jiang Yi held Lin Yun down. Lin Yun had expected it, but he couldn't take the attack that Feng Yuan had accumulated for a long time. When Lin Yun was sent flying away, he smashed apart all the rocks before he stopped. Kill! Feng Yuan, Bai Yuchen, and Jiang Yi became more confident, wanting to take this opportunity to suppress Lin Yun. Great! Lin Yun laughed as his clothes and hair began to flutter in the wind. The flower burial sword began to tremble before it returned to Lin Yun's hand, which he then swung at the incoming 3. This made Feng Yuan, Bai Yuchen, and Jiang Yi's faces change as they felt a chill run down their spines. They quickly stopped and ducked. Standing on the hovering rock, Lin Yun flicked his finger and the flower burial sword flew out. The 9,000 ribbons also soared to the sky while Lin Yun controlled his sword from afar, forcing the 3 to retreat. The flower burial sword manifested into tens of thousands of swords that were under Lin Yun's control. This made Bai Yuchen and Jiang Yi's faces pale as they continuously had a tough time holding their ground. Only Feng Yuan maintained his composure, using the heavenly saint armor to withstand the attacks from the flower burial sword. He only had to protect his vitals as the sword rays descended. This scene left all the spectators dumbfounded as this battle became too exciting. They were shocked when they saw 5 eternal Daos from the 4 of them. This should be the strongest battle beneath Saint Sovereigns, and they were all peerless geniuses. Hence, they didn't want to miss any detail of this battle, since there was a lot they could learn from. Did I fight this person to a draw? Duguju lost his confidence with lingering fear. He felt fortunate that he didn't promise Lin Yun to fight again. Feng Yuan finally made his move on the stage, clamping on the flower burial sword with unbelievable speed. The flower burial sword began to vibrate as a powerful sword aura came crashing down on Feng Yuan, and the latter let out a groan before holding his ground. There was an invisible current sweeping out that made him feel as though he wasn't holding onto the sword but a ferocious dragon. Kill! Jiang Yi and Bai Yuchen took this opportunity to soar to the sky with their Dao flowers blooming. This shocked everyone because the situation became disadvantageous to Lin Yun once more. Lin Yun was calm as he looked at the flower burial sword, wanting to recall it. When he poured his sword intent into it, Feng Yuan looked like he was struggling, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Under the stalemate, Bai Yuchen and Jiang Yi soon approached. This made everyone's heart sink because Lin Yun didn't have his sword with him. So how would he face Bai Yuchen and Jiang Yi? Right then, Lin Yun raised his right hand, and the flower representing Nirvana Dao revolved as flames blazed in Lin Yun's eyes. When he took a step forward, the time-space barrier shattered with the entire world trembling while he returned to the previous moment when Bai Yuchen and Jiang Yi didn't move, and Feng Yuan clamped onto the flower burial sword. With a flash, he tapped on Bai Yuchen and Jiang Yi's chest before coming over to Feng Yuan, using his fingers to chop off the latter's right hand. When he was done, a powerful force dragged him back to reality, and the flames in his eyes dissipated. The Dao flower behind him crumbled as well. When the Nirvana Dao dissipated, only the Yin-Yang Dao remained. A hole appeared in Bai Yuchen and Jiang Yi's chests as they fell from the sky like broken kites. Feng Yuan was in an even more severe condition, with his right hand severed while the flower burial sword returned to Lin Yun's hand. Everything took place in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yun only waved his hand to inflict heavy injuries on Bai Yuchen and Zhang Yi while severing Feng Yuan's hand. When he held onto the flower burial sword again, everything had ended. As he landed on the ground with the flower burial, the heavenly barren divine stage had crumbled. Bai Yuchen and Zhang Yi were lying on the ground, unable to get up. As for Feng Yuan, his face was terrifyingly pale, with one hand severed and kneeling on the floor. "So, do you guys still want to bring me back?" Lin Yun asked. Bai Yuchen and Zhang Yi were in so much pain that they couldn't speak. As for Feng Yuan, he was so ashamed that he didn't dare to look Lin Yun in the eyes. "Thanks for the drum, Emperor. I didn't disappoint, and I believe I have won." Lin Yun smiled at the surprised Luo Tianxi. Luo Tianxi came to his senses, and he could naturally tell that the battle had come to an end. He sighed. "Everything is nothing before nirvana. You will really become a genius who will suppress an entire generation now. It's also time to end this mess." Bai Yuchen, Zhang Yi, and Feng Yuan. Luo Tianxi's face became cold, and he continued. "The three of you have intruded Heaven's Gate and messed up the banquet. It's time for us to deal with this now." The faces of Bai Yuchen, Zhang Yi, and Feng Yuan changed. "Profound Sky Venerable," Luo Tianxi called out. "I'm here," Profound Sky Venerable replied. "Lock them up in the blood purgatory ruins, and no one is allowed to release them, even if an ancestral stage expert comes," Luo Tianxi said coldly. Feng Yuan, Zhang Yi, and Bai Yuchen collapsed with despair on their faces. Everyone took a deep breath and was shocked. After all, the three of them were arrogant when they came, but they had become the prisoner of Heaven's Gate now. Luo Tianxi wouldn't make a move against a junior, even if they mocked and humiliated Heaven's Gate. But since Lin Yun defeated them, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless now. When everyone came to their senses from Luo Tianxi's words, their faces changed because this was imprisonment for 100 years in the blood purgatory ruins. That was where Heaven's Gate imprisoned severe criminals. Once imprisoned, it was impossible to escape. The spiritual energy in there was sparse, and the environment was harsh. It was practically impossible to cultivate there. 100 years of being unable to cultivate was a heavy blow to geniuses like Feng Yuan, Zhang Yi, and Bai Yuchen. While they are imprisoned, the other geniuses from the same generation as them would rise while they remained stagnant. In other words, it was the same as being crippled. How ruthless! I bet the three holy lands will regret it. They initially wanted to use Lin Yun as an excuse to suppress Heaven's Gate, while they didn't have their divine son yet, and they definitely didn't expect this outcome. They can't blame anyone. If it weren't for Lin Yun, the three would sweep through the geniuses of Heaven's Gate and leave after causing a mess in the Heavenly Baron banquet. That's right. At least the Heavenly Seal Emperor didn't make a move against juniors like them, and they wouldn't have been in this situation if they didn't take it too far. They deserve it. No one sympathized with the three of them. This was simple because if three of them won, their name would spread throughout the 3,000 realms, stepping on Heaven's Gate and ruining the future Heavenly Baron banquets. Do the three of you have any objection to that? Luo Tianxi looked at the three coldly. Bai Yuchen and Zhang Yi opened their mouths, but they chose to shut up after seeing the rage in the eyes of everyone from Heaven's Gate. They were suffering from the arrogance they showed earlier, and they knew that they would be mocked if they dared to object to it. Feng Yuan picked up his severed hand and indifferently said, "There's nothing to say since we've lost." Compared to Bai Yuchen and Zhang Yi, Feng Yuan was calmer. "Even if we have any objections, it would only be directed towards flower burial." Feng Yuan looked at Lin Yun and said, "I didn't expect him to grasp Nirvana Dao. If I was prepared." "There's nothing you can do about it even if you're prepared." Duguju spoke out before he could finish. He sneered. "Where did you get the face to express unwillingness to your failure when the three of you lost in a fight against him? If I'm not wrong, Lin Yun still has trump cards he didn't use." "Who the hell are you? Do you think that you're qualified to talk to me?" Feng Yuan said coldly. "I'm not qualified?" Duguju smiled. "You might not know, but I obtained a draw in my fight with Flower Burial." He and the Heavenly Seal Emperor personally acknowledged it. "The three of you can't even defeat Lin Yun, and you say I'm not qualified?" I fought him to a draw even if I didn't make a move, and it's enough to suppress the three of you. Ah! Lin Yun was surprised as he looked at Dugu Ju. At this moment, Ji Zishi and everyone else had come over, concerned about his injuries. Lin Xianxia said, "He's a little too shameless." Well, there's nothing wrong with his words. I was the one who said that our fight was a draw. Lin Yun smiled. Dugu Ju also heard the surrounding discussions and smiled. Feng Yuan, do you think I'm qualified now? He previously felt that he was humiliated by Lin Yun and was reduced to a sparring partner. But it was different now since it would only make him even more famous, fighting Lin Yun to a draw. In the future, he could boast that he once fought Lin Yun to a draw and held his ground with Lin Yun even after a few thousand moves. The reason why he stood out now was to confirm it. As for the future, who would know what happened in the past? Feng Yuan's face became ashen, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Cut the crap and step down. Profound Sky Venerable came forth with several people to take them away just when Feng Yuan wanted to speak. Flower Burial will meet again in 100 years. I won't forget this grudge, Feng Yuan said, turning back to look at Lin Yun before Profound Sky Venerable took him away. Lin Yun shook his head and said nothing. It was a pity that he couldn't use his Sovereign Constellation and Nirvana Sword Art in this battle, which he could only use depending on the situation. He had barely stepped into Nirvana Dao, and could only use it once before the Dao flower crumbled. The Nirvana Sword Art was a set of sword techniques. His Sovereign Constellation could allow him to defeat his opponent quickly, but he would be in danger if he failed. The Nirvana Sword Art was a safer method, especially after achieving the Bright Sun Sword intent. He could quickly end the fight if he used either of them, and it was just a matter of his choice. But it was a pity he couldn't use the Heaven Burial Constellation. He could now use it, but it was a pity that those three couldn't force out this trump card of his. Big Brother Lin, what's the matter? Ji Zishi asked. I just found it a pity that I couldn't use my two other trump cards. Lin Yun smiled. Does he still have trump cards? Everyone was shocked when they heard what Lin Yun said, since he didn't lower his voice. You still have trump cards even after suppressing the three? Feng Bumao was surprised. Lin Yun smiled. Well, not exactly. My saint energy is almost exhausted, and I even pushed myself over the limit. So I might not be able to unleash those trump cards either. Feng Bumao's lips twitched, knowing that what Lin Yun said was true. Everyone in the Heavenly Saint Courtyard was also left dumbfounded, but it was a problem that Lin Yun overconsumed his saint energy. Then again, he would meet the ancestral deity later, so it was just a matter of time for him to recover. But an uproar broke out when they heard Lin Yun say he still had two trump cards, which made everyone curious. Lin Yun, it looks like you will become a genius who suppresses an entire generation. Luo Tianxi smiled on the throne. Perhaps? Lin Yun smiled, raising his brow. Ha ha ha, you're not humble at all. All right, the four of you can come with me to meet my master. Luo Tianxi waved his hand and brought Lin Yun, Ji Zishi, Yu Weiwei, and Dugu Ju to his side. He laughed. I'm happy today. The banquet might have come to an end, but we will take out the wine that we've saved. Come over immediately. A voice resounded as if the ancestral deity couldn't wait any longer. He reached out with his hand and grabbed a hold of the five people. This made everyone stunned. They were shocked after realizing that it was the ancestral deity who made a move. Ancestral stage. Feng Qingyu sighed, watching the hand as it disappeared. When did you come? Xiong Tianan and Ao Ju were surprised because they hadn't seen Feng Qingyu earlier. Feng Qingyu smiled. I have long arrived. Do you guys want a drink? There are many treasured wines in Heaven's Gate, and I know a place. First come, first serve. He dragged Xiong Tianan and Ao Ju to the wine cellar of Heaven's Gate before they could even respond. The five didn't expect that the ancestral deity would personally bring them over. When the giant hand grabbed them, they lost control of their bodies as they passed through a weird door. They were before a grand palace when they landed on the ground. Lin Yun looked around and saw that there was nothing outside the palace but different colored lights. Each light represented a Dao, and the lights were shuttling to a specific direction. Raising his head, Lin Yun saw a vortex of primal chaos at the very end. It didn't seem far, but the lights looked as though they would never be able to reach that vortex of primal chaos. What is this place? Everyone was shocked when they came to their senses. Luo Tianqi's face became weird before he said, "This is Heaven's Gate Ancestral Palace, where my master usually cultivates. This place is the primal chaos secret realm, but I don't know much about it. There were many secrets here, and Luo Tianqi had only come here 3 times. Even Luo Tianqi didn't know why the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity brought them here, but this meant they could see the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity in person. While everyone was shocked, the palace's gate opened up and a white-clothed youth came out. This youth had smooth skin and eyes shining like bright stars. Looking at him in the eyes would give everyone tremendous pressure, as though they were carrying a mountain on their backs. While everyone was looking at this young man, the young man came over with a smile. Master, Luo Tianqi bowed. The youth was the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity. Greetings, Ancestral Deity. Lin Yun's group also bowed. Since they hadn't officially become the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity's disciples yet, they still couldn't address him as their master. The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity smiled, before looking at Lin Yun. "The 4 of you stay here. I have something to tell Tianqi." Luo Tianqi's face changed, before he quickly went to his knees. He could tell that the ancestral deity was furiously judging from how he gritted his teeth when he spoke. The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity coldly said, "Since when could the Tao sect make a mess in the Heavenly Baron banquet? If they made a move against geniuses from the Kunlun realm, the banquet would be ruined." Luo Tianqi's face became pale. He was prepared when he came here, but he was still terrified while facing his master. Lin Yun and the others were shocked because they didn't expect that the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity would reprimand the Heavenly Seal Emperor before them. "Disciple is willing to receive my punishment." Luo Tianqi lowered his head. "I won't punish you now. I want you to make the 3 Holy Lands sect masters come and apologize in half a year. Otherwise, I won't let you go." The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity said coldly, "Thank you for sparing me, Master." Luo Tianqi heaved in relief. "Get lost," the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity said, waving his hand and sending Luo Tianqi out of the Primal Chaos secret realm. The faces of the remaining 4 were uneasy, but they didn't dare to speak. That was especially the case for Lin Yun, who suffered a tremendous blow from this scene. It turned out that not everyone was as forgiving to their disciples like the Radiant Sword Saint. Speaking of which, if Lin Yun didn't stand out today, the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity would have lost face. So Lin Yun could understand why Luo Tianqi would imprison those 3 in the Blood Purgatory ruins, and realized that those 3 had gotten off easy. After the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity was done reprimanding Luo Tianqi, he wore a smile while looking at the 4. His gaze fell onto Lin Yun, and he smiled. "I have been waiting for you people, especially you, Flower Burial Lin Yun. Come in with me. As for the 3 of you, stay here and drink demigod wine while you wait." With a wave of his hand, a stone table appeared with a jar of wine and 3 cups. The wine was demigod wine. Lin Yun's heart became heated when he saw the jar of wine because he also wanted to drink it. "Come on." The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity patted Lin Yun's shoulder and walked in. Before leaving, Lin Yun gave Yu Weiwei and Ji Zishi a nod, then followed behind the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity. But when Dugu Ju looked at Lin Yun's figure, even the demigod wine had become tasteless to him. The Heaven's Gate Ancestral Palace must be a great place, and even Luo Tianqi might be unable to enter it. While Dugu Ju, Yu Weiwei, and Ji Zishi waited outside, Lin Yun entered Heaven's Gate Ancestral Palace. When the gate opened, a dazzling radiance made Lin Yun squint. When his vision recovered after entering, he saw a breathtaking scene that made him open his mouth with shock. The roof was a starry sky, and the interior was a massive library with countless people doing various things. There were people reading books, playing chess, enjoying flowers, fishing, comprehending, cultivating, and fighting. They were all people when he raised his head, and they all looked identical to the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity. He was shocked and wondered if the ancestral deity spent his time playing with himself in the Heaven's Gate ancestral palace. He asked, "Are these all clones?" The heavenly Baron ancestral deity nodded. "Yeah, it's too slow and boring to cultivate alone, and I also have things to handle. So I have clones around at all times, and they will also guide my disciples in their cultivation." Lin Yun felt his scalp becoming numb and had no idea how the ancestral deity managed to do it. He had heard that the heavenly Baron ancestral deity would occasionally lecture in Heaven's Gate. But it wasn't his actual self, so you could only see the real ancestral deity in the ancestral palace. Lin Yun didn't doubt that now, which meant that the person before him might not be his actual self either. "Come on. I'm the main body. Don't overthink it. There's no difference between my clone and the main body. If there's a difference, it will become my weakness instead." The heavenly Baron ancestral deity wasn't surprised by Lin Yun's expression as he led Lin Yun to a pavilion. "Let's drink while we chat." The heavenly Baron ancestral deity took out a jar of demigod wine. After pouring a cup for Lin Yun, he smiled. "What request do you have for me? Think carefully before you reply. As for taking you as my master..." Lin Yun hesitated. The heavenly Baron ancestral deity smiled. "I can tell that you're not done with the Kunlun realm yet. I can see your karma tying you down. So there's no need to hurry about taking me as your master. Let's talk about your request first." Lin Yun heaved a sigh in relief since he was feeling uneasy earlier. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't hide that many secrets from someone who was at the ancestral stage. He asked, "Any request?" The heavenly Baron ancestral deity's eyes flashed with pride, before he smiled. Although Luo Tianxi said that as long as the request isn't too much, any request will do. After all, there aren't many things in the world that I can't accomplish. "I wish to return to Kunlun realm," Lin Yun said. "Change it to another request." The heavenly Baron ancestral deity smiled with a hint of awkwardness. "You can't do that?" Lin Yun asked curiously. The heavenly Baron ancestral deity was stumped, becoming even more awkward. He said, "It's not that I can't accomplish it, but it is a rule that was set up by the Blue Dragon ancestral deity that ancestral stage experts aren't allowed to interfere with the other realms. He might be suppressed by fate in the nether realm, but no one dares to go against it. Otherwise, the Kunlun realm would be gone by now. If I go against this agreement, the Demon Spirit clan can also go against it. Do you understand now?" Lin Yun drank a mouthful of wine but wasn't too disappointed since he had already expected it. He still had Lin Xianxia, who had someone who could help him, so he wasn't anxious about it. Lin Xianxia wasn't someone who would give her promise so easily, and since she said that her master had a method, there must be a reason for that. Lin Yun pondered, then asked, "Can I revive someone from the dead? I have a friend of mine, and his death has affected me greatly. He took a deadly attack for me when I was weak in the past." The person he was referring to was Xianxia, Xianxia, the chief disciple of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. "I can if he had died within 7 days, but his soul would have dissipated after 7 days, and no one can save him then," the heavenly Baron ancestral deity said. He said anxiously, "Do you have a more realistic request? Can I have the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron?" Lin Yun asked. The heavenly Baron ancestral deity speechlessly said, "The Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron isn't an ordinary sovereign saint artifact, but something that contains many cultivation techniques and Tao rhythms. That doesn't work as well? Do I need to change to another request?" Lin Yun asked. The heavenly Baron ancestral deity raised his brow and bitterly smiled. "All right, the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron it is. When the Blue Dragon ancestral deity gave it to me, I returned him a great favor. But you can't use it with your cultivation. You have to become a saint sovereign if you want to take it away, so it will remain in Heaven's Gate for now." "Does that mean that I can't bring it back to the Kunlun realm?" Lin Yun asked. "It doesn't matter." The heavenly Baron ancestral deity waved his hand, before he continued. "If you can control it completely, you can let it break through the realm barrier and summon it to the Kunlun realm. The Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron isn't a weapon in our eyes, but something to ensure the inheritance in the sect. It might not be useful to you, so let me give you something else. lest the Blue Dragon King say I'm stingy." When he was done speaking, the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity stood up and placed his hand on Lin Yun's head. Before Lin Yun could respond, the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity released a dazzling radiance, and a boundless energy poured into Lin Yun's body, swiftly destroying his meridians. This shocked Lin Yun, who discovered that his cultivation was declining. His cultivation dropped from an 8th stage Saint Lord to a 1st stage Saint Lord. Just when he became baffled, the boundless energy in his body formed into a giant hand, as if it was needing something to be reforged. His cultivation soon recovered with an even faster speed. The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity was reforging his foundation, with each stage being 10 times stronger than before. When the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity was done, Lin Yun's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage Saint Lord. His eyes flashed with cracking sounds coming from his body, and he felt as though he was still dreaming. "This is—" Lin Yun looked at his hand and sensed the boundless saint energy flowing through his body. He was shocked because he didn't just become stronger. His saint soul, saint pulses, and saint origin had undergone a drastic transformation. Was that baptism? Lin Yun asked uneasily. He had heard of this before, which required paying a tremendous price to accomplish, and it wasn't exactly beneficial for a cultivator. The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity pridefully said, "That's not an ordinary baptism, but the Heavenly Tao baptism. Even an ancestral stage expert would have to pay a great price to do it, and we would generally only use it on our descendants. This is because the exhausted Heavenly Tao energy is more precious than you think. I would also have to exhaust Heavenly Tao energy to send you to the Kunlun realm. It's hard to recover the Heavenly Tao, or it might not even be possible to recover it. Any ancestral stage expert would feel heartache when exhausting it." "Thank you, Ancestral Deity," Lin Yun said. "I'm not done yet, so why are you in such a hurry to thank me? Don't interrupt me." The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity smiled. Lin Yun quickly shut his mouth. The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity had quite the character and didn't look like a senior in his eyes. "Your cultivation has advanced too rapidly recently, and you might have stopped at the Saint Sovereign Realm for at least 10 years or even longer," the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity said. "Only the Divine Sons can receive Heavenly Tao baptism, and not even Luo Tianxi has received it. You can feel that your foundation has become stronger and more sturdy. So you don't have to worry if it will affect you negatively, since I will bear the price for you." Lin Yun thanked again after hearing what the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity said. "You must be thinking about why I didn't push your cultivation to a Saint Sovereign directly, right?" The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity smiled. "I didn't," Lin Yun said. The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity glared at him and said, "Say yes." "Yes," Lin Yun said, frightened by the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity. "Good. I have already seen through your thoughts. From a Saint Lord to a Saint Sovereign is a transforming process, and you must rely on yourself to comprehend it." The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity smiled. "I see." Lin Yun showed an understood expression since he had long guessed it, and he had no doubt in his heart. But the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity was overbearing, so he dared not refute his words. "I initially wanted to help you reforge your constellation as well, but I didn't expect you to comprehend your own sovereign constellation, which is unbelievable." The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity sighed. He continued, "To comprehend a whole new sovereign constellation when the heavenly path is severed. There's a high chance that you can reach the ancestral stage in the future." "What is the ancestral stage?" Lin Yun asked. "The Master of Tao. Each Tao can only contain 2 to 3 people, and you have to defeat the master of that Tao to reach the ancestral stage. But you're different since you have created your own sovereign constellation, and this means that you can create your own position in the future and don't have to compete for the spot with those from the older generation." The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity sounded casual, but each battle was an intense one with countless lives being implicated from their battle. The two chatted while drinking within the Heaven's Gate Ancestral Palace. The Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity answered Lin Yun's questions about his cultivation. He didn't hold back his teachings from Lin Yun, who didn't take him as master. "All right, you should leave first," Let the others come in, the heavenly Baron ancestral deity said when they finished the demigod wine. But before Lin Yun could leave, the heavenly Baron ancestral deity called out to him and said, Lin Yun, I can help you this much because you want to reforge Kunlun Realm's heavenly path. Don't die in the Kunlun Realm. Lin Yun's face changed. There's probably some secret about the Kunlun Realm's heavenly path that even made ancestral stage experts fearful. The heavenly Baron ancestral deity's words made Lin Yun's face change, but he soon recovered. He asked, Ancestral deity, what did you see? There's no need to probe me. I'll tell you directly. No one can see through fate, but the Kunlun Realm has a tribulation, the continuance of the ancient battle. You will have to face that if you want to reforge the heavenly path. The heavenly Baron ancestral deity smiled. Thank you, ancestral deity, Lin Yun said. All right, you can leave now. By the way, tell Duguju to wait outside and have the two lasses come in first. The heavenly Baron ancestral deity said. He was straightforward and didn't bother concealing his intentions. Okay, Lin Yun smiled. When he came out and saw Yu Weiwei, Ji Zishi, and Duguju, he smiled. The ancestral deity wants to meet you guys. Everyone had a different expression. Yu Weiwei was calm, Ji Zishi was nervous, and Duguju was excited. How did it go? Yu Weiwei asked. She was meticulous and had already guessed that they must have talked about something important, including the way back to the Kunlun Realm. I'll talk about it when you guys are out. Lin Yun smiled. The two ladies nodded. When Duguju wanted to follow in as well, he was stopped by Lin Yun. Lin Yun then smiled. The ancestral deity asked you to wait. He wants to see them first. Duguju was stunned before he came to his senses and sat back down. He said, You suppressed the three geniuses by yourself, so the ancestral deity naturally held high hopes for you. As for Lady Yu and Lady Ji, one is the heavenly fragrance divine maiden, and the other is the heavenly phoenix maiden. Their potential is even higher than mine. Even if we all become the ancestral deity's disciples, there will be a grading between us, and I understand that. I have to thank you in advance, young Master Lin. He smiled. With your performance, sooner or later you will replace Yi Wuhan and become the divine son of Heaven's Gate. Lin Yun sat opposite of Duguju. He raised his cup and said, You're pretty open-minded. The two drank wine as Lin Yun sensed the demigod wine flowing throughout his body, which felt great. Duguju smiled. It's the same for any sect. Perhaps. But I didn't become the ancestral deity's disciple, so you've guessed that wrongly? Lin Yun smiled. What? Are you insane? Duguju was stumped. But he soon recalled something and asked, You're not going back to the Kunlun Realm, right? There's no need for that. The heavenly path is severed, and the Kunlun Realm isn't as glorious as it was before. On the other hand, there's an ancestral stage expert in Heaven's Gate. If you make the wrong choice, the consequences will be even greater than Feng Yuan being imprisoned for 100 years. Lin Yun merely smiled, but made no explanation. What do the two of you think about Lin Yun returning to the Kunlun Realm? He told me that he hoped the two of you could stay in Heaven's Gate. The heavenly Baron ancestral deity looked at Ji Zishi and Yu Weiwei. Although Yu Weiwei and Ji Zishi had guessed it, they felt terrible when they personally heard it from the heavenly Baron ancestral deity. That was especially true for Ji Zishi, who looked depressed since she had no idea when she could see Lin Yun again if they parted this time. She even wanted to give up her responsibility for the Divine Phoenix Mountain and return to the Kunlun Realm with Lin Yun. Compared to her, Yu Weiwei was calmer in comparison. She asked, Ancestral deity, will you send Big Brother Lin back? Ji Zishi came to her senses because they still didn't know how Lin Yun would return. So she looked at the ancestral deity. The heavenly Baron ancestral deity shook his head. He said, He's not my disciple, and I can't exhaust heavenly Tao energy to send him back. Furthermore, ancestral stage experts can't be involved in a fight between realms. How will Big Brother Lin go back, then? Ji Zishi asked anxiously. I noticed that he didn't have any panic on his face, so he should have a way back. That's why, you don't have to worry about it too much. The heavenly Baron ancestral deity smiled. Ancestral deity, what do you think? Ji Zishi asked. Me, the heavenly baron ancestral deity said, I won't beat around the bush. I have taken a liking to both of your talents and potential. If you two become my disciples, you two will have a chance to reach the deity realm. I will personally guide the two of you in your cultivation, but there's a price for that. For a very long time, the two of you will have to walk around the 3,000 realms, representing Heaven's Gate. I might be strict, but I won't let you two work for Heaven's Gate for your entire lives, and there will be a day you two will graduate. His blatant words left Ji Zishi and Yu Weiwei stumped. But recalling how Luo Tianxi had knelt on the ground earlier, they knew that the heavenly baron ancestral deity wasn't joking around when he said he was strict. It definitely wouldn't be easy for them to cultivate under him, who didn't take the relationship between a master and disciple deeply. Instead, he was more concerned about the interest of Heaven's Gate. You two will have to look at your situations differently, the heavenly baron ancestral deity said. The past heavenly fragrance divine maidens had a tradition of being taught by me, since I owe your ancestor. So you will have to stay behind no matter what. Yu Weiwei fell into silence upon hearing that. As for you, the other realms left when the heaven's path was severed, while your divine phoenix mountain lineage stayed in the Kunlun realm. But the Kunlun realm's heavenly path has been severed, so there's no way to reach the deity realm. Your lineage has been trying to leave the Kunlun realm throughout the years, the heavenly baron ancestral deity said. You will only have a chance to return your lineage to your home after reaching the deity realm. So, the two of you must stay behind and cultivate in the ancestral palace. Come on, kowtow, and take me as your master. Anyone could tell that the heavenly baron ancestral deity was fond of them. Since he couldn't make Lin Yun stay behind because of the Blue Dragon King, he had to make these two remain no matter what. He naturally wanted some face, and didn't want to see someone coming to slap his face again in the future. 2 hours later, Yu Weiwei and Ji Zishi came out. Seeing them, Lin Yun asked, Have the two of you taken the ancestral deity as your master? Ji Zishi nodded. Master promised to let us cultivate in the ancestral palace. Oh, young Master Dugu, Master asked you to go in. Hee. I'll be taking my leave now. Dugu Ju rejoiced and entered the ancestral palace. Within the ancestral palace, Dugu Ju kowtowed, going through the ceremony. After he was done, the heavenly baron ancestral deity gave him a medal and said, You're my direct disciple starting from now on, and you can follow Luo Tianxi to cultivate with this medal. The corner of Dugu Ju's lips twitched when he heard that. He previously heard that Yu Weiwei and Ji Zishi were allowed to cultivate in the ancestral palace, receiving the personal guidance of the heavenly baron ancestral deity. He mustered his courage and said, I hope that Master can guide me personally. You can pick any of my clones here. They will guide you for 7 days. The heavenly baron ancestral deity said. Dugu Ju was speechless when he heard that. Seeing what Dugu Ju was thinking, the heavenly baron ancestral deity smiled. I remembered what you said in the heavenly baron banquet. Since you said you're on the same level as Flower Burial, I won't make it hard for you. If you can suppress Feng Yuan like he did, I can permit you to cultivate by my side. This isn't tough for you, and Feng Yuan is in the blood purgatory ruin. So you can go take care of him whenever you're free. Dugu Ju felt bitter in his heart upon hearing that. Once a month, the heavenly baron ancestral deity said. Yes. Dugu Ju gritted his teeth. He naturally wasn't Feng Yuan's opponent, which was no different from asking to be humiliated once a month. Looking at Dugu Ju, the heavenly baron ancestral deity smiled, knowing that this young lad had potential, but he needed to be tempered. He would use Feng Yuan as a grindstone to temper Dugu Ju. All of you can leave now, and don't forget what I said. The heavenly baron ancestral deity waved his hand and sent the 4 back to the heavenly baron divine stage. When everyone returned to the heavenly saint courtyard, they heaved a sigh in relief because the heavenly baron ancestral deity wasn't easy to interact with, and they felt tremendous pressure while being in the ancestral palace. Holding onto the medal, Dugu Ju's face was changing. What's the matter? Your face doesn't look good, Lin Yun asked in concern. Master told me to cultivate with the heavenly seal emperor. He said that since we got a draw, I have to suppress Feng Yuan as well once a month. How can I possibly defeat Feng Yuan? Not to mention that I have offended him so badly. This means that I will have to receive a beating from him once a month in the future. Dugu Ju smiled bitterly. Hearing what he said, Yu Weiwei and Ji Zishi couldn't help smiling. Well, that's not entirely bad for you, Lin Yun comforted, having guessed the heavenly Baron ancestral deity's intentions. Dugu Ju smiled, shaking his head. Senior sisters and brother Lin, I'll have to look for the heavenly seal emperor now. You guys continue talking. He was a smart person and could tell that these three had things to talk about. So he found an excuse to leave. After he left, Ji Zishi said, Big brother Lin, I have something to ask big sister Lin about. So I'll take my leave first. Seeing Ji Zishi leave, Lin Yun was stumped. Don't bother looking for her. I asked her to leave. Yu Weiwei smiled, holding on to Lin Yun's hand. She said, Big brother Lin, take a stroll with me. Master is strict, and he only gave us a day. Lin Yun held on to Yu Weiwei's hand and said, Okay. Ever since they last met in the Kunlun realm, it had been a long time since he could be alone with Yu Weiwei. Hee. Big brother Lin is the best. Yu Weiwei rejoiced and kissed Lin Yun. They did everything they could as they strolled around Heaven's Gate and talked about the past. They were tactful and didn't say anything about their imminent separation. It had been a long time since Lin Yun felt so at ease, and this made him even more reluctant to leave Yu Weiwei. When the night came, they sat on a towering tree, looking at the stars in the sky. They would have to part after today. But it was different this time since one had to return to the Kunlun realm to reforge the heavenly path, while the other had to stay in Heaven's Gate to cultivate. Looking at Yu Weiwei's flawless face, Lin Yun recalled their first meeting, in which Yu Weiwei helped him comprehend her music. He took out the divine indigo jade bamboo flute and began playing it. Yu Weiwei held onto her chin, looking at Lin Yun from afar. When Lin Yun was done playing the flute, Yu Weiwei smiled. Big brother Lin, you can't bear to part with Weiwei? Lin Yun nodded in response. Yu Weiwei snorted. Why didn't you leave with me after the heavenly path? Then, I asked you to come with betrothal gifts, but you're not willing. Is Su Xiao that good? This is a fatal question, Lin Yun smiled. Humph. I don't care about that. Yu Weiwei approached, coiling her hands around Lin Yun's neck. She whispered, I want a child, your child. Lin Yun raised his brow, and Yu Weiwei held onto his face before he came to his senses. You have to agree, whether you like it or not, Yu Weiwei said. Anyhow, you belong to me today. Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun since she had long decided. Lin Yun held onto her hands and kissed her, speaking with his actions. Yu Weiwei was like a burning rose, responding to Lin Yun passionately 1,000 times over. Big brother Lin, time to get up. Lin Yun opened his eyes after an exhausting night. The first thing he saw was the energetic Yu Weiwei, and she was already wearing her clothes. When the sunlight shone on her, it made Yu Weiwei even more bewitching as she gently helped Lin Yun put on his clothes. When Lin Yun tried moving his body, he immediately felt an aching pain, especially around his waist. He was even more exhausted than during his fight at the Heavenly Baron banquet yesterday. Last night was too much. Hee. Big brother Lin, you've recovered so quickly. Yu Weiwei adjusted Lin Yun's clothes and looked at him. When Lin Yun lowered his head, he was soon captivated by Yu Weiwei's beauty and had to admit that she was a demoness. Lin Yun bitterly misled. Why does that sound weird when you ask it? Big brother Lin, I'm praising you. There's nothing weird about it, Yu Weiwei said, pampering him. Lin Yun soon couldn't hold himself back and held Yu Weiwei by her waist. Yu Weiwei immediately felt Lin Yun's reaction and a blush rose on her face. She bashfully said with a hint of a cunning light flashing in her eyes, No can do, big brother Lin, it's already daytime. At the same time, Yu Weiwei gently swiped her fingers across Lin Yun's skin, which made Lin Yun react. With no other choice, Lin Yun could only draw his sword and fight with Yu Weiwei again. As they clashed, Lin Yun held the initiative at the start. In the end, Lin Yun even had to circulate the divine dragon sovereign physique to strengthen his sword and vitality, but he barely obtained a victory in the end. Big brother Lin, why don't you leave behind a name for our child? Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Yun. You will carry my child for certain? Lin Yun asked curiously. For sure. Yu Weiwei smiled. So you have to live well. Lin Ju if it's a boy and Lin Xian if it's a girl, Lin Yun said. Is there any deeper meaning behind it? Consider it a hope. It didn't take long before Ji Zishi arrived, and they went to Heaven's Gate Ancestral Palace together. After they briefly chatted, Lin Yun saw them off at noon. They could only meet again when Lin Yun reforges the heavenly path in the future. Lin Yun returned to the city and saw Lin Xianxia, who had been waiting for a long time. Where's Xiong Tiannan and Ao Ju? Have they already left? Lin Yun asked. Lin Xianxia said, Do you still remember that white-clothed youth? The two of them have been together with Feng Qingyu lately, visiting the Heaven's Gate wine cellar daily. They're bold, planning to steal some demigod wine. Lin Yun was stumped, but soon recalled that white-clothed youth. He smiled. The demigod wine is a good wine, but the ancestral deity isn't easy to interact with. He's frightening when he's furious. Even Lin Yun felt that the airs given off by the heavenly Baron ancestral deity were terrifying and that even someone like the heavenly Seal Emperor had to be careful with him. How was it? Lin Jiangxian asked. Lin Yun sighed and shared with Lin Jiangxian about his experience with the heavenly Baron ancestral deity. Lin Jiangxian held onto her chin before she said, The ancestral deity is pretty good to you to conduct a heavenly Dao baptism on you. The heavenly Dao energy he used isn't any less than what he could have used to send you back to the Kunlun realm. It looks like he can't because of the rules set up by the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Not that he isn't willing to exhaust his heavenly Dao energy. Lin Yu nodded, sharing the same thoughts. Even Yi Wuhan wouldn't receive a heavenly Dao baptism without taking the ancestral deity as his master. The ancestral deity didn't just push his cultivation to a 9th stage Saint Lord but reforged his foundation. Now, his foundation wasn't any weaker than those deities' descendants. Are you sure that you want to return to the Kunlun realm? Lin Jiangxian asked. She wanted to verify it one last time, despite knowing Lin Yun's answer. After all, the Kunlun realm was dangerous, not to mention reforging the heavenly path. Just his master's tribulation alone would be troublesome. Lin Yun might be invincible amongst those of the same generation, but his opponents in the Kunlun realm were saint sovereigns, great saints, and even emperors. But if he took the ancestral deity as his master, no one from the older generation would dare to make a move against him. Lin Yun nodded. He had to return no matter what. Okay, I'll help you, Lin Jiangxian said. As expected of someone who shares the same surname as me, Lin Yun smiled. Ever since coming to the 3,000 realms, the biggest harvest he had was becoming acquainted with Lin Jiangxian, aside from re-encountering Yu Weiwei. A swordsman should help another swordsman. Lin Jiangxian was straightforward. She continued, I have already told my master about the situation, and he must have made arrangements. That friend of my master has also agreed. It shouldn't be easy to send me back to the Kunlun realm. What's the relationship between your master and that person? Lin Yun asked curiously. There's someone my master can trust his life with, Lin Jiangxian said. I know what you're worried about, and I have a complicated relationship with my master. I have never asked anything from him since I was young, but he will help out since I asked. Lin Yun nodded and said nothing. He knew Lin Jiangxian's personality, and she wouldn't give her promise if she wasn't confident in keeping it. Let's go. Where are we going? To take a look at my treasure. Lin Yun smiled mysteriously before returning to the Heavenly Saint courtyard with Lin Jiangxian. Lin Jiangxian then saw the treasure that Lin Yun spoke of, the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron. She asked in shock, The ancestral deity gave it to you? Lin Yun nodded with a smile. This isn't simple. Lin Jiangxian was stumped. According to what you've said, that ancestral deity isn't easy to interact with. And the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron has been the treasure of Heaven's Gate for many years for their disciples to comprehend. It's even more important than other sovereign saint artifacts, and can be comparable to a divine artifact. He has already helped me with everything that he could. If I can't reforge the heavenly path, I will have no excuse, Lin Yun said. In Lin Yun's view, the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity hoped that the heavenly path could be reforged, despite not saying anything about it. This proved that he had a good relationship with the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. Can you take it away now? I can't. But the ancestral deity said that as long as I become a saint sovereign, I can use the Blue Dragon divine seal to summon it to the Kunlun realm. But I must be a great saint in order to control it entirely. I will leave my imprint behind, so wait for me here. Lin Yun soared to the sky and landed on the Blue Dragon divine cauldron. Although he had left his imprint behind before, it wasn't complete, since he had to watch out for Profound Sky Venerable. But now that he had received the ancestral deity's words, he didn't have to have any reason to hide it. When Lin Yun examined the Blue Dragon divine cauldron, Profound Sky Venerable arrived. Lin Yun smiled. I was just looking for you and you came. Profound Sky Venerable furiously said. I knew that you had long put your eyes on the Blue Dragon divine cauldron. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled and said nothing. All right, I got it. I'm under the ancestral deity's orders to protect you and teach you how to subdue this cauldron. Profound Sky Venerable smiled. He was rather fond of Lin Yun, and he was happy to see whether Lin Yun could subdue the cauldron. Thank you, Lin Yun smiled. Wait a moment. Let me remove the other imprints and seals that are from Heaven's Gate. There were many imprints on the cauldron. Aside from the ancestral deity, the 36 venerables and Heavenly Seal Emperor could also control the cauldron. The process didn't last long, and they were swiftly removed. Profound Sky Emperor said, Okay, you can release your blood now. Lin Yun cut his palm and poured his dragon's blood into the cauldron. When he exhausted most of his blood, Profound Sky Venerable stopped him. That's still not enough. You will have to refine it again after becoming an emperor. You can barely use it now, and you can imprint the seal taught to you by the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. The Profound Sky Venerable said. Lin Yun nodded and began to fuse the Blue Dragon divine seal with his blood. This time, his connection with the cauldron increased, and his consciousness sank into the massive and maze-like construct within the cauldron. He could see various divine runes intertwining and a blue dragon's soul at the depths of it. That dragon's soul was in a deep sleep, but Lin Yun did not dare to alarm it. He only looked at it from afar before leaving. He finally felt relieved since this cauldron was his most significant reliance for the success of his master's tribulation if everything went smoothly. This is a treasure from the Kunlun realm to begin with. I believe it will shine brightly if it returns to the Kunlun realm. Profound Sky Venerable said. Back then, the Blue Dragon King spent a lot of effort refining it, and I can tell that this cauldron has been waiting for you. I saw a dragon inside, Lin Yun said. That's a pure-blooded dragon soul. It was one of the divine beast guardians of the Kunlun realm, and the Blue Dragon King left it in the cauldron when it died, Profound Sky Venerable said. Lin Yun looked at the cauldron for a long time. It didn't take long before Feng Bumao, Xia Qingyun, and Yi Wuhan arrived. They were here to bid farewell to Lin Yun. Feng Bumao disappointedly said, I'm surprised you refused the ancestral deity. The news has already spread out? Lin Yun smiled. Xia Qingyun said, How can it not spread out? After all, you're the only person who refused the ancestral deity so far, and this is even more shocking than how you suppressed Feng Yuan. Rejecting the ancestral deity means refusing the protection of Heaven's Gate. You must be careful once you leave the city, Yi Wuhan said. He was the future of Heaven's Gate, but Lin Yun's strength subdued him. It's not that serious. I can send you to where you're going. I believe the Heavenly Seal Emperor won't stand and watch if you run into any trouble. After all, you've greatly helped Heaven's Gate. Profound Sky Venerable smiled. Great! Lin Yun's eyes lit up. He knows Heaven's Gate couldn't openly protect him after rejecting to become the ancestral deity's disciple. But it wasn't a problem for an emperor to protect him in the dark. After bidding their farewells, he left with Lin Xianxia under Profound Sky Venerable's protection in the dark. Do you know the origin of that friend of your master that grasped both time and space Daos? Lin Yun asked. I only met him a few times. According to my master, even ancestral stage experts don't dare to look down on that friend of his. Lin Jiangxian said. Even ancestral stage experts don't dare to look down on him? Lin Yun was stumped upon hearing that. Lin Jiangxian's master was known as Azure Sky Godlord, who resides in the Azure Sky realm. Most deities would name their realm according to their title after becoming a deity, and that was to become more compatible with the heavenly Tao in their realms. A realm could only stand firmly among the 3,000 realms if it gave birth to a deity. 3,000 was only an imaginary number. In reality, there were countless realms in the universe, and it was impressive for a realm to give birth to an emperor. Then again, there were also terrifying realms with ancestral deities with forces spanning across hundreds of realms, and they were known as Ancestral Realm. The Heavenly Star Realm was one of them, with the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity, and Heaven's Gate being only a part of it. Compared to that, the Azure Sky Realm was much smaller in comparison. The Azure Sky Realm was located in the Celestial Flow Star Cluster. Lin Yun and Lin Jiangtian left the Heavenly Star Realm and visited Taotai City in the Celestial Flow Star Cluster. It might be called a city, but it was a star. The Divine Alliance managed Taotai City, and each star cluster had a Taotai City. They were absolutely neutral. Only Taotai City had a teleportation array heading to the various realms. If one intruded a realm through other methods, they would be attacked by its defenses. It's so troublesome to enter the Azure Sky Realm? Lin Yun asked, drinking wine as he listened to Lin Jiangxian's explanation. Lin Jiangxian calmly said, "That's normal. There are billions of lives in a realm, and it would be occupied by demonic cults experts and be sacrificed if you're careless, not to mention the invasion of the Demon Spirit clan. So no one dares to be careless. Only an ancestral realm like the Heavenly Star Realm is easier to enter." Lin Yun nodded and said, "That's the situation with the Kunlun realm, but the restriction is harsher since no one can leave or enter. If the Kunlun realm was released, it would be split apart by the various forces without an ancestral stage expert around." Lin Jiangxian replied, "The Kunlun realm's situation isn't the same. The Kunlun realm had a terrifying foundation as an ancestral realm in the past. If the heavenly path was reforged, the ancient ruins and forbidden grounds would appear in the Kunlun realm, and countless deities would emerge. This is also why so many people are after the Kunlun realm. Several battles between deities have taken place because of it, and the Kunlun realm is even famous throughout the universe." As they spoke, an uproar broke out from the inn. "It's finally time. The teleportation array is open. Let's go." Everyone lowered their cups and headed out. "Let's go as well," Lin Jiangxian said. Lin Yun nodded. Taotai City's teleportation array would be open once every 16 hours, and most cultivators would rest in the nearby inn while waiting. Lin Yun and Lin Jiangxian were also waiting for the teleportation array to open, so they swiftly left after paying. Taotai City's teleportation array was located at the star observation stage in the city, which was near the inn. There were thousands of cultivators on the star observation stage, and they were waiting for the teleportation array to be opened. Lin Jiangxian was already done with the process, so she and Lin Yun held onto a token from the Azure Sky Realm, waiting for the teleportation array to activate. Lin Yun once asked Lin Jiangxian if she could make her master come fetch her. According to Lin Jiangxian, deities couldn't leave their realms so easily since they had to guard them. Even deities who didn't have to protect a realm would rarely appear in public. Even the sect master of Heaven's Gate, Luo Tianxi, was only an emperor and not a deity. According to the rules of the Divine Alliance, deities weren't allowed to make a move against ordinary cultivators so easily. Very quickly, the teleportation array on the star observation stage was activated. Everyone's tokens began to tremble as their connection with the teleportation array increased and the entire stage began to shake. Spiritual energy also began to pour over from the surroundings, with everyone encased in light. When the light devoured everyone, they disappeared upon entering the spatial passages. Lin Yun and Lin Jiangxian were in the same spatial passage, and the surroundings were dark. This was a spatial abyss, and anyone would die here if they weren't deities. "We can finally feel relieved now," Lin Jiangxian sighed. She was worried along the way, fearing that they might run into trouble along the way, even with profound Sky Venerable's protection. "We're safe now?" Lin Yun asked. Lin Xianxian said, even a deity can't move to capture someone who's in a spatial passage. You will be able to see my master soon. Lin Yun smiled since he was anxious about returning to the Kunlun realm. It would be great if they could meet Lin Xianxian's master smoothly. You will also be able to meet that friend of my master soon, Lin Xianxian said. We are going to see him in the Azure Sky realm? He doesn't have to guard a realm. Lin Yun asked. That person is a hermit, and he's mysterious. According to my master, the realm he belonged to was destroyed, and there were no deities around, Lin Xianxian explained. When Lin Yun wanted to ask more questions, the spatial passage began to tremble, and they had suddenly stopped. At the far end of the passage, a smear of light could be seen, and it was the light that blocked the spatial passage. What's going on? Lin Xianxian and Lin Yun's faces changed with shock. They were swordsmen, and they could sense that it was a sword ray. A deity made a move? Lin Yun frowned. That's impossible. Deities can't make a move, or the Divine Alliance will kill them. Lin Xianxian frowned. But if it wasn't a deity, who could possess such strength? After all, this sword ray blocked not only Lin Yun and Lin Xianxian but the other cultivators who were on the teleportation array as well. While Lin Yun and Lin Xianxian were shocked, the entire space began to rotate in reverse, and Lin Yun and Lin Xianxian were brought back to the star observation stage before they could even respond. This caused an uproar on the star observation stage because all the other cultivators were also brought back, making everyone panic. What's going on? We were sent back when the teleportation array was activated. Even a spatial fluctuation won't be so terrifying, right? Did the demon spirit clan come? Everyone on the star observation stage went into an uproar since no one knew what had happened. The Divine Alliance's elder stationed in Taotai City also became nervous while going on alert. Suddenly, a figure appeared along with a sword ray. This person was donned in blue clothes, looking to be in his 40s, and had eyes shining like a bright star. His voice echoed throughout Taotai City. Please don't panic. I'm the Qilin Sword Immortal, and I was anxious to meet someone. I have no intention to be disrespectful to Taotai City or the Divine Alliance. Everyone heaved a sigh in relief after hearing what he said. But Lin Xianxian's face changed, and she trembled. It's him. Lin Yun's face changed, and his heart sank. He naturally knew about the Qilin Sword Immortal, since the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun talked about introducing him to become a sword servant of the Qilin Sword Immortal. After that, Lin Yun learned that the Qilin Sword Immortal might not be a deity, but he had walked so far in Sword Dao that he wasn't weaker than a deity. This was why he was given the title Sword Immortal, as he pursued the limit of Sword Dao and even shattered his comprehension of eternal Daos, a bizarre person in the 3,000 realms. He became famous when he slew a demon spirit clan's deity. Qilin Sword Immortal. May I know who you want to meet? The Divine Alliance's elder asked. The Divine Alliance didn't dare to be disrespectful even if the Qilin Sword Immortal disrupted the spatial passage, and the other cultivators didn't dare to show any unhappiness either. Flower Burial, Lin Yun, the Qilin Sword Immortal said. But after hearing what he said, the stage fell into a brief silence before a commotion broke out. After all, Flower Burial's name had spread throughout the 3,000 realms with the end of the Heavenly Baron Banquet, and many deities had heard of his name. So, he is among us? Everyone began to look around, before their gazes soon fell on Lin Yun and Lin Xianxian. You're talking about the champion of the Heavenly Baron Banquet? Flower Burial Lin Yun? The Divine Alliance's elder asked. Who else can it be? I have already found him. The Qilin Sword Immortal's gaze fell onto Lin Yun. The surroundings of Lin Yun became empty, and there wasn't a single person there aside from Lin Xianxian. He's Flower Burial? I heard that he refused the ancestral deity, becoming the first to do so. He's really a weirdo. If he became the ancestral deity's disciple, he would definitely become the Divine Sun. Why is the Qilin Sword Immortal here for him? Is it because of the heavenly Qilin Divine Sun? Everyone whispered amongst each other. They didn't expect the champion of the Heavenly Baron Banquet to be so low profile. When the Divine Alliance's elder was in a tough position, a voice resounded, Qilin Sword Immortal. Lin Yun might have refused the ancestral deity, but Heaven's Gate owes him one. If you dare to touch him, you're becoming the enemy of Heaven's Gate and the ancestral deity. Profound Sky Venerable stood out. He was also depressed because his mission of sending Lin Yun off was about to be completed. But the Qilin Sword Immortal came out of nowhere, disrupting the spatial passage. His sword was terrifying, and even Profound Sky Venerable couldn't withstand it. But he had no choice but to stand out now. Even when Profound Sky Venerable mentioned the Heavenly Baron ancestral deity, the Qilin Sword Immortal didn't panic. He smiled. Why would I pay attention to the affairs between the younger generation? Since your Heaven's Gate isn't going to take him in, are you guys trying to stop me from taking him in as my disciple? Everyone was briefly stunned before they came to their senses. So it turned out that the Qilin Sword Immortal wasn't here for trouble but wanted to take Lin Yun as his disciple. The moment he said that, Profound Sky Venerable couldn't say anything else. The Qilin Sword Immortal looked at Lin Yun and smiled. Brat, I'm not surprised that you would refuse the ancestral deity. He's not a swordsman, and you can't take him as your master. Come with me. I have other matters at hand, and I don't need another master, Lin Yun said with a difficult expression. It's fine if you don't want to take me as your master, but you can cultivate under me. Furthermore, what's more important than learning the sword? The Qilin Sword Immortal's eyes shone brightly, clearly wanting to take Lin Yun away by force. Stop! Profound Sky Venerable stood out, wanting to stop the Qilin Sword Immortal. But the Qilin Sword Immortal merely used a finger to unleash a powerful sword ray, sending Profound Sky Venerably flying away. Right then, a white-clothed youth grabbed Lin Yun and Lin Xianxia's shoulders, effortlessly bringing them away from the star observation stage. Old man, you want to teach him with your pathetic skills? The white-clothed youth looked at the Qilin Sword Immortal with a playful gaze and provocation in his eyes. Feng Qingyu. Lin Yun was shocked when he saw the white-clothed youth. He exclaimed, Weren't you at Heaven's Gate, stealing the demigod wine? Why are you here? I'm naturally concerned about you, you brat. The white-clothed youth smiled. Hearing Feng Qingyu's words, Lin Yun's facial expression became weird because that phrase sounded familiar. He sounded like his senior brother Yi Guhan. But Feng Qingyu couldn't be Yi Guhan. So he exclaimed, You're from the Kunlun realm? He didn't think about that before because Feng Qingyu called him Flower Burial right from the start. He initially thought this person was a genius of the 9th testing ground. Why don't you take a guess? Feng Qingyu smiled. Lin Xianxia was shocked because even Profound Sky Venerable couldn't stop the Qilin Sword Immortal. But this white-clothed youth easily brought them away. So what was this person's strength? Moreover, this white-clothed youth didn't fear the Qilin Sword Immortal. Judging from his tone, one must know that the Qilin Sword Immortal was the strongest existence beneath the deity realm, and even some deities didn't dare to provoke him. This was because he had reached a high mastery of the sword. Was there such an expert from the Kunlun realm? The other cultivators on the stage were also shocked and had no idea where this white-clothed youth came from. Where did you come from? Pretending to be a young man. You dare stop me? The Qilin Sword Immortal looked at Feng Qingyu coldly, unleashing his sword intent. Everyone could hear a sword vibration that sounded like an ancient bell, and their souls nearly dissipated from the reverberation. The terrifying aura the Qilin Sword Immortal gave off focused entirely on the white-clothed youth. But Feng Qingyu wore a smile and snapped his fingers with a fire lighting up. The light might seem weak, but it dispelled all the darkness on the stage. The pressure on Lin Yun and Lin Xianxia disappeared, and they were amazed. They had experienced how powerful the Qilin Sword Immortal was, sending over 2,000 cultivators back from the spatial passage. Who are you? The Qilin Sword Immortal frowned. Why did you poke your nose in my affairs? I already said that you're lacking to teach flower burial. Feng Qingyu smiled. I'm not worthy? Are you worthy? Then, let me teach you a lesson. The Qilin Sword Immortal charged over. Come! Feng Qingyu laughed as he stepped forward, and a sword appeared in his hand. When he held onto the sword, everyone felt a gale blowing past them, forcing them to close their eyes. That was also the case for Lin Yun, who could only raise his hand to cover his eyes. As Feng Qingyu clashed with the Qilin sword immortal, the sword rays they released were like two bright suns, causing the entire star observation stage to tremble. The nearby Divine Alliance's elder barely held his ground, while the nearby array couldn't withstand the shockwave from their sword rays. The Qilin sword immortal was clearly careless and was forced to retreat by the white-clothed youth, taking a few steps back before he managed to regain his footing. "You're too weak," Feng Qingyu smiled. The Qilin sword immortal's face became cold as he charged over, while Feng Qingyu merely stood on the ground without moving, easily receiving the Qilin sword immortal's attacks. He would occasionally retaliate, which shocked the Qilin sword immortal. Where did this white-clothed swordsman come from? Lin Xianxia was shocked as she looked at Lin Yun. To fight the Qilin sword immortal evenly, this white-clothed youth was at least a sword immortal as well. Lin Yun had a speculation and said, "If he's from the Kunlun realm and knows me, he can only be one person. But if he's that person, I can't figure out how he left the Kunlun realm." The heavenly path was severed, and it was practically impossible to leave the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun had relied on an ancient teleportation array to leave, and that array was restricted by one's cultivation and age. But as Lin Yun recited Feng Qingyu's name in his heart, he soon figured it out and squinted, looking at the white-clothed youth. He was now sure that Feng Qingyu was the same person he had speculated. Blooming stars. Feng Qingyu laughed as he performed the third section of the divine firefly sword. As 36 figures flew out from him, they swung their swords, and each sword further divided into 36 afterimages, repeating the process repeatedly. When countless sword rays overlapped, they filled each corner of the surroundings. All the flower petals exploded as Feng Qingyu raised his sword above him. When a sword ray was released from him, the two sword rays clashed with everyone on the stage retreating. The defensive array exploded as the two sword rays lit up the entire Taotai city, causing the star to tremble violently. Everyone's faces changed because this might not be inferior to a deity. Taotai city might not be as massive as other realms, but it was a star, and the star showed signs of collapsing. "What the hell?" Profound Sky Venerable was shocked. He knew that the Qilin sword immortal was strong, but who was that white-clothed youth? If he remembered correctly, this person appeared beside Lin Yun during the Heavenly Baron banquet, eating and drinking happily. He thought that this person was a genius and didn't overthink about it. "Please stop. Taotai City can't bear the two of you fighting, and there will be many casualties if your fight continues." The Divine Alliance's elder yelled as he barely maintained the array. Feng Qingyu and the Qilin sword immortal's faces changed as they stopped. Feng Qingyu looked casual, but the Qilin sword immortal's face was changing. Feng Qingyu smiled. "You can't blame me for it. He started it first." The Qilin sword immortal was silent for a long time, before he said, "It looks like I can't bring him away today with you around. Forget it." The Qilin sword immortal no longer cared about Feng Qingyu and approached Lin Yun, taking out a golden jade slip. He handed the jade slip over and cupped his fists at Lin Yun before leaving. "This is my comprehension over the years, and I have written them down. This is called the Qilin sword canon, and you can flip and look through it if you're interested. I won't be taking you back to Qilin Mountain." Then, when Lin Yun held onto the jade slip, it felt heavy in his hands. But before he could react, the Qilin sword immortal came over to Feng Qingyu and said, "This place isn't convenient. If you're free, we can find a place to fight again. I have guessed the origin of your sword technique, as expected of the place that the sword ancestor once stayed." "Sure." Feng Qingyu smiled. "You're not bad, either. Don't put my teasing to heart, and we're friends as long as you don't take that brat away." "I was reckless," the Qilin sword immortal said before he left. Lin Yun stepped forth, with Lin Xianxia following behind him. Profound Sky Venerable briefly pondered before choosing not to follow as well. Lin Yun's eyes shone brightly, and he cupped his fists together. "Greetings, senior. You recognized me?" Feng Qingyu smiled. Lin Yun nodded. He had doubts earlier, but if you turn the name around, Feng Qingyu was Yu Qingfeng. This white-clothed swordsman was the Kunlun realm's sword emperor, Yu Qingfeng. Lin Yun naturally rejoiced to see someone he knew, so he asked, How did you leave the Kunlun realm? Feng Qingyu smiled. I didn't leave the Kunlun realm. Speaking of which, I'm the same age as you now, and my name is Feng Qingyu. Lin Yun was shocked upon hearing that. Reincarnation? Or a clone? It's complicated to talk about, and you can consider it my opportunity. The Kunlun realm was an ancestral realm, and we can naturally find opportunities there. Even if the heavenly path is severed, Feng Qingyu smiled. Don't overthink it. It was a coincidence for me to meet you. I came across your name in the Heavenly Baron banquet and decided to look before seeing you, our famous flower burial. Senior, please don't tease me. Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. Yu Qingfeng had helped him greatly when they first met on Profound Wither Island. Not to mention that Yu Qingfeng protected him outside the ancient Baron battlefield. Even if the Sword Emperor once severed the two peaks of the Sword Sect, Lin Yun still had respect for him. This was why he was emotional when he saw him here. He asked, You have been following us? Feng Qingyu nodded. You will return to the Kunlun realm for sure. I'm just a deserter and can't reforge the heavenly path. So I naturally can't see you being taken away by the Qilin Sword Immortal. Lin Yun nodded. I will do my best with the heavenly path, but I hope that Senior can help in my master's tribulation. If the Sword Emperor was willing to make a move, no one would dare to move during his master's tribulation. Feng Qingyu bitterly smiled. Haven't I been helping? I can figure out why he's going through his tribulation now, so how can I sit by and watch? The Sword Clan abandoned him. So how could he still be alive if no one looked after him? Lin Yun was stumped before he came to his senses. Go back. I'm still in the Kunlun realm, and I'm willing to see your master become an emperor. I will wait for his challenge in Skysalit City. Do you know what I mean? I will make a move when it's my turn. Feng Qingyu said. Lin Yun nodded and heaved a sigh in relief. He looked at the jade slip in his hand and asked, What should I do with this? Feng Qingyu looked at the jade slip and smiled. Why not? It's free either way. I might not like him, but he's right that I'm not his opponent if we fight now. Okay. Lin Yun stowed the jade slip. He asked, Senior, can I ask you a question? What's the origin of Tian Xuanzi? I have told you the answer before. Feng Qingyu winked and smiled. Guess it yourself. Be careful not to be killed by him. I have to guess it myself? Lin Yun was confused as he looked at Feng Qingyu. If he were to guess it himself, Tian Xuanzi was someone on the Empress side. According to what his senior brother said, the Kunlun realm had 9 ancient domains, and the Divine Dragon Empire occupied 8, with the ancient Baron domain being the only one left. In the Dark Era, the 9 emperors rose and calmed the chaos. The ancient Baron domain was calmed by the Sword Emperor. With that, 8 of the ancient domains had bowed to the Divine Dragon Empire, except for the ancient Baron domain. The Empress must have sent Tian Xuanzi, and he had a deep relationship with Yi Guhan in the early years. After all, one needed to have high trust with each other to exchange cultivation techniques. But they ultimately became enemies since Tian Xuanzi was the Empress chess piece. Feng Qingyu saw Lin Yun's doubt and smiled. I'm not beating around the bush with you, but it's not convenient for me to talk about it. Others might not know, but we can easily tell with a glance. Another riddle. Lin Yun asked, Senior, can I know your relationship with the Empress? He asked that since he wanted to know the Sword Emperor's stance. He was weird because the other emperors had a decent relationship with the Empress, aside from the Sword Emperor. Feng Qingyu was briefly stunned, before he said, I know what you want to ask. We naturally have a good relationship since the 9 emperors have obtained such a huge territory back then. We're friends, but our paths are different. For example, if doing something right meant harming countless others, would you do it? Lin Yun squinted and had a rough speculation. But he knew that Feng Qingyu was waiting for his reply. He said without any hesitation, I won't. Feng Qingyu nodded. I'm not willing to either, so I was forced to stand on the other side. But we're not entirely enemies, so it's complicated between us. I got it. The Sword Sect is standing in the way of the right thing, such as becoming a deity, reforging the heavenly path, or saving everyone, Lin Yun said. Feng Qingyu smiled and said nothing, But this gave Lin Yun tremendous pressure because the Empress would be unhappy with his master's tribulation. "You don't need to have any pressure since I'm around," Feng Qingyu said. "Just like in the ancient barren battlefield, I will make a move." Lin Yun felt a warmth in his heart and didn't know how to thank him. "I only do what I think is right," Feng Qingyu smiled. He placed his hand on Lin Yun's shoulder and continued, "Since I didn't cower, you can't cower either." Seeing this, Lin Yun knew that Feng Qingyu had placed the hope of reforging heavenly path onto him. Lin Xianxia and Profound Sky Venerable fell into deep thoughts while looking at the two chatting. Lin Xianxia was initially beside Lin Yun, but she retreated to the side, seeing that they were talking about the Kunlun realm. "Venerable, who do you think that white-clothed swordsman is?" Lin Xianxia asked curiously. Profound Sky Venerable wore a grave expression and said, "He's from the Kunlun realm. As expected of the Kunlun realm, we can't look down on it. The heavenly path might be severed, but their foundation isn't weaker than the outside world. Since they couldn't become a deity, they would continue to compete beneath the deity realm. This only meant that the accumulation gathered within the Kunlun realm would become increasingly terrifying. Senior, do you want to come with me to the Azure Sky realm?" Lin Yun invited. Feng Qingyu shook his head. "I won't be going. I can't help you return to the Kunlun realm, and I have to prepare myself since I made a bet with the Qilin Sword Immortal. This is because I'm still slightly weaker than him." "Sorry for that," Lin Yun said embarrassedly. "It doesn't matter. I would have clashed with him sooner or later." Feng Qingyu smiled. "You can leave now. This time, I'll ensure you make it to the Azure Sky realm. Take care." Lin Yun cupped his fists together. Once the teleportation array was activated, Lin Yun and Lin Xianxia safely descended in the Azure Sky realm. They carried the tokens of the Azure Sky realm and were naturally allowed in. When they left the teleportation array, Lin Yun sensed an intent on him and Lin Xianxia. Before he could think much about it, a handsome blue-clothed man appeared before them. "Master!" Lin Xianxia cupped her hands together. "Greetings, Azure Sky God Lord." Lin Yun also bowed. He discovered that this God Lord shared an uncanny resemblance with Lin Xianxia. The Azure Sky God Lord nodded, turning to Lin Xianxia with a smile. "If you didn't need my help, were you not going to return to the Azure Sky realm?" Lin Yun had no change on his face, but he realized that their relationship wasn't simple. "I have been in seclusion for the Heavenly Baron banquet over the years, so please forgive me," Lin Xianxia said politely. "The Heavenly Sword Pavilion's sect master told me that he wants you to become the young pavilion master in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion," the Azure Sky God Lord said. The previous young pavilion master was Bai Yuchen, but he was now imprisoned in the Blood Purgatory ruins and couldn't come out anytime soon. Not to mention that Lin Xianxia was also from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and had shone brightly on the banquet, having grasped an eternal Tao. So, she was suitable as a young pavilion master candidate. Lin Yun felt that it was a good idea. Lin Xianxia and those from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion might have some conflict, but they would be powerless since the young pavilion master was equivalent to the Tao sect's Tao Sun. The entire Holy Land would use their resources to nurture her. But Lin Xianxia was calm and indifferently said, "I don't dare think about that. I want to know when Lin Yun can return to the Kunlun realm." The Azure Sky God Lord frowned and turned to look at Lin Yun with hostility. This made Lin Yun nervous because the Azure Sky God Lord looked at him as if he was trying to kidnap his daughter. But his relationship with Lin Xianxia was pure. "I heard that you had the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Maiden and Heavenly Phoenix Maiden by your side at the banquet. As expected of your title, Flower Burial," the Azure Sky God Lord said unhappily. Lin Yun bitterly smiled because he couldn't explain himself. Lin Xianxia raised her brow, before she coldly said, "You care too much. Even if he has 100 wives and wants to change a wife daily, what does it have to do with you?" Lin Yun's eyelid twitched as he sensed the murderous intent coming from the Azure Sky God Lord. "God Lord, they're only rumors. Flower Burial is referring to the name of my sword. Everyone in the Kunlun realm knows about my character, and it's not an understatement to call me the most affectionate man in the Kunlun realm." Lin Yun said sincerely. The most affectionate? The Azure Sky God Lord looked at Lin Yun doubtfully. Lin Yun nodded. As for Holy Maiden Killer, that was Yi Qingtian's title, and it had nothing to do with him, Lin Yun. Go to the Azure Sky Sea first. My friend will arrive 9 days from now, so you'll have to ask him how long it will take before you can return to the Kunlun realm. The Azure Sky God Lord soared to the sky with them. Although he wasn't willing, this was something he had promised Lin Xianxia. It didn't take long before they arrived in a celestial sea region. There were many islands here, and they landed on the biggest island. This island was serene, and only 2 boys were cleaning the place. Lin Yun, find a place and stay. I will be guiding Xian'er's cultivation during this period, the Azure Sky God Lord said. Lin Xianxian was unhappy, feeling that it was rude to Lin Yun. But Lin Yun was more than happy to agree with him. There were many empty pavilions in the surrounding area, so he chose one beside the lake. Qilin's sword cannon. Lin Yun fell into deep thought, looking at the jade slip. Speaking of which, he came in contact with the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise's inheritances. Now he obtained the Qilin's inheritance. If he managed to obtain the Vermilion Bird and White Tiger, wouldn't that mean he had received the inheritance representing the 4 directions? As for Qilin, it signified the center. At that time, he might be able to develop a peerless divine technique. But Lin Yun merely laughed it off and didn't take it seriously. He didn't hesitate to place the jade slip on his forehead, and had soon discovered multiple restrictions on it. This was a good thing to prevent an overflow of information from blowing up his mind. The Qilin Sword Immortal probably knew that Lin Yun couldn't finish it, which was why he set up restrictions that would lift as his cultivation rose. The Jade Slip contained the Qilin Sword Immortal's comprehension and all the sword sutras he had gathered, which was an eye-opening experience for Lin Yun. Then again, the Qilin Sword Cannon was the most important, which Lin Yun soon sank into. 9 days passed quickly, and a voice disrupted Lin Yun. My friend is here. Come with me. Lin Yun lowered the jade slip but had benefited greatly from it. He now had a new comprehension of how to practice his sword Dao. He cleaned himself before leaving the pavilion, where he soon saw the Azure Sky God Lord standing on the highest mountain. When he flew over, he stood behind the Azure Sky God Lord and was beside Lin Xianxian. It had been 9 days, and Lin Xianxian's strength had dramatically improved. It appeared that she benefited greatly under the Azure Sky God Lord's guidance. God Lord, what's the origin of that friend of yours? Lin Yun asked. He naturally has a huge origin, and you should know of him since you came from the Kunlun realm. The Azure Sky God Lord smiled. Speaking of which, he's only willing to help because you're from the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, who would exhaust their heavenly Tao energy to help out? Even if we're friends. The Kunlun realm again? Lin Yun frowned. Have you heard of someone who could slay a deity while at the Saint Realm? The Azure Sky God Lord asked. Lin Yun's heart began to beat since he had naturally heard of that person as well. This surprised Lin Xianxian because Lin Yun looked calm most of the time, so it was rare to see such shock on his face. Young Master Lin, you've heard of him before? Lin Xianxian asked. I have, and a lot. Lin Yun smiled after taking a deep breath to calm himself down. There was only one person who slew a deity while being at the Saint Realm in the Kunlun realm, and that was the Iris Sword Saint. Azure Sky. It has been a long time since we last met. A voice resounded. The Iris Sword Saint had finally arrived. Lin Yun raised his head to see a youth donning a blue Taoist robe. He had exquisite features that made him look extraordinary, and he looked as though he came from a painting. But Lin Yun was surprised that this person wasn't in the appearance of an old man. After all, the Iris Sword Saint he met back in the Kunlun realm had an old man's image. Was this the change that happens after reaching the deity realm? Logically speaking, Lin Yun shouldn't be shocked because deities or even saints could maintain their youthful appearance. But the Iris Sword Saint that Lin Yun had interacted with before was always in the image of an old man. Xian'er, this is the friend of your master, and he should be in the God King realm by now. The Azure Sky God Lord smiled. Lin Xianxian was surprised because the God King realm was the pinnacle of the deity realm, and the ancestral stage was above that. She only felt that this person was deep and unfathomable. but she didn't expect him to be a god king. She quickly bowed. "I pay my respects to the god king." The iris sword saint nodded at Lin Xianxia before looking at Lin Yun. When the two gazes met, the cauldron within Lin Yun's body began to violently tremble, and he had to exert great force to calm it down. The Azure Sky God Lord wanted to introduce Lin Yun, but the Iris Sword Saint smiled and interrupted. "There's no need to introduce him. I know him, and I was the one who guided him into his cultivation. I might not be his master, but he received my legacy back in the Kunlun realm." "There's a story like that?" The Azure Sky God Lord was shocked. Lin Jiangxian's heart beat when she learned that this god king was from the Kunlun realm. The white-clothed swordsman had already shocked her, since she didn't expect that there was such an expert from the Kunlun realm, which was too unbelievable. Lin Yun bowed, showing his most tremendous respect. He took a deep breath and raised his head. "Greetings, senior. You're the actual Iris Sword Saint, right?" He was used to calling the other party the Iris Sword Saint. The Iris Sword Saint's eyes flashed, and soon understood why. He smiled. "I left behind 5 of me in the Kunlun realm. How many have you seen, and where are they?" "Only one at the Myriad Graves Valley in the God Burial Mountain Range," Lin Yun honestly replied. The Azure Sky God Lord looked at the two, then smiled. "Iris, it looks like you have an arrangement. I won't disturb the two of you then." "There's no arrangement. It's a pure coincidence since I thought that it was a junior from the Kunlun realm and didn't expect it to be him." The Iris Sword Saint smiled. Lin Yun instantly realized that the Iris Sword Saint knew about many things. "Okay, you guys catch up." The Azure Sky God Lord left with Lin Jiangxian. "Master, what's going on?" Lin Jiangxian asked. "I don't know. The two have a connection. It looks like it's not entirely bad that this friend of yours didn't take the ancestral deity as his master. Isn't this an opportunity for him?" The Azure Sky God Lord said. Lin Jiangxian turned around to see Iris and Lin Yun sitting together. Lin Yun then sat down, looking at the Iris Sword Saint before him. He had many things to say, but he didn't know how to open his mouth, so he just looked at the Iris Sword Saint like that. "Isn't it rude of you to look at me like that? You can just ask if you have any questions. This is the real me this time. Otherwise, I can't send you back to the Kunlun realm." The Iris Sword Saint laughed. "So, how do I address you?" Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. "You can call me Iris or Senior. Be more direct, as I can only stay here for 3 days." The Iris Sword Saint said. 3 days? Isn't it too short? I was only planning to stay for a day, or someone might discover me. Your enemies? Not everyone wants to see me becoming an ancestral deity, especially my master's enemies, the Iris Sword Saint said. Lin Yun's face became grave, because the Iris Sword Saint's master was the Blue Dragon ancestral deity. He couldn't imagine how powerful the Blue Dragon ancestral deity's enemies were. He briefly pondered, then asked, "How did you manage to slay a deity as a saint?" The Iris Sword Saint pondered and said, "I was only lucky, and I paid a great price to do it. If there's a choice, I don't advise you to do it." Lin Yun frowned with doubt in his eyes. The Iris Sword Saint said, "Saints can't kill deities, just like mortal cultivators can't kill a saint." Lin Yun could understand why mortal cultivators couldn't kill a saint. Saints had saint energy, which was 10 times stronger, and they could empower themselves with Saint Tao to amplify their strength even further. If Lin Yun stood there and allowed cultivators in the Samsara Edict realm to attack him, he wouldn't have suffered any injuries. But if he made a move, he could kill thousands of Samsara Edict realm cultivators with a palm, since they weren't on the same level. Even if someone had the help of an array or treasure, it was still incredibly tough. Not to mention that he could leave if he ran into danger. "How did you do that?" "Because of Nirvana Tao," Lin Yun asked, having also grasped Nirvana Tao. The Iris Sword Saint nodded. "Because of Nirvana Tao, but not entirely. I had the help of something else as well, and I paid a great price to do it. That deity was only heavily injured and wasn't dead. It's nothing to be proud of, but there aren't any examples of a saint killing a deity in the 3,000 realms. This is why the story was spread out." It was also tough for emperors to kill a deity, and it was hard even for the Qilin Sword Immortal to slay a deity. But the Iris Sword Saint could slay a deity as a saint, and he said it was nothing to be proud of. Even if he borrowed the help of a treasure, it was still unimaginable to him. Lin Yun asked, "Can I do it as well? Can I also slay a deity if I'm a great saint?" "You? No." The Iris Sword Saint smiled. "Senior, you're really direct." Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. "This is why I plan to stay for 3 days and not 1. The Iris Sword Saint smiled. "You're going to teach me?" Lin Yun looked excited. "Yeah." The Iris Sword Saint nodded. "You have grasped Nirvana Tao, and it's hard for others to give you pointers, but I can. You will cultivate with me for 3 days before I send you back to the Kunlun realm." Lin Yun heaved a sigh in relief and rejoiced. This was because he had no one to guide him in Nirvana Tao, and even the Divine Phoenix Holy Master didn't know much. With the Iris Sword Saint guiding him, his cultivation would be much smoother. He recollected his thoughts and asked, "I have a question that might be offensive, but I'm baffled about it." "Go on. With your strength, why did you leave behind the Kunlun realm 100,000 years ago? It's impossible to reach the ancestral stage in the Kunlun realm, and I didn't leave behind the Kunlun realm either. I left behind 9 figures, representing 9 different inheritances, which the strongest should have been found 3,000 years ago," the Iris Sword Saint said. "The 9 emperors!" Lin Yun exclaimed with his face changed. The Iris Sword Saint was baffled. 3,000 years ago, there were 9 people who rose and ended the Dark Era. Lin Yun shared the 9 emperors' story with the Iris Sword Saint. Heavenly Dragon Bone, Life-Death Painting, and Heavenly Fate Edict. "I did leave them behind, but it seems it was different from what I'd planned," the Iris Sword Saint said. "I left the inheritances behind, hoping to reforge the Dragon's Gate, not the creation of Divine Dragon Empire. Everyone can dream in the Dragon's Gate, but the Divine Dragon Empire focuses on ruling the Kunlun realm." The Iris Sword Saint sighed. "I didn't expect that the inheritances I left behind would become a hindrance to you. Senior, there's no need to blame yourself for it. It's hard to predict a person's heart," Lin Yun said. The Iris Sword Saint said, "I will make it up to you, and I can tell you their inheritances." Lin Yun's eyes lit up when he heard that. This was equivalent to telling him the secrets of the 9 emperors' cultivation. "If the day comes where they're in your way, you can move against them," the Iris Sword Saint said. "Thank you," Lin Yun bowed. "There's one more question. You should be able to tell that I have a treasure on me. So is there a way for me to use it without bearing too many consequences?" The Firmament Saint Cloth was his greatest trump card, but he could only let it react. If he activated it himself, he would have to pay a great price, which he didn't want to experience again. "You have to be a great saint at the very least," the Iris Sword Saint said. "There's still a long way," Lin Yun said helplessly. "What are you thinking about? That's a treasure far exceeding Sovereign Saint artifacts, and it was used by pinnacle emperors back then. In the hands of the Azure Dragon Lord, he can even face a deity," the Iris Sword Saint smiled. Lin Yun was disappointed upon hearing that. If he could use it, it would become his biggest trump card during his master's tribulation. The Iris Sword Saint said, "But I can set up several restrictions, and you will only be able to unleash a portion of its power. As for the price for using it, it might be acceptable." Lin Yun rejoiced since that was a piece of great news for him. "You shouldn't use it if you can," the Iris Sword Saint said. "You have already used it once, and you might not be able to bear the price of using it again." But Lin Yun's smile didn't fade, as it wouldn't be a problem as long as he was alive. If he could help his master's tribulation, he was willing to let his cultivation fall again since the price was worth it. "Let's stop here. I have some things to talk to Azure Sky, and you need his help if you want to return to the Kunlun realm," the Iris Sword Saint said as he stood up. Seeing that the Iris Sword Saint was going to leave, Lin Yun's face changed as he had a question, not knowing if he should ask about it. Ultimately, he asked, "Wait, Senior, can I ask why you sealed the Ice Phoenix for 100,000 years back then?" The Iris Sword Saint's face changed when he heard that. He turned around and asked, "She's awake? How is she now?" Lin Yun nodded and replied, "She's awake, and she's great. She reforged her body with the Azure Dragon King bone. She has a great temper, likes to boast, and calls herself the Heavenly Slaughter Empress. But she's like a little girl that would cry all the time, and she's also petty." Lin Yun couldn't help smiling when he mentioned Lil Purple, and it had been some time since they last met. He was already starting to miss her a little. The Iris Sword Saint smiled, and he was gratified, listening to Lin Yun's description. He smiled. That lass is still the same as before, but she's not boasting since she could be called the Heavenly Slaughter Empress. What did she do in the past? She doesn't know if she lost her memories or if someone sealed them. She can't recall the past, Lin Yun asked carefully. The Iris Sword Saint fell silent before he said, "I was the one who sealed her memories, and she did nothing wrong back then. Everyone from the Ice Phoenix clan died except her in that battle 100,000 years ago. A demon spirit clan's deity killed her friends and family called the Ghost Flame God Lord. To take revenge, she executed the forbidden technique of the Heavenly Slaughter divine art, sacrificing countless innocent lives, bearing torrential sins, and perishing with that God Lord. Dead." Lin Yun was shocked. The Iris Sword Saint nodded. "Dead. I sealed her soul within the Iris Sword box before her soul dissipated, along with her painful memories. It's good that she can't remember it, so don't tell her about it." Lin Yun didn't expect that the truth would be like that. The entire Ice Phoenix clan was butchered, but he could imagine the pain it brought to Lil Purple. He said, "I will." The Iris Sword Saint continued, "Her soul wasn't complete when I sealed her, so it depended on fate if she could be awakened. I didn't expect her to awaken, so this is a blessing. Treat her well. The heart of a phoenix is small, and she can only contain you, right?" The Iris Sword Saint smiled at Lin Yun. "Senior." Lin Yun wanted to say something, but the Iris Sword Saint had already left as space distorted. He squinted his eyes and noticed that this movement technique was profound and wasn't space Dao. He could sense the fluctuation of Nirvana Dao. MHM? It's not space or time Daos, but Nirvana Dao. Lin Yun squinted. Before he realized it, the Iris Sword Saint already disappeared. Lin Xianxia said that he's proficient in space and time Daos, so he can send him back. It looks like it's not entirely true. Can it be that he grasped space and time through Nirvana Dao? Lin Yun fell into deep thought. If he could learn that, his strength would significantly improve. He didn't know how long the talk between the Iris Sword Saint and Azure Sky God Lord would be, so he spent his time consolidating his cultivation instead. He had reached the 9th stage Saint Lord, and could enter the Quasi-Saint Sovereign any time. He didn't know much about the Saint Sovereign realm, and he had no intentions to make a breakthrough anytime soon. He circulated the 2 sword cannons and the surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body. Lin Yun reached a high rapport with heaven and earth, which meant being a 9th stage Saint Lord, merging himself with heaven and earth. While Lin Yun was cultivating, the Iris Sword Saint and Azure Sky God Lord were discussing amongst themselves. The Azure Sky God Lord asked, "It won't be easy to return him. Have you made up your mind? You will compete for a spot in Dao, and you will be in trouble if you expose yourself." The Iris Sword Saint nodded. "I have already decided. How's the preparation of the array?" "I have long prepared it, but I can't control the array on the Kunlun realm side." The Azure Sky God Lord was also a spiritualist and could engrave divine runes with his hands. Even the Iris Sword Saint couldn't compete with him in spiritual arrays. The Iris Sword Saint said, "You don't have to worry about that. We can use the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountains array, but I need you to set up another array to conceal it. It has to be a 9th grade divine array." "You have already reached that far?" the Azure Sky God Lord asked with his face changing. To become an ancestral deity, one had to defeat the ancestral deity, grasping that Dao as well as making a breakthrough. It wasn't making a breakthrough but competing for Dao. An eternal Dao only had 2 to 3 spots, and you would have to kick someone out if you wanted to climb up. If the Iris Sword Saint wished to become an ancestral deity grasping Nirvana Dao, even an ancestral deity might make a move against him if his tracks were exposed. so this was terrifying. The Azure Sky Realm already had an 8th grade divine array, but it required another 9th grade divine array. This meant that the Iris Sword Saint was already close to that step. The Iris Sword Saint nodded. 3 days. We only have 3 days. I will guide him over the next 3 days, so I can only rely on you for the divine rune. They didn't have much time, but the Azure Sky God Lord nodded and gritted his teeth. This is the 5 elements divine wood. Consider it my gift for your daughter. The Iris Sword Saint took out a wood and handed it to the Azure Sky God Lord. The Azure Sky God Lord wasn't polite either, since the 5 elements divine wood was rare, and it was a treasure for Lin Xianxia, who grasped the 5 elements Tao. He smiled. It looks like she's really fortunate. On the Kunlun Realm's divine Phoenix Mountain, a lamp lit up in the Ancestors' Hall, and all the elders opened their eyes. Seeing this lamp, they heaved a sigh in relief. The Holy Master gave Ji Zishi 3 tokens before leaving. Crushing each token would light up a lamp, meaning Ji Zishi was safe. If 2 lamps were lit, this meant that she had become the ancestral deity's disciple, while the 3rd lamp meant that she and Lin Yun were safe. It didn't take long before the 2nd and 3rd lamps lit up, causing an uproar in the hall. Zishi succeeded. Flower burial is reliable. God knows how often we've failed over the past 100,000 years. With Zishi's talent and now that she has become an ancestral deity's disciple, she can become a deity within 500 years at most. We can finally leave the Kunlun realm. Everyone in the hall emotionally teared up. They could finally fulfill their wish. The Holy Master and Lil Purple were standing outside the hall with joy on their faces. Lin Yun and Ji Zishi had no idea how worried the 2 of them were, and they didn't even get a wink of sleep. They were afraid that the 3 lamps would shatter. The Holy Master excitedly said, Lord Phoenix, they're fine. There's no need to be so anxious. It's all within my expectations, Lil Purple said. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master merely smiled and said nothing more. During this period, Lil Purple was even more worried than him, with her fists clenched. Lil Purple raised her head and said, Since Lin Yun has fulfilled his agreement, the Divine Phoenix Mountain, we will mobilize the entire Holy Land to help the Radiant Sword Saint with his tribulation. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master said, We will do our best. Please be reassured. The elders in the hall bowed, giving their promise. They were all saint sovereigns and 4 were great saints. Within the entire Kunlun realm, this was already a considerable force. Does the Divine Phoenix Mountain have an emperor? Lil Purple asked. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master said, We have 2 grand elders who are emperors, but if emperors make a move, I'm afraid that the empress will become unhappy. They don't have to make a move, but we need to be prepared, Lil Purple said with a cold light flashing in her eyes. When she looked at the lamps, she knew that Lin Yun must have suffered a lot on the other side. If possible, it was best that Lin Yun didn't return. Lil Purple felt that it was best for Lin Yun not to join this mess. The Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation involved many factors that far exceeded Lil Purple's expectations. At the end of it, emperors might even make a move. The rapport everyone had that emperors weren't allowed to make a move might be broken then. At the same time, in the Fallen God Valley, Su Xiao was wearing a crown on her head while giving off a golden-purple radiance. Behind her was a massive dragon that released a terrifying dragon's aura, resisting the black pressure in front of her. There was a bone claw over there, looking at Su Xiao as though it was alive. That bone hand already had a conscience of its own, and it gave off a powerful pressure, despite only being a bone hand. Little girl, you're still not going to admit defeat? An aged voice came from the bone hand. Undo my seal and help me leave this place. I can promise you one thing. But Su Xiao's face was cold as she gave off a powerful aura. The bone hand was cunning, and she naturally wouldn't believe it. But it didn't matter since she just had to subdue and refine it. Her strength would undergo a drastic boost if she could refine it, and she would be able to help out during the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation. She roared, I want absolute obedience. Golden purple divine dragon, heed my order. When a dragon's roar echoed, lightning flashed from Su Xiao's body as the divine dragon charged at the bone hand. Su Xiao hovered in the air, giving off a powerful aura like a deity as she charged with the divine dragon. In the Fallen God Valley, Su Xiao unleashed the full power of the golden-purple dragon crown. The golden-purple dragon crown was subdued by Su Xiao, fusing into her imperial dragon fist. A brief moment later, the bone hand finally couldn't hold on any longer and let out a scream. "I surrender! I submit! Too late!" Su Xiao said as she pushed her palm forth with thousands of dragons appearing. In the next moment, bells began to ring as Su Xiao's past began to appear. This was the phenomenon of a legend with her past fusing with the Kunlun realm's heavenly Tao. Lin Yun had a similar phenomenon in the past, so it was only natural that Su Xiao received the acknowledgement of the Kunlun realm's heavenly Tao with her talent and strength. When Su Xiao clenched her fist, the dragons were grabbed by her before forming a terrifying punch, smashing apart the black mist. When the surrounding space stabilized, Su Xiao hovered in the air, releasing a dazzling golden radiance from her body. Her gaze fell onto the bone hand that had revealed its actual appearance now. After the consciousness was wiped out, the bone hand blazed with golden flames, giving off a powerful aura. When the index finger moved, a powerful golden aura swept out that consumed all the light in the surroundings. Compared to when it was conscious, the bone hand had become much stronger now, even causing the divine mulberry tree and the surrounding space to tremble. But Su Xiao had no fear when she looked at it, and the aura was stopped by the crown she was wearing. She said, "This is the true appearance of the bone hand. You have died protecting the Kunlun realm, and I admire someone like you. If I can obtain your inheritance, I will also inherit your will." When she said that, the aura disappeared and the 5 fingers spread out. Su Xiao nodded and reached out. The bone hand then merged with her palm. Roughly about 15 minutes later, the bone hand had completely fused with her right hand, and the entire Fallen God Valley began to tremble when she clenched her fist. She couldn't completely control this power and had to take a few steps back. When she raised her head, the Fallen God Valley could no longer trap her, and she could leave any time. Her gaze fell onto her right hand, and she soon decided that now wasn't the best time to leave. If she left this place, she would quickly catch the attention of the Divine Dragon Empire, and it would be troublesome for her. Right now, she still needed time to get used to this hand and cultivate the inheritance within it. There's still no news from Lil Purple, which means that the Radiant Sword Saint hasn't started his tribulation yet, Su Xiao muttered. According to their discussion, Lil Purple would leave and send her news when the time came. At that time, she would forcibly leave the Fallen God Valley, regardless of whether she managed to refine the bone hand. After making up her mind, she muttered again, "I wonder how he is now." They parted not long after they conducted their marriage, and earlier she wanted to go out to look for Lin Yun when she raised her head. But when she looked at her right hand, she calmed herself down with a determined look that she would stand by Lin Yun's side this time, even if she had to become the enemy of the Divine Dragon Empire. At the same time, on the other side of the God Burial Mountain range, it was time for Wang Mayan to make a decision. The restriction on the God Burial Mountain range was still around, but it was no longer that dangerous for Saint Lords to come and go. Wang Mayan and Zhao Tianyu were in a damaged palace, and there were many experts from the Blood Moon sect guarding the surroundings. Zhao Tianyu looked at Wang Mayan and said with a grave expression, "Mayan, the preparations for the ceremony are almost done, so it's time to make a decision." He knew what the ceremony meant. This had been a secret plan of the Blood Moon sect, which was to completely undo the seal within Wang Mayan's body. Wang Mayan frowned. "Do we really have to join hands with the Demon Spirit clan? After losing the Solar Lunar Divine Rune, it's impossible to shake the Demon Spirit clan away. I know what you're worried about. The Demon Spirit clan has been scheming with this heavenly void for many years, and they will be able to leave if the ceremony succeeds. At that time, it will be a disaster for the Kunlun realm," Zhao Tianyu said. "But we don't have a choice. The seal left behind by the Southern Emperor is too strong, and there's nothing we can do about it even after 3,000 years. The Blood Moon sect had been plotting for a long time within the God Burial Mountain range to break the seal left behind by the Southern Emperor that seals the Blood Monarch's remains. Everyone in the Kunlun realm knew about the 9 emperors, but they didn't know about the 3 monarchs. The Blood Monarch was someone who had reached the deity realm. With the heavenly path severed, the Blood Monarch used another trick to become a deity in the Kunlun realm, and he should have ruled the Kunlun realm. But alas, he ran into the Southern Emperor, who used a forbidden technique to make the Blood Monarch unable to unleash the true power of a deity, and defeated the Blood Monarch before the latter could consolidate his cultivation. But even if the Blood Monarch lost, a deity couldn't be truly killed, so the Southern Emperor could only seal his remains by using the God Burial Mountain Range's energy. The Blood Moon sect had been trying to break the seal throughout the years so that the Blood Monarch could descend on the Kunlun realm once more. Now that the Southern Emperor was dead, no one could stop the Blood Moon sect if the Blood Monarch returned. Wang Mayan said in a worried tone. But there are members from the Demon Spirit clan in the depths of the God Burial Mountain Range, and they're more terrifying than you can imagine. The Demon Spirit clan's deities are also sealed here. If we break the seal, it's hard to ensure that none of the Demon Spirit clan's deity will awaken. We don't have to worry about that. The Demon Spirit clan's deities won't awaken unless the heavenly path is reforged. If the Blood Monarch can return, I believe that he can help suppress the Demon Spirit clan that's hiding in the heavenly void so that the Demon Spirit clan's deities won't awaken, Zhao Tianyu said. Despite Zhao Tianyu saying that, Wang Mayan knew that the Ying River King wasn't a fool, and he must have considered that possibility since he was willing to cooperate with the Blood Moon sect. But Wang Mayan had no choice now, so she asked, "When will the ceremony be held?" "During the Radiant Sword Saints' tribulation. Everyone's gazes will be focused on the Sword sect at that time, so it will be easier for us," Zhao Tianyu said. The Eastern Desolation's Black Mountain was a sacred ground for demonic cultivators. There might not be any emperors here, but there were Black Mountain's famous 7 saints. The 7 of them were all great saints, and each was infamous. As long as no emperors appeared, the 7 could kill anyone. There were even rumors that the 7 could confront an emperor together. The Black Mountain wasn't a sect, and the 7 saints didn't even manage the mountain. As a result, the competition here was intense. But the 7 saints were gathered together, drinking wine with a person. This person was sitting on the last seat, but the 7 saints were respectful to him. This person had golden hair and a feminine beauty. He had pearly skin and was a flawless man, no matter how you looked at him. He was like a perfect picture, and this person was naturally Tian Xuanzi. "I will strive for supremacy in the ancient barren domain this time. I might have discussed it with the Ming cult, Heavenly Flame sect, and Myriad Lightning sect, but my true reliance is the 7 of you." Tian Xuanzi smiled. Others only knew that Tian Xuanzi was trying to strive for supremacy in the ancient barren domain. But no one knew that when he was younger, he became sworn brothers with the Black Mountain's 7 saints. The Radiant Sword Saint's name had spread throughout the Eastern Desolation back then, and we've suffered in his hands. If Brother Netherport hadn't lost to him and had his Tao heart damaged, he would have become an emperor by now. The white-bone great saint amongst the 7 saints smiled, looking at a swordsman. Netherport Sword Saint was one of the 3 sword saints in the Eastern Desolation. Everyone placed him on the same level as the Radiant Sword Saint, but no one knew that he had lost to the Radiant Sword Saint a long time ago. The Netherport Sword Saint indifferently said, "There's a grudge between me and the Radiant Sword Saint. If he becomes an emperor, the entire Black Mountain might be leveled. So even without you, I won't let him face his tribulation so easily. Since he severed my path to become an emperor, I won't let him become one. If he's not dead, the demon in my heart cannot be resolved." The Netherport Sword Saint slammed his cup on the ground with murderous intent on his face. The 7 saints and Tian Xuanzi soon came to an agreement. If Tian Xuanzi didn't stand out, the 7 saints would have to bear some pressure while facing the sword sect. But since Tian Xuanzi was willing to stand at the front, it was the best for them. Tian Xuanzi smiled. These 7 demonic cultivators were easier to manipulate than the 3 Holy Lands. "I heard Divine Phoenix Mountain wants to help the Radiant Sword Saint. The Heavenly Tao sect probably won't stand by and watch either. Can the 3 Holy Lands be counted on?" The Heavenly Sever Great Saint said. Tian Xuanzi smiled. It's not that easy to break free from me. How can you only accept benefits and no risk? As for Divine Phoenix Mountain and Heavenly Tao Sect, I won't mind destroying them if they dare to make a move. There are too many holy lands in the Eastern Desolation. I have ways to deal with them and unite the Eastern Desolation. No one can stop me. A declined Heavenly Tao Sect and the Divine Phoenix Mountain that only knows how to hole up? They're nothing in my eyes. The eyes of the 7 saints flashed when they heard that. Tian Xuanzi carried that Empress will to make a move, which meant that the Radiant Sword Saint would die no matter what. Don't look down on the Sword Sect. They will probably activate their defensive array during that tribulation. The ancient Key Great Saint said. He looked elegant, unlike your typical demonic cultivator. Tian Xuanzi said, even you can't break the Sword Sect's 9 heavens great profound sword array? The ancient Key Great Saint was a spiritualist amongst the 7. He might look elegant, but he sacrificed 2 million living beings when he was attempting to reach the saint realm in the past. He also had the most sins among the 7 saints. There were bounties on him from the various holy lands within Eastern Desolation. But because of his high attainment in spiritual arrays, he managed to escape every time. Not to mention that he had grasped the technique to refine saint artifacts and had good connections, which was why he was protected. When he became a great saint, no one dared to provoke him anymore. The ancient Key Great Saint said, the Sword Sect might have lost 2 peaks and no longer have 9 mountains, but the great profound sword array is too powerful. If Mu Xiankong is the one personally controlling it with all the disciples empowering it, it's impossible to break the array without an emperor. The other great saints frowned upon hearing that since they trusted the ancient Key Great Saint. But no emperors were allowed to participate, which was a rapport in the Kunlun realm. The White Bone Great Saint said, no emperors will make a move. After all, who would dare to offend Yu Qingfeng? The so-called rapport was nothing before absolute strength. There wouldn't be any rapport if not for Yu Qingfeng, and the Sword Sect would have long been destroyed. Tian Xuanzi said, are there any other ways? There is. There's no invincible array in the world. One is to destroy it from inside, and the other is to find another way, the ancient Key Great Saint said. Tian Xuanzi shook his head and said, I have a long interaction with the Sword Sect, and I only managed to plant some insignificant chess pieces. There isn't even a quasi-saint amongst them, not to mention a saint. The ancient Key Great Saint wasn't surprised by that reply, and said, this means we can only find another way. The Divine Tao Pavilion has a dragon slaughter scissor, and I can break the array with it. The other saints of the Black Mountain fell into deep thoughts upon hearing that. The ancient Key Great Saint was a disciple of the Divine Tao Pavilion in the past, and he didn't give up on his desire for the dragon slaughter scissor. They couldn't borrow the Sovereign Saint artifact from the Divine Tao Pavilion, and no one knew if it was to break the Great Profound Sword Array or the ancient Key Great Saint's selfish motives. The ancient Key Great Saint raised his cup calmly, and no one could analyze anything from his expression. Tian Xuanzi said, I'll deal with that. I'm not sure if I can borrow it. We can't force the Divine Tao Pavilion too much if they maintain neutrality. A hint of disappointment flashed in the ancient Key Great Saint's eyes, which Tian Xuanzi captured. This made Tian Xuanzi inwardly sneer, but he still maintained a smile. Just when he wanted to speak, his face suddenly changed as he turned to look at the Sword Sect's direction. The other great saints' faces also changed as the 8 soared to the sky, looking at the Sword Sect's direction. The Sword Sect was far from here, but they could see that a crimson pillar of light was dyeing the sky crimson as a terrifying aura spread out. Tian Xuanzi could see further, and the crimson radiance came from within the Sword Sect, followed by various terrifying phenomena. Bolts of lightning streaked across the horizon along with sword rays, and the crimson clouds enveloped half of the ancient barren domain with the ground trembling. The demonic beasts in the woods all had fear on their faces as they fled in the opposite direction of the Sword Sect. Aside from the various phenomena, they could also hear the roar of heavenly Tao and sword intent. The sword was fighting with heaven. There was no question that this was a sign that the Radiant Sword Saint would face his tribulation. How abrupt, the White Bone Great Saint said. The ancient Key Great Saint said, The Radiant Sword Saint can't hold it back, and this phenomenon has only been seen in ancient records. I can't imagine the difficulty of the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation. Reaching the Emperor realm would give birth to terrifying phenomena, and this was the most dangerous one. If he can take that step out, he really might be able to compete with the 9 emperors in the future. It looks like he has a really strong attachment. I'm not optimistic about him making it through his tribulation. The 7 saints spoke out wearing grave expressions. Only the Netherport Sword Saint's face was dark, and he said nothing. Xianxia noticed that the Netherport Sword Saint's hand was trembling, and was shocked by the Radiant Sword Saint's attainment in the sword. Back then, the 3 Sword Saints were on the same level, but the Radiant Sword Saint had thrown him far behind. A long time later, the Netherport Sword Saint said, "It's not surprising. After all, the person he wants to compete with is Yu Qingfeng. We can't allow him to succeed even with a slight chance. The tribulation might be dangerous, but it wasn't exactly impossible. He's courting death." A cold voice resounded and everyone turned to look at Xianxia. He can no longer contain his sword intent. Judging from the phenomenon, he will face his tribulation within 3 days. You guys immediately head to the Profound Sky Sect and join up with the other 3 Holy Lands. I'll take a trip to the Divine Tao Pavilion. Xianxia waved his hand and headed to the Divine Tao Pavilion's direction. A brief moment later, the Heavenly Sever Great Saint, the strongest amongst the 7, gravely said, "Let's bring the 7 treasures along. Netherport is right. We can't give him any chance." The other 6 nodded and were excited. At the same time, all the saints in the Kunlun realm noticed the Crimson Pillar of Light. They knew that the commotion for the Radiant Sword Saint's breakthrough would be great, but they never expected it would be so terrifying. The sect masters of the Ming cult, Heavenly Flame sect, and Myriad Lightning sect quickly recovered from their shock and headed to the Profound Sky sect. In the Divine Phoenix Mountain's Ancestor Hall, all the saints flew out, including Lil Purple. She crushed the jade slip in her hand with a grave expression. The jade slip was her contact to Su Xiao. Its crimson mountain and river. If the Radiant Sword Saint fails, his blood will probably dye all the mountains and rivers in the Eastern Desolation. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master said, "If it is the Crimson Mountain and River, the odds of him making it through isn't that high." A Divine Phoenix Mountain Saint Elder said, "It's fine if he fails and dies, but it's another matter if someone wants to interfere," Lil Purple said. That Saint Elder no longer said a word upon hearing that. "Divine Phoenix Holy Master, time to fulfill your promise," Lil Purple said. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master nodded and said, "We're all prepared. We're only waiting for you to give the order." Lil Purple knew how urgent this matter was, so she said, "Move out immediately. We have to rush to the Sword Sect." Roger that. In the Heavenly Tao Sect, 5 great saints were hovering in the air, looking at the ancient barren domain. Around them, many saints were also looking in that direction. The 1,000-plume great saint said, "I'll stay here to guard the sect. You guys can go." Ever since that night, the Heavenly Tao Sect suffered a heavy blow. But everyone was here aside from the Heavenly Sword and Tao Sword. If the 4 great saints left, the Heavenly Tao Sect would be empty. But the 1,000-plume great saint had no intentions of stopping them because he knew that he couldn't stop them. These 4 had a deep relationship with the Radiant Sword Saint, and they naturally had to help protect the Radiant Sword Saint for him to undergo his tribulation. "Thank you, 1,000-plume great saint," Yiguhan said. The 1,000-plume great saint calmly said, "No need to thank me. I would have also headed over if I was not worried that the Blood Moon sect might return. After all, the Radiant Sword Saint is righteous, protecting the ancient barren domain for 3,000 years with his sword." The 4 great saints left after cupping their fists. The commotion of the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation alarmed countless people as an innumerable number of saints headed to the ancient barren domain. Some wanted to protect the Radiant Sword Saint, some wanted to help the Profound Sky Sect, but most wanted to observe. The entire world was shocked at this moment. In the Divine Dragon Empire, a golden light soared to the sky and gave off a powerful imperial aura. This person was naturally the Empress, the strongest in the Kunlun realm. Her eyes seemed as though she could make everything bow before her, and she was also shrouded in saint music with the surrounding space distorted with golden phenomena appearing. Several figures flew over that were enveloped in golden radiance, and they were the other emperors of the 9 emperors, looking at the ancient barren domain. If he succeeds, he will be able to rival us in just a few hundred years. Who would have thought that Yu Qingfeng's casual sword would create such a monster? Perhaps Yu Qingfeng did it on purpose. Do you guys think Yu Qingfeng will make a move? Everyone's faces became grave. The Empress said, "If I don't allow him to become an emperor, no one can help him. Not even Yu Qingfeng." The faces of the other emperors changed. In the fleeting cloud sword sect, Jian Jingtian opened his eyes as boundless saint energy swept out. Jiang Jingtian managed to break his shackles and became a saint lord, but his sword aura still continued to rise. When Jian Jingtian soared to the sky, a sword vibration echoed across the entire profound Wither Sea. On a mountain in the azure sky realm, Lin Yun sat with his eyes closed while circulating the 2 sword cannons. A heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix were coiling around him, devouring the surrounding saint energy. This was where the azure sky god lord went for his seclusion, so the density of saint energy here was high, forming into ribbons as they poured into Lin Yun's chest. 7 swords also appeared behind Lin Yun, representing the 7 peaks in the great profound sword cannon. When the saint energy poured into his body, a portion converted into his cultivation, and a portion nourished his bright sun sword intent. Within Lin Yun's mind, there was a golden fireball within his sword sea. If that light shot out, it could pierce through any 9th stage saint lord, and even a quasi-saint sovereign wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was the power of 8th grade sword intent. Lin Yun's heart began to beat while feeling uneasy that he couldn't circulate his 2 sword cannons any further. This feeling was as terrifying as having dropped into a lake. He took a deep breath to recall the 2 sword cannons, and the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix returned to his violet palace. His violet palace had been significantly transformed now, looking like a small world instead. When the 7 swords entered his body, Lin Yun was doubtful as he opened his eyes. He muttered to himself, "What's going on? This has never happened before." He had never faced this situation before, and it was a bad premonition that made him feel uneasy. His saint energy began to fluctuate just when it had calmed down, and the cauldron within his violet palace also trembled violently. When space began to distort, the iris sword saint appeared before Lin Yun and patted his hand on Lin Yun's forehead. When a warm energy coursed through his body, Lin Yun gradually calmed down. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Yun heaved in relief. The iris sword saint gave Lin Yun a weird look. "Aren't you trying to reach the saint sovereign? Why did you run amok all of a sudden?" With Lin Yun's foundation, it's still impossible for him to become a saint sovereign, and he could be in danger if he forced himself. Lin Yun naturally knew that, and he couldn't try to make a breakthrough now. He said, "I was cultivating normally, but I had a bad premonition that made my heart clench, and the 2 sword cannons went out of control. This is weird." "Karma has arrived," the iris sword saint said. "Karma? What karma?" It didn't take long before Lin Yun figured it out. He asked, "You're saying my master's tribulation has started?" "Highly possible, and he might even be in danger. Either that or the Kunlun realm is in danger. Either way, they're not good signs." The iris sword saint nodded. "If there's someone proficient in karma Dao, they can show it to you, but I can't determine what karma it is." "Senior, please send me back," Lin Yun said. "You're not going to cultivate the Nirvana Dao?" the iris sword saint asked. "There's not much time left. If my master is undergoing his tribulation now, I must return," Lin Yun said. The iris sword saint briefly looked at Lin Yun before he said, "The saint sovereign has 3 stages: the saint domain, heavenly domain, and Dao domain stages. By becoming a saint sovereign, your saint origin can turn into a small world, producing an endless supply of saint energy within your body so that even heaven and earth can't destroy your foundation. That's the meaning of the saint domain. Once formed, it can devour and contain more saint Daos. At the same time, your saint origin and saint physique will also transform. If you reach complete mastery, the small world will turn into a big world, and it's hard for saint lords to injure you at that time. The saint energy is endless, and you can leave whenever you want, even if you face a tough opponent. As the Iris Sword Saint explained, Lin Yun's anxiety gradually calmed down. The Iris Sword Saint continued. With your cultivation as a quasi-saint sovereign, 2 eternal Daos, 2 sovereign constellations, and sword intent, ordinary saint sovereigns can't defeat you. You might even kill them if they're careless. But if you face a pinnacle saint domain saint sovereign, they're ruthless before you, not to mention heavenly domain and Dao domain saint sovereigns. Senior, please don't speak any further, Lin Yun said. I have to carry on or I can't calm you down, the Iris Sword Saint said. I might have left the Kunlun realm for a long time, but those who are capable of interfering with your master's tribulation are at least great saints, since even pinnacle saint sovereigns can't get close because even just the shockwave alone is enough to kill them. Lin Yun didn't refute that since he knew that what the Iris Sword Saint said was true. He sighed. I understand, and I also thought that way coming to the heavenly barren realm. Even if I die outside, it's worth it as long as I can get the Divine Phoenix Holy Master to help. He bitterly smiled. But I couldn't control my emotions earlier, and it must have been a joke to you. I won't laugh at you as I have experienced it before. Even if we know the reasons, we still can't help feeling helpless, the Iris Sword Saint said. Lin Yun was surprised since he didn't expect that from the Iris Sword Saint. It was true that he felt helpless, knowing that he couldn't do anything to help. I have experienced the same as you regardless of whether my master went to suppress the nether realm alone or that battle back then, the Iris Sword Saint continued. But your situation is better because it's not hopeless. Senior, can you allow me to confront great saints in 3 days? Lin Yun asked. I can only guide you in 3 days so that you can reach the Emperor realm more easily. I can't allow you to confront great saints in 3 days. The Iris Sword Saint shook his head. Only demonic cultivators can do that with the blood sacrifice ceremony. But they're exhausting their potential to accomplish it. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling disappointed. So he smiled. Senior, is there really no other way? Seeing that Lin Yun had calmed down, the Iris Sword Saint smiled. You're smart. It's unrealistic to allow you to confront great saints, but you can use external help. This has to be stronger than Sovereign Saint artifacts, which is something that you have. The Firmament Saint Cloth? Lin Yun asked. That's right, the Iris Sword Saint replied. Lin Yun scratched his head and smiled. I used it once to kill a great saint, but after Tian Xuanzi came to his senses, he could withstand the power of it. As for the price, I would probably be dead if I used it again. The Iris Sword Saint smiled. When you used it previously, it exhausted your life force. But it's not that terrifying if you can shift the price elsewhere. Senior, can you go deeper into that? Lin Yun's interest was piqued. Let the Firmament Saint Cloth bear the price. It can be fixed if damaged, but you're gone if you're dead, the Iris Sword Saint said. Lin Yun instantly understood what the Iris Sword Saint meant, which was to let the Firmament Saint Cloth bear the price. But if he used it, the Firmament Saint Cloth might be destroyed. Let's not mention if the Iris Sword Saint could do that. But Lin Yun felt heartache losing a treasure like that. Then again, it was acceptable in comparison to his master's tribulation. He could only apologize to the Azure Dragon Lord. The Iris Sword Saint said, The Azure Dragon Lord gave you the Firmament Saint Cloth, hoping you can reforge the heavenly path. He didn't expect you to grasp Nirvana Dao. With my guidance, you can rely on it to reforge the heavenly path. Furthermore, don't you have another item comparable to the Firmament Saint Cloth? The Azure Dragon Sun Moon Umbrella? Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear? Black Tortoise Chains? They're not exactly supreme treasures. Lin Yun was baffled. Think carefully again, the Iris Sword Saint said. Lin Yun's face changed since he couldn't recall a treasure comparable to the Firmament Saint Cloth. When baffled, he saw the Iris Sword Saint's face becoming cold. Senior. Suddenly, an item appeared in his mind, and he asked uncertainty, The Iris Sword Box? That's right. The iris sword box is stronger than the firmament saint cloth. So you don't have to overthink about the possibility of the firmament saint cloth being destroyed. The iris sword saint smiled. You can use the firmament saint cloth for your master's tribulation and the iris sword box and nirvana Tao to reforge the heavenly path. Isn't that perfect? Lin Yun pondered and found sense in the iris sword saint's words. But thinking about it again, something felt weird somewhere. Why couldn't he destroy the iris sword box for his master's tribulation and use the firmament saint cloth to reforge the heavenly path? The iris sword saint hinted at him for so long, seemingly wanting him to destroy the firmament saint cloth. Just thinking about it shocked Lin Yun, and he wondered if there was a feud between them. Sensing Lin Yun's thoughts, the iris sword saint smiled. I have no personal feud with the Azure Dragon Lord, but when I left the Kunlun realm back then, he grumbled at me. Furthermore, he wouldn't care about the firmament saint cloth as long as you can reforge the heavenly path. Lin Yun bitterly smiled and no longer dared to say anything else. He finally knew why Lil Purple was so petty. It turned out that she was the same as the iris sword saint, and these two must have done many bad things back then. Beneath the Bodhi tree, Lin Yun stood by the cliff as he tried to control his sword from afar. The flower burial sword trembled but didn't listen to his summons. Without a heroic spirit that stands out throughout the ages, the determination to press on, even if thousands oppose, the domineering aura of that sword Tao being supreme amongst the 3,000 Taos, and the effort to give it your all. Do not touch the sword. The iris sword saint's words were like rumbling thunder that trembled Lin Yun's soul. He continued, Lin Yun, you do not respect sword. Lin Yun wanted to refute that. Since when was he disrespectful to the sword? His sword was his, and it wasn't for the iris sword saint to dismiss. The iris sword saint's words had hurt Lin Yun. Lin Yun's sword sea began to boil as though it was acting out of spite, with the bright sun sword intent pushed to the limit. The flower burial sword started to tremble along with the mountain, but the sword didn't move an inch. You're not allowed to touch the sword before sunset. The iris sword saint's words echoed once more, making Lin Yun's face become red and let out a roar. A sword vibration exploded like rumbling thunder that echoed across the entire island. Cracks appeared in the sea beyond the island, causing a violent wave. 9,000 strands of sword intent soared to the sky, 3,000 turning into a divine phoenix, 3,000 turning into an azure dragon, and 3,000 forming a giant sword. This phenomenon made it appear as if something wanted to tear the sky apart. What's going on? Lin Xianxia was surprised to see this scene while she was in seclusion. She wasn't shocked by the sword intent but by the ferocity and unwillingness of the sword intent. Wasn't Lin Yun cultivating with the iris sword saint? Focus and don't interrupt him. He's at the critical moment of comprehending Tao. The Azure Sky God Lord's voice resounded, calming Lin Xianxia down. Back at the cliff, Lin Yun's sword aura reached its limit. Even so, the flower burial sword didn't even budge. You're not allowed to touch the sword before sunset. The iris sword saint's voice was like a decree that no one could disobey. A golden light flashed on the flower burial sword, showing the restriction left behind by the iris sword saint. Lin Yun's sword aura collapsed, throwing out a mouthful of blood, and his face became pale. There wasn't the slightest stubbornness in his eyes as he fell into deep thoughts and turned to the Bodhi tree. It looks like I can't do it forcibly. The Bodhi tree was giving off a golden radiance that looked like a peacock opening its tail, and each beam was a lesser Tao. There was speed Tao, breeze Tao, piercing Tao, and various other lesser Taos that Lin Yun wouldn't normally see. But when 10,000 lesser Taos bloomed, it gave off a dazzling radiance and majestic power that made him feel tiny before it. No matter how radiant his sword ray was, he couldn't compete with those 10,000 golden rays. There were thousands of fruits on the Bodhi tree, symbolizing 3,000 greater Taos. Each fruit looked tempting. It's as if they contained boundless power, but Lin Yun felt afraid while looking at them. Amongst the 3,000 fruits, there were 36 that gave off a 9-colored radiance, and those symbolized the sovereign Taos. Above the tree were 9 light spheres, each with a blooming flower. Looking at this scene, Lin Yun calmed down and said, Which choice should I make? The Bodhi tree rustled, and the fruits looked tempting. Compared to the flower burial sword that he couldn't reach, the fruits and flowers looked like they were within reach. This represented two choices, one firm and the other covered in thorns. The former was to maintain a heart of reverence, while the latter meant great difficulty and a high possibility of failure. This was because Daos were graded. Lin Yun suddenly lost his interest and muttered, "This choice is meaningless." The Iris Sword Saint's words made him lose interest in the two choices. Thus, Lin Yun took out the Qilin sword cannon beneath the Bodhi tree and looked at it. The Qilin sword immortal left this behind, which contained his experiences from when he wandered around, as well as the sword cannon. Lin Yun didn't look at the sword cannon but focused on his experiences. It recorded his various encounters and his growth. The Qilin sword immortal could be considered a genius since he could long become a deity, comprehending the eternal Tao. But he didn't want to give up on sword Tao and even wanted to walk further with it. As a result, he didn't make a breakthrough to the deity realm. He wouldn't make a breakthrough if his sword couldn't rival the eternal, and even if he were to die one day, he would die at sword Tao. Hence, he walked with it to a point that most people couldn't reach. People like him weren't called sword emperors or sword gods but sword immortals. Their mastery of the sword made them stronger than deities, and ordinary deities couldn't do a thing to them. Lin Yun looked through it and soon sank into it, forgetting what he must do. Far away, a cauldron lit up with divine flames, and the firmament saint cloth was in it. The Iris Sword Saint wanted to refine it into a sovereign saint artifact to ensure a quasi-saint sovereign could use it. He frowned. This is troublesome. It has already been refined once. When he refined it, he noticed that the firmament saint cloth was damaged. But it had nothing to do with Lin Yun. He noticed that deities left behind damages, and this meant the Azure Dragon Lord wore this to fight in the past, and it suffered irreparable damages. The Iris Sword Saint closed his eyes as scenes of the Azure Dragon Lord fighting the deities appeared in his mind. In the end, the Iris Sword Saint opened his eyes and muttered, "I can't be compared to you." One was the disciple of the Blue Dragon ancestral deity, while the other was appointed to take over Dragon's Gate. They might not be martial brothers, but their relationship was even better than that of martial brothers. 100,000 years ago, one severed the heavenly path while the other left the Kunlun realm. The Azure Dragon Lord must have blamed him, but they had no choice since they carried their fate. How do you think he will choose? The Azure Sky God Lord appeared and looked at the Iris Sword Saint with a smile. The Iris Sword Saint turned around and smiled. Azure Sky, you seem to be more concerned about that brat than me. How can I not be concerned when he caused such a huge commotion? The Azure Sky God Lord complained. The Iris Sword Saint took a few steps and picked up the still warm cup on the table. Taking a sip, he said, "That's for him to decide at sunset, not now." "What happens at sunset?" the Azure Sky God Lord asked. "He will most likely choose Sword Tao. He's prideful in his bones, and he won't give up so easily," the Iris Sword Saint said. The Azure Sky God Lord showed pity on his face and sighed. "What a pity! It looks like there will be another Sword Immortal in the world. Sword Immortals might seem glorious, but they're still only pinnacle emperors, and the best they could do was defeat ordinary deities, not to mention that deities could continue to improve their cultivation. But each Sword Immortal was a peerless genius, and they could soar to the sky if they were willing to make a breakthrough. But it was a pity that they would no longer be called Sword Immortals if they took that step out. There was only one outcome for Sword Immortals, which was to die when their lifespan ended. Don't be so sure about that. He's different since his past life was someone that even my master held respect for, the Iris Sword Saint said. The Azure Sky God Lord refuted. The past life is the past life, and they're different persons now. If you insist on arguing, I can only agree with you. The Iris Sword Saint was speechless. The Azure Sky God Lord smiled. But just when he was about to speak, Lin Yun suddenly placed the jade slip down and slowly walked towards the flower burial sword, wanting to pick up his sword. The Azure Sky God Lord asked, "What is he trying to do? It's still not sunset yet. Is there not enough of the restriction you left behind?" When he sneaked a peek at the Iris Sword Saint's expression, The latter didn't reply to him but had fallen into deep thoughts. Is the restriction still around? The Azure Sky God Lord asked. It's still around, and he will suffer a backlash if he touches it, the Iris Sword Saint said. The restriction you left behind is no different from a decree of heavenly Tao, the Azure Sky God Lord said with his face changed. I left a heavenly Tao decree on it, the Iris Sword Saint said after a brief pondering. The Azure Sky God Lord widened his eyes with disbelief upon hearing that. What the hell? Stop him quickly. The Azure Sky God Lord was terrified and wanted to stop Lin Yun. I have already warned him, the Iris Sword Saint said, stopping the Azure Sky God Lord. Let go. My daughter is still around. What will my daughter do if he dies? You're throwing me into a pit of fire. The Azure Sky God Lord was anxious as he charged in Lin Yun's direction. The Iris Sword Saint frowned but decided not to follow the Azure Sky God Lord. Just when the Azure Sky God Lord moved, he stopped since Lin Yun was already wielding the Flower Burial Sword. When Lin Yun held onto it, the restriction left behind by the Iris Sword Saint appeared as chains and wrapped around the Flower Burial Sword. But the most terrifying was the talisman on the sword, the heavenly Tao decree left behind by the Iris Sword Saint. It's too late. The Azure Sky God Lord had regret in his eyes. It was too late for him to stop Lin Yun after being stopped by the Iris Sword Saint. In the next second, the talisman unleashed a terrifying power that tore Lin Yun's Azure Saint cloth apart, with only the divine runes inside still holding on. Relying on the Azure Saint cloth to momentarily withstand it, Lin Yun activated his divine dragon sovereign physique to treat his injuries. As he circulated the two-sword sutras, two flowers appeared behind him, along with two sovereign constellations. He had released all his trump cards at this moment before he finally managed to withstand the power of the heavenly Tao decree, forming a stalemate. As lightning swept out from the yellow talisman, lightning began to flicker on Lin Yun's body, but Lin Yun firmly held onto the sword. Holy shit! The Azure Sky God Lord was shocked. MHM? The Iris Sword Saint exclaimed. You're not nervous? What if he dies? The Azure Sky God Lord asked. The Iris Sword Saint didn't reply, since he wouldn't go as far as killing Lin Yun here. He considered that Lin Yun would want to take his sword before sunset. The heavenly Tao decree would only inflict severe injuries and wouldn't kill him. Even if Lin Yun died, the Iris Sword Saint could bring Lin Yun back as long as it was within a few minutes. But he was shocked that Lin Yun managed to withstand the power of the heavenly Tao decree, which made no sense. Lin Yun continued to resist the yellow talisman as the chains on the Flower Burial Sword slowly broke apart. The radiance released by the sword grew even more dazzling. But even with the divine dragon sovereign physique, Lin Yun was injured. But Lin Yun's gaze was firm without a hint of hesitation, like an erupting volcano. When all the shackles finally broke off, only the talisman representing the heavenly Tao decree remained. Lin Yun showed a taxing look since the power contained within it wasn't something he could withstand. The Flower Burial Sword was also resisting after sensing Lin Yun's determination. But the heavenly Tao decree was too terrifying, and it didn't take long before Lin Yun began to bleed from his orifices. Even so, Lin Yun's gaze was still firm, since that was his heart as a swordsman. At this moment, he didn't want to make a choice and hold his will that his sword was his and not others to control. He wasn't allowed to touch the sword before sunset, so what if he did? Even if he couldn't withstand the heavenly Tao decree, he hoped he could fall standing and not because of someone's words. He can't hold on any longer, the Azure Sky God Lord said, and he was prepared to make a move the moment Lin Yun was heavily injured. Since I left behind a heavenly Tao decree, it's natural that he can't withstand it. But he won't die, the Iris Sword Saint said. But a bizarre scene occurred as the surface of the Flower Burial Sword began to crumble, revealing a metallic body. Shortly after, glory spirits began to appear on the Flower Burial Sword, swiftly becoming a seven-spirit glory saint artifact under the confusion of the Iris Sword Saint and Azure Sky God Lord. That sword isn't simple. It's also unconvinced, the Azure Sky God Lord said. So what can he do with the heavenly Tao decree around? The Iris Sword Saint remained calm, But something terrifying occurred next as the flower burial sword became a sovereign saint artifact with the heaven burial constellation appearing. Or rather, it was a sovereign saint artifact to begin with. The sword made a breakthrough under the pressure of the heavenly Tao decree. When the flower burial sword became a sovereign saint artifact, a figure flew out from the sword and stood opposite Lin Yun, holding onto the sword as well. When the two held onto the sword, a fine crack appeared on the yellow talisman. "Senior Southern Emperor," Lin Yun exclaimed when he raised his head. Standing before him was a lingering soul of the Southern Emperor, and this was the first time he saw the Southern Emperor's actual appearance. It was a handsome face that looked like blooming flowers, but it didn't look feminine at all. Instead, there was an oppressive force that swept out from him as though he was a king. "My sword can even sever the heavenly Tao." The two owners of the flower burial sword made a move as the heavenly Tao decree broke apart. When Lin Yun and the Southern Emperor drew it together, they looked at each other and the Southern Emperor smiled. "I'm glad that my sword is in your hands," the Southern Emperor said before disappearing. "As you wish." Lin Yun laughed as he turned around and unleashed a dazzling sword ray, cutting the Bodhi tree into pieces before he carried on laughing, showing the heroic spirit that stands out throughout the ages, the determination to press on, even if thousands oppose. The domineering aura of that sword Tao was the supreme among the 3,000 Taos. At this moment, only Lin Yun's laughter could be heard as the Iris Sword Saint and Azure Sky God Lord looked at each other. "I'll go." The Iris Sword Saint sighed and went over. The Azure Sky God Lord wore a smile since this was the first time he saw Iris Sword Saint suffering a loss, which was interesting. On the cliff, the Iris Sword Saint looked at Lin Yun with a complicated gaze. He roughly guessed that Lin Yun would choose the sword over Eternal, but he didn't expect this outcome. "Senior." Lin Yun cupped his fists together, lowering his sword. His clothes were destroyed, but he still wore a smile on his face. "Congratulations," the Iris Sword Saint said. "Congratulations, what? I only made a choice," Lin Yun replied. "Your bright sun sword intent has reached greater mastery, and you'll reach complete mastery soon enough," the Iris Sword Saint said deeply. When Lin Yun examined himself, he rejoiced to see the sun within his sword sea being much bigger than before, and there was even the outline of a talisman. He smiled. "I didn't think that much. Have you thought it through? Sword or Eternal?" the Iris Sword Saint said. "Yeah," Lin Yun nodded. He said without any hesitation, "When I drew the sword, I already had the heroic spirit that stands out throughout the ages, the determination to press on, even if thousands oppose. From today onwards, only the sword Tao is supreme among the 3,000 Taos." Lin Yun's thoughts were cleared, and he even felt he might succeed if he made a breakthrough to a Saint Sovereign now. "Taos are classified, but not the technique." "What does that mean?" the Iris Sword Saint asked. "It's determined by heaven and earth that Taos are classified, and there's no need to overthink it. Your choice is the one that matters. Even if you reach a dead end, you can open a path for yourself." Lin Yun smiled. The Iris Sword Saint was shocked since the answer brought him an even more significant impact than Lin Yun drawing the flower burial sword. "Did the Qilin sword cannon give you an answer?" "It's a divine technique that opened my eyes, but it's the experience that made me decide. I prefer doing what I like and following my heart," Lin Yun said calmly. "Coincidentally, I already had a decision in my heart when I severed the Bodhi tree, sorting out my martial techniques and forgetting some. Since you're here, I would like your guidance." "What do you still remember?" the Iris Sword Saint asked. "The great profound sword cannon and Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon are still around. As for sword techniques, I only remember the Yin Yang sword and Nirvana sword art. I have forgotten all my movement techniques. As for fist technique, I only remember the Yin Yang fist," Lin Yun said. Not only did Lin Yun make a choice when he severed the Bodhi tree, but he also smashed apart the shackles in his heart. "You forgot about the divine firefly sword?" the Iris Sword Saint asked. Lin Yun nodded and explained that when he swung his sword at the Bodhi tree, it felt carefree and easy for him. "Have you noticed that you only remember those you comprehended and forgot about what you've learned?" the Iris Sword Saint smiled. Lin Yun was briefly stunned, before he replied, "That's true, now that you've mentioned it." He comprehended the Yin-Yang fist and Yin-Yang sword after grasping Yin-Yang Dao. This meant he forgot everything he learned, such as the Carefree Nine Swords, Divine Firefly Sword, Flicking Divine Finger, Sovereign Dragon Fist. It's good that you've forgotten them. When you remember them again, you will transform. The Iris Sword Saint took out a 9-colored Bodhi seed, handing it to Lin Yun. Leave it behind and forget again once you've reached the pinnacle of Saint Sovereign. This time, you must forget the Yin-Yang sword and the Nirvana sword art. Lin Yun took the Bodhi seed over and understood the Iris Sword Saint's intention. Only a blank piece of paper could be drawn on, and Lin Yun was equivalent to a blank piece of paper now with a firm foundation. So he didn't need to have any restrictions about drawing on it. There are 2 paintings here, containing Yin-Yang Dao and Nirvana Dao. Perfect what you remember. The Iris Sword Saint handed 2 paintings over and left. Lin Yun didn't open the 2 paintings left by the Iris Sword Saint. He stowed the Bodhi seed and began to comprehend the sword he used. That sword was profound, and he discovered that he had forgotten many things when he looked back around. He muttered, "I should be like the Iris Sword Saint and Bodhi tree. It's too lacking if I can only rely on Yin-Yang sword and Nirvana sword art. The 2 sword techniques can be used through the eternal Daos, but I can't control them well. If I use them, my saint energy will be consumed rapidly. So I must use the 2 cannons to create a sword technique before observing Nirvana and Yin-Yang." He soon made up his mind and said, "Let's start with the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon." He hadn't rest for a moment ever since he came to the Azure Sky Realm, but had been consolidating his cultivation. He had long reached the pinnacle of the 12th stage in the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, with the cauldron entirely under his control. Let's start with the Heavenly Dragon. The Heavenly Dragon within his violet palace began to wander through his meridians, before it poured into the flower burial sword through his arm, along with boundless sword energy. As the flower burial sword shone brightly, the Heavenly Dragon was engraved on one side, and this surprised Lin Yun. After the Heavenly Dragon entered the sword, he felt that he had grasped the Heavenly Dragon's authority, which was the control of wind, rain, lightning, and thunder. This authority was so great that his hand began to tremble as he started losing control. In the critical moment, he used the Divine Dragon Sovereign Physique before the sword stopped shaking. But the accumulated sword aura and dragon's roar left him with a lingering fear. Wind. With a thought, a powerful gale swept out. Holding onto the flower burial sword, he waved it around and muttered, "This is interesting." He immediately sensed the surrounding wind sweeping out like a tidal wave, and it looked like he was controlling an entire army when he waved the sword around. Suddenly, Lin Yun made a move and waved his hand. The flower burial sword, which was sent 7 mountains in a distance away, was pulled up from the ground. This left Lin Yun dumbfounded. He might be able to accomplish something similar with his strength, but he was using the power of the Heavenly Dragon's authority now. Rain! Lin Yun muttered as the rain began pouring down and became heavy with a thought. This is magical. Lin Yun was surprised at this scene. He raised his sword to the sky and said, "Thunder!" Thunderclouds began to gather from the surroundings, enveloping the sky. As the clouds began to rumble, thunder roared that would make heaven and earth tremble. Lightning! Lin Yun raised his sword and golden lightning began to descend. The thunderclouds began to compress and formed into a black vortex. When he raised his sword again, the lightning descended like a tribulation, with space shattering like a mirror, leaving everyone who witnessed this dumbfounded. This is the Heavenly Dragon's authority. It's no wonder why they say that the Heavenly Dragon is the Lord of all dragons and has such a position in the Kunlun realm. Lin Yun squinted, then said, "I can be called the Heavenly Dragon Lord now." After the Blue Dragon record, he was given the title of Heavenly Dragon Lord, but he now deserved that title. With a flick, the thunderstorm created by the Heavenly Dragon's authority gradually faded. When everything faded away, Lin Yun began comprehending the Heavenly Dragon's sword on the cliff. He could also control the heavenly dragon in the past. Now that his 8th stage sword intent reached complete mastery along with the Dragon Phoenix World annihilating sword cannon, practicing it again felt like he was undergoing a rebirth. In just an hour, Lin Yun created the Heavenly Dragon 13 swords with the Heavenly Dragon's authority as the foundation. When he thrust the last sword forth, a dragon's roar echoed, tearing the sky apart and summoning the Azure Dragon constellation. When the sovereign constellation appeared, the power of the Heavenly Dragon 13 swords increased and became even more perfect. The Heavenly Dragon can summon the Azure Dragon constellation. I wonder if the Divine Phoenix can summon the Vermilion Bird constellation. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with excitement on his face. He finally knew the benefits of a blank piece of paper. If he hadn't severed the Bodhi seed, he wouldn't have been able to reach this far, no matter how much he tried. Just as he had imagined, the Divine Phoenix could summon the Vermilion Bird constellation. The Heavenly Dragon 13 swords produced the Heavenly Dragon Sword Aura, while the Divine Phoenix 9 swords produces the Divine Phoenix Sword Aura. If they were combined, they would form into a whole new Dragon Phoenix sword. When he used the Dragon Phoenix sword, the front side of the sword had the Heavenly Dragon imprinted on it, while the other side had the Divine Phoenix imprinted. When the two combined, the Azure Dragon constellation would turn into the sky while the Vermilion Bird constellation became the earth. Coincidentally, the Divine Solar Lunar Fist had something similar, with a golden crow as heaven and a silver phoenix as earth. But the power of this sword technique was much stronger in comparison. When Lin Yun divided himself into two, he swung a powerful sword aura that intertwined, forming the ultimate technique of the Dragon Phoenix sword, Dragon Phoenix World Annihilation / A blank piece of paper is easier to draw on. Lin Yun was excited, looking at the power of his attack. Now that he was a blank paper, he could draw whatever he wanted. Just the Heavenly Dragon 13 swords alone is stronger than the Divine Firefly sword. If the Heavenly Dragon and Divine Phoenix combine, I'm afraid that it has broken through the restrictions of a Dragon Spirit martial technique. Lin Yun began to ponder about the grade of the Dragon Phoenix sword. He felt this sword technique was comparable to a Divine Spirit martial technique. In the Kunlun realm, martial techniques were divided into Saint Spirit, Ghost Spirit, Dragon Spirit, and Divine Spirit martial techniques. Dragon Spirit martial techniques were already the strongest martial techniques of each clan, such as the Great Profound Sword Cannon. There weren't many Divine Spirit martial techniques in the world. Since the heavenly path was severed, Divine Spirit martial techniques couldn't allow you to become a deity and could only be considered a powerful martial technique. There was only one Divine Spirit martial technique Lin Yun had on him, which was the Qilin Sword Cannon that was left behind by the Qilin Sword Immortal. But since the grade was too high, he could only practice it after becoming a Saint Sovereign. The Divine Dragon Empire, 8 imperial clans, and some ancient forces should have Divine Spirit martial techniques. Lin Yun analyzed. The Kunlun realm was an ancestral realm in the past, so there must be Divine Spirit martial techniques. The Divine Phoenix 9 swords came from the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, but it has far surpassed the grade of the Sword Cannon. Even if it's not an actual Divine Spirit martial technique, it shouldn't be inferior. Lin Yun muttered to himself. If I practice the Qilin Sword Cannon in the future, I will have a Divine Spirit martial technique as a foundation, and the Dragon Phoenix sword can become even more terrifying. Lin Yun's eyesight had been completely open now. Even if he was only 28, he now had the temperament of a grandmaster. He briefly rested before he began practicing the Great Profound Sword Cannon. Since it was missing 2 stages, he couldn't reach complete mastery of it, which made it lacking when compared to the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. It was a regret, and he could only comprehend the Great Profound Sword Cannon and roughly look at the changes in the peaks. Just the Dragon Phoenix sword was enough since it allowed his swordsmanship to become much stronger. Ever since he severed the Bodhi seed, he knew that too much wasn't necessarily beneficial, and just the Dragon Phoenix sword was enough for him to comprehend for a long time. When dawn came, Lin Yun opened his eyes and his bright sun sword intent improved. This time, he placed his attention on the 2 paintings. Compared to the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, these 2 were the main events, since they contained profundity on how he should control the Eternals with his sword. He flicked his finger and the two paintings opened up. With a glance, Lin Yun could sense a terrifying power that made him take a few steps back. The two paintings were two flowers, looking boundless, wanting to blow his mind apart. Taking a few more glances, Lin Yun took a few more steps back and was filled with lingering fear when he regained his footing. These are the genuine eternal Daos, and I have only grasped the surface of them, Lin Yun said with a grave expression. His Yin-Yang Dao and Nirvana Dao couldn't even be considered entry-level, and he probably couldn't reach entry-level in 2 days. Lin Yun instantly had a gauge with a glance, and the Iris Sword Saint must have had a deeper reason to give him the two paintings. He soon figured it out. The two paintings were meant to perfect the Yin-Yang Sword and Nirvana Sword art. By the time he perfects the two sword techniques, he should be able to find a way to reach entry-level and won't take the wrong path. If he went on the wrong path, it would become worse as he carried on cultivating. But if he was on the right path, even a gentle push was an improvement. Lin Yun soon figured out a way and executed the secret technique of the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, splitting himself into two and entering the two paintings. Far away, the Iris Sword Saint and Azure Sky God Lord naturally saw this. The Iris Sword Saint said, "How reckless! Eternal Daos are profound, and yet he wants to comprehend two at once." The Azure Sky God Lord smiled. He's confident in himself. He made multiple breakthroughs in the Iris Sword Sutra you left behind. The current Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon doesn't have any of your shadows in it. I didn't create the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, but only perfecting it slightly, the Iris Sword Saint said. The Azure Sky God Lord smiled. You're really stubborn. I have never seen a sword technique capable of summoning two sovereign constellations, and you have to admit that you're inferior than him at his age. The Iris Sword Saint turned to look at the cauldron, and coldly said, "Humph. It's okay as a fancy trick. Ultimately, he still has to rely on the Firmament Saint Cloth." The refinement of the Firmament Saint Cloth wasn't smooth. It was one of Kunlun Realm's 10 divine artifacts and held a great significance to the Dragon's Gate. But it was too heavily damaged back then, and he could only try to lower the grade to ensure that it could be perfectly used by Lin Yun, allowing him to confront great saints without paying any price, and this was a test of the Iris Sword Saint's techniques. While Lin Yun was comprehending Nirvana and Yin-Yang Daos, there was an undercurrent in the Kunlun realm. In the profound sky sect, Tian Xuanzi had gathered the various forces together just 1 day after the phenomenon of the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation appeared. At the plaza before the main hall, countless saints have been gathered there. It was unimaginable that there would be so many saints within a sect, and even saint lords wouldn't have a seat. Tian Xuanzi wasn't sitting on the main seat. It was being occupied by a yellow-clothed old man instead. This old man was donning a yellow saint robe that was decorated with silver threads. He also had a golden crow and silver toad embroidered on his chest, representing the sun and moon, looking noble. Those silver threads were like moonlight as they emitted a faint radiance. With just one glance, anyone could tell that this was the Ming cult's sun-moon saint cloth, and the ones worn by saint disciples were mostly replicas. But the one being worn by this elder was naturally an authentic sovereign saint artifact. Amongst all the secret treasures, saint clothes were naturally the most precious ones, and that was especially the case for a sovereign saint artifact. That's because it could protect one's life at a critical moment. The old man was the Ming cult's light-subduing great saint. So, in terms of seniority, Tian Xuanzi wouldn't be able to take the main seat. But Tian Xuanzi was in his prime, especially after he had suppressed the Heavenly Dao sect when he weighed the Eastern Desolation, not to mention that Tian Xuanzi was still young. Hence, he had a higher chance of becoming an emperor than anyone else. Anyone could see his fortune, and not even the Radiant Sword Saint could stop him. The light-subduing great saint didn't want to take the main seat, but Tian Xuanzi dragged him over, so he ultimately agreed. Aside from Tian Xuanzi, he was the strongest person there, not to mention that he still had the Sun-Moon Saint cloth. As a result, no one dared to compete with him. On both sides of the main seat were the sect masters of the Heavenly Flame sect and Myriad Lightning sect, the Flame Crow Great Saint and Heavenly Glory Great Saint. Behind them were the notorious Black Mountain 7 saints, and after them were the great saints brought over by the 3 holy lands. The outer layers had mats, which sat the saint sovereigns from the various forces. As for saint lords, they could only obediently stand behind the saint sovereigns and didn't qualify for a seat. After all, aside from the 3 holy lands sect masters, they brought 4 great saints over as well. In addition to Black Mountain 7 saints and the 2 grand elders of the Profound Sky sect, there were 25 great saints there, including Xianxia himself. As for saint sovereigns, there were roughly 40 of them. So why would there be a spot for saint lords? Then again, there were exceptions, such as Xianxia's 9-tailed fox, which was eating at a table with 2 servants serving it. With so many saints gathered, they could wipe out any holy land within the Eastern Desolation if they had an emperor. Even if an emperor arrived, it would only be possible for that emperor to fight so many great saints. That was because the great saints here weren't simple. They were either sect masters or demonic cult experts. They were holding a banquet here with a smile on everyone's faces, and no one looked nervous. Suddenly, Xianxia smiled as he lowered his cup on the table. That made the entire banquet quiet as they turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia looked towards the north and smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen, that sword ray has become even more dazzling." When everyone turned their heads over, they saw a sword ray piercing through the clouds from the sword sect's direction, shattering the 36 layers of heaven. Even outside the Eastern Desolation, everyone could see a sword ray piercing the crimson clouds, like a pillar that was lifting the sky. At the Profound Sky sect, they could see it even more clearly. Everyone knew that Xianxia was finally getting into the main topic, and they looked excited. Why was everyone gathered here? That was naturally to stop the Radiant Sword Saint from becoming an emperor and follow the Divine Dragon Empire behind Xianxia to reforge Eastern Desolation's order. With the new order, they would either be able to consolidate their position or take another step further. Then again, some came due to a personal feud since the Radiant Sword Saint had offended countless people over the past 3,000 years. The Heavenly Sever Great Saint said, "Holy Master, please calm down. The Radiant Sword Saint wants to compete with the 9 emperors, so he's just courting death." That's right. The Radiant Sword Saint is courting death. If he became an emperor 100 years ago, no one could stop him. But he's courting death now. Not many people could make it through a tribulation of this level. If there's going to be an emperor in the ancient barren domain, we still have to look at the Profound Sky Holy Master. When the Holy Master becomes an emperor, he can use Ancient Baron as his title. Many people echoed along, trying to flatter Xianxia. Before the banquet, Xianxia had already been called a Holy Master. Xianxia smiled. "It might seem that way, but the Radiant Sword Saint only has an opportunity for his tribulation. If we succeed, we're the ones doomed. I fought with the Sword Sect for many years, so we already have a death feud, even forcing him out of seclusion back in the ancient barren battlefield. 900 years ago, the 3 Holy Lands joined forces to invade the ancient barren domain, but were stopped by the Radiant Sword Saint, losing countless saints. There's already a blood feud between these parties, and if the Radiant Sword Saint manages to become an emperor, the 3 Holy Lands might be doomed. As for my 7 brothers from the Black Mountain, they wouldn't have holed up in the Black Mountain if not for the Radiant Sword Saint sweeping through the Eastern Desolation. Everyone from the 3 Holy Lands exchanged a look but couldn't find a way to refute his words. As for the Black Mountain 7 saints, that was just a nice way to put it. In reality, the Radiant Sword Saint led many people like the Dragon Origin Great Saint to sweep all the demonic cultivators on the demonic ranking. The Black Mountain 7 saints might be notorious, but anyone could tell they couldn't be compared to the various Holy Lands when regarding their foundation. So, if there were a choice, no great saint would want to stay there. The Ming cult's light subduing great saint said, "Holy Master, you don't have to say anything else. We've gathered here because we either have a feud or came for you, so you can just give the order." The Heavenly Sever Great Saint smiled eerily with a sinister light flashing in his eyes. "If you ask me, we should wipe out the entire sword sect, killing everyone to eliminate the trouble from the roots. The 7 great saints from the Black Mountain and demonic cultivators present all chanted about wiping out the entire sword sect. That naturally made those from the righteous sects frown, but they said nothing about it. The heavenly flame sect's flame crow great saint said, "The sword sect is nothing, and it's fine to wipe it out. I'm only concerned about the sword emperor Yu Qingfeng." After all, he moved back on the ancient barren battlefield. When he said that, everyone became quiet with fear, not daring to look at Tian Xuanzi's face. After all, back on the ancient barren battlefield, Tian Xuanzi wanted to cripple Lin Yun. But the radiant sword saint appeared first before Yu Qingfeng. Even if the other emperors appeared, Yu Qingfeng still taught Tian Xuanzi a lesson, embarrassing him. That was an embarrassing matter for Tian Xuanzi, and no one dared to mention it before him. They didn't dare to look at Tian Xuanzi, but they focused their senses on their ears. That was because Yu Qingfeng's name held too much weight. They might not fear ordinary emperors with them around, and the 3 holy lands even had emperors in their sects. But if they ran into Yu Qingfeng, even if they all came together, they were nothing before him. The Flame Crow Great Saint asked the thing everyone wanted to ask but dared not say. Tian Xuanzi naturally knew about it, so he smiled. "Flame Crow Great Saint, there's no need to worry about it. If Yu Qingfeng is that strong, why didn't he dare to kill me with a slap?" The Flame Crow Great Saint knew that Tian Xuanzi was pointing to him for rubbing salt on his wound. Seeing this, Tian Xuanzi sneered as a medal appeared in his hand. When everyone had a clear look at it, they instantly recognized it. They exclaimed, "The Imperial Dragon Order?" Everyone heard that Tian Xuanzi had a relationship with the Empress, and it was the Empress who supported his clash with the Sword Sect. This was the same as putting it on the table now. "We greet the Empress." Everyone bowed after they came to their senses, including the light-subduing Great Saint. Seeing the Imperial Dragon Order was the same as seeing the Empress, and anyone with the order was the representative of the Empress. Being disrespectful to the Imperial Dragon Order was the same as being rude to the Empress. The Empress was one of the 9 living legends, the monarch of the Divine Dragon Empire, and was ranked first in the Kunlun realm in regards to her strength. It wasn't an understatement to say there would be a river of blood if she became angry. Only those she trusted would be given the Imperial Dragon Order, and no one had any worries when looking at it. "It's fine." Tian Xuanzi waved his hand. When the Flame Crow Great Saint wanted to back down, Tian Xuanzi smiled. "I'll be honest with you. That lord has come out of seclusion, so we don't have to fear Yu Qingfeng." "Flame Crow Great Saint, do you have anything else to say?" Tian Xuanzi had a feminine look, and his smile would make everything else pale in comparison. But his smile made the Flame Crow Great Saint sink into the abyss with his legs trembling. That shocked everyone, and they knew that the Flame Crow Great Saint was doomed. The banquet was cheerful to begin with. Tian Xuanzi didn't have an opportunity to intimidate everyone, but the Flame Crow Great Saint stood out. The myriad lightning sect's heavenly glory Great Saint turned to look at the light-subduing Great Saint, hoping the latter could help appease the matter. But the light-subduing Great Saint merely maintained his composure and said nothing. When the Black Mountain 7 Saints saw this scene, they sneered because Tian Xuanzi mentioned that the 3 Holy Lands couldn't be entirely trusted when inviting them over. Tian Xuanzi wanted to teach them a lesson, and the Flame Crow Great Saint stood out. The Flame Crow Great Saint was nervous, but he maintained his composure and said, "It looks like Holy Master already has a plan, and I was too overly concerned. I have no other meaning in what I said." Tian Xuanzi raised his brow and smiled. "I have something to say. It's a disappointment that the Flame Crow Great Saint will only be getting your disciples to make a move and not personally. I wonder if there will be an opportunity for me to experience the Flame Crow Great Saint's strength." Everyone's hearts trembled with their faces changing, but their eyes were filled with curiosity, wanting to know Tian Xuanzi's current strength. "Since you're a guest, you should have the honor to make a move again." Tian Xuanzi smiled, but his tone was unquestionable. The atmosphere suddenly became tense because no one expected Tian Xuanzi to be so blunt. The Flame Crow Great Saint took a deep breath and said, "The Holy Master defeated all the 6 Holy Lands when you weighed the Eastern Desolation, even suppressing the Heavenly Tao sect. There's naturally no way I can rival you." Tian Xuanzi smiled. It doesn't matter. We're only sparring amongst ourselves. If the Flame Crow Great Saint has any concerns, I can let you have 3 moves. The Flame Crow Great Saint sighed because he knew he couldn't avoid this fight. That also made him furious since he was the sect master of a holy land, and his seniority was even higher than Tian Xuanzi's. Let him have 3 moves? Wasn't this the same as humiliating him? A cold light flashed within the Flame Crow Great Saint's eyes. He didn't want to fight Tian Xuanzi, but he had been forced to this point, and even he had a temper. He soared to the sky with his clothes fluttering in the wind. He said, I apologize in advance, then. A golden flower appeared behind the Flame Crow Great Saint, and all the tables in the banquet exploded. Everyone was a saint, so they naturally wouldn't be injured by the shockwave. When the Flame Dragon Great Saint made a move, they had already retreated. A bizarre scene occurred. The tables and everything that flew out suddenly slowed down. That was the Flame Crow Great Saint's Tao, which affected time and space, with everything forming into a bizarre painting. Tian Xuanzi wore a smile while looking at ease. The light-subduing Great Saint had already retreated, leaving Tian Xuanzi behind, calmly looking at the Flame Crow Great Saint. The Flame Crow Great Saint didn't think much about it as he waved and pushed his palm forth. There was a great solar divine rune engraved on his palm that shone brightly, releasing a dazzling radiance that made everyone take a deep breath in horror, seeing the golden radiance enveloping the surroundings that looked like a real sun above the profound sky sect. But the phenomenon only lasted briefly before Tian Xuanzi pushed his palm forth, and the golden radiance disappeared. The Flame Crow Great Saint was pushed back with a palm before he charged forth with an even faster speed, pushing his palms forward. His palms were powerful, and each one contained many Saint Daos. At the same time, the great solar domain opened up. His first palm managed to force Tian Xuanzi to take 3 steps back, and his second forced Tian Xuanzi to take 10-odd steps back. Blood dripped down from Tian Xuanzi's lips, which looked striking compared to his pale skin, which looked like a rose in the snow. When the Flame Crow Great Saint stopped, he wore a grave expression when he landed on the ground. He forced Tian Xuanzi to take 10-odd steps back and even injured the latter. But Tian Xuanzi didn't use his Dao or Dao domains to take on his attacks. Sect Master, I guess it's my turn now? Tian Xuanzi wiped the blood off his lips and looked at the Flame Crow Great Saint with a smile. That shocked the Flame Crow Great Saint, before he blankly nodded. Just when he was surprised by Tian Xuanzi's strength, the latter charged over as though he came out of a painting, as if where he was before was an illusion. Before the Flame Crow Great Saint could respond, Tian Xuanzi's palm landed on his chest, and a galaxy appeared behind Tian Xuanzi. When the galaxy appeared, it began to grow into an actual starry sky. The Flame Crow Great Saint remained on the same spot, throwing out a mouthful of blood. When he raised his head, Tian Xuanzi had already retreated to where he previously stood, and what just happened felt unrealistic. When everyone looked at the Flame Crow Great Saint, they realized what happened earlier was real. There was a crater on the Flame Crow Great Saint's chest, and he was taken by surprise. The golden flower behind him had shattered, making everyone feel a chill run down their spines when they saw this. That's the Profound Sky Universe, that ultimate stage in the Profound Sky canon. No one has ever succeeded in it before, not even the creator of the Profound Sky canon. This is terrifying. He's already so strong without using his Tao. Tian Xuanzi might become an emperor. Everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that Tian Xuanzi had grasped Space Tao. They initially thought that Tian Xuanzi would use it to face the Flame Crow Great Saint, but no one expected that he would use the Flame Crow Great Saint instead. Just seeing the Profound Sky Universe made everyone feel that Tian Xuanzi was unfathomable. He had become stronger than when he weighed the Eastern Desolation. In just one exchange, the Flame Crow Great Saint's injuries looked terrifying, but it didn't take long before the Flame Crow Great Saint recovered. Thank you for going easy on me. The Flame Crow Great Saint cupped his fists together with an ugly expression. In the Kunlun realm, it was the survival of the fittest, and he had to bow his head now that he had been defeated even if he was humiliated, just like how Yu Qingfeng treated Tian Xuanzi and how Tian Xuanzi treated him. The profound sky Holy Master will rule the Eastern Desolation. The profound sky Holy Master will rule the Eastern Desolation. Cheers resounded, and the effect was pretty good since Tian Xuanzi's strength had now subdued everyone, and they were willing to follow him to wipe out the sword sect. Ha ha ha! Tian Xuanzi laughed, waving his hand. Flame Crow Great Saint. Everyone knows you're a blade saint, and the Great Solar Tao isn't your true strength. If we're using our weapons, I wouldn't dare to let you have 3 moves. Tian Xuanzi no longer looked overbearing and wore a warm smile. Seeing this, the Flame Crow Great Saint's face improved, and he smiled. Holy Master, you're too humble. Even if the Radiant Sword Saint becomes an emperor, you can face him as long as you become an emperor. I'm afraid that the Radiant Sword Saint might not give me that chance. Tian Xuanzi smiled. He looked at everyone and said, we have to work together to wipe out the Sword Sect and kill the Radiant Sword Saint. Wipe out the Sword Sect and kill the Radiant Sword Saint. Everyone cheered along since Tian Xuanzi's strength subdued everyone. They were so loud that their voices echoed throughout the entire Profound Sky Sect as a wave. Even the Flame Crow Great Saint couldn't help feeling emotional, feeling hopeful about it. The light subduing Great Saint and Heavenly Glory Great Saint exchanged a gaze and instantly knew what each other was thinking. Tian Xuanzi was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The 3 Holy Lands had actually discussed amongst themselves about wanting to use Tian Xuanzi to get rid of the Radiant Sword Saint before the 3 worked together to restrain Tian Xuanzi. Now that they saw that exchange, it would be extremely tough for them to do that, and there was no way they could hold down Tian Xuanzi. In another part of the ancient Baron domain, the 4 great saints who were rushing over to the Sword Sect from the Heavenly Tao Sect heard the cheers when they passed by the Profound Sky Sect, which made them stop and look in the Profound Sky Sect's direction. Many great saints, saint sovereigns, and saint lords were gathered there. Did you guys hear anything? The Serene Dust Great Saint asked. Wipe out the Sword Sect and kill the Radiant Sword Saint. Yi Guhan's face was complicated. The Dragon Origin Great Saint roared, that bastard! He's really heartless to gather so many saints when Radiant is undergoing his tribulation. As great saints, they could see everything from a few kilometers away, and they had sensed the aura of the saints within the Profound Sky Sect. With so many saints gathered together, they would form a powerful aura even if they did nothing. There are at least 10 great saints, and their aura is complicated. There are those from the righteous and demonic cults. It looks like Tian Xuanzi has been planning this for a long time. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said with concern flashing through her eyes. It was even more terrifying than the attack from the Blood Moon Sect and Demon Spirit Clan. Even someone as confident as her couldn't help feeling tremendous pressure. The Serene Dust Great Saint said with a grave expression, there are 3 holy lands, and there will only be more great saints. The Dragon Origin Great Saint calmed down and said, let's not care about Tian Xuanzi for now and head to the Sword Sect. As long as the Great Profound Sword Cannon doesn't break, even an emperor can't enter the Sword Sect. But the 4 knew that Tian Xuanzi had made preparations. Don't worry about it. We also have reinforcements since Junior Brother went to the Divine Phoenix Mountain. If the Divine Phoenix Holy Master is willing to help, we still have a chance, Yi Guhan said. The 4 said nothing else as they rushed to the Sword Sect. But before leaving, Yi Guhan turned around and looked back at the Profound Sky Sect. He and Tian Xuanzi had a complicated relationship as the twin stars of the Eastern Desolation. When they were young, they were good brothers who could entrust their backs to each other and shared their cultivation techniques. They did get beaten up together before and got in trouble. Hence, Yi Guhan looked at the Profound Sky Sect with a complicated gaze before his eyes became determined. The Divine Phoenix Mountains party also noticed the powerful aura along the way and the cheers. Compared to Yi Guhan's group of 4, the Divine Phoenix Mountain had more people and were riding profound birds and other aerial spiritual beasts, forming a grand party. On this trip, the Divine Phoenix Holy Master brought 5 great saints, 10 saint sovereigns, and over 60 saint lords. They only left behind 2 great saints to guard the Divine Phoenix Mountain and had practically dispatched all their saints. The saint lords were mostly 9th stage saint lords or quasi-saint sovereigns. The great saints would be the spears, the saint sovereigns were the foundation, and it was rare for Saint Lords to have a chance to fight. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master practically dispatched every force available, and they could even use a secret technique to activate their Phoenix bloodline for a brief moment. The profound birds were heading to the Sword Sect. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master and Lil Purple flew at the front, with the great saints following behind. But Lil Purple was seated on the Iris sword box as she caressed Lil Red. Lil Red had been going into seclusion during this period. In addition to the Saint Elixirs from the Divine Phoenix Mountain, Lil Red had already activated 80% of its bloodline. It had undergone a drastic transformation compared to the last time Lin Yun saw it, and it could transform into the ancient Dracope at any time. Suddenly, Lil Purple stopped and turned in the profound Sky Sect's direction. She asked, "You hear anything? Wipe out the Sword Sect and kill the Radiant Sword Saint." The Divine Master Holy Master said, and the Divine Phoenix Mountains party wore grave expressions as they looked at the profound Sky Sect, which became enveloped in a powerful aura. "What do you think about Tian Xuanzi's strength? Can you restrict him?" Lil Purple asked. Only the great saints could join a battle of this level, but they would be useless if they couldn't restrict Tian Xuanzi. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master said, "I don't know. There's something weird about him, and all the fortune in the ancient barren domain seems to have gathered on him, giving me an unrealistic feeling. I'm not sure if I can restrict him. He's practically another Lin Yun but from 500 years ago." Lil Purple glared at the Holy Master. "How can he be compared to Lin Yun? I'm asking you to fight him, not praise him. Lord Phoenix, who knows how many people will die if I make a mistake, and I don't dare to give a guarantee." The Divine Phoenix Holy Master smiled bitterly. Despite what Lil Purple said, she was a reasonable person. Speaking of Tian Xuanzi, she had met him multiple times, and she knew that what the Holy Master said wasn't false. "There's something I'm curious about. Why is that person behind Tian Xuanzi after the Sword Sect? Even if the Radiant Sword Saint becomes an emperor, it's hard for him to pose a threat to the Divine Dragon Empire. Furthermore, the Radiant Sword Saint knows the big picture, and he will guard the Kunlun realm if the Demon Spirit clan comes back." Lil Purple frowned. "Lord Phoenix, there's a rumor," the Holy Master said. "Go on." The Kunlun realm is divided into different regions, but there are only 9 ancient domains. The other 8 domains are already under the control of the Divine Dragon Empire, and there are rumors that the 9 ancient domains have 9 greater dragon pulses beneath them. The Empress seems to be planning to sacrifice the dragon pulses to reach the deity realm. Lil Purple's face changed before she said, "The ancient barren domain's dragon pulse is beneath the Sword Sect? Let's not mention if this method can let her reach the deity realm, but many people will perish even if it succeeds. The Sword Sect would be the first to perish. This is why Yu Qingfeng doesn't allow it, and the Divine Dragon Empire can only push Tian Xuanzi out," the Holy Master said. Lil Purple hatefully said, "So even if you praise Tian Xuanzi, it doesn't change the fact that he's the dog of the Empress. The dog that made Lin Yun suffer so much." Lil Purple was gritting her teeth with a chill on her face. She recalled how Lin Yun's dragon pulses were damaged and nearly died. That was Lin Yun's closest experience with death ever since he came to Kunlun realm. "Little ancestor, let's go to the Sword Sect first. I bet the entire Sword Sect is feeling uneasy now." A great saint behind the Holy Master spoke out, seeing that Lil Purple showed signs of charging straight to the profound Sky Sect. When they addressed Lil Purple as ancestor back then, they were reprimanded by her to either address her as Lord Phoenix or Little Ancestor. "I know what I'm doing," Lil Purple said. She promised Lin Yun that she would protect the Sword Sect and not let her feelings get the best of her. If they charged to the profound Sky Sect now, they would only be courting death and would not be able to help the Radiant Sword Saint during his tribulation. While everyone in the world only knew that the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion was proficient in music Dao, no one knew that they were from the Azure Dragon's lineage. In the main hall, everyone from the Azure Dragon's lineage who had scattered throughout the Kunlun realm had gathered, and they were all saints. The pavilion master sat on the main seat with an old man beside him, the old patriarch who competed with the Divine Dragon's lineage in the past. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, with everyone wearing a grave expression. The pavilion master took out the Wind God Order and said, "This is the Wind God Order left behind by Lin Yun. No matter what, we're in his favor. We have to return this favor no matter what. Even without the Wind God Order, he's someone chosen by the Azure Dragon Lord, and we can't see him die. That's right. We have to protect Lin Yun. The Azure Dragon Lord must have a reason to choose him, not to mention that he has a good reputation, saving 9 sects in the God Burial Mountain range by himself. I have no opinion against that." "Me neither." Everyone was naturally discussing the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation, and they didn't hesitate about saving Lin Yun. Let's not mention the Wind God Order, but the fact that the Azure Dragon Lord has chosen Lin Yun meant that the Azure Dragon's lineage couldn't ignore this matter. But protecting Lin Yun was the same as safeguarding the Sword Sect. "We have to protect Lin Yun no matter what, but we can't participate in the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation. It's Lin Yun's matter if he joins in, so we just have to save him if his life is in danger." "That's right. Tian Xuanzi is only targeting the Radiant Sword Saint. His tribulation is too terrifying, and it's useless even if he tried to help him. Lin Yun has a deep connection with the Sword Sect, and he won't be willing to accept the Azure Dragon's lineage with the Sword Sect still around. The identity of our Azure Dragon's lineage is sensitive, and we will draw out the Divine Dragon's lineages if we make a move, and the Empress will be unhappy. 100,000 years ago, the Azure Dragon's lineage was grand because of the rules set up by the Blue Dragon ancestral deity that the Azure Dragon's lineage would inherit the sect master of the Dragon's Gate. This naturally made the 7 Divine Dragons' lineages unhappy, but they didn't dare to do anything with the Blue Dragon ancestral deity around. 100,000 years later, the 7 Divine Dragons' lineages established the Divine Dragon Empire, placing the Azure Dragon's lineage in an awkward position. The Azure Dragon's lineage was scattered throughout Kunlun realm because of that Empress, which left everyone with a huge nightmare. The Pavilion Master sighed and said nothing. He naturally agreed with it since no one would fear to die protecting Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun was chosen by the Azure Dragon Lord, and the Azure Dragon's lineage still acknowledged the Azure Dragon Lord's position even after 100,000 years. But the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation was another story. In a nutshell, the Azure Dragon Lord didn't say anything about protecting the Radiant Sword Saint or the Sword Sect. "A bunch of cowards." The old man beside the Pavilion Master scolded as the main hall became quiet. This old man was the Azure Python Great Saint and the current patriarch of the Azure Dragon's lineage. "Those willing to protect Lin Yun will guard outside the Sword Sect, and we will make a move if his life is in danger. You will command these people." The Azure Python Great Saint gave the order. He continued, "Those willing to protect the Radiant Sword Saint will follow me to the Sword Sect. Let me see if there's still anyone with guts in the Azure Dragon's lineage." Ultimately, 3 out of 6 Great Saints from the Azure Dragon's lineage decided to follow the Azure Python Great Saint. The Pavilion Master asked, "Father, who will the ancestor follow?" The ancestor was an Azure Dragon whose life force was declining. He was the greatest trump card of the Azure Dragon's lineage, and he could rival the 9 emperors as well. The Azure Python Great Saint pondered, then said, "It will follow you. The Radiant Sword Saint can die, but we must protect Lin Yun no matter what, even if we must let the ancestor make a move. He might seem reckless, but he placed more importance on Lin Yun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought the ancestor to the Sword Sect as well." With this arrangement, the others from the Azure Dragon's lineage heaved a sigh in relief. Outside the God Burial Mountain range, Mei Zihua and Li Wuyo sat on a celestial crane with a mysterious black-robed man standing behind them. "Why are we not going to the Sword Sect but the God Burial Mountain range?" Mei Zihua asked, baffled. Li Wuyo said, "The Great Profound Sword Array will be activated, and we can't enter if our identities aren't clear, even if we have gone against the order of our clans to come." Mei Zihua came from a musical clan, while Li Wuyo came from an ancient clan, and their clans were based in the Divine Dragon Empire. They were only acquainted with Lin Yun and not the Sword Sect. So, the Sword Sect wouldn't let anyone from the Divine Dragon Empire enter, even if they went against the order of their clans and brought a great saint with them. Hee, that's normal. It's easy for an array to crumble from the inside. So they naturally won't let anyone with unclear identities enter. The black-clothed man chuckled. In reality, he wasn't a righteous great saint. Mei Zihua and Li Wuyo's clans didn't dare to be involved with the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation. So they invited a great saint of the demonic path at a great price. Wait for the 9th princess. She will definitely make a move, and we have also done our best at that time, Li Wuyo said in a concerned tone. At the God Burial Mountain Range's fallen God Valley, Su Ziyao removed the golden-purple dragon crown from her head and changed it to a floral crown made with the divine mulberry tree. Her face was cold but looked a lot more gentle. Compared to the golden-purple dragon crown, she preferred the floral crown that Lin Yun made. At the moment, she still hadn't left the fallen God Valley, but was flying deeper into the God Burial Mountain Range, giving off eternal pressure as she shuttled through the air. For hours later, she came to the far end of the Flame Dragon River and soared to the sky as her vision began to expand with multiple heavenly voids appearing. She could sense some ancient existences moving about, shrouded in an evil aura. After looking at it for a long time, she could even hear screams in her ears. Those were the demon spirit clan's deities who were sealed. They were bearing unimaginable torture as they roared. Anyone could imagine the disaster they would bring to the Kunlun realm if they were released. But fortunately, she had refined the Annihilation God Lord's hand with a deity aura protecting her. Otherwise, the terrifying phenomena would be enough for her to lose herself in them since there were too many of them. If the heavenly path is reforged, the spiritual energy in the world will recover. These ancient existences will also be strengthened, breaking the seals and wreaking havoc in the Kunlun realm. Su Ziyao frowned. This was why it wasn't easy to reforge the heavenly path. There were too many concerns. Many locations that were like the God Burial Mountain Range were throughout the Kunlun realm, but there were more sealed beneath the Kunlun realm. If they couldn't get rid of those demon spirit clan's deities, the heavenly path couldn't be reforged. Then again, it was impossible for mortals to kill deities, and even someone as strong as the Southern Emperor could only suppress them, not kill them. Since ancient times, only the Iris Sword Saint managed to kill a deity as a mortal. If they wanted to reforge the heavenly path, they would have to eliminate all the hidden threats and the demon spirit clan in the God Burial Mountain Range. I wonder if he can grasp the Nirvana Tao, Su Ziyao muttered with anticipation in her eyes. Su Ziyao was confident that she could reforge the heavenly path after she became a deity, but she couldn't get rid of these hidden threats. But if it was Lin Yun, he might have a chance at doing so. Seemingly to sense Su Ziyao's gaze, those sinister beings concealed their auras. But some still released a roar, provoking Su Ziyao. But Su Ziyao merely snorted before she left. Annihilation God's aura and truth. After Su Ziyao left, those who hid themselves emerged again with fear in their tones. Su Ziyao was fast, and she sensed a fluctuation in Six Holy City just when she was about to leave the God Burial Mountain Range. She quickly concealed her aura and descended on the city. At the city's heart, the Blood Moon sect created a blood pool at the plaza with many saints guarding the surroundings. There were also many from the Demon Spirit clan and demonic corpses as they threw human cultivators into the blood pond. The Ying River King, who previously fought with Lin Yun, was also around. He had recovered from his injuries and was chatting with Zhao Tianyu. This made Su Ziyao frown. She had noticed that they were holding a ceremony. She immediately sensed this was a serious matter since the Blood Moon sect picked a special time. Is it a coincidence that they chose now? Don't worry about it. Everyone is paying attention to the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation, and even the Divine Dragon Empire's attention isn't here. We will succeed this time, Zhao Tianyu smiled. The Ying River King deeply said, "It looks like I will have to congratulate the Blood Moon sect. After the ceremony, your ancestor will be able to be reborn from the Divine Maiden. At that time, the Blood Moon sect's sacred flame will spread throughout the Kunlun realm. Likewise, the seal of this God Burial Mountain Range will also be destroyed. Your Demon Spirit clan's deities will break free from their seals, and the Demon Spirit clan won't have to carry on hiding in the God Burial Mountain Range. At the very least," Zhao Tianyu smiled. The God Burial Mountain Range was an array that sealed all the Demon Spirit Clan's deities, which was a shackle on the Demon Spirit Clan that even newborn demon spirits like the Ing River King were trapped in God Burial Mountain Range. Even if they occasionally managed to send someone out, they had to pay a great price. But if the God Burial Mountain Range's seal was destroyed, since the Blood Moon Sect and Demon Spirit Clan shared the same interests, they wouldn't have any sudden conflicts. Su Xiao decided to stay here for now upon seeing this. In the Sword Sect, the entire sect was enveloped in a layer of crimson radiance. Outside the Sword Sect were countless demonic beasts trying to flee, and there were also Saint Realm demonic beasts amongst them. But this wasn't a beast tide. Demonic beasts were brutal and invasive during a beast tide, but these demonic beasts had fear in them, wanting to leave this place quickly. When they ran into human cultivators, they didn't attack but were trying to escape, leaving the Sword Sect as quickly as possible. When some human cultivators attacked them, they didn't even retaliate but focused on escaping. Compared to demonic cultivators, countless human cultivators were pouring towards the Sword Sect. There were some here to watch, some here to comprehend to make a breakthrough, and some here to help the Sword Sect. But the Sword Sect was completely closed, and they couldn't even get close to the 108 peaks in the outer region, not to mention the 7 main peaks. But most were here to fish for benefits, seeing if they could pick up a great saint or saint sovereign's corpses during the battle, which would be an excellent opportunity for them. I don't think the Sword Sect can bear it. The Profound Sky Sect is too powerful. I took a peek and could sense the torrential aura from afar. The 3 Holy Lands sent out all their experts. Even the Black Mountain's 7 saints have come. I heard that the person behind Tianxuanzi is the Empress. Several ancient saint clans in the Divine Dragon Empire have entered the Profound Sky Sect. The Radiant Sword Saint will die, and the Sword Sect will be wiped out for sure. Everyone was discussing amongst themselves, but no one was optimistic about the Sword Sect. They all felt that the Radiant Sword Saint would die and the Sword Sect would be wiped out. In the Scarlet Firmament Peak's main hall in Sword Sect, Mu Xiankong summoned all the saints to figure out a solution. But everyone's faces were grave because the Sword Sect didn't have enough people. Not including Mu Xiankong, the Sword Sect had 10 saints and 2 saint sovereign elders. There were only 2 great saints, the Radiant Sword Saint's junior brother Dustlight and the previous Peak Master of the Golden Firmament Peak. But the Dustlight Great Saint had an important duty while the old Peak Master was running out of lifespan, and his strength wasn't significant amongst the great saints. The Sword Sect could be considered impressive amongst the powerful sects to have such strength since most powerful sects only had a great saint at best. The strongest in their sect were mostly saint sovereigns. In the powerful Holy Lands, saints could be considered grand elders. But the Sword Sect wasn't a holy land, and it couldn't rival an actual holy land. As a result, everyone in the Sword Sect wore a grave expression. We don't even have enough people to protect the 7 peaks. If the great profound sword array breaks, we will be finished. The Golden Firmament Saint Lord sighed. The great profound sword array was powerful and could use 7 main peaks with 108 smaller peaks to confront an emperor. Even if the array was broken, Mu Xiankong could use the Sect Master's token to draw power from the peaks for himself as long as he was in the Sword Sect, and the peaks would provide endless power to him. This was the Sword Sect's advantage when fighting on their home ground. As long as the peaks weren't destroyed, they would have an endless energy flow, and Mu Xiankong could guard the Radiant Sword Saint. But if the Great Profound Sword Array was destroyed and the Profound Sky Sect's men charged in, it was just a matter of time before the energy ran out. No one spoke since everyone knew that the Sword Sect had devised a plan for the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation over the past 2 to 3 years. Even so, none of the saints here were afraid because they knew that this was unavoidable, and there was no way the Sword Sect could avoid it. That was especially true for Mu Xiankong, who was already prepared to die. When he wanted to say something, several deacons came in and went on their knees. Sect Master, the various peaks disciples aren't willing to leave. They're all gathered outside the main palace. Sect Master, we can't persuade them. Aside from the outer sect's disciples, no inner sect's disciples are willing to leave, especially the various peaks' saint disciples. They're all gathered outside, unwilling to leave. The faces of Mu Xiankong and the other saints changed when they heard that. Mu Xiankong and the saint elders didn't want the inner sex disciples to get involved, especially the saint disciples. Mu Xiankong only wanted to leave behind the deacons and old fellows like them, not wanting the younger generation to get involved. What are they trying to do? Mu Xiankong scolded and came out with everyone. But when he came out, they were stumped as they saw thousands of inner sect disciples standing before the main hall without a hint of fear on their faces. That was especially the case for saint disciples such as Yi Xiling, Zhao Yan, Gong Sun Yan, Jin Xuani, Mu Qingqing, and Mu Shuiqin as they stood at the front. Yi Xiling was being fully nourished by the sect now with her potential unleashed, and she received the title of the true Dragon Lord. She now possessed the cultivation of a Saint Lord, and she became the leader of the younger generation after Lin Yun left. Yi Xiling, why are you messing around with them as the chief disciple? Mu Xiankong roared. Yi Xiling looked at Mu Xiankong and said, I'm not messing around. We swore an oath before entering the sect that we would do our best for the Sword Sect. As long as the Sword Sect doesn't return to being a holy land, we won't stop progressing. Now that martial ancestor Radiant is undergoing his tribulation, the Sword Sect needs help. We've cultivated so many years for today, and we're not afraid. Mu Xuankong's hands trembled, and the saints behind him had their eyes become watery. After all, this was the Sword Sect's spirit. Mu Xiankong contained his emotions and said, You guys will die if you stay behind. Leave immediately. We can't let the Sword Sect's inheritance be severed here. As swordsmen, we're not afraid of death, Yi Xiling said firmly. She wasn't being reckless and knew that it was dangerous, but that didn't mean that it was useless. There were 108 peaks in the outer region, the nodes for the Great Profound Sword Array. Even if they only managed to protect a peak, it would mean more energy for the array. So even if they die, they won't die in vain. Gong Sun Yen, why are you still around? You joined the Sword Sect midway, and you're not a traitor if you leave now. Mu Xiankong turned to look at Gong Sun Yen. Before Gong Sun Yen joined the Sword Sect, he was known for being a coward. Mu Xiankong naturally knew that, and he wanted Gong Sun Yen to take the lead to leave. Gong Sun Yen smiled. Sect Master, am I not a disciple of the Sword Sect? I'll be honest with you. I'm a coward, and I'm not suitable as a swordsman compared to my other martial siblings. But I know that I can't leave now. At the very least, I have to let Lin Yun know that I'm a swordsman before he returns. 8,000 years of reign with our halo enveloping 90,000 miles. As long as the moon exists, the Sword Sect never dies. I have sworn before the monument. Gong Sun Yan's words shocked Mu Xiankong, and everyone present became even more determined after hearing what he said. As long as the moon exists, the Sword Sect never dies. We're not afraid of death as swordsmen. As long as the moon exists, the Sword Sect never dies. We're not afraid of death as swordsmen. Their eyes were firm as they chanted to express their determination. They would never flee but live and die with the Sword Sect. Their voices echoed throughout the Sword Sect, leaving Mu Xiankong and the other saints dumbfounded, unable to say a word. Suddenly, a radiant voice echoed outside the Sword Sect. Profound Valley's Sect Master, Li Mayo, is here to help the Radiant Sword Saint in his tribulation. The Heavenly Note Sect is here to help the Radiant Sword Saint in his tribulation. The Heavenly Blade Pavilion is here to help the Radiant Sword Saint in his tribulation. The Vajra Monastery is here to help the Radiant Sword Saint in his tribulation. The Thunder Sect is here to help the Radiant Sword Saint in his tribulation. The Emerald Jade Manor is here to help the Radiant Sword Saint in his tribulation. Sect Master, please open the sect. 6 sects of the 8 powerful sects within the ancient barren domain came over. Their sect masters came over themselves and were outside the Sword Sect, asking Mu Xiankong to open the sect. The 6 sect masters can be trusted, the Golden Firmament Saint Lord said with their eyes lighting up. But that wasn't all. Another resounding voice resounded. Radiant Sword Saint's disciple Yi Guhan, Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, Dragon Origin Great Saint, and Serene Dust Great Saint are here to help Master during his tribulation. Sect Master, please open the sect. Yi Guhan's voice echoed across the 9 heavens, which made the eyes of everyone from the sword sect light up. The Azure River Sword Saint is here. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint is also here? Isn't she one of the 3 sword saints in the Eastern Desolation as well? Senior Dragon Origin and Serene Dust are also great saints. For great saints, the 6 sect masters were only saint sovereigns, and their arrival boosted everyone's morale. But they were pale in comparison to the arrival of 4 great saints. Where is the sword sect's sect master? The Divine Phoenix Holy Master is here with reinforcements from the Divine Phoenix Mountain. Please open the sect. We have an agreement with Flower Burial, and we're here to help the Radiant Sword Saint in his tribulation. Before everyone could stop rejoicing, another voice shocked everyone in the sword sect. No one expected that the Divine Phoenix Holy Master was also here, since the Divine Phoenix Mountain was now the strongest holy land within the Eastern Desolation. The Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's Azure Python Great Saint is here under the agreement with Flower Burial to help the Radiant Sword Saint in his tribulation. Another voice echoed, accompanied by a dragon's roar that echoed in the surroundings like a bell. All these voices made everyone from Sword Sect excited. It's Senior Brother Lin. Senior Brother Lin still remembers the Sword Sect. Even the Divine Phoenix Mountain and Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion have come. We can fight with the Profound Sky Sect now. Sword Sect's disciples were emotional, with joy on their faces. The 4 great saints from the Heavenly Tao Sect were motivating enough, but who could have imagined that the Divine Phoenix Mountain and Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion would also come? As expected of him, he never forgot that he's a member of the Sword Sect. I entered the Sword Sect with Lin Yun, and I still remember how the sect master wanted Lin Yun to bring the Sword Sect back to its prime. Many Sword Sect's disciples were discussing amongst themselves, filled with admiration for Lin Yun. When Yi Xiling and the other chief disciples exchanged a gaze, they all felt a strength rising between them. Will Senior Brother Lin will be with those from the Divine Phoenix Mountain? Mu Qingqing asked curiously. They only knew that he had gone to the Divine Phoenix Mountain and nothing else. That doesn't seem to be the case, Yi Xiling said calmly. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master only mentioned that he was here because of his agreement with Lin Yun, but he didn't mention that he was with Lin Yun. Based on Lin Yun's personality, the Divine Phoenix Holy Master would announce it if Lin Yun was with them. While everyone from the Sword Sect was filled with hope, Mu Xiankong also wore a smile. But he was briefly distracted before he said, "Let's grandly meet everyone who came to aid the Sword Sect." The Radiant Sword Saint helped many people in the past who have long arrived to help the Sword Sect. But the heart was complicated, and the Sword Sect wasn't powerful. As a result, they didn't dare to open the sect and allow everyone to come in. But they didn't have that concern now. The Golden Saint Lord turned to look at the Sword Sect's disciples. Mu Xiankong took a deep breath and said, "Yi Xiling, listen up. I'm here." Yi Xiling bowed as the other disciples in the plaza became quiet, waiting for Mu Xuankong's words. "I order you to guard the Heaven Prolong Peak, and you guys can retreat to the main peaks if the enemies are too strong. As for the other disciples, you will lead them and guard the 108 peaks." Mu Xuanqiang finally decided not to chase them away. He also couldn't refuse them because they now had a high chance of living with many great saints. "I know that you guys aren't afraid of death, but it's not your turn to die yet as long as we're alive. As swordsmen, we're not afraid of death, but we still need you guys to carry on the Sword Sect's inheritance and spirit," Mu Xiankong said. He continued, "Retreat if the enemies are too strong. That doesn't mean you guys are afraid of death. You are all the geniuses of the Sword Sect." When he was done speaking, he threw a golden medal, which Yi Xiling grabbed a hold of, and she smiled. "Roger that." The Heavenly Prolonged Peak was the main peak of the 108 peaks, and the golden medal was the Lesser Heaven Authority Order. With it, she could manipulate the earth energy of 108 peaks to maintain the outer region of the Great Profound Sword Cannon. With the power of earth energy, she could even unleash power far surpassing Saint Lords. "Go on. Mu Xiankong looked at Yi Xiling deeply before he came to the entrance of the Sword Sect with the other Saint Elders. Mu Xiankong used the Greater Heaven Authority Order to open the seal on the Sword Sect. The sword array enveloping the entire Sword Sect changed as several sword rays intertwined, allowing the reinforcements to enter. With great saints like them around, those with ulterior thoughts wouldn't even dare to enter. Even so, Mu Xiankong was cautious with the Greater Heaven Authority Order in his hand. With the Greater Heaven Authority Order in hand, he would be connected with the pulse of the Sword Sect, and he could sense every change. If anyone dared to put on a disguise before him, they would suffer the backlash of the 9 heavenly great profound sword cannon. With a few flashes, the 4 great saints from the heavenly Tao sect arrived first. When they entered, Mu Xiankong and the other Saint Elders from the Sword Sect heaved a sigh of relief as they came forth to welcome them. Behind them were the sect masters of the 6 powerful sects, and they all came alone. They were all at the pinnacle Saint Sovereign, and they could be considered a powerful reinforcement. This was because their great saints had to guard the sects, and great saints were extremely precious to the sect. These 6 came with the preparation to die. Even if they died, the great saints in their clans could bring the elite disciples away from the ancient barren domain to continue their inheritance. If they lost their great saints, they would instantly lose their position and the ability to maintain a foothold. I'm grateful that everyone can come, and I can't express how grateful I am. Mu Xiankong stepped forth and cupped his fists together. Yi Guhan could be considered half a disciple from the Sword Sect, and Mu Xiankong wasn't surprised that Yi Guhan would be here. However, the powerful sects could be regarded as rivals as they often had competition and usually fought. This was why Mu Xiankong was grateful for their arrival. Sect Master Mu, you're too serious. Perhaps the ancient barren domain has been peaceful for too long, and no one dared to stretch their reach here. We might not say it, but we know we should care for each other as members of the ancient barren domain. That's right. The ancient barren domain is one of the 9 ancient domains. Without the Radiant Sword Saint, it wouldn't be peaceful in the ancient barren domain. The Radiant Sword Saint treated us with sincerity, and we're willing to give out lives to help him even though we can't send out everyone from our sects. The sect masters from the other powerful sects cupped their fists together with sincerity. A sect involved too many factors, and they couldn't send out their entire sect to help. As a result, they could only come themselves, and they were prepared that they might die here to help the Radiant Sword Saint. I'm grateful, Mu Xiankong said, feeling touched. Shortly after, the Divine Phoenix Mountain and Lil Purple also arrived. Since they were riding on the azure birds, they came in a grand formation. This instantly made the eyes of the 4 great saints from the heavenly Tao sect and the various sect masters of the ancient barren domain light up. Almost half of the Divine Phoenix Mountain was here. Not only was the Divine Phoenix Holy Master here, but he brought 4 great saints, 10 Saint Sovereigns, and dozens of Saint Lords. Just the Divine Phoenix Mountain alone was much stronger than all the experts here, especially the Divine Phoenix Holy Master. Everyone's confidence was boosted with joy when they saw him. We greet the Holy Master. Not only those from the Sword Sect but the sect masters from the other sects also respectfully cupped their fists together. After all, the Divine Phoenix Holy Master was acknowledged as the strongest in Eastern Desolation for a long time, and it was disputed for a long time who was stronger, he or the Radiant Sword Saint. Now, the Profound Sky Sect had many great saints gathered together, but the one they were terrified of was Tian Xuanzi. If no one could stop Tian Xuanzi, it would be futile, even if they had so many experts here. But it was different now that the Divine Phoenix Holy Master was here. It's the honor of the Sword Sect that the Holy Master is here, Mu Xiankong exclaimed, and he even went as far as bowing before the Divine Phoenix Holy Master. No need to be so polite. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master supported Mu Xiankong up. He smiled. We have an agreement with Lin Yun, so we came as promised. You don't have to be so polite. Where's my junior brother? Yi Guhan asked, looking around. Everyone also came to their senses and found it weird as well. After all, it made no sense for Lin Yun to not be here when his master was undergoing his tribulation. When the Divine Phoenix Holy Master wanted to speak, Lil Purple interrupted. Lin Yun is in seclusion to reach the Saint's sovereign realm, and he can't rush over. Lil Purple didn't want Lin Yun to participate in this battle in her heart, and it was best if he missed it. But in reality, what Lil Purple said wasn't a lie either. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master came to his senses and smiled. Lin Yun received a great opportunity in the Divine Phoenix Mountain, and he will become a Saint's sovereign in half a month, at most. Everyone was shocked to hear that Lin Yun would become a Saint's sovereign. This was terrifying, and Lin Yun would be able to rise in the Kunlun realm the moment he became a Saint's sovereign. Mu Xiankong laughed. Good. If Lin Yun can successfully become a Saint's sovereign, we have an inheritance left behind, even if Tian Xuanzi wipes out the Sword Sect. That means that the Sword Sect won't be destroyed. Either way, he was really happy because the Sword Sect wouldn't disappear in history as long as Lin Yun was around. As for everyone else, they were envious as they congratulated the Sword Sect. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun, that brat, is going to become a Saint's sovereign. Great! A burst of laughter rang out from the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's Azure Python Great Saint, who came with 3 great saints from the Azure Dragon's lineage. When Mu Xiankong saw him, he cupped his fists together before quickly closing the entire sect. This is a good news. Now that the spiritual energy has changed in the world, he will be able to become a great saint in 5 years at most under fortune if he can become a saint sovereign. This is much stronger than that of Tian Xuanzi. We can now do our best to protect the Sword Sect. Even if we're dead, Lin Yun won't let us down when he rises. The Azure Python Great Saint cupped his fists at everyone before he started laughing. He might seem rash, but he had a meticulous thought. Everyone came here because of the righteousness in their hearts, putting their lives on the line. If Lin Yun could help their descendants because of this, it would be even better news. After all, Lin Yun had a good reputation in the Kunlun realm, and everyone was relieved about it. The morale was boosted as the Golden Firmament Saint Lord looked around. There were 5 great saints from the Divine Phoenix Mountain, 4 great saints from the Heavenly Tao Sect, and 4 great saints from the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. There were 13 great saints here, and they now had the confidence to fight Tian Xuanzi. I'm confident now with so much help. Since the Holy Master is here, why don't you make the arrangement instead? Mu Xiankong asked. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master waved his hand and said, We don't have much time now, so there's no need to be so polite. This is the Sword Sect, and you should make the arrangements as the Sect Master. We'll just listen to you. We'll listen to you. Everyone echoed along after the Divine Phoenix Holy Master spoke out. Mu Xiankong heaved in relief after hearing what the Divine Phoenix Holy Master said. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master's seniority and strength were the strongest among them, and there was nothing Mu Xiankong could say if he wanted to become the commander. But he didn't expect that the Divine Phoenix Holy Master would let him be the commander instead, which made Mu Xiankong respect him even more. Let's not waste time then, Mu Xiankong said. According to the information we received, we're still inferior to them in regards to our numbers of great saints, so we'll focus on defending. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing that. After all, it was evident that Tian Xuanzi would join hands with 3 Holy Lands and Black Mountain's 7 saints, not to mention that he must have had more preparations in the dark. The Sword Sect's Great Profound Sword Cannon has 3 levels. The entire sect is a layer, the 108 peaks are the 2nd layer, and the 7 main peaks are the 3rd layer, with the Scarlet Firmament Peak as the main peak. As long as the Scarlet Firmament Peak isn't destroyed, we will have an endless flow of earth energy, and the Saint Veins won't be destroyed. Since we also can't allow Martial Ancestor Radiant to be disrupted, our final goal is to protect the Scarlet Firmament Peak. Any cultivator would have to extract spiritual energy for their tribulation, and one would require more spiritual energy for the Emperor's tribulation. They didn't have much of a choice about it, and it was fortunate that the Sword Sect used to be a holy land. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to support the Radiant Sword Saint in his tribulation. Since they had to help the Radiant Sword Saint in his tribulation, they would have to protect the Saint Vein from destruction. Whether the Radiant Sword Saint could succeed, they could only leave it to fate. The odds of the Radiant Sword Saint succeeding in his tribulation were close to none, but that didn't mean the Radiant Sword Saint had no chance. But if the Saint Veins were destroyed or the Radiant Sword Saint was interrupted, he wouldn't even have a wisp of a chance. Mu Xiankong said, "So I have to trouble the Holy Master and Senior Azure Python to guard the Scarlet Firmament Peak. As for the other main peaks, we can arrange for 2 great saints to be stationed there," Mu Xiankong said. "But we don't seem to have enough people. We still need another great saint," the Azure Python Great Saint said. After all, they only had 13 great saints in total. Humph! Lil Purple snorted as she sat on the hovering iris sword box. She looked like a little girl, and she was naturally neglected. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master said, "Lord Phoenix can withstand a great saint, so don't worry about it. Don't forget my junior brother Jian Jingtian. I heard that he had already left the fleeting cloud sword sect, with all the swords in the profound wither sea snapped. So when he comes, he can also withstand a great saint." Yi Guhan smiled. Everyone was surprised since Jian Jingtian used to be first on the 3 rankings, and he would have soared in his cultivation if he hadn't been imprisoned in the fleeting cloud sword sect. In terms of his talent as a swordsman, even Flower Burial might not be able to suppress him. "That's great." The Azure Python Great Saint smiled. He held back and didn't say that the Azure Dragon's lineage still had 3 great saints and their ancestor guarding outside. If something happened, they would protect Lin Yun and leave. If the other main peaks cannot be protected, everyone can retreat to the Scarlet Firmament Peak. As long as the Scarlet Firmament Peak still exists, the Saint Vein won't be destroyed, Mu Xiankong said. He continued, "Aside from Tian Xuanzi, there are 3 others we have to pay attention to. The Ming Cult's Holy Master, the Black Mountain's Heavenly Sever Great Saint, and the Netherport Sword Saint. The Ming Cult can be considered the leader of the 3 Holy Lands, and he has reached complete mastery with the Sun Moon Saint Canon. I heard that he even has a chance to become an emperor," the Divine Phoenix Holy Master said. "I'll deal with him," the Azure Python Holy Master sneered. "I have fought him in the past. Only his ability to run is worth praising, and it's troublesome for others to deal with him. I'll deal with the Netherport Sword Saint," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. She was one of the 3 Sword Saints, and she was the best candidate to deal with the Netherport Sword Saint. The Dragon Origin Great Saint said, "I'll deal with the Heavenly Sever Great Saint. Radiant and I have dealt with him in the past, and the Black Mountain 7 Saints are nothing." The Serene Dust Great Saint rolled her eyes when she heard that. It was thanks to the Radiant Sword Saint who mainly dealt with the Heavenly Sever Great Saint, not the Dragon Origin Great Saint. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master smiled. "As for Tian Xuanzi, let me deal with him. I want to see how strong he is to claim to be the strongest beneath the Emperor realm." Everyone was more confident now that they heard that. They didn't rest and quickly moved according to Mu Xuankong's arrangement. The great saints were stationed at the 7 main peaks while the remaining saint sovereigns and saint lords scattered to the 108 peaks. In the critical moment, they would all move to the Scarlet Firmament Peak. At night, everyone was briefly resting for the upcoming battle. On the Golden Firmament Peak, the Serene Dust Great Saint and Heavenly Jade Sword Saint stood together, looking at the terrifying sword ray in the sky. Even at night, the crimson clouds gave off a fearsome crimson radiance, and they could tell that it was more terrifying than what they saw from the outside. Standing here, even someone as strong as the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint felt tiny in comparison. "Bai Ziyuan, do you think he can make it through?" the Serene Dust Great Saint asked uneasily. After all, not many people could make it through a tribulation of this level since the beginning of the Divine Dragon era. And it wasn't an exaggeration that it was close to hopeless for the Radiant Sword Saint to make it through this tribulation. "We can only leave it to fate," the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint said. "We just have to protect him well." The Serene Dust Great Saint was furious. "Baizun, do you have to be so cold when we've already come this far?" The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint coldly said, "You think I'm not furious? Do you think I don't have any resentment? He wouldn't be in this position if he was willing to leave with me back then. Do you think I don't want him to become an emperor quickly and have to wait for his lifespan to come to an end before fighting for that slight chance? You think?" As the Heavenly Jade Sword Saint spoke, tears rolled down the corner of her eyes, and she furiously said, "You know how much he owes me? He can never return the favor to me for the rest of his lifetime. You know how much I hate him? I hate why he's so stubborn, wanting to fight for that slight chance even now. Does he not know that many people are worried about him? He owes me so much, and I have never forgotten it. Sensing the terrifying Emperor's tribulation, the heavenly jade sword saint's heart finally collapsed. She roared, "Jian Wuming, you better live well. Otherwise, I won't let you die peacefully, and I mean my words." The serene dust great saint yelled, "Jian Wuming, did you hear that? This mad woman can do what she says, and I can't stop her if she wants to slaughter the entire sword sect if you die." The heavenly jade sword saint looked at the serene dust great saint furiously. But the serene dust great saint didn't cower and glared back at the heavenly jade sword saint, and they burst into laughter a moment later. At the indigo firmament peak, the dragon origin great saint was stationed there, looking at the terrifying aura released by the Emperor's tribulation. He drank wine as he looked at the crimson clouds, recalling his past with the radiant sword saint. He recalled how they traveled to the Kunlun realm with serene dust and heavenly jade, his happiest time. They were also once young, arrogant, and talented. But everything started to change when the radiant sword saint bluffed him to practice a divine body-refining technique as he became their meat shield, and he couldn't remember how many times he received a beating. The dragon origin great saint couldn't help smiling upon thinking about that and raised the gourd to gulp down wine. The past belonged to the three of them, but it somehow became three with him becoming insignificant. So how did he endure it? He couldn't remember how he endured it. Was it because of the serene dust great saint? He fell in love at first sight with the serene dust great saint, the young girl who always called him to hurry up and run. Thinking about it, tears rolled down the dragon origin great saint's eyes as he gulped down the wine to numb himself. The radiant sword saint is sinful, but in the end, he stayed behind because of the radiant sword saint. Whenever he got into trouble, the radiant sword saint would clean up for him, and the radiant sword saint would stand out whenever he was bullied. When they fought with their lives on the line, the radiant sword saint would never abandon him and was never missing, protecting the entire ancient barren domain with one sword. The oath the radiant sword saint made when he was young was fulfilled throughout his lifetime. The dragon origin great saint didn't want to admit it, but he had been chasing after the radiant sword saint. He smiled. "Your disciple is the same as you. He's great, but he's also my disciple now." Tears rolled down the dragon origin great saint's eyes, but he became even more determined. He didn't have much lifespan left, and he only lived thanks to the divine blood fruit from Lin Yun, and he had already seen through death. So he came here with the mindset to die. "Jian Wuming, I'm here again. You better buck it and turn the table around like in the past. This Emperor's tribulation is nothing." The dragon origin great saint continued to gulp down the wine. Yi Guhan came to the divine firmament peak while the dragon origin great saint drank. The ones who welcomed him were Peak Master Mu Chuan and Feng Ju. "Senior brother." Mu Chang and Feng Ju bowed. Mu Chuan looked serious, while Feng Ju looked happy. It had been long since he had last seen Yi Guhan, since he had been staying in the fleeting cloud sword sect with Zhen Jingtian for the past few years. After they greeted each other, Feng Ju sighed. "Senior brother, do you have any news of senior sister and junior brother? I'm starting to miss them." The second senior was the young mistress of the Hidden Sword Pavilion. Back then, she went against her father's wish and married a great saint of the demon clan, causing her to be kicked out by the radiant sword saint. When Feng Yu was still in the sect, she took great care of Feng Ju, and they had a good relationship. When Lin Yun joined the sect, Feng Ju was his guardian for some time to ensure his safety. Feng Ju thought he could meet Feng Yu again, but she didn't come. Junior sister must have come here. She probably didn't appear inside the sword sect because of her husband's situation, Yi Guhan said. Senior sister told you about her arrival? Feng Ju's eyes lit up. Yi Guhan fell into silence as a form of acknowledgement. Feng Yu's husband was a great saint of the demon clan, and his background was sensitive. As a result, he couldn't appear in the sword sect. If he showed up, this would give the Divine Dragon Empire an excuse to join in, and Feng Yu had to be cautious. Where's junior brother? Is he really making a breakthrough to the Saint Sovereign in the Divine Dragon Empire? Mu Chuan asked. I'm not too sure about that. Since Junior Brother managed to convince the Divine Phoenix Holy Master, they must have formed some sort of a transaction. But Junior Brother should be safe. After all, Lord Phoenix isn't a pushover, Yi Guhan said calmly. Yi Guhan and Lil Purple came to the Divine Firmament Peak, and Yi Guhan tried to find more information about Lin Yun. But Lil Purple only gave a rough answer and didn't share the truth with him. When they parted, Yi Guhan came to look for his junior brothers, while Lil Purple went to the residence where Lin Yun once stayed. Feng Ju's thoughts were flexible, and he said, she must be wanting to protect Junior Brother, not wanting Junior Brother to participate in this fight. Yi Guhan's eyes lit up, and he smiled. I never thought of that before, and there's a high possibility. On Scarlet Firmament Peak, the Divine Phoenix Holy Master and Azure Python Great Saint were playing a chess game, but their attention wasn't on it. They looked calmer than the other saints because they had no path of retreat. Ji Zishi had become the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity's disciple, fulfilling the wish of the Divine Phoenix Mountain for the past 100,000 years, which was why the Divine Phoenix Holy Master was willing to help, and he had no regrets even if he died here. As for the Azure Python Great Saint, he wanted to bring Lin Yun away in a critical moment because Lin Yun's life was more important than the Sword Sect. The Azure Python Great Saint asked, is Lin Yun trying to make a breakthrough for the Saint Sovereign? Most likely, and he might even be a Saint Sovereign by now. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master smiled. Time is the sovereign while space is the king, and your cultivation is stronger than his. So you should be able to suppress Tian Xuanzi by right, the Azure Python Great Saint said as he placed the chess piece down. Time and space complement each other, and they don't curb each other. It still depends on someone's attainment in eternal Tao, the Divine Phoenix Holy Master said. As he spoke, he frowned. Logically speaking, Tian Xuanzi is a junior, and I should be able to easily crush him. But there's something weird about him, even weirder than Lin Yun. Lin Yun cannot be judged with logic, but I can somehow see through his origin. But I can't see through Tian Xuanzi. In our meeting, it's as though there's a fog between us. His origin is a mystery, and he's not someone from the Qin clan. That was a fake identity the Empress forged for him, the Azure Python Holy Master said. Only the 9 emperors might know his origin. The Radiant Sword Saint should know a thing or two. This is why the Radiant Sword Saint didn't kill him back then, the Divine Phoenix Holy Master said. The Azure Python Great Saint sighed. The Radiant Sword Saint was too soft-hearted back then. He could tell how talented Tian Xuanzi was, and yet he still allowed him to join the Profound Sky Sect. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master smiled, knowing that the Radiant Sword Saint wasn't a soft-hearted person. So there must be a reason why he spared Tian Xuanzi. He raised his head to the sky and said, tonight is a little too peaceful. A storm is coming, the Azure Python Great Saint said. Compared to the Nervous Sword Sect, the Profound Sky Sect was bustling with people. Tian Xuanzi drank all the wine in the Profound Sky Sect, drinking happily. Compared to others, the back mountain of the Profound Sky Sect was a garden. Tian Xuanzi was alone, playing chess with a cat by his side as though everything else outside had nothing to do with him. Tian Xuanzi was alone, but a chess piece would land on the chessboard whenever he placed a chess piece down like he was playing with someone. The white chess piece held the advantage while the black chess piece continued to attack like a black dragon trapped in a cage. But for some reason, Tian Xuanzi couldn't obtain a victory, no matter how he tried. The black dragon was covered in wounds in the next few rounds, but the white chess piece didn't gain any advantage either. Just when Tian Xuanzi wanted to place a chess piece down, his hand stopped as the black dragon came to life and charged out of the chessboard, with reinforcements on the back of the dragon, fighting with the saints manifested by the white chess pieces. The black dragon struggled and chased all the white chess pieces down. Many people were on the white chess pieces, but those on the black dragon were filled with fighting spirits, fighting to their last breath. Ultimately, the white dragon roared as the white chess pieces failed. Tian Xuanzi lowered his hand and didn't put down another chess piece. He had played this game multiple times, failing every time. A brief moment later, Tian Xuanzi took up a chess piece and placed it down without hesitation, and the 2 dragons began biting at each other's necks. The 2 dragons suffered heavy injuries, and the chessboard fell into chaos. They fought for a long time before everything ended, and a golden chess piece fell. Golden chess pieces also appeared around the chessboard, and it didn't take long for them to devour the black and white chess pieces, with the chessboard controlled by the golden chess pieces. Tian Xuanzi had sacrificed himself for the golden chess pieces to obtain a huge benefit. "You will stay beside me for eternity after this chess game," a prestigious feminine voice resounded. Tian Xuanzi had no joy on his face but a hint of sorrow and relief. He nodded and bitterly said, "It should be so." The person Tian Xuanzi was playing chess with had left, leaving behind Tian Xuanzi, who held some anticipation. As for the nine-tailed fox, it jumped onto the table and looked at the chessboard with its brows furrowed. Tian Xuanzi stood blankly as the nine-tailed fox jumped off the stone table, heading to the garden's center. The bell on the nine-tailed fox's neck resounded as it chased after Tian Xuanzi. Its brows were furrowed, looking at Tian Xuanzi unhappily, as though it was saying that Tian Xuanzi went the wrong way again. When Tian Xuanzi came to his senses, he smiled. "Lil Nine, I walked on the wrong path again. I seem to have walked the wrong path each time." When Tian Xuanzi smiled, his smile made everything in the garden pale. He quickened his pace and carried the nine-tailed fox to the garden's center. Waving his hand, a cloth flew away, revealing a throne. This throne emitted a powerful aura with 7 swords at the back of it, each looking sharp and powerful. This throne was a treasure of the Divine Dragon Empire, the Golden Purple Dragon Throne. This was used by the Empress when she traveled throughout the Kunlun realm. It could be used to summon the Divine Dragon and suppress everything. Paired with the 7 swords behind it, it was a sovereign artifact set, and it was an artifact of the Dragon Clan forged by the Mo Clan, and each sword represented a divine dragon. Golden divine dragons were coiled around the armrests, and the dragon's head looked prestigious. The entire throne gave off a powerful aura as the nine-tailed fox jumped onto the throne. Tian Xuanzi didn't stop it and smiled as he squatted down. The nine-tailed fox looked around curiously before looking bored as it looked at Tian Xuanzi. Tian Xuanzi smiled as he reached out and covered the nine-tailed fox's paw, which the nine-tailed fox drew out its paw and placed on Tian Xuanzi's hand instead, and they played along just like that. When the sky became bright, Tian Xuanzi carried the nine-tailed fox and sat on the golden purple dragon throne. When he sat down, the golden purple dragon throne emitted a dazzling radiance with 3 golden crows at the front, dragging the throne into the sky. Saint Radiance also exploded from the mountain range and lasted for some time as all the saints gathered in the profound sky sect respectfully appeared before Tian Xuanzi. There were over 20 greater saints, 40 saint sovereigns, and hundreds of saints. With such a huge formation, the aura that they gave off was unimaginable. They rode on saint beasts or artifacts as they looked at Tian Xuanzi. Tian Xuanzi sat on the golden purple dragon throne with a flower on his shoulder. There was no emotion on his face as his golden hair scattered about, revealing his outstanding appearance that no words could be used to describe his beauty. "Greetings, Holy Master, the profound sky great saint, invincible in the ancient baron." All the saints cupped their fists together as they looked at Tian Xuanzi sitting on the throne. Tian Xuanzi caressed the nine-tailed fox and said, "Let's go. On this trip, we'll wipe out the sword sect and kill the radiant sword saint." Everyone's cheers echoed with Tian Xuanzi as they headed towards the sword sect. Saints were fast and already 1,000 miles away from the sword sect when the sun reached the sky. Tian Xuanzi sat on the golden purple dragon throne with the 3 Holy Lands sect masters and Black Mountain's 7 saints beside him. Behind them were the great saints, saint sovereigns, and saints from the various forces, not to mention countless quasi-saints. It was hard for quasi-saints to join the battle between saints, and they could only cheer to increase their morale. It was hard to see a saint before the Blue Dragon record. But after the Blue Dragon record, the spiritual energy in the world became dense, and saints began to appear in public, and saints were no longer rarely seen. Even so, it was rare to see so many saints together. Isn't this too unfathomable? I didn't expect there to be so many saints even after sensing their aura earlier. Even an emperor would have a tough time dealing with so many people, right? Emperors can easily kill ordinary saints, but there are too many experts amongst the profound Sky Sex party. Which one of the Black Mountain's 7 saints isn't at the pinnacle of great saints? I heard that the heavenly Sever-Great Saint once exchanged 10 moves with an emperor and survived, thus becoming the leader of Black Mountain. As for the 3 Holy Lands sect masters, there was naturally nothing to say about them. Don't forget about Tian Xuanzi. He's known to be the strongest beneath the emperor realm. Aside from the 9 emperors, ordinary emperors might not be able to do anything to him, not to mention his sovereign artifacts. That's the golden purple dragon throne, right? Tian Xuanzi looks dashing. Everyone was shocked when they saw the profound Sky Sex formation, especially Tian Xuanzi, who sat on the golden purple dragon throne. He looked like a dazzling bright sun, and it was hard for anyone not to take notice of him. Everyone knew this battle would be brutal, and they would be caught up in it if they weren't careful. But this battle attracted too much attention. Not only cultivators from the Eastern Desolation, there were even cultivators from the other regions watching this battle. This was going to be the biggest battle since the 9 emperors ended the Dark Era, and this battle might even escalate to the emperors. The Eastern Desolation had long become the center of the turbulence. With such a huge formation from the profound Sky Sect, the Sword Sect must have noticed it, but they had no fear. Where's Mu Xiankong? Does he dare to come out of the Sword Sect? Tian Xuanzi's voice echoed from the golden purple dragon throne, spreading out. When his voice reached the Sword Sect, a barrier appeared with visible ripples that could be seen. But Tian Xuanzi's voice still managed to pass through the barrier, causing the 108 peaks to tremble. Very quickly, sword rays bloomed from the 108 peaks, with sword intent spreading out to stabilize the peaks. Mu Xiankong didn't want to waste his saliva with Tian Xuanzi, so he roared from the scarlet firmament peak, "You ungrateful bastard! Come if you want. Don't think that there's no one in the Sword Sect. Mu Xiankong, I will spare your lives if you're willing to dismiss the great profound sword array. But it looks like the entire Sword Sect can die with the Radiant Sword Saint now." Tian Xuanzi sneered from the throne. He continued, "All Saint Lords, make a move and test this legendary array that can even stop emperors." Roger that. Under Tian Xuanzi's orders, 500 Saint Lords spread out, summoning their constellations with their Tao flowers blooming and their powerful auras, shattering the 36 layers of heaven. When starlight shone down, the starlight enveloped the Saint Lords as they attacked the Sword Sect. This was shocking since their attacks even caused space to distort before raining down. Each Saint Lord mastered a different martial technique, and their attacks created countless phenomena. Just one attack was normally enough to destroy an entire mountain. Their attacks were like fireballs raining down on the Sword Sect's barrier, causing explosions. But they failed to destroy the Sword Sect's barrier, only causing ripples to spread out. On the Scarlet Firmament Peak, Mu Xiankong stood with the Divine Phoenix Holy Master and Azure Python Great Saint by his sides, as well as other saints. The Azure Python Great Saint asked, "How long can this barrier stop the attacks? If the attacks don't stop, it can last 3 days. But if Tian Xuanzi possesses other means, I'm afraid it'll be hard to stop him since the great profound sword array isn't complete." "To begin with," Mu Xiankong said. He turned around and said, "I'll have to trouble the Holy Master later to stop Tian Xuanzi." Tian Xuanzi was stronger than ordinary great saints, and they would take a devastating blow if they allowed Tian Xuanzi to attack the Sword Sect. Thus, the Divine Phoenix Holy Master had to stop Tian Xuanzi no matter what. "I understand." The Divine Phoenix Holy Master nodded. After reaching his level, he could easily suppress ordinary great saints if he didn't run into emperors. So if no one stopped Tian Xuanzi and allowed him to do what he wanted, the Sword Sect wouldn't be able to last long. From the golden purple dragon throne, Tian Xuanzi smiled. "All Saint Sovereigns, use your glory Saint artifacts and attack. Don't hold back." 40-odd Saint Sovereigns spread out, unleashing their auras that caused heaven and earth to tremble violently. The Saint Sovereigns took out 7 Spirit Glory Saint artifacts and unleashed 40-odd attacks at the great profound sword array. Fine cracks appeared on the barrier this time, with the entire sword sect trembling. But Mu Xiankong was calm as he raised his sword to the sky. A boundless energy gushed from the various peaks and gathered on the scarlet firmament peak, causing Mu Xuankong's aura to rise. When the sword ray spread out, all the incoming attacks shattered. Seeing this, Tian Xuanzi ordered the great saints to move, aside from light subduing great saint and heavenly sever great saint. When all the great saints made their moves, each attack was devastating, with cracks appearing in the surroundings. The landscape around the sword sect was decimated by their attacks. As long as the moon exists, sword sect never dies. Mu Xiankong roared as all the disciples stationed at the 108 peaks echoed with him. As long as the moon exists, sword sect never dies. Yi Xiling formed a seal, and she roared, "Sword!" Her sword flew to the sky before more swords flew up as well. When all the swords flew to the sky, Mu Xiankong formed a seal and created a bright moon, releasing a dazzling radiance. Mu Xiankong controlled the swords through the great profound sword cannon and swung his sword, unleashing a massive sword ray that flew from the bright moon, resolving the attacks from the 22 great saints. But the sword ray didn't stop there. It continued to fly at the great saints, forcing them to either dodge or retaliate. This scared everyone watching from afar because Mu Xiankong could face 20-odd great saints using the power of the great profound sword array, which was unbelievable. Anyone who could become a great saint wasn't a pushover. This scene didn't intimidate them. They merely sneered before they charged forth. The Flame Crow Great Saint and Heavenly Glory Great Saint led the great saints. As sect masters, they were naturally stronger than ordinary great saints. They charged forth and blocked Mu Xuankong's sword aura while the other great saints harassed from the surroundings. This might be their first time joining hands, but they were all experienced in fighting and had a strong rapport. The ancient Qi Great Saint was a heavenly spiritualist, and he drew saint runes in the surroundings with his attention focused on the great profound sword array. Mu Xuankong's eyes became golden, a sign of his divine light sword intent reaching the pinnacle. His sword intent was much stronger than Lin Yun's. Relying on the great profound sword array and the support of sword sect's disciples, he held his ground against 22 great saints. Thousands of sword rays shot out from the moon to attack those great saints responsible for harassing the array. The great profound sword array was powerful, but the Flame Crow Great Saint and Heavenly Glory Great Saint weren't weak. One of them released his great solar domain with a sovereign artifact in his hand, performing the star-shattering blade art of the Heavenly Flame sect. The other was even more terrifying. He used a flag engraved with divine runes, and lightning would flash in the sky whenever he waved the flag. Seated on the golden-purple dragon throne, Tian Xuanzi looked at this with interest. There was no panic on his face. The Ming cult's light subduing great saint said, "As the Holy Master has expected, 20-odd great saints have failed to break apart the great profound sword array." The Heavenly Sever Great Saint coldly said, "But this barrier can't withstand the endless attacks of great saints," and Mu Xiankong had to move to barely obtain a balance. With the great saints taking the lead, the saint sovereigns and saint lords continued to attack the barrier, but the effects weren't high. Tian Xuanzi sneered, "I heard that this array can even withstand the attack of an emperor, but it looks like it was an exaggeration. This array is incomplete. Let ancient Qi Great Saint make a move. There's no meaning for this to continue." The Heavenly Sever Great Saint nodded and sent his voice over. When the ancient Qi Great Saint received the message, he revealed an eerie smile and 72 flags appeared behind him. With a flick of his finger, the flags were like spears as they pierced through the barrier and descended toward the various peaks. Not good. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master and Azure Python Great Saints' faces changed, wanting to make a move to stop the flags. But when the flags pierced through the barrier, they exploded and saint runes flew out, forming a massive diagram. But the massive diagram only lasted for a brief moment before the sword sect destroyed it. Then again, this delay was enough for the ancient Qi Great Saint. 2 dragons flew out of his sleeves when he clasped his hands together, flying at the bright moon. The 2 dragons formed into scissors, like a heavenly dog biting at the moon when they intertwined. When the sword sect destroyed the diagram, a huge hole appeared on the bright moon, and the hole began to expand due to the scissors. The Dragon Slaughter Scissors. That's the Dragon Slaughter Scissors of the Divine Tao Pavilion. The faces of everyone who came to observe changed. Tian Xuanzi smiled from the golden-purple dragon throne. Before he roared, "I'm the sovereign, Azure Dragon. Heed my order." Cracks appeared from the 36 layers of heaven as Tian Xuanzi pushed his palm down. The eternal constellation, the Azure Dragon constellation, awakened as a massive dragon claw descended from the sky, enveloping the entire sword sect. This scene made many people despair, and Mu Xuankong's face changed when he saw this scene. He roared, "Sword!" All the swordsmen in the various peaks soared to the sky with their swords, wanting to stop the Azure Dragon's claw under Mu Xuankong's control. This was a shocking scene because all the swords in the sword sect were mobilized, including all the disciples, deacons, and elders, pouring their sword intent into their swords. The swords formed a pillar that shot to the sky, and this scene looked like it could prevent the entire sky from falling. But the result was disappointing since the great profound sword array was incomplete, to begin with. Not to mention that the dragon slaughter scissors had further damaged it. When the dragon's claw and sword ray clashed, sparks flew from the dragon's claw, and all the swords shattered. Many of Sword Sect's disciples suffered a backlash and threw out blood with their knees on the ground. Ultimately, the barrier couldn't withstand the dragon's claw, and many disciples were sent flying away. When Tian Xuanzi returned to the golden-purple dragon throne, he smiled viciously at this scene. The profound sky great saint, invincible in the ancient barren. The profound sky great saint, invincible in the ancient barren. Someone cheered as roars came from the profound sky sect, looking at the entire mountain about to be suppressed by the dragon's claw. But a sword ray flew to the sky and pierced through the dragon's claw. It came from the divine phoenix holy master, who was hovering in the sky with a sword. "Profound sky great saint, I also have a move for you." The divine phoenix holy master smiled. His sword aura was even more terrifying than Mu Xuankong's. With a sword in his hand, he said, "This sword is called the listening wind chime." When the divine phoenix holy master swung his sword, the faces of the great saints attacking the sword sect changed, and they quickly retreated. But the sword ray flew and everyone could hear a violent wind howl in the form of a dragon's roar. The divine phoenix holy master forced all the great saints to retreat with one sword. As for the great saints, who failed to retreat in time, they groaned with cracks appearing on their domains. Only the Flame Crow Great Saint and Heavenly Glory Great Saint managed to take the attack head-on amongst the 20-odd Great Saints. Even so, the Flame Crow Great Saint and Heavenly Glory Great Saint were still forced to retreat to Tian Xuanzi's golden-purple dragon throne. "Spread out," Tian Xuanzi said indifferently before he flicked his finger, and the golden dragon's sword flew out. The golden dragon's sword bore a boundless sword aura that shattered the divine phoenix holy master's sword ray. The faces of the Flame Crow Great Saint and Heavenly Glory Great Saint were ugly. Regardless of Tian Xuanzi or the divine phoenix holy master, they weren't sword saints proficient in sword Dao, but they merely used the sword. Even so, their strength was higher than the other great saints. The golden dragon's sword turned into a golden dragon as it returned, sheathing into the throne behind him with a sword vibration. As expected of the divine phoenix holy master who could rival the radiant sword saint. "I have experienced this sword," Tian Xuanzi said, looking at the divine phoenix holy master. The other great saints took this opportunity to retreat to the golden purple dragon throne to avoid a frontal clash with the divine phoenix holy master. "Profound sky great saint is truly impressive," the divine phoenix holy master exclaimed, looking at Tian Xuanzi seated on the golden-purple dragon throne. He didn't dare to look down on the ladder. "Holy Master, there's no need to waste saliva with him, he's trying to buy time. Mu Xiankong suffered injuries, and the sword sect must be in chaos under the dragon's claw. This is a great opportunity for us," the heavenly Sever Great Saint warned, looking at Mu Xiankong on Scarlet Firmament Peak. Tian Xuanzi waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. The barrier has broken, and the Saint Vein will be destroyed sooner or later. Even if he's trying to buy time, the Divine Phoenix Holy Master does have that qualification to make me wait for him." Impressive courage. The divine phoenix Holy Master smiled. Tian Xuanzi curiously asked, "How did Lin Yun manage to persuade you? Do you mind sharing it with me? If you didn't come, the sword sect could be easily destroyed." The divine phoenix Holy Master said, "He fulfilled the long-cherished wish of the divine phoenix mountain. But even without that, I will come just on the fact that he gave the divine flame fragment to us." Tian Xuanzi fell into deep thoughts upon hearing that before waving his hand. The imperial dragon order then flew towards the light-subduing great saint, startling the latter. "Light-subduing great saint, I'll lend the imperial dragon order to you. All the saints present will listen to your orders, and those who go against it are the same as being disrespectful to the Empress," Tian Xuanzi said. "I'll have a spar with the divine phoenix Holy Master, while you command the attack on the sword sect." "Roger that." The light-subduing great saint rejoiced, saying, "Heavenly Sever, Heavenly Glory, Flame Crow great saints, you three attack Scarlet Firmament Peak with me while the other great saints go after the remaining main peaks. As for the other saints, spread out and wipe out the 108 peaks." "Roger that." Everyone received the order and passed by the divine phoenix Holy Master, charging at the sword sect. This made the divine phoenix Holy Master's face change because there was no way the sword sect could withstand an attack under this arrangement. Scarlet Firmament Peak only had Mu Xiankong and the Azure Python Great Saint, and the 6 main peaks only had 2 great saints each. Each main peak would have to face 3 to 4 great saints. As for the 108 peaks, they didn't have enough saint sovereigns and saint lords to fend off the attack. But the divine phoenix Holy Master did nothing despite feeling anxious because Tian Xuanzi was watching him. Tian Xuanzi smiled. "As you wish, I have been successfully held down by you." The divine phoenix Holy Master frowned. He could sense that something wasn't right. Tian Xuanzi continued with a smile. "If you stayed in Scarlet Firmament Peak, the Saint Vein in the Sword Sect should be enough to last till the Radiant Sword Saint finishes his tribulation, even if the other main peaks are destroyed. But you guys don't have a chance now. You want to hold me down, but I also want to kill you. Let us go up and fight. Let me experience your time, Dao." Tian Xuanzi placed the 9-tailed fox on the golden-purple dragon throne and soared to the 36 layers of heaven. The divine phoenix Holy Master glanced at the 9-tailed fox and had the urge to return to Scarlet Firmament Peak. But he couldn't verify if Tian Xuanzi was speaking the truth. The 9-tailed fox was fearless even if the divine phoenix Holy Master looked at it. It laid on the throne and looked back at the divine phoenix Holy Master with its crimson eyes. The divine phoenix Holy Master disappeared before standing in confrontation against Tian Xuanzi. Like that, the 2 strongest great saints beneath the Kunlun realm began to fight. As they fought, a battle took place in the sword sect with great saints descending on the various main peaks. The 108 peaks also faced the attack of saint sovereigns and saint lords, and the sword sect fell into chaos. The situation wasn't optimistic for the sword sect as the subduing light, Heavenly Sever, Heavenly Glory, and Flame Crow great saints landed on Scarlet Firmament Peak. They were the 4 strongest great saints aside from Tian Xuanzi. Scarlet Firmament Peak only had Mu Xiankong and the Azure Python Great Saint. With the Great Profound Sword array destroyed, Mu Xiankong could only use the surrounding energy to try and put up a fight. "Only the 2 of you in Scarlet Firmament Peak?" The light-subduing Great Saint was surprised. He smiled. "Or does Sect Master Mu think you can protect the Sword Sect with the 2 of you? Aren't you looking down on us too much?" As they spoke, one of the 108 peaks collapsed with the Saint Vein beneath it destroyed. Saint Aura began gushing out from the ground, spreading out in the surroundings. The disciples protecting the peak went according to plan and flew towards the heaven-prolonged peak. They were courageous, but a few of them were killed. Everyone on Scarlet Firmament Peak could easily see that with a scan of their mental energy, and Mu Xuankong's face was terrifying. Mu Xiankong had fused with the Greater Heaven Authority Order, and he could sense the decrease of the energies in the surrounding area. "It looks like we do not need to make a move. The Sword Sect will slowly collapse by itself." The light-subduing Great Saint smiled. The Heavenly Sever Great Saint watched the fight between Tian Xuanzi and the Divine Phoenix Holy Master. The fight between them was so intense that they could even sense the terrifying shockwaves from so far away. Let's end the battle quickly. The two holy masters are fighting, and we don't know what might happen. We'll destroy the Saint Veins first. Even if the Divine Phoenix Holy Master wins, there's no way the Sword Sect can turn the table around. The Heavenly Sever Great Saint said. I'll deal with that old man while the three of you deal with Mu Xiankong. It shouldn't be a problem, right? The Heavenly Sever Great Saint said before charging at the Azure Python Great Saint. Old man, the Azure Python Great Saint sneered. It had been a long time since he made a move, so apparently everyone had forgotten about the Azure Dragon's lineage. The Heavenly Sever Great Saint was arrogant, grasping the Death Dao and Massacre Dao of the 36 Sovereign Daos. The two Sovereign Daos could fuse perfectly through the Annihilation Demon Cannon. When he unleashed his domain, it looked like 18 layers of hell appeared. The three great saints looked at this and knew that the Heavenly Sever Great Saint was strong since he could become the chief of the Black Mountain. Taking the attack head-on, the Azure Python Great Saint took a few steps back, making the Heavenly Sever Great Saint arrogant. He laughed. Your bones are pretty tough, but I wonder how many attacks you can take from me? My Annihilation Saint energy tempered through the sovereign demonic purgatory doesn't feel good, right? Ha ha ha. On the other side, the three great saints joined hands and attacked Mu Xiankong. As long as they could get rid of Mu Xiankong and the Azure Python Great Saint, they could sever the Saint Vein beneath Scarlet Firmament Peak, ending the battle. But Mu Xiankong was empowered by the earth energy from the surroundings. 7 swords appeared behind him, catching the light-subduing Great Saint by surprise and sending the latter flying away. When he swung his sword, Mu Xiankong pushed his great profound sword cannon to the limit, forcing the Heavenly Glory and Flame Crow Great Saints to retreat. What's going on? The Heavenly Sever Great Saint was briefly stunned as the Azure Python Great Saint's eyes shone brightly. Azure Dragon's Rage. A constellation opened behind the Azure Python Great Saint as the surrounding heaven and earth began to tremble. With an explosion, the Heavenly Sever Great Saint was sent flying away with blood dripping down from his lips. When the Azure Python Great Saint's clothes exploded, he revealed his muscular upper body, looking like an azure dragon that had come to life. He laughed as fighting spirits blazed within his eyes. Old man? Even the Southern Emperor suffered in my hands before he rose. So who do you think you are? Do you dare address me as old man? I am the Azure Python Great Saint. After the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, I'm the 200th patriarch of the Azure Dragon's lineage. Leave this place first. This fellow is too strong under the empowerment of the Great Profound Sword Array. The light-subduing Great Saint said. He continued, let's sever his connection with the other main peaks first. You guys think you can leave? Mu Xiankong snorted. The entire Scarlet Firmament Peak began to tremble as boundless sword intent radiated, with the entire mountain looking like a sword descending from the sky. The Azure Python Great Saint roared as he manifested into an azure dragon, coiling around Scarlet Firmament Peak. When he charged forth, the 4 great saints could only dodge quickly. When Mu Xiankong soared to the sky, he stood on the dragon's head and coldly said, Gentlemen, stay on Scarlet Firmament Peak and die. These 4 were enemies and the strongest batch of great saints aside from Tianxuanzi. If they went to the other peaks, no one could stop them, and this scene also shocked the 4 of them. The light-subduing Great Saint calmly said, He's only a Saint Sovereign, not to mention that the Great Profound Sword Cannon has 2 peaks missing. He won't be able to last for long. The 4 knew it was dangerous for them now, and Scarlet Firmament Peak was a trap for them. They had to bring out their full strength if they wanted to survive. The Azure Python Great Saint manifested into an azure dragon with Mu Xiankong standing on it, and his sword ray shone brightly. The density of the energies in the surroundings was visible and began pouring into Mu Xiankong's body. The earth energy wasn't only from the sword sex Saint Vein but the sword sex accumulation of over 100,000 years and the will of the predecessors. When they empowered Mu Xiankong, this allowed him to fight 3 great saints with his cultivation as a Saint Sovereign, and this was a shocking scene. The Azure Dragon manifested by the Azure Python Great Saint coiled around the Scarlet Firmament Peak, trapping the 4 great saints with his body. This shocked the four great saints before they executed various means, wanting to buy time. But this scene increased the morale of everyone from the sword sect. On the divine firmament peak, Yi Guhan was stationed there. His opponents were two great saints from the Ming cult. The two were strong and reached a high level with the Sun-Moon Saint canon. Most importantly, one was proficient in the Great Solar Dao while the other was proficient in the Great Lunar Dao, thus having a great rapport. But facing the two great saints, Yi Guhan was fearless. His cultivation might not be comparable, but he had Grasp Space Dao, Great Profound Sword Cannon, and Profound Sky Cannon. He even managed to gain some advantage in his fight against the two great saints. But it was a pity he couldn't shake them off. Aside from the two great saints, two more great saints came to the divine firmament peak. They were from Black Mountain and the Heavenly Flame sect. The one from Black Mountain was called Wither Old Man, and he had a stronger cultivation, long reaching the pinnacle of great saint. He grasped life and death Daos, making his wither blade art tough to deal with. His opponent was Lil Purple, who barely managed to hold her ground, relying on the Iris sword box. Now that Lil Purple had gathered for sovereign divine runes, she could easily deal with ordinary great saints. But the great saint from Black Mountain wasn't ordinary, and Lil Purple's cultivation wasn't high. She hadn't even become a saint sovereign and couldn't control the Iris sword box well. Thus, she could only fend off the incoming attacks and not retaliate. This naturally made Lil Purple vexed. She muttered, "It's a pity I don't have all 7 sovereign divine runes." If she managed to gather the 7 sovereign divine runes, the Iris sword box would be equivalent to a holy land, and it could unleash a terrifying power. It would far surpass the power of a sovereign saint artifact. Not even a divine artifact could be compared to it then. She now wished Lin Yun was around because the Iris Sword Saint gave the Iris Sword Box to Lin Yun, and he could control it perfectly with his swordsmanship and Nirvana Dao. As Lil Purple fell into deep thoughts, her opponent became impatient because she didn't stop provocating him. "Old man, haven't you eaten? Why are you so weak? I can easily fight 10 old men like you when I was younger. Your vitality has already declined at your age, so you must feel terrible that you can't find your opportunity to enter the Emperor realm, right? You can only count how many days you have left before you sleep each night. Why sell yourself to Tian Xuanzi? If you call me grandpa, I can consider helping you extend your life." The wither old man was furious after hearing what Lil Purple said, and it was no different from rubbing salt in his wound. But he couldn't take Lil Purple down no matter how he tried, even though she wasn't even a saint sovereign. Relying on the Iris sword box, Lil Purple managed to annoy the wither old man, using martial techniques he hadn't seen before. "Damn it! Who the hell are you?" The wither old man furiously swung his blade. His title was Wither, which wasn't only a title because he could control the life and death of someone. No one could escape from him unless he wanted them to, even if they became a soul. Listen well. I'm the Divine Phoenix Clan's Supreme Heavenly Slaughter Empress of 4 seas, 8 barons, 36 heavens, and 72 earths. Lil Purple smiled, standing on the Iris sword box. But before she finished, the wither old man's face was dark. He did not know if Lil Purple was speaking the truth or toying with him. Even Yi Guhan couldn't help smiling at this scene as he faced 2 great saints. The 2 of them were still all right, but Mu Chuan was in trouble, relying on the divine firmament peak's earth energy to fend off the profound flame great saint, a great saint from the heavenly flame sect. The profound flame great saint might not be comparable to the wither old man, but Mu Chuan's cultivation was even lower than Lil Purple's. They just exchanged 10-odd moves, and he was already injured. He would have lost a long time ago if he didn't have Lil Red helping him. It was just a matter of time before they lost. 10 moves later, the profound flame great saint sent Mu Chuan flying away. Mu Chuan powerlessly lied on the ground, vitality leaving his body. There's nothing impressive about the radiant sword saint's disciple. If not for the earth energy, you wouldn't even leave a corpse behind with your palm. The profound flame great saint snorted, looking at Lil Red. Lil Red immediately sensed danger and quickly ran, biting onto Mu Chuan's collar with its mouth. It seems that the radiant sword saint's disciple can't even be compared to a cat. The profound flame great saint sneered before looking at Lil Purple and Yi Guhan. Whoever he helped would be able to break the stalemate. Profound flame, help me deal with this brat. That sword box is a treasure, the wither old man roared. Lil Purple and Yi Guhan's hearts clenched when they heard that. He's not dead yet. I wonder if the radiant sword saint's heart will be affected if his disciple dies. The profound flame great saint laughed, having no intention of letting Mu Chuan go. He charged at Mu Chuan, wanting to kill the latter with one palm. But a sword ray flew over, accompanied by a vibration that pierced the profound flame great saint's palm. This made the profound flame great saint scream before the sword ray sent him flying away. The profound flame great saint took a few steps back before stabilizing himself. His wound was enveloped with sword intent, and he couldn't heal his injury. This made the profound flame great saint furious before a young swordsman appeared beside Mu Chuan. Jian Jingtian, Lil Purple exclaimed. The young swordsman was the radiant sword saint's fifth disciple, Jian Jingtian. Jian Jingtian smiled. I'm surprised Lord Phoenix still remembers me. Now that Jian Jingtian had gotten through the demon in his heart, he had a young appearance, since his actual age was only 50. Among the saints, he could be considered a junior. Yi Guhan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Jian Jingtian. But before he could greet Jian Jingtian, he exclaimed with his face changing, Junior brother, watch out! You dare injure me? The profound flame great saint was furious as he charged at Jian Jingtian. Senior brother, you don't have to worry about me. Just watch how I deal with him. Ha ha ha! Jian Jingtian laughed as he held his sword in a reverse grip before forming seals with the other hand. As his sword intent continued to rise, it became so bright that even the sun was pale in comparison to it, reaching the pinnacle of bright sun sword intent. When Jian Jingtian pushed his palm forth, the profound flame great saint was sent flying away before he could even respond, and the boundless sword aura made him feel insignificant. Damn it! The profound flame great saint's face was ugly as he unleashed his constellation. But Jian Jingtian wore a smile as he retreated, resolving the profound flame great saint's attacks with one hand and never using the other hand. Are you humiliating me? The profound flame great saint became furious and unleashed his full power with Dao flowers appearing, shrouded in countless Saint Daos. The powerful aura he gave off made the entire divine firmament peak violently tremble. Great saint? Sorry, but I'm also a great saint. Jian Jingtian raised his brow and unleashed an aura that was not any weaker than the profound flame great saint. When the two palms collided, a powerful shockwave swept out. Fortunately, Lil Red had taken the ancient Dracope form and left with Mu Chuan beforehand, or the shockwave alone would have been able to kill Mu Chuan. Fifth junior brother. Mu Chuan teared up on the ancient Dracope's shoulder. He sobbed, Master, can you see this? The fifth junior brother has come out of it. And he didn't disappoint you. Jian Jingtian once belonged to the Radiant Sword Saint's lineage and was the pain of everyone in the sword sect. He possessed an outstanding talent that made even the Radiant Sword Saint filled with praise for him, not to mention that he comprehended the long-lost Sword Sutra, becoming the hope of everyone in the sword sect. But Jian Jingtian fell for Tian Jingtian's trap and was imprisoned in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. So, seeing how Jian Jingtian dealt with the profound flame great saint with one hand, Mu Chuan had tears rolling down his cheeks. Who could say that the Radiant Sword Saint's lineage had no one after seeing this? Radiant Sword Saint's disciple? I'll kill the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple today. The profound flame great saint's face was cold. He had long accumulated his attack with his other hand. But just when the profound flame great saint raised his palm, a sword ray pierced it before stabbing into his shoulder. He was fast, but Jian Jingtian was even faster. The Radiant Sword Saint cannot be humiliated. Jian Jingtian snorted as his sword ray exploded, blowing the profound flame great saint's hand into smithereens. This sent the profound flame great saint flying away, wailing out in pain as blood poured out from his shoulder. With one arm severed, the profound flame great saint swiftly got back on his feet. His face was pale, with blood gushing out from his severed arm, and he couldn't stop it. but his body was filled with boundless vitality, with new flesh growing out from his severed shoulder. But it was futile because there was a terrifying bright sun sword intent left on his wound, like blazing flames that stopped him from recovering from his injuries. As a result, the profound flame great saint couldn't regenerate his arm. This made the profound flame great saint on the verge of going insane, and he didn't dare to charge forth again, since what happened earlier was too terrifying. The two great saints fighting Yi Guhan were deeply shocked. They were in the same cultivation as the profound flame great saint, and their eyes were filled with fear when they saw Jian Jingtian's sword intent. The profound flame great saint was also greatly shocked with disbelief. The great saint was divided into 3 stages: divinity, boundless, and immortal. The profound flame great saint might only be a divinity stage great saint, but he stayed in this stage for at least a few hundred years, which wasn't something Jian Jingtian could be compared to. But Jian Jingtian easily dealt with the profound flame great saint, severing an arm of his. Is this a swordsman? That was the pinnacle of bright sun sword intent. The profound flame great saint felt his scalp go numb once. He recalled that Mu Xiankong only grasped the pinnacle divine light sword intent, but Jian Jingtian had grasped the bright sun sword intent. He began to panic, unsure if he could withstand Jian Jingtian's sword intent. He must exhaust his saint origin even if he could reforge his body. But having an undying body didn't mean that he wouldn't die, as there were also flaws, such as how eternal Daos could prevent him from recovering. At the same time, the bright sun sword intent also struck him with fear, and he wasn't sure if he could survive that. The longer he lived, the more afraid he became of death. Even if he managed to form an undying physique, he was running out of lifespan and would exhaust his lifespan each time. This wasn't something he could accept. The profound flame great saint's face was terrifyingly dark, wondering what kind of monster the radiant sword saint's lineage was. Jian Jingtian didn't continue to go after the profound flame great saint, but landed on the ancient Dracope's shoulder. "Fifth junior brother, you're back." Mu Chuan had tears rolling down his cheeks, feeling proud of Jian Jingtian. He knew that Jian Jingtian had suffered a lot over the years, especially after Lin Yun arrived in the Kunlun realm. At that time, Jian Jingtian's dragon pulses and sword intent accumulated to a terrifying height, and his physique reached its limit. If Jian Jingtian hadn't made a breakthrough, he would have died from self-detonation. Jian Jingtian was already prepared to die but finally came out of it. "Third senior brother, let me treat your injuries. We're the Radiance lineage, and no one will die today. We will live well with Master." Jian Jingtian poured his sword intent into Mu Chuan's body to get rid of the Saint Daos left by the profound flame great saint. Then, he poured his saint energy into Mu Chuan's body to help him recover. The profound flame great saint stabilized himself. He couldn't regenerate his severed arm with the bright sun sword intent on his wound. Not to mention that the sword intent still caused him great pain. The profound flame great saint swung his sword at Jian Jingtian. The latter stopped treating Mu Chuan's injuries and faced him head-on with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The wither old man forced Lil Purple to retreat and approached the profound flame great saint, putting his palm on the latter's shoulder. He used his death Dao to corrode the sword intent before injecting vitality into the profound flame great saint's body through life Dao, and the 2 flowers behind him shone brightly. The profound flame great saint screamed, but his arm grew back out. The 2 great saints facing Yi Guhan also retreated and heaved a sigh of relief. They were both at the boundless stage, one higher than Yi Guhan. But they were under tremendous pressure when they faced him, since he had grasped an eternal Dao and managed to suppress them. It was hard for Yi Guhan to kill them, and he would lose if they fought for another 4 hours. Lil Purple also retreated to Yi Guhan's side, and the pressure was alleviated since it was too tough for her to deal with the wither old man alone. Jian Jingtian jumped off the ancient Dracope's shoulder and smiled. "Senior brother, it has been a long time since we last met." "It has. Why are you so late? The profound wither sea sword has long snapped." "Where did you go?" Yi Guhan asked. A chill flashed in Jian Jingtian's eyes before he said, "Senior brother, you should know my style." "You?" Yi Guhan thought of a possibility and squinted with shock on his face. Jian Jingtian looked at the 4 great saints before him and said, Senior brother, you have guessed it right. I have been waiting outside the profound sky sect and for all the saints to leave before starting a massacre. Since my sword couldn't protect everyone from the sword sect, they can't blame me for being ruthless since the profound sky sect sent saints to kill my sword sect's disciples. I even slaughtered their families and disciples. His words made the four great saints shiver with a chill. After all, Jian Jingtian was a great saint, not to mention that he was a swordsman. So, anyone could imagine how fast it would take to kill everyone in the profound sky sect. Yi Guhan opened his mouth but said nothing. After all, Jian Jingtian had already gone easy since he only said that he killed the descendants and disciples of the saints who came to attack the sword sect. This meant that he didn't touch anyone who wasn't involved. But those who could become a saint's disciple were the sect's elites, which meant that the profound sky sect was finished. Tian Xuanzi left 2 saint sovereigns behind, but they couldn't even withstand 10 swords from me, Jian Jingtian continued. When his gaze fell onto the 4 great saints before him, he sneered. It's a pity that the 3 holy lands are strictly guarded with great saints guarding them, but I will find an opportunity sooner or later. As long as I don't die, I will make those who slaughter the disciples of my sword sect pay the price, regardless of their gender or age. My sword will spare no one. Jian Jingtian, how dare you slaughter the juniors as a righteous swordsman? How are you any different from demonic cultivators? The profound flame great saint roared with his hands trembling when he heard Jian Jingtian visit the 3 holy lands. Ha ha ha! Jian Jingtian laughed. Isn't the wither old man beside you a famous demonic cultivator? Why don't you ask how many lives he took cultivating the wither saint canon? Don't put me on the same level as trash like him. I don't regret killing anyone with my sword, and I don't feel guilty for what I've done. Hearing that, Yi Guhan finally figured out how Jian Jingtian managed to come out of it. At the ancient barren battlefield back then, Tian Xuanzi used tricks to kill the golden generation of the sword sect, but no one found any evidence against him. Jian Jingtian was furious because of that and slaughtered over 1,000 people from the profound sky sect, thus giving Tian Xuanzi an opportunity. The Radiant Sword Saint wanted to protect Jian Jingtian, thus making him take an oath that he would never leave the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, which became Jian Jingtian's prison. It was natural that Jian Jingtian was furious about it, since he didn't feel he had done anything wrong, and Yi Guhan wasn't surprised by what he had done. Yi Guhan said with heartache, "You will have to bear the sins if you slaughter the juniors." He didn't care about the lives of those people, but he was feeling heartache that Jian Jingtian would have to bear the sins because of it. This was why the wither old man couldn't find an opportunity to reach the Emperor realm. If the wither old man dared to undergo his Emperor tribulation, there was no doubt that he would die. Jian Jingtian coldly said, "I will bear all the sins, and this is how a swordsman should be. We won't regret the decisions we've made." The 4 opposing great saints felt a chill down their spines with a hint of regret. They knew the 3 holy lands would have no peace if they couldn't kill Jian Jingtian today. The profound flame great saint gritted his teeth. "Kill him! The radiant sword saint has to die, and he also has to die. Let's go." Everyone changed their strategy. The wither old man would face Jian Jingtian, Yi Guhan would deal with the 2 Ming cult's great saints, and Lil Purple would face the profound flame great saint. Their new strategy had some effect because the wither old man was suppressing Jian Jingtian. On the sword sect's 7 main peaks, battles between great saints were everywhere, and the battle on each peak was intense. Mu Xiankong joined hands with the Azure Python great saint and managed to obtain an advantage in the fight, trapping the 4 strongest great saints from the profound sky sect's faction. Divine Firmament Peak gained the advantage in the fight. At the same time, the Serene Dust Great Saint and Heavenly Jade Sword Saint were protecting Golden Firmament Peak, stabilizing the situation. But things didn't look good on Indigo Firmament Peak. The Dragon Origin Great Saint had to face 4 Great Saints alone. The Dragon Origin Great Saint had to face the Ghost Shadow Great Saint of Black Mountain, who was proficient in using poison. The Great Saint from the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion was soon heavily injured and could no longer put up a fight. Ultimately, the Dragon Origin Great Saint could only bear everything, protecting the Indigo Firmament Peak with his life on the line. The other main peaks were also in a dangerous situation as they had no advantage in their numbers. As for the 108 peaks, the situation was even more terrible, with over 70 peaks being destroyed and all the disciples and deacons gathered on Heaven Prolonged Peak, and the pressure was gradually increasing on Yi Ziling's side. Mu Xiankong, do you think that I don't have any temper? A roar echoed in the sword sect that came from the Ming cult's light subduing great saint. The four of them were trapped by the Azure Dragon, with Mu Xiankong relying on the earth energy. The light subduing great saint became furious and finally used the sovereign saint artifact, the Sun Moon Saint Cloth. He also brought out his sovereign constellation with a Dao flower representing an eternal Dao appearing behind him. It was the Yin-Yang Dao of the 9 eternal Daos combined with the great solar and great lunar Daos. With his attack empowered by an eternal Dao, he easily separated the Azure Dragon and Mu Xiankong with one attack, breaking apart the encirclement. The 7 main and outer peaks began to tremble violently under this attack, with everyone shocked. After all, no one expected the light-subduing Great Saint to grasp Yin-Yang Dao as well as the Great Solar and Great Lunar Daos. It was no wonder that Tian Xuanzi gave him the Imperial Dragon order to take charge of the battle. Humph, even the Radiant Sword Saint didn't dare to be so arrogant when we fought in the past. So, where did a junior like you get your confidence from? The light-subduing Great Saint was enraged. He took out the Imperial Dragon order and roared, "Divine Dragon, aid me!" The Imperial Dragon order flew out and a golden-purple Divine Dragon appeared, suppressing the aura of the Azure Dragon. With just 3 moves, he knocked Mu Xiankong down from the air. Sect Master! All the sword sect's disciples became anxious. Die! The light-subduing Great Saint descended from the sky, wanting to take Mu Xiankong's life through this opportunity. The 3 other Great Saints simultaneously moved out, surrounding Mu Xiankong. A demonic aura swept out and a massive heavenly wolf's figure appeared in the sky. A mysterious hooded man, taking this attack head-on, appeared before the light-subduing Great Saint. This hooded man also had a flower representing an eternal Dao behind him, the primal chaos Dao. Aside from that, a woman arrived to help Mu Xiankong deal with the attacks from the 3 Great Saints. Feng Yu. Mu Xiankong was shocked when he saw the newcomer. This person was the Radiant Sword Saint's second disciple, Feng Yu. She smiled. "Senior brother Mu, it has been a long time." As she spoke, a sword ray vibrated that came from Jian Jingtian. He released his bright sun sword intent, catching the incoming 3 Great Saints by surprise and forcing them back. "Fifth junior brother." Feng Yu rejoiced when she saw Jian Jingtian. She said, "You finally draw your sword." Jian Jingtian looked at the mysterious Great Saint facing the light-subduing Great Saint. He smiled. "Second senior sister's eyesight is pretty good. I don't know if our master will accept this husband of yours, but I have accepted him." Feng Yu smiled and rejoiced at what Jian Jingtian said. She said, "I like what you just said." With that, all the Radiant Sword Saint's disciples were gathered in the sword sect, aside from Lin Yun. Jian Jingtian looked at Mu Xiankong and cupped his fists together. "Sect Master, if possible, I would like the temporary ownership of the Saint Sword and Greater Heaven Authority Order." "My honor." Mu Xiankong handed the Greater Heaven Authority Order and the Saint Sword representing the sword sect over to Jian Jingtian. When Jian Jingtian held on to them, the great profound sword array opened up again with 8 swords behind him, not 7. A powerful sword intent and saint energy burst from where the grand firmament peak once stood. When Jian Jingtian raised the Saint Sword, the great profound sword array that was initially collapsing recovered, instantly alleviating everyone's pressure. Jian Jingtian was fearless as he looked at the 3 Great Saints before him with fighting spirits blazing in his eyes. He roared, "Come!" Jian Jingtian's aura suppressed the 3 Great Saints. He was stronger than Mu Xiankong, regardless of his cultivation, sword intent, or the great profound sword cannon. There might be a huge gap between him and any of the Holy Land sect masters without the Saint Sword and Greater Heaven Authority Order. But with them in his hand, this qualified him to face the 3 Great Saints, and he could even suppress them in terms of his sword aura. The Heavenly Sever, Heavenly Glory, and Flame Crow great saints frowned with grave expressions and didn't charge forth. Meanwhile, the mysterious great saint joined hands with the Azure Python great saint to hold back the light-subduing great saint. The light-subduing great saint was too powerful since he possessed the Sun-Moon Saint Cloth, grasped an eternal Tao, and had the Imperial Dragon Order in his hand. When the Imperial Dragon Order flew out, a golden-purple divine dragon flew out, containing the soul of an actual divine dragon, giving off a powerful aura. Don't fight him head-on. With the eternal Tao, the light-subduing great saint will defeat the Azure Python great saint and the hooded man sooner or later. We just have to hold him down, the heavenly Sever great saint said. The heavenly Glory and Flame Crow great saints were surprised. The heavenly Sever great saint was the chief of Black Mountain's 7 saints and naturally stronger than the 2 of them. No one knew if the heavenly Sever great saint had grasped an eternal Tao. So, it was unbelievable that someone like him would be so cautious. But they had to admit that what he said wasn't wrong. Those who grasped an eternal Tao could fight those with a higher cultivation than them and suppress those in the same cultivation. Not to mention that the light-subduing great saint's cultivation wasn't weak, and he had the highest chance of becoming an emperor amongst them. He could go through his emperor tribulation anytime if he had enough confidence. The reason why he couldn't take down the 2 great saints was because the 2 great saints weren't pushovers either, but it was just a matter of time. Agreed. The heavenly Glory and Flame Crow great saints agreed. Jian Jingtian's face changed because he intentionally provoked the 3 of them. But if they had no intentions of fighting him head-on, he would have no way to take them down. It looks like so-called sect masters aren't anything impressive after all. I'll come since you guys aren't coming. Jian Jingtian snorted and charged over. He chose the heavenly Glory great saint first. This was a famous blade saint with his blade intent reaching the pinnacle of 7th grade. The heavenly Glory great saint was sent flying away when the blade and sword clashed. The 8 swords behind Jian Jingtian were much stronger than Mu Xiankong, and this was too unbelievable. He understood why the heavenly Sever great saint only wanted to hold Jian Jingtian down. If they chose to fight Jian Jingtian head-on, they might not be able to bear his attack even if they reached the immortal stage. Jian Jingtian forced the heavenly Glory and Flame Crow great saints to retreat with just 1 exchange. Only the heavenly Sever great saint managed to take Jian Jingtian's attack head-on. But the heavenly Sever great saint merely sneered before manifesting into a massive ghostly figure behind him. He dodged Jian Jingtian's sword intent and moved with swift speed. He had a strong cultivation, but he didn't choose to fight with Jian Jingtian head-on. In addition to the 2 sect masters helping from the side, they managed to hold back Jian Jingtian. The latter wanted to fight with the light-subduing great saint, but the heavenly Sever great saint would hold him back. These people aren't pushovers, and Junior Brother will be in trouble once the earth energy weakens. Mu Xiankong frowned. Feng Yu naturally noticed the situation as well, but this was because there were too many people from the Profound Sky sect. An hour later, an explosion occurred and Pellet Firmament Peak collapsed. The great saints stationed there had failed to protect the peak. When Pellet Firmament Peak collapsed, Saint Aura gushed from the ground. And this scene made Mu Xiankong feel a headache. Beckyuse, this was the foundation of the Sword Sect. When Heavenly Sever, Heavenly Glory, and Flame Crow great saints saw this scene, their morale rose with a smile on their faces. The Sword Sect was a tough nut to crack, but they would be able to take the Sword Sect down sooner or later. Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain was the most mysterious place in the Kunlun realm, isolated from the outside world. This place looked like a celestial ground with an ancient teleportation array at the center of the square. A woman was playing the zither on the square, playing the Prairie Phoenix Fire. She gave off a noble air around her. She was Mu Shuling. Suddenly, she stopped as the surrounding birds left. But Mu Shuling wasn't bothered by that, but looked at the teleportation array at the center of the square. She asked, "He's back." She had been stationed here since the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain received the message from the Iris Sword Saint. The light released by the teleportation array alarmed the entire Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain before a handsome man appeared within the array, looking around. This person was naturally Flower Burial Lin Yun. After Lin Yun finished cultivating in the Azure Sky Realm, he returned to the Kunlun realm with instructions from the Iris Sword Saint. He looked around since this was the first time he had visited the mysterious Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. But no one dared disrespect the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain in the Kunlun realm. Saint Elder. Lin Yun soon discovered Mu Shuling. He walked over with a smile and cupped his fists together. Greetings, Saint Elder. It's a joy to see you first thing upon my return to the Kunlun realm. His cultivation was even stronger than Mu Shuling, but he was used to addressing her as Saint Elder. Mu Shuling examined Lin Yun and noticed his unfathomable cultivation. The Saint Daos around him even terrified her, and she knew Lin Yun had far surpassed her. Even so, the joy in his eyes wasn't fake or insincere. How's the sword sex situation? How's Wei Wei? The two asked at the same time. Lin Yun was stunned and smiled. I'll go first. Wei Wei has taken the heavenly Baron ancestral deity as her master, so you don't have to worry about her. Mu Shuling was relieved upon hearing that, before she said with guilt, the sword sex situation isn't good. I have fixed your Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella, and I've been here, waiting for you to give you the Nirvana Divine Rune that the Iris Sword Saint left behind under his instructions. Come with me to see the Holy Master, and we'll talk along the way. The Nirvana Divine Rune? Lin Yun was surprised and didn't expect that the Iris Sword Saint had left the Nirvana Divine Rune on Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. Then again, it also made sense for the Iris Sword Saint to leave behind the Nirvana Divine Rune if he had to leave behind one of the 7 sovereign divine runes. After all, it would be impossible to control the Nirvana Divine Rune without grasping Nirvana Dao. Lin Yun's heart began to beat and the Flower Burial Sword became emotional ever since he arrived on Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. It was as though it had been here before. Lin Yun wasn't bothered by it initially and suppressed the Flower Burial. But as he got closer, the Flower Burial Sword became even more restless, and it was going out of his control. What's wrong? Mu Shuling asked. Lin Yun didn't hide it from her and said, It's weird. The closer I get to the Divine Palace, the more restless my sword becomes. But it's not a big issue. I'll ask the Holy Master when I see him. Please tell me about the sword sect. Mu Shuling no longer asked but shared what was going on in the sword sect. Lin Yun's facial expression became grave before he heaved a sigh of relief. He had already expected the worst scenario, that the sword sect was destroyed upon his master's death when he returned. The situation might be terrible, but it wasn't over. A cold light flashed within Lin Yun's eyes, and he clenched his fists. He was in a hurry but still had to contain his emotions. Whether it was the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella or the Nirvana Divine Rune, they could greatly strengthen his strength, not to mention that he also had to ask about the Flower Burial Sword. Lin Yun smiled. Saint Elder, let me bring you there. They were getting close to the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Palace, but there was some distance away. Lin Yun initially wanted to take care of Mu Shuling's feelings, but he couldn't hold back any longer. Under Mu Shuling's exclamation, Lin Yun grabbed Mu Shuling by her shoulder and dashed forth. This shocked Mu Shuling since it didn't just feel as if space had passed by, but time had decelerated. She widened her eyes in shock and couldn't comprehend how Lin Yun accomplished that. But when she looked at him, she could see a faint smile on his face. After they moved, they swiftly came to the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain, and Mu Shuling was still in a daze even after she landed on the ground. When time and space finally stabilized, the palace gradually became clear. She soon thought it might be a means of the Nirvana Dao and he had reached a high level. She couldn't imagine what happened to Lin Yun when he was only 28. How old was the Iris Sword Saint when he reached this level? The Radiant Sword Saint's disciple is here to pay the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master a visit. Lin Yun didn't know what Mu Shuling was thinking but had cupped his fists together. When the ancient doors opened, the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master walked out. This woman shocked Lin Yun because the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master gave him a feeling that she was even more mysterious than the Iris Sword Saint. But before he could speak, the Flower Burial Sword flew out from his heart and headed for the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master. This shocked Lin Yun and Mu Shuling. Even the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master was surprised. She asked, Is this the sword of the Southern Emperor? Lin Yun nodded in response to the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master's question. It's as I've surmised. The Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master looked at Lin Yun and said, "Come with me." She soared to the sky with Lin Yun and Mu Shuling following after her. The flower burial sword then stabbed into a mountain. This surprised Mu Shuling because this was the myriad grave valley of the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain where the graves of emperors were stored. "This is the myriad grave valley," Mu Shuling explained. Hearing what she said, Lin Yun's face changed. He asked, "The myriad grave valley? The Southern Emperor's tomb is in the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. You'll know when you go down," the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master said. This was a spacious valley without any eeriness in the surroundings. When Lin Yun descended, he couldn't sense any chilling aura from the surroundings, but a warmth instead. Mu Shuling said, "Everyone buried here was an emperor, and there will still exists, even after death. There are also spirits protecting the human race." As they approached the flower burial sword, Lin Yun instantly understood what was happening. When Lin Yun saw the name on the grave, he squinted. It was written, "Southern Emperor and his lover rest here." His heart clenched as he thought of the love story between them. He heaved a sigh of relief and performed 3 kowtows at the grave to express his respect. After all, the flower burial sword helped him immensely along the way. Regardless of the Southern Emperor or his wife, there was a connection between them through the sword. This makes sense now. How can the Southern Emperor's tomb exist alone? Based on his affection for his wife, the two should be buried together, Lin Yun said. It could be considered a good ending for them to be buried together. Where do the flowers bloom? Where do I come from? The endless mountain and lake, the crisping leaves and wind, drifting flowers like dreams, and sorrow like fine rain. No one possesses everything in this world, and I shall give the Lord a white lily. Lin Yun looked at the poem on the monument with sorrow. Mu Shuling said, "The tomb outside is just an empty tomb of the Southern Emperor." She roughly knew about the famous Southern Emperor's tomb outside. That's a fake. The real treasures of the Southern Emperor are the Heavenly Dragon Bone, Hell Painting, and Heavenly Fate Talisman. They're all kept by the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain, the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master said. She continued, "Under his instructions, the treasures can be given to those who come with the sword of his wife." That meant the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain could also not give the treasures to just anyone. This was a failsafe set up by the Southern Emperor. Not only did the heir have to receive his acknowledgement, but the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain's acknowledgement as well. If I want to reforge the heavenly path and get rid of the Demon Spirit Clan's deities, I will need the help of the Heavenly Dragon Bone, Lin Yun said, looking at the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. After creating the Heavenly Dragon Sword and grasping the Heavenly Dragon's authority, he knew how powerful a Heavenly Dragon was. The Heavenly Dragon was ranked above the 7 Divine Dragons, as well as the Sovereign Constellation, the Azure Dragon Constellation. The value of the Heavenly Dragon Bone was unimaginable and could help Lin Yun close up the distance in his cultivation. The Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master said, "You will have to bear the karma of the Heavenly Dragon Bone, and there's no reason for the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain not to give it to you." The Southern Emperor was focused on reviving his wife, but it was too late when he came to his senses. His lifespan ended, and he couldn't reforge the heavenly path anymore. He tasked the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain to see if the successor could bear that karma. "Even if we give you the Heavenly Dragon Bone, it will bring more cons and pros. You want to test my strength?" "Any time," Lin Yun said, looking at the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master with confidence in his eyes. "Please." The Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master threw a punch over, and Lin Yun faced it head-on. When the 2 punches clashed, Saint music began to appear in the surroundings as 2 Dao flowers representing eternal Daos appeared behind Lin Yun. On the other hand, the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master had no phenomenon or saint energy fluctuation. When the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master stopped, Lin Yun was surprised before he pulled back his strength, forcing him to take 3 steps back before stabilizing himself. Due to the tremendous boost in strength at the Azure Sky Realm, Lin Yun still hadn't gained complete control of his strength yet. As expected of the heavenly fragrance Holy Master, Lin Yun cupped his fists together. He finally knew how deep and unfathomable the heavenly fragrance Holy Master was. She was probably on the same level as the 9 emperors. The heavenly fragrance Holy Master said, "The Southern Emperor cannot be compared to you when he was of the same age, and I believe he'd be willing to give you the heavenly dragon bone even if he's alive." Lin Yun said nothing as he looked at the flower burial sword. With a wave of his hand, the flower burial sword returned to his heart. "Come with me," the heavenly fragrance Holy Master said, and brought the two to the heavenly fragrance divine palace. In accordance with the Iris Sword Saint's instructions, she handed the Nirvana divine rune to Lin Yun. The Nirvana divine rune was engraved on a painting, and Lin Yun received the entire painting. He could sense the fluctuation of the Nirvana divine rune when he held onto it. He used his Nirvana Tao to sense it before the seal on the painting loosened up with a massive power gushing out from the Nirvana divine rune, which he quickly stopped. The Nirvana divine rune was the most important amongst the 7 sovereign divine runes, but now wasn't the time for him to refine it. "Here's the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella." Mu Shuling came out from the back of the palace and handed an umbrella to Lin Yun. She continued, "Not only was the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella completely reforged, but the Holy Master even refined 9 dragon souls into it. It's stronger than before now." "Thank you, Holy Master." Lin Yun rejoiced. The Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella was a sovereign saint artifact he used the most. Now that he had become stronger than before, this sovereign saint artifact became a perfect match for him with high compatibility. Even the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear couldn't be compared to it in terms of compatibility. So, the umbrella in his hand could significantly boost his strength. "I wonder if the Holy Master knows where the Samsara Divine Rune is?" Lin Yun asked. He was only left with the Samsara Divine Rune and Freezing Chill Divine Rune of the 7 sovereign divine runes. The Freezing Chill Divine Rune was located in the Frost Snow Sacred Palace. But he had no clues about the Samsara Divine Rune. If he couldn't gather all 7 sovereign divine runes, the Iris Sword Box would be incomplete and couldn't surpass the Firmament Saint Cloth. The Heavenly Fragrance Holy Master said, "The Black-White Palace, owned by the Black and White Emperors." Lin Yun frowned since the Black and White Emperors were among the 9 emperors, even stronger than the Ice Emperor. Not to mention that there were 2 of them. He knew that it would be troublesome for him to retrieve it. "What about the heavenly dragon bone?" Lin Yun asked. "So far, yet so close," the heavenly fragrance Holy Master said as she undid a seal and a dragon's roar echoed within the palace along with a golden radiance. A terrifying dragon's aura descended, forcing Lin Yun and Mu Shuling down onto their knees. It was a long spine reaching over 1,000 meters that gave off a golden radiance and powerful aura that was comparable to a divine artifact. As the spine descended, the aura it gave off increased so much that Mu Shuling couldn't bear the pressure, with blood dripping down from her lips, and her face became pale. Lin Yun circulated the Dragon Phoenix world, annihilating sword cannon, and slowly got back on his feet. A heavenly dragon's aura also swept out from his body, resisting the pressure. The heavenly fragrance Holy Master had satisfaction on her face before she grabbed the heavenly dragon spine and it began to shrink in size. With a flick, the heavenly dragon bone fell into Lin Yun's hand. The heavenly dragon bone felt burning as it burrowed into his body, fusing with his right arm, looking like a metallic glove and arm guard. It had fused with him, but not entirely. "I have sealed the heavenly dragon bone into your right arm for now, but it won't last long. You have to refine it quickly," the heavenly fragrance Holy Master said. "Once you've refined it, you will receive boundless benefits and bear the fate of reforging the heavenly path." Lin Yun looked at his right arm, nodding. "I will do my best. This is the heavenly fate talisman. You might not need it, but I'll give it to you. This is a divine artifact bearing the fortune of the entire Kunlun realm, which the divine dragon empire has been wanting," the heavenly fragrance Holy Master said. She continued, "You can use it yourself, give it to someone else, or hide it. It's your choice to decide." Lin Yun wore a grave expression and finally knew how vital this item was. This talisman was the key if someone wanted to rule the entire Kunlun realm and establish an immortal empire. This talisman was even more critical than the heavenly dragon bone to ambitious people. Mu Shuling, send him out, the heavenly fragrance holy master said before she left. As Lin Yun and Mu Shuling walked out of the heavenly fragrance divine mountain, they chatted and could see many disciples along the way. They would either be playing music, fishing, or playing chess. But they shared something in common. They all had a high cultivation. But each of them didn't look ambitious at all. If the heavenly fragrance divine mountain was willing to get involved in the Kunlun realm's affairs, even the 9 emperors might not be able to stop you guys, right? Lin Yun asked. We're a bunch of wanderers. Back then, the Holy Master had some relationship with the Blue Dragon ancestral deity and stayed in the Kunlun realm. Our home isn't the Kunlun realm, so we've been wandering. Mu Shuling smiled. She continued, if you can't reforge the heavenly path, we will wander again to seek a place to stay. Why is that? Lin Yun asked. The Holy Master already calculated that the Kunlun realm will have a crisis within the next 100 years unless the heavenly path is reforged, Mu Shuling said. Lin Yun's eyes flashed, knowing that what Mu Shuling said was true. The Holy Master might not get involved in the Kunlun realm's affairs, but she doesn't like the Empress style. According to her way, it would bring a great disaster to the 9 domains even if she manages to become a deity, Mu Zulin said. So you have to live well. What do you mean? The disaster doesn't come from the demon spirit clan, Lin Yun asked. That depends on how you understand it. Are the lives of ants considered lives? If they're considered lives, it can be considered a disaster, Mu Shuling replied. Lin Yun remembered what Mu Shuling said. When he was about to leave, he couldn't help turning around to take a look when he sensed an unusual fragrance. The fragrance came from a towering tree with blooming flowers and some fruits. Those fruits gave off a faint radiance that looked like infants inside. That's the ranked first fragrance in the world, the dream butterfly flower. If someone wakes up from the dream, they will emerge from those fruits. Many people in the heavenly fragrance divine mountain came from the fruits, Mu Shuling said. Lin Yun was stumped before he smiled, not believing what she said. He cupped his fists together. Goodbye. I don't know if we can meet again, but I'm grateful for you taking care of me. Mu Shuling's heart sank when she heard what Lin Yun said, because she never considered the possibility that he would die. But thinking that he might die, she became at a loss and could no longer control her thoughts. After a long time later, she made up her mind and summoned an azure bird. Li Wuyo and Mei Zihua were waiting nearby in the God Burial Mountain range. Now that the seal had loosened up, saints could enter without much risk. But this place was covered in a black demonic aura, corroding everything in its path. If anyone had a choice, no one would want to come here. Why hasn't the 9th princess come out yet? Li Wuyo asked in a worried tone. He might seem confident that Su Xiao wouldn't die in the God Burial Mountain range with her strength and fortune. But that didn't stop him from worrying. Mr. Ghost, why don't you go in and take a look? Mei Zihua asked, looking at the hooded man. The hooded man's name was Mr. Ghost, and they promised a hefty reward for inviting him to help. This person was a demonic cultivator, and he was a great saint. Mr. Ghost replied, the seal might have loosened up, but great saints still can't enter. But judging from the seal, great saints will be able to enter within a year, and the Kunlun realm will fall into chaos at that time. I didn't expect a demonic cultivator like you to be concerned about the Kunlun realm, Li Wuyo smiled. The demon spirit clan won't care if you're righteous or demonic, Mr. Ghost said eerily. It had only been 3,000 years since the 9 emperors vanquished the darkness. 3,000 years ago, the Kunlun realm was in chaos, aside from the Holy Lands, which barely held on, and the world was no different from a living hell. You're saying that as though you had witnessed it, Mei Zihua muttered. Mr. Ghost merely smiled but said nothing. Suddenly, a tremor came from the God Burial Mountain range, and a crack expanded with a demonic aura gushing to the sky. This startled Mei Zihua and Li Wuyo before a golden beam shot out from the demonic aura. The 9th princess! Li Wuyo and Mei Zihua's eyes lit up. But before they could do anything, Su Xiao had appeared before them. They quickly bowed. "We greet the ninth princess." Su Xiao merely nodded before she raised her hand, unleashing crimson flames. When she turned back around and looked at the black-clothed man, a prestigious aura swept out from her, and she asked, "Who is he?" Li Wuyo explained, "My Li clan and the Mei clan aren't willing to help with the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation. We're not strong enough, so we can only try and pay a great price to invite a great saint of the demonic path over." Mei Zihua added, "None of the righteous cultivators in the Divine Dragon Empire dares to come, and only Mr. Ghost agreed amongst the demonic cultivators. They would die if it wasn't for righteousness. Who would dare to come if they didn't receive help from the Radiant Sword Saint or were prepared to die? Since none of the righteous cultivators dared to come, no demonic cultivators would dare to come. Those who dare to come are naturally those with ulterior thoughts." Su Xiao snorted. Li Wuyo and Mei Zihua's faces changed before they turned to look at Mr. Ghost with their hearts panicking. Mr. Ghost smiled. "The nine princess is right. None of the righteous cultivators dared to come, not to mention the demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivators might seem arrogant, but they're all cowards, and none dared to go against the Empress. Someone asked me, so I came here with the preparation to die, and you can bring me along if you're going to help." Li Wuyo was alarmed before he asked, "So you have a reason as to why you came over? After all, only you out of all the demonic cultivators dared to come. I have so many treasures piled into a mountain based on what the two of you gave me." Mr. Ghost smiled. "Bullshit. Do you think the 10,000-year Saint Elixir is that easy to find?" Mei Zihua snorted. "You can leave," Su Xiao said. A battle was ahead, and she would rather bring one lesser person than someone with an unclear identity. Right then, groups of cultivators riding beasts that gave off a baleful aura began pouring over from the surroundings, with Drifting Goblet and Bai Li Xuan leading the troops. They were stationed nearby with the Bloodword Battalion. "There's a situation in the God Burial Mountain range. The two of you remain here with the Bloodword Battalion and watch over it," Su Xiao ordered. "Roger that," Drifting Goblet and Bai Li Xuan said without hesitation and heaved sighs of relief when they saw Su Xiao coming out. While Su Xiao was about to head to the sword sect, Mr. Ghost said, "Ninth Princess, are you not going to bring me along? The Indigo Dragon Lord entrusted me to help. If I don't go, the Indigo Dragon Lord would have suffered for nothing." Su Xiao's heart throbbed because the Indigo Dragon Lord was in Luoyan. Although Lin Yun said nothing, Su Xiao knew about his relationship with Luoyan. She asked, "How do I address you?" "You can call me Mr. Ghost." "Mr. Ghost. That's right. Let's go, then," replied Su Xiao. With that, they rushed to the sword sect. The sword sect's situation worsened after the light-subduing Great Saint brought out his trump card. Fortunately, Jian Jingtian held his ground and barely managed to stabilize the situation. But Jian Jingtian couldn't help the other main peaks due to the Heavenly Sever Great Saint's means, even if he held his ground. It didn't take long after the Pellet Firmament Peak's collapse before the Emerald Firmament Peak also collapsed. Shortly after, the Azure Firmament Peak collapsed as well. Only the Scarlet, Golden, Indigo, and Divine Firmament Peaks remained intact. The situation on Indigo Firmament Peak was dangerous since 6 people were ganging up on the Dragon Origin Great Saint. When the light-subduing Great Saint unleashed his full strength, the Demon Clan's Great Saint and Azure Python Great Saint couldn't hold on any longer. Sun and Moon unite. The light-subduing Great Saint executed a powerful move where the sun and moon formed into an ancient Ming word that radiated with unimaginable power. The moment the word appeared, heavenly Tao fluctuated before the crimson sword ray in the depths of the sword sect rippled. The massive azure dragon suffered a heavy blow as the light-subduing Great Saint charged with the Imperial Dragon Order, controlling the golden-purple dragon. This dismissed the azure dragon's transformation and he returned to his human form, crashing into the Scarlet Firmament Peak's main palace and was covered in injuries. Feng Yu quickly stepped forth to help, ensuring that Jian Jingtian wasn't disturbed. "That old fellow's Yin-Yang Dao is too powerful." The Azure Python Great Saint gritted his teeth. "That golden-purple dragon as well. The azure python great saint was furious when he looked at the golden-purple dragon in the sky, throwing out a mouthful of blood. He could still hold his ground after taking the first strike, but the second strike made him lose the ability to carry on fighting. The demon clan's great saint briefly fought before he summoned his main body, a heavenly moonhowl wolf. This made Feng Yu look concerned since it was rare for her husband to summon his main body, which meant that he was in a perilous state. Not far away, Jian Jingtian's aura had also declined. The energy declined after the three peaks collapsed, and Jian Jingtian's aura was lower than the heavenly sever great saint. He barely held on with the bright sun sword intent and great profound sword cannon. There's no need to hurry. I know that swordsmen are dangerous as long as they have a breath left. So let us play slowly, the heavenly sever great saint said, seeing that the heavenly glory and flame crow great saints wanted to join in. Jian Jingtian was furious and roared, "Heavenly sever, are the Black Mountains so cowardly?" The heavenly sever great saint eerily smiled. Swordsmen are proficient at fighting with their lives on the line, but there's no need for me to put myself in danger because of you. Ha ha ha. Damn it. Jian Jingtian charged forth, tearing apart thousands of evil spirits. But when he charged out, there were a few more wounds on his body. When he wanted to turn around to tear apart the domain, the heavenly glory and flame crow great saints held him down. As a result, Jian Jingtian could only watch as the heavenly sever great saint began clasping his hands together with a demonic aura surging and slowly fixing the domain. He had used his domain to manifest the 18 layers of hell. As long as the domain didn't fall apart, it would be impossible to hurt him. Ha ha ha. Radiant's disciple, you're still too tender. The heavenly sever great saint laughed, taunting Jian Jingtian. But just as he laughed, he suddenly felt something wasn't right with a hint of threat. When he wanted to look around, a bone hand enveloped in golden flames crashed against his domain. The flaming bone hand contained massive power that left cracks in the domain, with all the evil spirits howling in pain from the flames. Just when the bone hand was about to grab onto the heavenly sever great saint, this terrified the latter into dodging. When the bone hand clenched, a terrifying power swept out that tore the domain apart before the bone hand charged forth, landing a palm on the heavenly sever great saint, causing him to throw out a mouthful of blood and take a few steps back. Who is it? Do you dare to show yourself? The heavenly sever great saint roared with fear. The golden bone hand shone brightly with saintly music and various pictures. This was the sign that a legend had arrived. It was Su Xiao who had appeared, enveloped in a golden radiance with a flower crown on her head that made her look like an emperor. Seeing the newcomer, the heavenly sever great saint exclaimed, "Su Xiao." The three words seemed to contain significant intimidation, making the heavenly sever great saint's heart tremble. Even the heavenly glory and flame crow great saints quickly stopped fighting with Jian Jingtian. They retreated to the heavenly sever great saint's side, looking at Su Xiao with a complicated gaze. They all recognized this newcomer, the emperor's successor, Su Xiao, the only one amongst the younger generation who could rival Lin Yun. The rumors were true that Su Xiao and Lin Yun were lovers. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to help the Radiant Sword Saint in his tribulation, since that was the same as falling out with the Empress. As for Mr. Ghost, who came with Su Xiao, he joined the fight with the light subduing Great Saint, greatly lifting the pressure off the Demon Clan's Great Saint. Jian Jingtian had a complicated gaze and said, "Lady Luo Hua, you shouldn't have come." When she was in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect, he was used to addressing Su Xiao as Luo Hua, her moniker. After all, she was the 9th princess with a deep relationship with the Empress. Su Xiao replied, "Lin Yun and I have become husband and wife. His master is also my master, and no one can stop me from coming." Jian Jingtian was stumped and couldn't say anything else. As for Feng Yu, Mu Shenkong, and the Azure Python Great Saint, they were stumped when they heard what she said. Ha ha ha! The Empress wanted the 9th princess to form a connection through marriage with the royal clan, but she married Lin Yun instead. Ha ha ha! The Azure Python Great Saint couldn't help laughing. Anyone could hear his grudge against the Divine Dragon Empire. After all, they couldn't beat the Divine Dragon Empire or provoke them, so he had pent everything up. But after hearing what Su Xiao said, even his injuries didn't feel that painful anymore. On the other hand, Feng Yu was happy for Lin Yun, and she smiled. Even our junior brother is married. I believe that our master will be happy for him. On the other hand, the three opposing great saints felt aggrieved and couldn't figure out why Lin Yun had so much charm. Not only did so many experts come from him, but he even married the empress successor, which was unbelievable. Su Xiao's strong stance stabilized the situation on Scarlet Firmament Peak. There's an order from the Holy Master to kill whoever dares to stand in the way, and the 9th princess isn't an exception. The light subduing great saint fighting Mr. Ghost and the demon clan's great saints roared anxiously when he saw this scene. This relieved the Heavenly Sever, Flame Crow, and Heavenly Glory great saints. They might not have dared to move against the 9th princess without those words. I'm impressed that the 9th princess can break my domain. Why don't we exchange a few moves? The Heavenly Sever great saint stepped forward, looking at Su Xiao eerily. Heavenly Sever, come at me if you dare. What kind of man are you to bully the 9th princess? Jian Jingtian roared with his face changed. You think I don't dare? Even if you've grasped the pinnacle of the 8th grade sword intent, I still have ways to deal with you. But I just can't be bothered with you for now. 9th princess, do you dare to fight me since you managed to break my domain? The Heavenly Sever great saint asked coldly. The great saints from the Pellet, Emerald, and Azure Firmament Peaks arrived at Scarlet Firmament Peak. The great saints from the profound Sky Sex faction grew to 11, giving off a powerful aura. 5 out of 6 great saints that were stationed on the 3 peaks also arrived, and they were all heavily injured with pale expressions. There was nothing they could do about it since there was a massive difference in their cultivations, not to mention that they didn't have ruthless people like the Dragon Origin Great Saint or Yi Guhan. Even the other peaks were barely holding on. Upon seeing this, Mu Xuankong's face became grave, and even Jian Jingtian frowned. On the other hand, the morale of the profound Sky Sex faction increased with smiles on their faces. 9th princess, do you dare to fight me? The Heavenly Sever great saint asked, looking at Su Xiao. The reason why he targeted Su Xiao was because he was someone who took revenge. Since Su Xiao destroyed his domain, he would trample on her to take revenge. Secondly, Su Xiao had a high status, and the sword sect would be at their mercy if he managed to capture her. Are you that certain that you can defeat me? Su Xiao asked calmly. I don't dare to say that I can crush you with one hand, but I can defeat you with one hand. If you disagree, all of us can charge forth. At that time, you guys would no longer have a chance. The Heavenly Sever great saint said. Come then, Su Xiao said coldly, flashing a cold light across her eyes. The faces of those from the sword sect changed because they didn't know what Su Xiao did to destroy the Heavenly Sever great saint's domain. But judging from the aura she was giving off, she was only a saint sovereign at best. She must have had an encounter in the God Burial Mountain range. Otherwise, her cultivation wouldn't have risen so quickly. But a saint sovereign was still a saint sovereign, and there was no way they could fight with an immortal stage great saint like the Heavenly Sever great saint. No! Jian Jingtian called out. He was a divinity stage great saint, but he only managed to barely hold his ground, relying on sword sex energies and sword intent. But Jian Jingtian realized the Heavenly Sever great saint easily held him down when they fought. After all, there was a reason why the Heavenly Sever great saint was the chief of Black Mountain's 7 saints. Su Xiao replied, I can block him. The current situation is dangerous, so we can only wait for my husband, Lin Yun, to return. Since he believes in me, I will also believe in him. Please believe in me as well. Su Xiao's voice wasn't loud, but it spread to every corner of the sword sect, shocking everyone as she addressed Lin Yun as her husband. Could it be that the two of them got married? One of the 3 beauties in the Kunlun realm, Su Xiao, has married Lin Yun. But Su Xiao's confidence in Lin Yun was even more unbelievable to them. Ha ha ha! Even if Lin Yun comes, he's only a saint sovereign at best. If he doesn't come, we might fear that he will become an emperor. But if he dares to come, we'll deal with him just like we will deal with you. The heavenly Sever Great Saint had a ruthless light flashing across his eyes. He might be a great saint, but he didn't have the demeanor of one. He was a petty person who would take revenge whenever he suffered a loss, and he was ruthless even after he became a great saint. Even though Su Xiao was the 9th princess, he would still make her pay the price since she dared to destroy his domain. With a single thought, he appeared before Su Xiao. More accurately, he didn't need to make a move personally and could easily kill a saint sovereign. Even when facing the heavenly Sever Great Saint, Su Xiao showed no sign of panic on her face. A Dao flower appeared behind her. It was the Imperial Dao, one of the 36 sovereign Daos. A dignified aura filled everyone's hearts with awe when the flower bloomed. But that wasn't all. A constellation opened up with countless golden indigo divine dragons flying out from the painting. But the heavenly Sever Great Saint had no change on his face. The sovereign constellation, the divine dragon constellation, and Imperial Dao might make divinity stage great saints fear her, but not the heavenly Sever Great Saint. After all, he was a great saint at the pinnacle of the immortal stage. What a pitiful attempt to struggle. Kneel! The heavenly Sever Great Saint roared with a powerful aura sweeping out and his domain reappearing. But just when the pressure was about to fall on Su Xiao, it was blocked by something, including his punch. The surrounding space solidified, and he had to break it apart slowly if he wanted to approach Su Xiao. What's going on? The heavenly Sever Great Saint squinted with shock filling his heart. A flower bloomed behind Su Xiao, representing an eternal Dao, the Truth Dao. That was the Truth Dao of the 9 eternal Daos. At the same time, multiple golden figures began to appear behind the scarlet firmament peak, as though they had traveled through time to bow to Su Xiao, singing a song about her glorious past. That phenomenon was naturally the phenomenon of a legend, and this meant that Su Xiao was a legendary talent. Like Lin Yun, she was a living legend just like the 9 emperors. Before the truth, I am the monarch of the world. Su Xiao shook her flower crown and performed the Dragon Clan's Imperial Dragon Fist, clashing with the heavenly Sever Great Saint head-on. When the two punches collided, Su Xiao didn't collapse like everyone had expected, but the heavenly Sever Great Saint took a small step back instead. Although the heavenly Sever Great Saint wasn't injured, he was naturally humiliated. He said, "It looks like the Kunlun realm has changed a lot for a junior to grasp the Truth Dao. No wonder you're so confident in facing me." With an even faster speed, the heavenly Sever Great Saint charged forth, performing the divinity nether seal he created. Before the heavenly Sever Great Saint, Su Xiao calmly faced him with the Imperial Dragon Fist. With the heavenly Sever Great Saint becoming serious, Su Xiao could only go on defense and would rather suffer an injury than take a step back. She wouldn't and couldn't take a step back as that was Imperial Dao. If she stepped back, the Imperial Dao would take a significant blow and drop in power. If she didn't step back, the Imperial Dao would gradually become more powerful as she fought. The saintly music continued to resound throughout heaven and earth as those majestic figures behind the scarlet firmament peak raised their hands and Saint Radiance descended onto Su Xiao in golden beams. When those golden beams landed on Su Xiao, they swiftly healed her injuries and allowed her to recover. The more she fought, the more courageous she became. Not only did she not take a step back, but her Saint Radiance became even more dazzling. She's a living legend, and even the heavenly Dao praises her. Mu Xinkong was shocked at those golden figures that looked like records from ancient books. Even the Azure Python Great Saint wore a grave expression, before he said, "She's destined to be the monarch of the Kunlun realm." On the other side, the faces of those from the profound sky sect became ugly when they saw those golden figures. The heavenly Sever Great Saint also became anxious and knew he couldn't hold back. He had to quickly defeat Su Xiao with an attack. Impure Yama. The heavenly Sever Great Saint circulated his domain as a massive Yama that looked like the Judge of Hell gave off a powerful pressure with a faint divinity in its eyes. The eyes had a terrifying divine rune, and this martial technique far exceeded dragon spirit martial techniques. Great! Su Xiao soared to the sky before anyone could react. She pushed her right palm forth at the impure Yama with the Annihilation Divine Rune engraved on the back of her hand, executing the Annihilation God Hand. A bone hand enveloped in golden flames shot forth again with an annihilation aura. When the bone hand struck the massive Yama, the Yama's head was crushed by that bone hand. The collapse of the Yama made the heavenly Sever-Great Saint throw out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Su Xiao with shock. He exclaimed, "That's the Annihilation God hand. That's the Annihilation God Lord's inheritance." Su Xiao, you received the Annihilation God Lord's inheritance. How is that possible when you only possess a mortal body? After all, that was the hand of a deity. The heavenly Sever-Great Saint regretted this moment, and he finally knew how Su Xiao managed to destroy his domain. After all, that was the hand of the famous Annihilation God Lord. It was a God Lord of the Kunlun realm recorded in history who slew 10 demon spirit clan deities by himself. He was an undisputed war god of the Kunlun realm, slaughtering the demon spirit clan to the point that they trembled in fear. Even when they were dead, they were suppressed beneath the god burial mountain range, making the demon spirit clan grit their teeth. But there was nothing they could do about it. Before the truth, I am the monarch of the world. Su Xiao wore the flower crown Lin Yun made for her and gave off a dignified aura, making her look like a monarch. The position between her and the heavenly Sever-Great Saint changed as she forced the latter into defense, relying on the Annihilation God hand to hold the advantage on Scarlet Firmament Peak. But the 108 outer peaks couldn't hold on any longer. Many sword sect disciples were gathered on the heavenly Prolonged Peak, barely holding their ground as they faced countless saint lords and dozens of saint sovereigns. There might be reinforcements from the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion and Divine Phoenix Mountain, but they had a huge disadvantage in their numbers. Yi Xiling pushed her physique to the limit and empowered herself with the Lesser Heaven Authority Order to face Zhuge Qingyun of the Profound Sky Sect. For a long time, Zhuge Qingyun was known to be the strongest beneath the Saint Realm and even gave Feng Zhu a terrible beating at the Profound Wither Sea. Since Zhuge Qingyun's cultivation was a saint sovereign, he relied on the Profound Sky Cannon to endanger Yi Xiling. In the beginning, Yi Xiling could still put up a fight with Zhuge Qingyun, but she gradually lost her footing after more peaks began to collapse. Zhao Yan, Gong Sun Yan, Mu Shuiqin, and Mu Qingqing were also covered in injuries and barely held on. Su Xiao is terrifying, and the Scarlet Firmament Peak is stabilized. But that doesn't mean you all are fine. Zhuge Qingyun had long noticed the battle on Scarlet Firmament Peak and no longer held back. Several moons appeared behind him, and they devoured all of Yi Xiling's sword intent when they revolved. But when the moons rotated in reverse clockwise, the sword intent returned to Yi Xiling. This sent Yi Xiling flying back. Seeing this, Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yan decisively stepped forth to face Zhuge Qingyun. What a futile struggle, Zhuge Qingyun sneered. With his full strength and without Yi Xiling's protection, Zhao Yan and Gong Sun Yan were no different from mere ants. But just when he was about to make a move, a dazzling sword ray flew over that made Zhuge Qingyun feel like his life was being threatened. This made Zhuge Qingyun's face change before he quickly retreated and dodged. Even so, the sword ray still left a sinister gnash on his face, with blood flowing out, making him look sinister. Zhuge Qingyun. It has been a long time since we last met. A voice resounded, and everyone from the sword sect quickly turned around because the voice sounded familiar. When they turned around, they saw a swordsman donned in a blue robe descending from the sky with a faint smile. He looked like a sword immortal, and his smile shone like the sun. Senior Brother Lin. Flower Burial. Flower Burial has returned. All the sword sect's disciples became emotional when they saw Lin Yun. Junior brother, you're finally back. They badly bullied me. Feng Zhu limped over, crying with tears rolling down his cheeks. He was a quasi-saint and naturally couldn't get involved in a battle between saints. As a result, he could only help from the side. Even so, he was still badly bullied by them. Most importantly, everyone knew he was a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint, and they wanted to humiliate him when they could have killed him. Whenever they humiliated him, they would laugh and ask if he was also a disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint. This naturally made Feng Zhu feel furious and humiliated, wanting to dig a hole and hide in it. No one present took his life since they wanted to leave him behind to humiliate the Radiant Sword Saint, which everyone laughed along with. Who bullied you? Lin Yun comforted as he stepped forth. Him, all of them. They said I'm not worthy of being the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, and they used me to humiliate our master. Feng Zhu said, pouring out his grievances as he pointed his fingers out. Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that, with a cold light flashing across his eyes. He remembered that their master said that Feng Zhu wasn't stupid or untalented, but his talent would awaken after reaching the Saint Realm. So these people were too much. Especially him, Zhuge Qingyun. Feng Zhu pointed at Zhuge Qingyun. He continued. He told others not to kill me and leave me behind to humiliate our master. Lin Yun took a step forward and coldly looked at Zhuge Qingyun. Was I wrong? Zhuge Qingyun sneered. Senior brother Lin, you're married to the 9th princess? Yi Xiling came forth. She felt this matter was important and had to tell Lin Yun about it. How do you know? Lin Yun asked curiously. The 9th princess is on Scarlet Firmament Peak. She publicly declared that you're her husband, with everyone hearing it. Yi Xiling said. Lin Yun's face changed, and he turned to Scarlet Firmament Peak with his fist clenched. He knew this, and Su Xiao chose him over the Divine Dragon Empire, betraying the Empress. This meant that even if they survived this crisis, the Empress wouldn't let go of her. Despite facing various obstructions, she didn't hesitate to declare that she was his wife, and she came when her husband was facing trouble. Lin Yun's eyes became watery at this moment since he knew he owed her too much. Profound Sky Cannon, Universal Reversal. Zhuge Qingyun took this opportunity to launch a sneak attack just when Lin Yun was distracted. Senior brother, watch out! Mu Qingqing and others exclaimed. But even without anyone's call out, Lin Yun had already sensed the danger and a boundless ferocity swept out from him, executing the divine dragon's sovereign physique. A dragon's roar swept out from his body and the azure dragon constellation was attracted to his physique. When Lin Yun threw his punch, the punch contained the pressure of the azure dragon constellation, shattering the moons. This made Zhuge Qingyun's face change, and he threw out a mouthful of blood, taking a few steps back. Is Tian Xuanzi's disciple only good at launching sneak attacks and nothing else? Lin Yun stepped forward, releasing his aura with his cultivation and physique combined, looking like a living azure dragon when he was furious. What's going on? Zhuge Qingyun wanted to retreat, but he noticed that he couldn't move under the dragon's aura. That makes no sense. Lin Yun shouldn't be able to release such powerful pressure even if he is a saint sovereign. But he didn't have the luxury to think. Lin Yun's hand had fallen onto his shoulder with blood splashing out and 5 holes appearing on his shoulder. Lin Yun's fingers were like blades that swiped across his shoulder, revealing his bones. You want to leave my senior brother behind to humiliate my master? Sure, as you wish. A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes, and he punched Zhuge Qingyun before the latter could even respond. Zhuge Qingyun was forced to retreat under this attack with his saint origin invaded and shattered. His cultivation soon fell from a saint sovereign to a saint lord before the Samsara Edict realm. The moment his saint origin was shattered, his dragon pulses and meridians were also destroyed, and this meant that he had become a cripple. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and everyone was frightened before they could even respond. I'm invincible in the saint sovereign realm. Lin Yun soared to the sky and joined the fight on Heavenly Prolonged Peak, targeting the other saint sovereigns and attracting their attention. Relying on the divine dragon's sovereign physique, Lin Yun faced multiple saint sovereigns and occasionally unleashed several sword rays. After inflicting heavy injuries on all the saints from the Profound Sky sect suffered great casualties. He had just returned from the outside world. He met either a god lord, a god king, or an ancestral deity. He was no longer the same person as before, and his foundation was terrifying. He slaughtered the saints like they were livestock, and it didn't take long for the 10-odd saint sovereigns to be either heavily injured or dead. This was a brutal scene, and all the remaining saints from the Profound Sky Sex faction were terrified and lost their fighting spirits. When he glanced at them, everyone quickly ran off and didn't even dare to look at Lin Yun. I'll go to Scarlet Firmament Peak while you clean up the battlefield. Lin Yun waved his hand at Yi Xiling and others before clasping his hands with 3,000 ribbons soaring to the sky and forming into an azure dragon. Lin Yun's brutality still stumped everyone, and they only came to their senses after seeing him riding on an azure dragon. We send flower burial off. We send flower burial off. Everyone cupped their fists together. Gong Sun Yen and the other saint disciples were excited. This was flower burial's grace and the sword sect's glory. Everyone yelled as they sent flower burial off. Ha ha ha! Flower burial, you're finally here. I have waited just to take one last look at you. Now I can die with no regrets. I've fought with Radiant my entire life, and I never regret cultivating my physique or coming here. The Dragon Origin Great Saint laughed, looking at Lin Yun riding on the Azure Dragon as he fought 6 great saints. This made the faces of the 6 great saints change when they heard what he said. If a great saint fought them with the thought of dying, at least 3 to 5 would have to die, especially when the Dragon Origin Great Saint became a saint through his physique. Old man! Lin Yun turned back on the Azure Dragon and yelled, "Who's allowing you to die? You're not allowed to die. Catch!" A golden light shot out from Lin Yun's hand, and the Dragon Origin Great Saint grabbed onto it. It was naturally the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. The Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear was the Golden Lotus Flame Tree, filled with vitality and Buddhist might. When the Dragon Origin Great Saint held onto the spear, he could sense boundless vitality pouring into his body along with saint energy. He basked in the Buddhist radiance as his body was brimming with vitality, recovering in a split second with his strength greatly boosted. This surprised the Dragon Origin Great Saint since he had already planned on dying and had accumulated his emotions for a long time. He had already said those words and even got the mood at the right spot, but he didn't have to die now, which instantly placed him in an awkward position. When he swung the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, he easily sent a great saint flying away. He roared, "You all dare bully me with numbers? Come and fight your Grandpa Dragon Origin." The tables turned for the Dragon Origin Great Saint, which let Lin Yun sigh in relief before his face changed when he raised his head. He saw a massive golden-purple divine dragon charging towards Su Xiao under the light-subduing Great Saint's control. "You dare bully my wife?" Lin Yun roared as he soared to the sky, reaching out and executing the Azure Dragon Grasp. 2 divine runes appeared in his palm as a massive dragon claw reached out, grabbing onto the golden-purple divine dragon. Su Xiao turned around and looked at Lin Yun's gaze, and they both smiled at each other. They were united as husband and wife and would have no regrets even if they died today. The golden-purple divine dragon was grabbed with a hand, shocking all the saints in the surroundings, regardless of those fighting or those observing. After all, even the Azure Python Great Saint couldn't face the golden-purple divine dragon head-on, and it was comparable to the Azure Python or Heavenly Sever Great Saints. But it was immobilized by a dragon's claw right now. The golden-purple divine dragon tried its best to struggle, causing many peaks outside the sword sect to crumble. This changed the light-subduing Great Saint's face, and his attack on the 2 Great Saints briefly stopped. "Come back!" The light-subduing Great Saint tried to control the divine dragon order to devour the surrounding spiritual energy and break free from the dragon's claw before soaring to the sky. Just when Lin Yun and Su Xiao looked at each other, the golden-purple divine dragon broke free from the dragon's claw and bared its fangs at Lin Yun with ferocity flashing in its eyes. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed within Lin Yun's eyes as he circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, gaining control of the Heavenly Dragon's authority. In the next second, the power of the Azure Dragon's grasp became even more powerful, dragging the golden-purple divine dragon back with golden radiance shining in the palm of the Azure Dragon's claw. When the golden-purple divine dragon was dragged back, the aura of the Heavenly Dragon made the golden-purple divine dragon tremble in fear. It was too late to escape. The dragon's claw clenched its fists, crushing the golden-purple divine dragon's head. The golden-purple divine dragon wasn't an actual divine dragon but a manifestation. Even so, this scene left everyone dumbfounded. Holy shit! The golden-purple divine dragon was crushed. Isn't this too unfathomable? The Azure Dragon's claw crushed a divine dragon, This is weird. The Azure Dragon's claw was empowered by something else, and the light-subduing Great Saint was too careless. Discussions resounded from the surroundings, and the Azure Python Great Saint laughed at this scene. That was satisfying. Ha ha ha. The Azure Python Great Saint continued to laugh even if it worsened his injuries. He was the old patriarch of the Azure Dragon's lineage, and there was nothing more satisfying than seeing a golden-purple divine dragon being crushed before him. He felt that the injuries he suffered were worth it. The light-subduing Great Saint's face changed. He ignored the two Great Saints, pushing them away with a palm before he landed on the ground. At the same time, the heavenly Sever Great Saint pushed his palms forth and retreated to the light-subduing Great Saint's side. Su Xiao didn't follow up with her attack and dismissed the Imperial Dao before retreating. Lin Yun also jumped down from the Azure Dragon, landing on Scarlet Firmament Peak, which excited everyone. Xiao, fifth senior brother, second senior sister, sect master. Lin Yun swept his gaze through everyone and felt complicated before turning to look at the Crimson Sword Ray. His heart finally calmed down since the saint veins weren't completely severed, and his master's tribulation wasn't hindered. I wasn't late. When he turned to look at Su Xiao, he saw the flower crown on her head. He made this on the day of their marriage. He smiled. You should wear the other crown. Su Xiao smiled. I prefer this crown you made for me. Since their separation in the Fallen God Valley, they had too many things to tell each other. But now wasn't the moment for them to talk, so they suppressed their emotions. Su Xiao looked at Lin Yun and said, You can't abandon me in the future when I declare our relationship in public. I won't, Lin Yun replied. Jian Jingtian coughed unhappily, looking at Lin Yun and Su Xiao being so affectionate when so many people were around. Senior brother, Lin Yun smiled and nodded at everyone else. Everyone, gather. The light-subduing Great Saint raised the Imperial Dragon Order and gave an order to all the Great Saints. The original plan was to slowly destroy the other peaks before going after Scarlet Firmament Peak. Mu Xiankong would be hard to deal with if the other peaks weren't destroyed, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. However, it was fortunate that they destroyed the majority of the outer peaks and three main peaks. This meant that the Sword Sect lost half of its energy. So the light-subduing Great Saint decided to summon all the Great Saints to eradicate everyone on Scarlet Firmament Peak. The Great Saints on Divine, Indigo, and Golden Firmament Peaks stopped their fights and flew to Scarlet Firmament Peak. It didn't take long before over 20 Great Saints were gathered on Scarlet Firmament Peak. There were 4 Great Saints who were heavily injured and couldn't come over. Yi Guhan and Lil Purple exchanged a gaze on Divine Firmament Peak. Lil Purple didn't hesitate to grab Lil Red and rushed to Scarlet Firmament Peak. A white-haired old man came out of Divine Firmament Peak. This old man was the Radiant Sword Saint's junior brother, the Dustlight Great Saint. Martial Uncle, Yi Guhan quickly bowed. Go on. I will keep watch here, the Dustlight Great Saint said. Yi Guhan heaved a sigh of relief and rushed to Scarlet Firmament Peak. When he landed, the Serene Dust Great Saint, Dragon Origin Great Saint, and Heavenly Jade Sword Saint had arrived with a powerful energy rippling from Scarlet Firmament Peak. The light-subduing Great Saint's face was ugly because he initially thought they could easily take down the Sword Sect with so many people. But looking at it carefully, there were Jian Jingtian, Yi Guhan, Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, Serene Dust Great Saint, Dragon Origin Great Saint, the Demon Clan's Great Saint, and Demonic Path's Great Saint, who weren't weak. This meant there were 7 Great Saints, and Lin Yun and Su Xiao were equivalent to Great Saints. There were 9 with the ability to confront Great Saints. On the other hand, he had 12 Great Saints and many were injured. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint injured the Netherport Sword Saint and only had half of his strength left, at most. Yi Guhan injured 3 Great Saints, and the Dragon Origin Great Saint also injured 3. This meant they didn't even have half of the Great Saints in their top condition. If the Sword Sect was determined to guard Scarlet Firmament Peak, they wouldn't be able to take it down anytime soon, and both parties would fall into a stalemate. He didn't include Lil Purple, but their advantage would decrease even more if he did. The Sword Sect's faction was gathered around Lin Yun with him as the leader. The light-subduing Great Saint's face changed, before he said, You're here, and this means that the sword sect situation has stabilized. Lin Yun said nothing, not replying to the light-subduing great saint either. The light-subduing great saint smiled. I have a suggestion. If we fight, the sword sect will be the one to suffer, and making a move here on Scarlet Firmament Peak would affect the Saint Vein. Flower Burial, you and the 9th princess are married. The 9th princess fought the heavenly Sever Great Saint earlier. If you're willing to fight me, I can leave Scarlet Firmament Peak with everyone if you defeat me in an even match and will no longer interfere in the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation. The moment he said that, the faces of everyone from the sword sect changed, while some became playful. They naturally wouldn't believe in what the light-subduing great saint said. Some scolded the light-subduing great saint for being shameless. After all, a great saint who grasped an eternal Tao wanted to fight Lin Yun. What's the matter? The 9th princess dared to fight the heavenly Sever Great Saint, and yet you don't even dare to fight me. The light-subduing great saint smiled. He was trying to taunt Lin Yun. Jian Jingtian said, if you leave with everyone now, I can promise not to go after you all in the future. Speaking of which, I have slaughtered everyone in the Profound Sky sect. The faces of all the great saints changed when Jian Jingtian said that. What did that mean? Wasn't that the same as a demonic cultivator? Jian Jingtian was the Radiant Sword Saint's disciple, a righteous swordsman. Thus, they couldn't believe that Jian Jingtian said that. They were shocked as they looked at Jian Jingtian. A person asked, what do you mean by slaughtered? Literally, I slaughtered everyone related to the saints from the Profound Sky sect who came to attack my sword sect, including their disciples and descendants, regardless of their age. As for the 2 great saints remaining in the Profound Sky sect, they were also slaughtered by me, and I only used 10 swords to deal with them, Jian Jingtian said. Everyone took a deep breath when they heard that. Jian Jingtian calmly looked at everyone. He wouldn't pursue it if the 3 Holy Lands were willing to leave. After all, the fight between the Divine Phoenix Holy Master and Tian Xuanzi was determined to have an outcome. If the Divine Phoenix Holy Master lost and Tian Xuanzi was alone with no one left, they might be able to fight Tian Xuanzi if everyone attacked him. Su Xiao noticed Lin Yun's right hand was a bone claw, flickering with a metallic gloss. It looked sharp and didn't hinder the agility of his fingers. Your hand? Su Xiao asked. It's nothing. Lin Yun smiled, holding on to Su Xiao's hand. He might not have fully refined the heavenly dragon bone yet, but he could use it as a trump card in critical times since it was half-merged with him. Looking at the group standing before her, Lil Purple said in contempt, why are you all acting like a gentleman? Weren't all of you here to eradicate the sword sect and kill the Radiant Sword Saint? The light-subduing great saint snorted. We've given you all a chance. You want to force us to kill you all? We're not the same as this demon. Jian Jingtian, your means won't frighten me. Let's cut the crap, and I'm talking to Lin Yun. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Lin Yun replied, sure. But let's forget about the bet because I won't leave the Scarlet Firmament Peak even if I'm defeated. And I don't believe that you will keep your promise even if you lose. He received opportunities in the Heavenly Barren Realm and Azure Sky Realm. Before he reached the Saint Sovereign Realm and chose between the Sword or Eternal, the Iris Sword Saint told him he could confront great saints. But now, his cultivation reached the Saint Sovereign Realm, and his Eternal Daos and Sword Dao had improved. Not to mention that the Heavenly Dragon and Divine Phoenix Sword Arts transcended the scope of Dragon Spirit martial techniques. Facing the second strongest great saint other than Tian Xuanzi, Lin Yun naturally wanted to test his full strength. Hearing that Lin Yun agreed to his challenge, the light-subduing great saint smiled. But a figure dashed out, charging at Lin Yun. There's no need for the sect master to deal with someone like him. The person who charged out was the profound Thunder Great Saint of the Ming cult. He was at the pinnacle of the first stage, proficient in the Great Solar Dao, and had manifested the Great Solar Domain. His speed was fast, exchanging a palm with Lin Yun before anyone could respond. With an exchange, Lin Yun was forced to take 10 odd steps back. But Lin Yun wasn't injured since the impact was negated while he retreated. Not bad. The profound Thunder Great Saint smiled. He might be probing Lin Yun's strength with his earlier attack. It could inflict heavy injuries against an ordinary Saint Sovereign or even kill them. But Lin Yun negated the force behind the impact as he retreated, and this alone was enough to tell that Lin Yun wasn't simple. Come again! The profound Thunder Great Saint charged again, releasing the Great Solar Domain and executing a palm technique towards Lin Yun. He was using the Great Solar Palm of the Ming cult, which was famous for frontal confrontation since no other dragon spirit martial technique was more suitable for a frontal confrontation. Each of his palms radiated with golden light, shining like a bright sun. Tens of thousands of Saint Daos enveloped it, and the power of the palm caused a crater in space. The heavenly Sever Great Saint sneaked a peek at the light-subduing Great Saint. He instantly understood everything when he saw the latter, who was wearing a playful smile. The light-subduing Great Saint learned from his lesson with Su Xiao and wanted to gauge Lin Yun's strength before fighting. Since he was caught by surprise by Su Xiao, the reputation as head of Black Mountain Seven Saints was almost lost. The profound Thunder Great Saint was someone the light-subduing Great Saint arranged to probe Lin Yun's strength. This was to ensure that the light-subduing Great Saint wouldn't be caught by surprise like him. Sensing the heavenly Sever Great Saint's gaze, the light-subduing Great Saint turned to look at him with a smile, making the heavenly Sever Great Saint's face ugly. Light-subduing. Someone who is the sect master of a holy land like you has resorted to such despicable means, Jian Jingtian roared. All the great saints present knew what was going on, and those with a higher reputation naturally had more tricks up their sleeves. This was because they couldn't afford a loss. The light-subduing Great Saint calmly said, "The profound Thunder Great Saint is a little impatient, and I'll reprimand him about it later." Ha ha ha! Why are you all in such a hurry? If Flower Burial can't defeat me, how will he fight the sect master? The profound Thunder Great Saint laughed arrogantly. He was suppressing Lin Yun throughout the fight since Lin Yun was only a Saint Sovereign. He sneered, "Flower Burial? Is this the best you can do? Weren't you arrogant earlier?" He was trying to use words to provoke Lin Yun into revealing his trump cards. "Sure." Lin Yun smiled. He also tested to see the difference between their cultivations without using his trump cards. But the outcome was surprising because the difference wasn't as big as he had imagined. The Divine Dragon's sovereign physique already bore a large portion of the damages, and his injuries recovered without even using the blue dragon bone. He didn't dodge as he took the profound Thunder Great Saint's attack head-on. The palm landed on his chest, with flames blazing on it. "Is this your best?" The profound Thunder Great Saint smiled. "Do you know how powerful this attack of mine is? Any saint physique taking it head-on will be dissolved by the great solar flame, even their bones." But no matter how the flame blazed, Lin Yun was unscathed, with his hair fluttering in the wind and each strand shone brightly. This made him look even more sacred as his Saint Daos manifested into a golden lotus behind him, representing the Sword Dao. The lotus had transformed, giving off a dazzling radiance that gave off the feeling that it could compete with eternal Daos. There was no way the profound Thunder Great Saint's Saint Daos could compete with the Sword Dao. How is this possible? The profound Thunder Great Saint was shocked, with disbelief in his eyes. The other great saints were also shocked, unable to comprehend what was happening before them. No one would be shocked if Lin Yun used his sword to defeat the profound Thunder Great Saint, since Lin Yun was famous for his talent with the sword. But what was going on now? Lin Yun took a palm from the profound Thunder Great Saint head-on, and not even a strand of hair was harmed? How is this possible? My physique is no longer a saint physique. Lin Yun laughed, spreading out his palms and raising them. A dragon's roar echoed from within his body, accompanied by a powerful aura as a dragon's head appeared on his chest. A powerful aura belonging to a supreme dragon swept out, shattering the profound Thunder Great Saint's great solar flame. This made the profound Thunder Great Saint's cheeks tremble before his face began to distort, sending him flying away. "Didn't you want to experience my full strength?" Lin Yun looked at the profound Thunder Great Saint with a smile, but he gave off a domineering aura in the eyes of others, looking like a young monarch. Divine Dragon Physique, the unrivaled body-refining technique of the Dragon Clan, Wasn't it long lost in the Kunlun realm? How did you manage to succeed in practicing it? The profound thunder great saint said with his hands trembling and eyes filled with disbelief. The divine dragon physique was famous in ancient times because it was hard to achieve, requiring one to undergo multiple tribulations. But if someone succeeded in practicing it, it could be comparable to any innate divine physique in the world. That's the divine dragon sovereign physique. Don't tell me you don't recognize the sovereign dragon seal. The Azure Python great saint said with disdain but also suffered a great shock. He now knew why Lin Yun didn't seem excited when he was given the divine Azure Overlord physique. Turned out that Lin Yun already had his own path. The Azure Python great saint had envy in his eyes, looking at Lin Yun. The divine dragon sovereign physique was the dream of many dragon clan great saints. Everyone's faces changed upon hearing that. The divine dragon physique was already invincible, and they couldn't imagine how powerful the divine dragon sovereign physique would be. Profound thunder, come back. The light-subduing great saint said with a grave expression. But the profound thunder great saint gritted his teeth. So what if it's the divine dragon sovereign physique? You're only a saint sovereign. What can you do to me? Not giving up, the profound thunder great saint roared. Great solar demon hand. This was a forbidden technique of the Sun-Moon Saint Canon that could perfectly control one's domain. It was a secret technique far exceeding dragon spirit martial technique. The profound thunder great saint wanted to hold the advantage in the fight to retain his face before returning. The clouds in the sky became black before a giant palm manifested and slammed down. Lin Yun had no change on his face as he turned around, and the golden lotus behind him released a dazzling sword ray, dyeing the sky in gold. That was the 8th grade sword intent, the bright sun sword intent. Under his sword intent, fine cracks appeared on the palm before Lin Yun reached out, executing the Azure Dragon's Rage. The Azure Dragon's Rage devoured the cracked domain as the giant palm gradually disappeared. When Lin Yun pushed his palm, the profound thunder great saint descended from the sky, creating a crater. The light-subduing great saint's face sank. He instantly noticed that Lin Yun wanted to kill the profound thunder great saint and yelled, "Stop him!" The remaining 3 great saints of the Ming cult soared to the sky, wanting to save the profound thunder great saint. But Lin Yun's speed was too fast and he pushed his palms forth, crushing the profound thunder great saint's head like a fly. Pushing his hands forward, the headless corpse shattered into countless pieces, only leaving behind the saint origin. Before reaching the 3rd stage of the great saint realm, great saints weren't that tough to kill. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, which made everyone's scalp numb. When the 3 great saints arrived, Lin Yun merely raised his eyes before taking out the Azure Dragon's Sun-Moon umbrella. With the divine dragon physique, Lin Yun could control this sovereign artifact like his arm, summoning the Azure Dragon constellation. This scene frightened the 3 great saints, so their faces became pale. "Come down!" Lin Yun easily opened the Azure Dragon's Sun-Moon umbrella, causing the entire sky to tremble. The 3 great saints fell under pressure as they were sent flying back like 3 sandbags. When they landed on the ground, their bones shattered as they screamed out in pain, rolling on the ground and looking nothing like a great saint. They had lost their ability to fight. With a shake of his arm, the Azure Dragon's Sun-Moon umbrella began to spin, and it was unimaginable for a sovereign artifact to be so easily controlled. "Do you need me to display more of my strength?" Light-subduing. Lin Yun smiled, looking at the light-subduing great saint with a provocative look. "What impudence!" The light-subduing great saint was enraged as he dashed towards Lin Yun, immediately summoning his Yin-Yang Dao without hesitation. Lin Yun raised the umbrella above him as it began to spin. 9 dragon souls flew out from the umbrella and coiled around Lin Yun. But the light-subduing great saint was strong with a terrifying cultivation, pushing his Yin-Yang Dao to the limit and shattering the 9 dragon souls with a palm. This instantly made everyone have a new perception of an eternal Dao. Yin-Yang Dao? What a coincidence, because I also know it. Lin Yun smiled as a lotus representing an eternal Dao bloomed behind him, and the Dao diagram was more complicated than the light, subduing great saints. Pushing his palm forward, the yin-yang Tao began to manifest into various phenomena. The light-subduing great saint couldn't even completely release his eternal Tao, and yet Lin Yun was already done. Thus, the former was pushed away, taking a few steps back, and was dumbfounded while looking at Lin Yun's performance. A piece of heavenly music also began to resound with various golden figures surrounding Scarlet Firmament Peak. This was a sign that Lin Yun was also a myth. You want to learn about it? I can teach you. Lin Yun smiled. His smile sent the light-subduing great saint into ice, and he retreated. He didn't retreat from Lin Yun's attack but was genuinely shocked. The light-subduing great saint was shocked. Lin Yun's strength and attainment in yin-yang Tao shocked him. He only came in contact with it 200 years ago, 100 years to grasp it, and 100 years to reach his current level. He spent 200 years. But the light-subduing great saint didn't feel that it was long. On the contrary, he was excited and proud of his achievement because an eternal Tao was too powerful. Before grasping an eternal Tao, his strength was comparable to the sect masters of the other holy lands. But now he was only comparable to the heavenly Sever Great Saint. On the other hand, Lin Yun was only 28 at most, and yet he had already grasped the yin-yang Tao, reaching an even higher attainment than him. Lin Yun's comprehension of yin-yang Tao was on a level higher than his own. Light-subduing Great Saint's face was pale when he looked at Lin Yun. He didn't react much when Su Xiao grasped Truth Tao because he didn't grasp it nor had the time to comprehend it. But yin-yang Tao was an entirely different story because he made countless efforts to reach his current level. The light-subduing Great Saint looked at Lin Yun, gritting his teeth. The world isn't fair. You've only cultivated for 10-odd years. Why can you catch up to my 300 years of comprehension? Lin Yun's gaze turned cold, and he furiously roared. You have the cheeks to talk about fairness? When Yu Qingfeng wiped out 2 peaks of the sword sect and suppressed my master for 3,000 years, why didn't you say it was unfair? The sword sect is only a top-tiered sect, and the 3 of your holy lands are here to gang up on us. Why didn't you say that it wasn't fair? The world isn't fair? I'm 28, but the pressure I bear is unimaginable. Have you ever wondered what I'm facing? 10-odd years of cultivation with countless life and death battles. Is that something someone of my age should bear? I didn't say anything unfair about it, and you have the cheek to tell me it's unfair. A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes and exploded, venting out all the emotions he had suppressed over the years that even his voice was trembling. The nearby Su Xiao, Yi Guhan, Jian Jingtian, and other great saints' hearts trembled upon hearing that. The serene dust great saint had tears welling in her eyes because she already discovered that Lin Yun was bearing something he shouldn't for someone his age. Yi Guhan tightened his grip on his sword, looking emotional. Jian Jingtian's face was terrifyingly dark, and yet the sect master of the Holy Land was talking about fairness with Lin Yun. Su Xiao turned to look at Lin Yun. She cultivated the Empress Heart Sutra. The deeper she loved, the more pain she would feel. However, Su Xiao never once regretted it. She understood Lin Yun well and was determined to stand by his side even if she had to become an enemy of the world. Lil Purple was seated on the sword box, her face pale from anger. She spent the longest time with Lin Yun, and she knew what Lin Yun experienced over the years. She knew Lin Yun paid a great price to attain his current height. After all, would the light-subduing great saint have the guts to go to the heavenly barren realm? Back then, he was nearly killed by Tian Xuanzi and hid in the heavenly Tao sect under the name of Yi Qingtian. But despite his feelings, she gently told him he was a phoenix and shouldn't cry. The light-subduing great saint sneered with his eyes flashing. He made up his mind, and coldly said, Heaven glory and dark sorrow, kill this brat together with me. If this brat isn't killed, the sword sect will rise even if the radiant sword saint fails his tribulation. After he spoke, he reached out and opened his hands. An ancient Ming word covered the ground formed with sun and moon saint runes, and the light-subduing great saint wanted to grab a hold of Lin Yun. But Lin Yun didn't let down his guard. When the word Ming appeared, the azure dragon sun-moon umbrella above him began to rotate, with 9 dragon souls appearing while he threw a punch on the ground. Even if the light-subduing great saint had a powerful cultivation, There was no way he could drag Lin Yun over under the protection of 9 dragons. Do you think that the Radiant's lineage has no one? Yi Guhan charged at the opposing great saints with anger on his face. He had grasped Space Dao, and the power of his strike was unimaginably powerful. Even so, his attack was blocked by the Heavenly Sever Great Saint. Black Mountain's 7 saints, heed my order. Set up the primordial god purging array. The Heavenly Sever Great Saint said, and the 7 of them immediately entered their positions, forming a powerful spiritual array. There were rumors that they could even confront Emperor Realm experts when the Black Mountain 7 saints joined forces. But because the Netherport Sword Saint was injured back then, the power of this array was weakened. Even so, this array instantly turned the tables around, forcing Su Xiao, Heavenly Jade Sword Saint, and Dragon Origin Great Saint to join forces to block the array. Let's go! Mr. Ghost and the Demon Clan's Great Saint joined forces and charged forward. This immediately created chaos as 10-odd Great Saints clashed once more. This place was massive, but it looked small, with a terrifying Saint aura filling every corner. The other Great Saints won't be able to do anything to him. The 3 of us will join forces and kill him quickly. The light-subduing Great Saint led the 2 Great Saints and charged at Lin Yun, who had destroyed the Ming word before it rose to the sky. The entire Scarlet Firmament Peak was enveloped in Saint Aura with various phenomena that could be seen from 10,000 miles away. They ultimately fought. I already guessed that the light-subduing Great Saint won't follow the rules. He wanted to suppress Lin Yun by himself earlier, but is ganging up on him now. Who wouldn't be afraid of Lin Yun's talent? There were rumors that he couldn't be stopped since he reached the Saint Realm, and it looks true now. The light-subduing Great Saint is too despicable. How is he not? He was the one who led the other Holy Lands wanting to rule the ancient barren domain. But he was stopped by the Radiant Sword Saint in the end. Many saints observing the fight outside the Sword Sect were shocked by the scale of this battle. Where are the Sword Sect's disciples? Form into an array. Mu Xiankong's sword to the sky, releasing his sword intent, and raised his sword to the sky, unleashing a powerful sword ray. We're here. The Sword Sect's disciples outside Scarlet Firmament Peak released their sword intent without hesitation toward Mu Xuankong's direction. In the next second, Mu Xuankong's sword aura rose once more. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling his blood boiling and roared. As long as the moon exists, the Sword Sect never dies. Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword from his chest, releasing a powerful sword aura as he charged at the 3 Great Saints, laughing. You're courting death. The light-subduing Great Saint smiled when he saw Lin Yun wasn't running. He unleashed 81 palms, each infused with his saint aura that caused the surrounding space to tremble. Flower burial, aid me. Lin Yun shook his wrist and unleashed the flower burial sword's power as a sovereign saint artifact, unleashing a powerful aura. Heavenly Dragon, aid me. Lin Yun roared, executing the Heavenly Dragon 13 swords and unleashing a powerful sword ray that became a Heavenly Dragon's Claw. The Dragon's Claw tore apart the 81 palms, leaving the light-subduing Great Saint shocked since he didn't hold back in that attack. He couldn't believe that Lin Yun resolved it so easily. The sword ray carried forward, forcing the Dark Sorrow and Heavenly Glory Great Saints to join forces against it. Wielding the flower burial sword, the sword intent radiating from Lin Yun was even more terrifying than Jian Jingtian. It's as though it would break through the shackles of the 8th grade. A Holy Lands sect master? Doesn't look so impressive now, Lin Yun said, looking at the 3 Great Saints as he hovered in the air. Before the 3 Great Saints could react, Lin Yun dashed over. His body disappeared and reappeared behind the Heavenly Glory Great Saint. The Heavenly Glory Great Saint didn't have time to think and turned around to block this attack. When the sword and blade clashed, the Heavenly Glory Great Saint could feel his palm going numb, losing control of his blade. What sword technique is this? The Heavenly Glory Great Saint was shocked because this sword technique contained the power of a heavenly dragon. But that wasn't all. It also summoned the Azure Dragon constellation. He was still sent flying away even after he did his best to block this attack. After sending the Heavenly Glory Great Saint flying away, Lin Yun didn't chase after him but stabbed his sword backwards, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, unleashing a powerful sword ray. This startled the light-subduing Great Saint, who was planning to launch a sneak attack. The light-subduing Great Saint's face changed before he quickly retreated. The 8th grade sword intent was powerful enough, not to mention a sovereign saint artifact, and Yinyang Dao empowered it. It had reached a level that it could harm him. Lin Yun sneered and continued to charge at the heavenly glory Great Saint, who raised his blade and grit his teeth to brace against the incoming sword. He also grasped the 8th grade blade intent, but his blade intent needed to be improved when compared to Lin Yun. You think you can block it? Lin Yun's sword was like an apocalypse that rained down on the heavenly glory Great Saint. Facing his attack, the latter could only barely put up a fight as he retreated. When Lin Yun performed all 13 sword forms of the heavenly dragon 13 swords, the power of this sword technique overlapped and sent the heavenly glory Great Saint flying away. With a shake of his wrist, Lin Yun thrusted his sword. The sword tip shone like a bright star, thrusting towards the light-subduing Great Saint, who resorted to another sneak attack. This time, the sword didn't just contain the power of the heavenly dragon 13 swords, it also had the aura of a divine phoenix. This made the light-subduing Great Saint's face ugly because Lin Yun used this sword multiple times to seek the weakness in his attack, allowing his sneak attacks to fail. He couldn't comprehend what was happening, and it made no sense that Lin Yun could sense his means. This time, Lin Yun didn't allow the light-subduing Great Saint to leave. The flower burial sword pointed at the light-subduing Great Saint's forehead as the vermilion bird and azure dragon constellations descended behind him. This naturally made the light-subduing Great Saint lose his patience. After all, no one would be in a good mood to have the bright sun sword intent pointed at their head with 2 sovereign constellations. He kept retreating but soon reached a dead end and could only face it head-on with his palm. Furthermore, he also shot out a beam with his left hand, aimed at Lin Yun's heart. But Lin Yun seemed to have sensed it and drew the flower burial sword back to block the beam. Turning around, the flower burial sword was like a spear's tip aimed at the light-subduing Great Saint. The light-subduing Great Saint sneered and didn't bother dodging this attack, allowing this sword to land on him. He had the protection of the Sun-Moon Saint cloth, wanting to use it to con Lin Yun. But the next moment, 30-odd holes appeared on the Sun-Moon Saint cloth with blood splashing out. Not only was the Sun-Moon Saint cloth pierced, but the light-subduing Great Saint was sent flying away, leaving him baffled. Lin Yun didn't stay in the same spot but had spun in the air, dodging the joint attack from Heavenly Glory and Dark Sorrow Great Saints. Their joint attacks left a deep crater on the stage that had been around for over 100,000 years. Together, the 3 Great Saints furiously charged, wanting to surround Lin Yun and suppress him. Scumbag, catch! Seeing that 3 Great Saints wanted to gang up on Lin Yun, Lil Purple threw the sword box over. When the sword box flew over, it appeared behind Lin Yun and a rope flew out from both ends of the sword box, firmly fixing itself on his back. Donning an azure robe and carrying a sword box, this was Lin Yun's complete form. The 4 sovereign divine runes began to shine brightly on the sword box, allowing Lin Yun's cultivation to catch up to the 3 Great Saints. This made Lin Yun laugh as he roared. As long as the moon exists, the sword sect never dies. Lin Yun, initially suppressed by the 3 Great Saints, suddenly released an outburst of sword aura, swinging 3 swords. His attacks sent the Heavenly Glory and Dark Sorrow Great Saints flying, throwing out a mouthful of blood and staggering in the air before falling onto one knee to stabilize themselves. Only the light-subduing Great Saint managed to withstand Lin Yun's attack and merely took 10 steps back. Lin Yun's voice echoed as his sword intent boiled, faintly showing signs of reaching the legendary 9th grade sword intent. Donned in his azure robe and carrying a sword box behind him, Lin Yun hovered in the air, looking like a bright moon in the sky, illuminating all the peaks in the sword sect. The phenomena of a myth belonging to him began to appear in the surroundings with heavenly music pleasing to the ears. All the great saints present turned to look in his direction, and the great saints from the profound Sky Sex faction retreated with their faces changed. They were surprised to discover they suffered a huge loss in their faction. Almost all of their great saints were injured, and even great saints who reached the immortal stage had greatly exhausted their origin. On the contrary, not many from the sword sex faction were injured, which was weird. In reality, no one noticed that when the battle began, a woman was playing a flute on a mountain beyond Scarlet Firmament Peak, playing the Divine Dragon tune. When the music landed on the great saints belonging to the sword sex faction, there wasn't any phenomenon, but they felt that their martial techniques became smooth in their hands. They didn't discover that they were much stronger than usual under the empowerment of the music. But when they stopped fighting, the flute music also stopped, disappearing in the cloud of dust. What's going on? Why couldn't the primordial god purging array suppress them? Even if Netherport is injured, the array should easily be able to suppress great saints. But they're not injured? The heavenly Sever Great Saint looked around and observed that they suffered huge casualties on their side, while the sword sex great saints merely suffered light injuries. Lin Yun descended with the sword box on his back. His sword ray swept out like moonlight. When he landed on the ground, the light subduing great saint's sword to the sky, appearing before Lin Yun in the next moment and unleashed a palm. That was a forbidden technique of the Ming cult, the Sun-Moon demonic hand. But Lin Yun had no change on his face. He wasn't afraid of the light subduing great saint without the sword box, and now he carried it on his back. His sword clashed with the light subduing great saint's palm and his sword aura sword, blocking the descending giant black palm. A mere mortal dares fight the flower burial sword? A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes as he let go of the sword before slamming at the hilt of the flower burial sword with his palm. The 7 glory spirits of the flower burial sword were unleashed, releasing the glory of the sword that once belonged to the Southern Emperor. The sword pierced through the light subduing great saint's palm. When Lin Yun held onto the sword again, he rotated with the sword, causing the light subduing great saint's right hand to explode. The forbidden technique crumbled while the light subduing great saint was sent flying. The other great saints feared that the light subduing great saint would crash into them and quickly retreated. For a moment, the morale of the sword sect rose with everyone cheering. Light subduing, haven't you learned any lesson after resorting to sneak attacks multiple times? Jian Jingtian sneered with disdain. The light subduing great saint screamed and threw out a mouthful of blood. Even with his undying physique, he couldn't grow a new arm back because the sword intent lingering in his wounds left him in immense pain, constantly stopping the vitality from growing his arm back. On the other hand, the heavenly glory and dark sorrow great saints struggled back on their feet with pale faces. Anyone could tell they were circulating Saint Tao to suppress the bright sun sword intent within their bodies. The heavenly Sever Great Saint's face became ugly, knowing they had lost. When he raised his head, he saw his brothers looking at him as well, and they shared the same thought, to leave. If you all leave now, we can discuss our feud. Otherwise, only one party will live, Mu Xiankong said, representing the entire sword sect as the sect master. The sword sect might hold the advantage, but both parties were great saints, and it was hard for them to end the fight if they carried on fighting. The longer they dragged the fight, the more uncertainties there were. Jian Jingtian said, "If you all leave now, I won't come after you all within 100 years, and I won't go after your descendants or disciples." The other great saints stepped forward as he spoke, and their aura suppressed the opposite party entirely. Ha ha ha! Jian Jingtian, it has been so many years, and your temper hasn't changed. Didn't the Radiant Sword Saint tell you that if you commit too many massacres as a swordsman, it won't be easy for you to become an emperor? A burst of laughter resounded as a meteor descended from the sky. When the light dissipated, a person with long golden hair, white clothes, and a flower on his right shoulder appeared. He looked beautiful for a man. He was naturally Tian Xuanzi. Everyone's faces changed upon seeing him. The faces of those from the sword sex faction sank with worry in their eyes. Since Tian Xuanzi was here, did that mean his battle with the Divine Phoenix Holy Master had ended? But where was the Divine Phoenix Holy Master? We pay our greetings. The great saints from the profound Sky Sex faction rejoiced and bowed. Tian Xuanzi smiled as he patted the light-subduing great saint, expelling the bright sun sword intent left within his body. allowing the light-subduing great saint's arm to swiftly grow back. He also gave 2 flicks on heavenly glory and dark sorrow great saints, helping them dispel the sword intent lingering within their bodies. The light-subduing great saint quickly expressed gratitude and returned the imperial dragon order. Right then, another streak descended from the sky. It was the divine phoenix holy master, but he was covered in injuries. With one glance, anyone could tell who won the fight. Holy master! Yi Guhan and everyone stepped forward to check on the divine phoenix holy master. Sorry about that. I failed to stop him. The divine phoenix holy master smiled bitterly with guilt on his face. Lin Yun stepped forward to hold onto the divine phoenix holy master's right arm, pouring the blue dragon aura into the latter's body. But the divine phoenix holy master quickly stopped him and said, "I'm fine, but my Tao origin is damaged." Upon hearing that, Lin Yun took a deep breath, knowing it was troublesome. Profound Sky Great Saint, invincible in Ancient Baron. Profound Sky Great Saint, invincible in Ancient Baron. Just when everyone from the Sword Sect's faction wore a grave expression, the morale of those from the Profound Sky sect rose as they cheered. Tian Xuanzi smiled and leaned backward as the golden-purple dragon throne flew over, catching him. The white cat jumped at him when Tian Xuanzi spread his hands out. Sweeping his gaze out, he noticed the smear of frightening sword rays in the depths of the sword sect. The sword rays gave off a powerful and destructive aura. That place was forbidden. Anyone inside would die unless they reached the Emperor realm. On the other hand, the sword sect was heavily damaged, and the Saint Vein was more or less destroyed. This meant that the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation would be more or less affected. But the main peak was still around, enough for the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation. I'm not someone who likes killing. Back down and let me observe the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation. The golden-purple dragon throne hovered in the air as Tian Xuanzi looked at everyone from the Sword Sect's faction, wearing a gentle smile. Judging by his appearance and smile, it was hard for anyone to link him with someone vicious. This is the Sword Sect, and you should be the one leaving. Jian Jingtian roared and charged over, unleashing his bright sun sword intent. Lin Yun also wanted to step forward, but Yi Guhan stopped him. When they looked at each other, Yi Guhan smiled. Senior brother is around. Lin Yun bit his lips, but he felt a warmth in his heart that made his eyes watery. He never felt the world was unfair like the light-subduing great saint. He knew that he suffered a lot, but he also knew that many people felt heartache for him. His master doted on him, the 2 mistresses doted on him, and his senior brothers also doted on him. Su Xiao might not have said anything, but her hand held onto his tightly. "Let him come," Tian Xuanzi said, stopping anyone from intercepting Jian Jingtian. With a flick of his finger, the throne he sat on let out a vibration as a sword flew out. The sword manifested into a white dragon, blocking Jian Jingtian's incoming attack. But in the next moment, Dragon Origin, Heavenly Jade, Serene Dust, Yi Guhan, the Demon Clan's great saint, and Mr. Ghost made a move to gang up on Tian Xuanzi. They were all talented great saints and were stronger than ordinary great saints. They could easily fight 2 in the same cultivation as them, and someone like Yi Guhan could face 3. The entire Scarlet Firmament Peak began to tremble when so many great saints joined hands. But facing them, Tian Xuanzi caressed the cat with his left hand and formed seals with his right. With a vibrating noise, 6 swords flew out from the throne behind him, each manifesting into a divine dragon that forced the incoming great saints back. A dragon's roar echoed on the stage, with sword rays rippling. The 7 dragon clans' swords easily blocked the incoming great saints, and the great saints could barely put up a fight. Throughout the entire process, Tian Xuanzi sat on the throne and didn't make a move. Profound Sky Great Saint, invincible in Ancient Baron. The cultivators outside the Sword Sect were shocked when they saw this scene. If an emperor doesn't show up, who can fight him? Many saints who saw this scene were shocked by Tian Xuanzi's strength. Yi Guhan knocked the golden dragon sword away and looked at Tian Xuanzi with a decisive light flashing in his eyes. Tian Xuanzi's face was complicated as he looked at Yi Guhan. Back then, they were known as twin stars who became famous. They were good friends, but they came to the point where they had to draw swords against each other. I seem to have walked on the wrong path. Tian Xuanzi smiled bitterly as he reached out to grab the golden dragon's sword with a smear of sorrow on his face. Tian Xuanzi, I've said before that I'll kill you if you dare come to the sword sect. Yi Guhan pointed his sword at Tian Xuanzi. The twin stars from back then were enemies now as Yi Guhan pointed his sword at Tian Xuanzi, with murderous intent filling his eyes. On the other hand, Tian Xuanzi looked relaxed with the golden dragon sword. Make your move, Tian Xuanzi said. His wrist trembled, and drew a flower with the sword as they clashed. But surprisingly, they both used the great profound sword canon, the sword sutra unique to the sword sect. Yi Guhan attacked while Tian Xuanzi was on the defense. Tian Xuanzi looked casual in the fight, as though he was strolling through a park. Compared to him, Yi Guhan's sword aura was domineering, but he couldn't inflict any harm on Tian Xuanzi, no matter how hard he tried. It was even more unbelievable because Tian Xuanzi's great profound sword canon was stronger than Yi Guhan. Who would have thought that Tian Xuanzi's great profound sword canon is even stronger than Yi Guhan? The Holy Master is using the sword canon to slap the radiant sword saint's face. The Holy Master has such high attainment in the path as a swordsman. He now has some of Yu Qingfeng's grace. No one knew what Tian Xuanzi was thinking, and only felt that Tian Xuanzi was trying to embarrass the radiant sword saint. Lin Yun's face changed with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Lin Yun, don't move. Listen to me. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master's voice resounded in Lin Yun's ears, making Lin Yun listen seriously. Holy Master, please speak. Lin Yun replied, recollecting his murderous intent. Tian Xuanzi's means are the great profound sword canon and profound sky canon. He has already reached the peak with the great profound sword canon, completed through another means despite the lack of two peaks. You have to be careful with that. As for the profound sky canon, he has perfected it, not to mention that he even manifested the profound sky universe, which is unbelievable. Even the person who created this cultivation technique failed, and it was only possible in theory. Not to mention that he managed to fuse the two cultivation techniques completely. But it's fortunate that he has only just started to merge them and hasn't reached a high level in it. Lin Yun was shocked, listening to what the Divine Phoenix Holy Master said. But he wasn't surprised because the profound sky sword canon must be given to him by Yi Guhan through the permit of their master. Likewise, his senior brother also received the profound sky canon. Perhaps they have discussed the possibility of combining them a long time ago. He also has a high attainment in space Tao. I was at a disadvantage in our fight, but that's not the main problem. He must have a treasure that allows him to alternate between reality and illusion. Initially, I thought it was because he reached a high level in space Tao, but that didn't seem to be the case. He must have used a treasure to achieve the same effect. The moment he uses it, he will only leave behind a shadow in the real world, and all your attacks will become useless against him. The only flaw is the time between alternating his state, and you have to catch that flaw or it will be useless. Lin Yun was shocked upon hearing that. He only had two options to destroy Tian Xuanzi's saint origin, and one of them was the blue dragon divine cauldron that's still in the heavenly barren realm. The other was the book the Iris Sword Saint gave him that could kill a deity. Back then, when the Iris Sword Saint slew a deity, he had all 7 sovereign divine runes with a cultivation at the pinnacle of a great saint. There was a massive gap between him and the Iris Sword Saint, but Tian Xuanzi wasn't a deity. With 4 sovereign divine runes, it should be enough for him to inflict heavy injuries on the latter. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master's information was crucial. His trump cards might have failed without it. The flaw is hard to grab onto, and I only managed to grab it once using my Saint Tao and Forbidden Technique to injure him. My Saint Origin might be damaged, but his Saint Origin is also damaged. He can only bring out 50% of his strength. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master gave Lin Yun a crucial piece of information. Tian Xuanzi wasn't uninjured like he appeared to be and could only bring out 50% of his strength. Even if he overperformed, he could only bring out 60% at best. Senior, How are you comparable to the three holy masters if you can only unleash 50% of your strength? If the three join forces, they won't be able to last more than 50 moves in my hands. Lin Yun fell silent because the Divine Phoenix Holy Master and Tian Xuanzi were on a different level in comparison to other great saints. Even if they could only use 50% of their strength, they could still easily defeat the holy masters of the other three holy lands. That was also understandable because Lin Yun and Su Ziao could be considered myths amongst the younger generation. Another question: did Tian Xuanzi have the chance to kill you? Lin Yun asked in doubt. He did, but he said something weird about wanting to reforge the heavenly path while I have the chance of reaching the Emperor Realm and Deity Realm. Tian Xuanzi said he wouldn't bear that sin and told me to live well, the Divine Phoenix Holy Master said. Lin Yun fell silent and was increasingly furious in his heart. Since Tian Xuanzi could be so generous with the Divine Phoenix Holy Master, why couldn't he spare the Radiant Sword Saint? Tian Xuanzi never took a step away from the golden purple dragon throne, so he might be hiding something, Su Ziao said. He's injured, Lin Yun said. What? Su Ziao squinted as Lin Yun told her about what the Divine Phoenix Holy Master told him. Tian Xuanzi and Yi Guhan were now clashing with the Profound Sky Canon, and it shocked all the great saints that Yi Guhan knew the Profound Sky Canon. Aside from having not manifested the Profound Sky Universe, his attainment in it wasn't inferior to Tian Xuanzi. Many people began to notice that these two must have a good relationship. To manifest the Profound Sky Universe, you need a sincere heart. Yi Guhan, you're not sincere enough? Tian Xuanzi smiled from the golden purple dragon throne and easily knocked Yi Guhan back with his sword. At the same time, the great saints in the Sword Sex faction managed to knock the Dragon Clan swords back and ganged up on Tian Xuanzi. Great! Let me see if there are any talents amongst the great saints besides the Divine Phoenix Holy Master. Tian Xuanzi faced 7 enemies by himself and still looked casual. But he didn't step away from the golden purple dragon throne throughout the process. Even if he left, he would be within the range of the throne. 100 moves later, Tian Xuanzi swung his hand and returned the Dragon Clan's swords to the throne. When the swords returned to the golden purple dragon throne, the throne released a powerful dragon aura that suppressed the great saints ganging up on him and immobilizing them. As he clasped his hands together, Tian Xuanzi brought out the Profound Sky Universe. The starry sky behind him was pierced through as he gave everyone a feeling that he was overlooking the entire Kunlun realm on the throne. As 7 moons combined and Tian Xuanzi pushed his palm forth, his palm gave off a feeling like a universe was blooming from his palm. This attack made the great saints attacking Tian Xuanzi throw out a mouthful of blood and retreated with pale faces. When they raised their heads to look at Tian Xuanzi, their eyes were filled with despair because the Profound Sky Universe was comparable to a deity spirit martial technique. See it now? Tian Xuanzi smiled at Yi Guhan before his gaze fell onto Lin Yun. He smiled. Flower Burial. The Radiant Sword Saint saved you back at the Heavenly Barren battlefield, while Yi Guhan saved you back at the Unholy Sea. I wonder who can save you now? Come with me, and we will observe the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation together. Tian Xuanzi reached out, wanting to get a hold of Lin Yun. But Lin Yun was prepared and left Su Ziao, barely dodging this attack. Impressive speed. Tian Xuanzi ignored Su Ziao and smiled while reaching out to Lin Yun again. This time, he grabbed the entire space and distorted it in his palm. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, he discovered he was immobilized. But in the critical moment, the flute music resounded again and turned into a 9-colored aurora light that intertwined on Lin Yun, obstructing the distorted space for him. Lin Yun took this opportunity to break free. When he turned in a specific direction, he saw Mu Shuling playing the flute on a mountain. Saint Elder. Lin Yun was surprised. Not only was he surprised but also shocked that Mu Shuling played the Nick Hang dress song, forming the 9-colored celestial robe for him. But Tian Xuanzi charged forth before he could think more about it, and Lin Yun could only execute the Dragon Phoenix sword. But Tian Xuanzi would quickly resolve his attacks whenever he attacked, forcing him to retreat. Pretty good sword technique you have there. You must have comprehended it recently, right? Tian Xuanzi smiled. 10 moves later, The Dragon Phoenix sword was entirely resolved by Tian Xuanzi, destroying the dragon and phoenix phenomenon coiling around the sword. Lin Yun threw out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. But the aurora light from the sky supported him. Not enough. How will you help your master and reforge the heavenly path? Tian Xuanzi shook his head and coldly said, Since you're not strong enough, you can only die. With a wave of his hand, the 7 swords behind the throne released a vibration and manifested into 7 divine dragons that flew forward. In the path of those swords, space was pierced through, and the power could even tear apart the divine dragon sovereign physique. Junior brother. Yi Guhan and others were anxious but couldn't move since the profound sky universe injured them. But in the critical moment, 8 paintings flew out from Lin Yun, hovering behind him. The 8 paintings were the 8 ominous beasts. When they combined into a painting, a sword hovered above the universe. At this moment, Lin Yun released his sovereign constellation, which unleashed a powerful aura, shocking everyone. At the same time, the flower burial sword in his hand also released the power of a sovereign saint artifact, unleashing the full power of the sovereign constellation. When Lin Yun swung his sword, the 7 saint swords were sent flying back. When the swords fell, they plunged into the ground, trembling. This scene left the great saints in the profound Sky Sex faction shocked as they took in a deep breath with disbelief in their eyes. How is this possible? The light-subduing great saint was shocked that Lin Yun held back in their fight. What sovereign constellation is that? I've never seen it before. It's not created by him, right? What kind of monster is he? All the great saints were shocked. After all, comprehending a sovereign constellation was tough, not to mention creating one. Even in the Kunlun realm's prime, such an accomplishment was unheard of. As expected of someone Yu Qingfeng is willing to make a move for. You're truly extraordinary. What's the name of this constellation? Tian Xuanzi asked. Wiping the blood off his lips, Lin Yun said indifferently, Heaven burial? Tian Xuanzi's heaven. Tian Xuanzi's heaven? Tian Xuanzi smiled. He continued, If that's the case, I'm honored that I can have a sovereign constellation named after me. Lin Yun, I have to thank you for that. That's only a joke. Don't plaster gold onto your face. This sovereign constellation has nothing to do with you, Lin Yun said. What a pity. Let me experience it, then. Tian Xuanzi hovered in the air and landed before Lin Yun. Lin Yun created countless afterimages and surrounded Tian Xuanzi, performing numerous sword techniques. Each afterimage represented a different sword technique, but they were fatal. After bringing out his constellation, the power of the flower burial sword was pushed to the limit. Tian Xuanzi calmly faced Lin Yun's attacks with one hand behind him, and he casually patted out with his right hand. Every time Tian Xuanzi patted out, he would resolve a sword ray. Lin Yun's sword was swift, dazzling many people's eyes. But when Tian Xuanzi made his move, those sword techniques became slow enough for everyone to see clearly, alternating between fast and slow, which was weird. 10 odd moves later, Tian Xuanzi spun and created countless afterimages, attacking Lin Yun with various palm techniques. Lin Yun took a deep breath, and his sword slowed down. Facing the barrage of palms, everyone saw the scenes. This changed all the faces of the great saints on the stage. Regardless of Lin Yun or Tian Xuanzi, the profundity in their martial techniques had surpassed the gauge of grades, coming in contact with time and space. They weren't surprised that Tian Xuanzi could achieve it, but they didn't expect Lin Yun to achieve it as well. Lin Yun and Tian Xuanzi's figures quickly blurred with the surrounding space distorting. One was using Space Dao while the other used Yin-Yang Dao. Empowered by 2 sovereign constellations, the protection of the Azure Dragon Sun Moon Umbrella and the Nikhang Dress Song, Lin Yun managed to withstand Tian Xuanzi's attacks. Just when everyone was sunk into their fight, Tian Xuanzi suddenly used his left hand, sending the flower burial sword flying away, and this scene shocked everyone. Humph! Tian Xuanzi sneered and pressed forward, wanting to grab onto Lin Yun. But when he reached out, he immediately sensed something wasn't right because Lin Yun was too calm. Lin Yun was like a pouncing tiger as he spread his arms apart. The 8 ominous beasts in his sovereign constellation scattered about. As heaven and earth grew, Xianxia entered Lin Yun's body. Xianxia's might sets the world, annihilating everything along with yin and yang. When Lin Yun threw a punch and came in contact with Tian Xuanzi's palm, Xianxia's power poured through his punch, sending Tian Xuanzi flying away. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun then soared to the sky with a boundless chill sweeping out of him when he glared, freezing even time and space. With a pair of eyes like the sun and moon, freezing all of eternity with one thought. Tian Xuanzi suddenly discovered he couldn't move after being sent flying away, while Lin Yun's palm landed on his chest. This made blood drip down Tian Xuanzi's lips as he was sent flying once more, revealing shock in his eyes. That was the main body? Lin Yun was baffled. Could it be that Tian Xuanzi couldn't be bothered to use reality and imaginary moves against him? But Lin Yun didn't slow down in his attacks. Kuanping rises with the wind like the sun, soaring straight to the 9 heavens. As Kuanping roared, it soared to the sky, shattering the 9 layers of heaven and allowing starlight to shine on the sword sect. When Lin Yun threw another palm forth, Tian Xuanzi avoided his attack, but the sheer force of his palm made Tian Xuanzi's hair flutter violently in the wind, and his body looked as though it was about to be torn apart. Just from that alone, anyone could tell how powerful the wind was. Tian Xuanzi's face finally changed as he spread his arms apart, shattering the might of Kuanping before turning around, wanting to return to the golden-purple dragon throne. The winged dragon slices through the primeval chaos on the summit of Kunlun, unleashing great prowess as the sun rises. Lin Yun spread his arms apart as the winged dragon flew out, inverting the sun and moon. This made Tian Xuanzi land on the stage, and he was shocked to discover that he landed where Lin Yun previously stood, while Lin Yun landed on the golden-purple dragon throne. The Heaven Burial Constellation. Tian Xuanzi frowned and finally figured out what was going on. Others grasped their sovereign constellation through comprehension, which meant they couldn't bring out the full power. However, Lin Yun could bring out the full power since he created it. He could use his various abilities as long as Lin Yun's cultivation was strong enough. The phantom of the flying serpent bewitches all, disrupting both the circulation of stars and directions. Lin Yun soared from the golden-purple dragon throne. Sticking his fingers together, a flying serpent flew out, its mouth aiming for Tian Xuanzi's head. But the attack missed. It was only Tian Xuanzi's afterimage, and he had long retreated. When the flying serpent was about to charge at him again, Tian Xuanzi snorted and 9 swords appeared behind him. That was the great profound sword cannon at complete mastery. He didn't grasp the profound firmament and grand firmament sword sutras but complemented the sword cannon through other means. When the 9 swords appeared, he pushed his hand forth and the swords tore the flying serpent into pieces. With the appearance of the nether spirit, one of the 4 seasons would disappear before it. One of the 4 seasons disappeared as Lin Yun flicked his finger. This touched the profundity of time, and if one were struck by it, the injuries they suffered in the past 3 months would explode at once. Even if Tian Xuanzi had a higher cultivation than Lin Yun, he would still be heavily injured, and his saint origin might suffer damage. But Tian Xuanzi was like a reflection from a pond. With a gentle ripple, the fatal attack missed him. Lin Yun clearly expected this and keenly sensed the altering between reality and imaginary at that moment. The ghost null was born before the primeval chaos was formed, and annihilating divine dragons with a single breath. This was the last secret technique of the 8 ominous beasts. When it was executed, the ghost null that 8 dragons appeared. Tian Xuanzi was calm while facing this scene, pushing space down to the limit, before suddenly appearing on the golden-purple dragon throne, leaning on it. He rubbed his hands together and reached out at the incoming ghost null. Countless dragons flew out from the golden-purple dragon throne as Tian Xuanzi grabbed onto the ghost null's neck. The 8 ominous beasts have been vanquished. Lin Yun, what else do you? Tian Xuanzi raised his head. But before he could finish, a sword ray flew over, piercing his chest and pinning him on the golden-purple dragon throne. Lin Yun clasped his hands together with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. He coldly said, "The 8 ominous beasts might have been vanquished, But don't forget the sword that hovers above them. Don't forget the sword that suppresses the 8 ominous beasts. This is the real trump card of this constellation, and you fell for it. But that wasn't all. Lin Yun pushed his right hand forth. The black tortoise chains turned into 9 flying lightning serpents, coiling around Tian Xuanzi on the golden-purple dragon throne, and bit into him. He controlled the heaven burial sword and the black tortoise chains with one hand. Seeing this, the heavenly sever and light subduing great saints were terrified and dumbfounded because Tian Xuanzi was restrained. After reaching Tian Xuanzi's cultivation, this sword definitely couldn't take his life, but they were still shocked by this scene. After all, Tian Xuanzi was invincible beneath the emperor realm in their eyes, so they never expected him to fall into a disadvantageous position, looking as though he was restrained. Lin Yun's forehead was covered with sweat, and they seemed to have fallen into a stalemate. Tian Xuanzi wanted to break free, but Lin Yun forcibly held him down, forcing him to stay on the golden-purple dragon throne. Even though he made several attempts, lightning flashed on the black tortoise chains and couldn't break free. This scene left the great saints from the Sword Sex faction excited, wanting to take this opportunity to end Tian Xuanzi's life. "Don't make a move," the Divine Phoenix Holy Master said. He knew better than anyone else how dangerous Tian Xuanzi was. He knew that Tian Xuanzi hadn't reached a dead end yet, and they would be in danger instead if they acted recklessly. However, the situation proved that Tian Xuanzi was injured in their fight. He kept trying to return to the golden-purple dragon throne after facing Lin Yun's sovereign constellation. Seeing that he couldn't break free, Tian Xuanzi relaxed and smiled. "Everyone says that I'm the 500-year-old you, but it looks like everyone overestimated me because I wasn't as strong as you back then." Lin Yun didn't speak because it wasn't easy for him, and he was struggling to maintain the current situation. "Flower burial, you won't be able to kill me if this is all you got." Tian Xuanzi raised his brow as the 7 swords returned to the throne. When the swords returned, the golden-purple divine dragon throne unleashed a powerful aura that snapped the black tortoise chains. Lin Yun took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself, and his face was pale. Patting on the throne's armrest, the heaven burial sword was repelled from his body. With a flick of his finger, the 7 swords flew towards Mu Shuling instead of Lin Yun. This interrupted Mu Shuling from playing the music, since she had to focus on the 7 swords. But that wasn't the end. Tian Xuanzi pushed 2 palms forward, shattering the Azure Dragon and Heaven Burial constellation. With that, Tian Xuanzi had crippled half of Lin Yun's strength. Tian Xuanzi wouldn't have taken it seriously previously, but he had to be serious now after suffering a significant loss. Then again, it wouldn't have been easy for him to shatter the Heaven Burial constellation if the 8 ominous beasts were still around. When he gently hovered and appeared before Lin Yun, his attacks forced Lin Yun to retreat. Lin Yun already showed signs of losing the fight in just 10 moves. It has come to an end now. Tian Xuanzi brought out the profound sky universe that inflicted heavy injuries on the 7 great saints earlier. When his palm shone brightly, it looked as though a new universe was created in his palm. The power of this palm made everyone feel despair, as though it could destroy everything in its path. This changed the faces of Yi Guhan and the others. They charged forward with all their might, even if they knew it was too late. But in the critical moment, a dazzling saint radiance shone from Lin Yun, and the firmament saint cloth was activated. This enveloped Lin Yun in saint radiance that made him look hazy. Multiple light spheres also appeared around the firmament saint cloth, and each sphere represented a small realm with people living in it. Empowered by the firmament saint cloth, the aura that Lin Yun gave off began to rise, soon reaching the height of a great saint. With that, the disadvantage in Lin Yun's cultivation was resolved, and he even suppressed Tian Xuanzi in terms of cultivation now. Borrowing the power of the firmament saint cloth, Lin Yun pushed his palm forward. Scarlet Firmament Peak was fine when the 2 palms collided, but the other mountains were heavily damaged and became shorter. Tian Xuanzi returned to the golden-purple dragon throne and said, "That's more like it." But Lin Yun didn't dare to be careless and clashed with him once more. This time, they fell into a life-and-death battle with an intense fight. No one could interfere in their fight, and they retreated instead. Even when donning the firmament Saint cloth, it didn't feel great when Lin Yun took the profound sky universe head-on. The firmament Saint cloth wasn't invincible and could only bring Lin Yun to the same level as Tian Xuanzi. If he wanted to kill the latter, he would have to find his flaw and moment before Tian Xuanzi alternated between reality and imaginary, which wasn't easy. There were restraints to Tian Xuanzi using it, but that didn't make it any better. More importantly, Tian Xuanzi also sensed Lin Yun's thoughts and purposely revealed a flaw numerous times, wanting to lure Lin Yun to take the bait. This made the Divine Phoenix Holy Master's scalp numb because Tian Xuanzi was tough to deal with. Even with his information, Lin Yun was struggling to deal with Tian Xuanzi and was at a disadvantage throughout the fight. But this didn't make the great saints from Profound Sky Sex faction feel relieved because of the sword aura that Lin Yun was releasing. Facing Tian Xuanzi's attacks, Lin Yun's sword intent kept trying to break through the shackles of the 8th grade sword intent. They feared he would achieve the legendary 9th grade sword intent, the Heaven Desolate sword intent. It would be terrifying if that happened, and what they feared the most came true. When the radiance released by the firmament Saint cloth began to dim down, Lin Yun's sword intent reached the Heaven Desolate sword intent that soared to the sky, making the stars dim in comparison as everyone fell silent, looking at the dazzling sword intent. 3,000 greater das. But only the sword is supreme. Lin Yun's sword sea began to rumble as a golden lotus bloomed behind him, releasing a radiance comparable to eternal Tao. The flower burial sword, knocked away by Tian Xuanzi, returned, and Lin Yun swung it down after being empowered by the boundless sword intent. Even if Tian Xuanzi tried his best to dodge, Lin Yun's sword still left a cut on his cheek, leaving his beautiful face red in his blood. Catching this opportunity, Lin Yun instantly saw through the gap of Tian Xuanzi altering between reality and imagination. But Tian Xuanzi smiled as the purple flower on his right shoulder bloomed with a divine rune shining brightly. When the flower bud began to ignite, a dazzling radiance shone that knocked Lin Yun back. A bell rang between heaven and earth as various Daos appeared. If any saints remembered one of them, it would be a great fortune and opportunity to them. Seeing this, all the spectating saints exclaimed. This battle had far exceeded their expectations, and they could even feel their souls trembling. The heavenly Tao music. Their battle even forced heavenly Tao to reveal itself. I can't imagine this is a fight between two people beneath the Emperor realm. Flower Burial and Tian Xuanzi are strong. I'm afraid there won't be anyone comparable to them even 1,000 years later. Various discussions resounded, and all the saints couldn't help looking emotional. The flower on Tian Xuanzi's shoulder didn't just resolve Lin Yun's heavenly desolate sword intent, but the radiance released by Lin Yun's sword intent began to dim under the flower's strike. Just when Tian Xuanzi was going to completely hold the advantage in the fight, a dreamy flower bloomed on Lin Yun's shoulder. That was the other shore flower. Tian Xuanzi was momentarily lost in a dream, but no one knew what he dreamt. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yun grabbed onto the flower burial sword and dashed forward. 8,000 years of rain with our halo enveloping 90,000 miles. As long as the moon exists, the sword sect never dies. When the heavenly desolate sword intent poured down, the sword vibration began to echo throughout the sword sect as though it had come to life. 10 odd sword wounds instantly appeared on Tian Xuanzi's body as he woke up from his dream, looking disappointed. It's a good dream, and I'm willing to fall into this dream for 10,000 years. Tian Xuanzi sighed and casually resolved Lin Yun's attack. He muttered, "Have you forgotten your sword techniques? You're only using Heavenly Dragon and Divine Phoenix. Where's the Divine Firefly sword?" Tian Xuanzi previously resolved Lin Yun's sword techniques. Even after being empowered with Heavenly Desolate sword intent, it still couldn't do anything to Tian Xuanzi, who quickly resolved his attacks. This made Lin Yun anxious, but he could do nothing about it. "Let me teach you," Tian Xuanzi smiled. "We should have a pure heart and be arrogant, prideful, and ruthless." As Tian Xuanzi spoke, the phenomenon created by the Great Profound Sword Cannon and Profound Sky Cannon combined into a lotus lamp. Tian Xuanzi performed an exquisite sword technique, containing the overbearing and profundity of the Great Profound Sword Cannon and the universal radiance of the profound sky cannon. When the lotus lamp began to ignite, flames were reflected in Tian Xuanzi's eyes as multiple sword rays made heaven and earth flash between bright and dim like the lamp. Sun and moon? So what? The firefly is capable of extinguishing them. Tian Xuanzi laughed. As a sword ray flew out from his fingertip, Lin Yun was sent flying away, and even the sword in his hand couldn't stop Tian Xuanzi's attack. With a wave of his hand, a jar of wine appeared in Tian Xuanzi's hand as he gulped it down. Great wine! Ha ha ha! Tian Xuanzi laughed, and his laughter radiated with a powerful aura. All the spectating saints in the ancient barren domain threw a mouthful of blood under that laughter, covering their ears, and wore painful expressions. Gulping down the wine, Tian Xuanzi raised the jar of wine, looking drunk, and he smiled. Flower burial. I'm not weaker than you, right? Lin Yun grabbed his sword with 2 hands to stop his hands from trembling, and he looked at Tian Xuanzi with a complicated gaze. Even if he hated Tian Xuanzi, he must admit that Tian Xuanzi was incredibly flawless. He said, "You're a peerless talent, and few people can rival you even beyond the Kunlun realm." Fusing the profound sky cannon and great profound sword cannon was enough to prove Tian Xuanzi's talent, even amazing Lin Yun. I can die with no regrets now, Tian Xuanzi smiled. Why can't you let the sword sect go? Why must you stop my master's tribulation? Lin Yun questioned, suppressing his anger. He was baffled because Tian Xuanzi could spare the divine phoenix holy master, but he kept targeting the sword sect, his master, and him. Tian Xuanzi smiled, tossing the jar of wine aside. He smiled. Kill me then. Don't hold back because I won't hold back. Lin Yun said nothing while searching for an opportunity despite the difficulty. No one is truly perfect in the world. If there is someone perfect, then he's not human. Flower burial. Think carefully because there will be a way. Tian Xuanzi's white robe fluttered in the wind as he charged towards Lin Yun again, the lotus lamp blooming behind him. Lin Yun pondered what Tian Xuanzi had said and barely fended off the incoming attacks. The fight was more intense than before when they clashed, as the commotion reached 10,000 miles away, echoing throughout the ancient barren domain. 100 moves later, the firmament Saint cloth became dim. Lin Yun suddenly thought of something and raised his head to look at Tian Xuanzi. It looks like you've guessed it, Tian Xuanzi smiled. Lin Yun said nothing, allowing Tian Xuanzi to charge at him. When Tian Xuanzi was about to reach him, Lin Yun willingly recalled the firmament Saint cloth. When the firmament Saint cloth disappeared, Lin Yun's appearance was clear again, and everything within 10,000 miles was scared by this move. Without the firmament Saint cloth, it would be impossible for Lin Yun to confront Tian Xuanzi. On the other hand, Tian Xuanzi's eyes radiated with murderous intent as he charged at Lin Yun. This made everyone exclaim because Tian Xuanzi wasn't holding back, ignoring that Lin Yun recalled the firmament Saint cloth and unleashed his attacks. But in the critical moment, a flower representing an eternal Tao bloomed behind Lin Yun, and it was the Nirvana Tao. When the flower bloomed, Lin Yun stepped forth, breaking apart the barrier of space and time as he returned to a moment before, unleashing the sword of the beginning. Light of the beginning, boundless of the beginning, glory of the beginning, eternity of the beginning, darkness of the beginning, nirvana of the beginning. Lin Yun executed all of sword of the beginning in a split second before he was dragged back to the present. Blood splashed out of Tian Xuanzi's body, and this dazzled everyone. No one saw Lin Yun's attacks. They only saw that just before Tian Xuanzi was about to get close to Lin Yun, blood began to splash out of him with his vitality seeping away. This made Lin Yun rejoice, and his speculation that Tian Xuanzi wouldn't hold back was correct. But the moment he wanted to unleash his full strength, he would have to reveal himself and couldn't change to the imaginary. This was why Lin Yun recalled the firmament Saint cloth, revealing a flaw, and placed his bet that Tian Xuanzi would take the bait. But that wasn't all, as time and space stopped when Nirvana Tao bloomed again. Forming seals with one hand, the blue dragon divine cauldron traveled through the passage of time and space, shattering the membrane enveloping the Kunlun realm. When the cauldron's flames appeared above the ancient barren domain, the 9 domains of the Kunlun realm shone with a golden brilliance once more. Countless mountains and rivers were enveloped in a layer of radiance, accompanied by a dragon's roar that spread out. When the blue dragon divine cauldron smashed into Tian Xuanzi, the latter threw out a mouthful of blood, and his vitality was seeping away from him at a visible speed. This time, Tian Xuanzi was finished because no one could take the strike and still live to tell the tale, not even Tian Xuanzi. But Tian Xuanzi's palm didn't stop, and Lin Yun was prepared to take the strike head-on. When the palm was about to land on him, Tian Xuanzi's hand suddenly swiped Lin Yun's cheeks with a gentle breeze. He smiled. "Flower burial? I lied to you." Tian Xuanzi's smile was carefree, leaving Lin Yun dumbfounded as he fell from the sky. This made Lin Yun's heart ache for some reason. When Tian Xuanzi fell, he fell into Yi Guhan's embrace, while Yi Guhan held onto his hand, bearing the tears from falling. Yi Guhan sobbed, "Tian Xuanzi, your hands are still as cold as before." "But Yi Guhan, I'm not afraid of the cold." Tian Xuanzi smiled as he grabbed onto Yi Guhan's hand. But before he could finish his sentence, he took his last breath in Yi Guhan's embrace. With that, Tian Xuanzi's life had ended, and there would be no more Tian Xuanzi in the world. In the next moment, something strange occurred. Tian Xuanzi began to dissipate and turned into a painting in the air. The painting was Tian Xuanzi, wearing a gentle smile. This left everyone dumbfounded before the painting rolled up and flew away. It was then grabbed by a hand that suddenly appeared in the air. This made Lin Yun recover from his shock, and he could feel a chill down his spine because Tian Xuanzi was a painting right from the start. It turned out that Tian Xuanzi was a painting. Lin Yun was shocked as a hand reached for the painting and flew over. The painting looked like the Southern Emperor, which surprised Lin Yun because it was the Southern Emperor. This was because when he drew his sword in the Azure Sky realm, the Southern Emperor's remnant had appeared, which was the first time he had seen the Southern Emperor's appearance. He also had an outstanding and flawless appearance like Tian Xuanzi, but that was only a remnant will, and he couldn't take a clear look. Most importantly, the Southern Emperor had black hair, while Tian Xuanzi's hair was golden. This was the reason why Lin Yun never linked them together. But thinking about it again, Tian Xuanzi shared an uncanny resemblance with the Southern Emperor aside from his hair. A bright moon shining in the sky as the broken bridge is filled with water and snow. No one knows that my heart is like the moon, and who mocks who for being in the painting. Lin Yun recalled the poem Yu Qingfeng recited when he saw Tian Xuanzi in the fleeting cloud sword sect. This meant that Yu Qingfeng already knew of Tian Xuanzi's identity, but it wasn't convenient for him to reveal it directly. But this was too bleak for Tian Xuanzi. The peerless genius in the eyes of everyone, the strongest beneath the Emperor realm, turned out to be a painting. What is going on? The great saints from the profound Sky Sex faction were dumbfounded, with disbelief in their eyes. But when they came to their senses, their faces changed and they quickly soared to the sky, wanting to leave this place. But those from the sword sect couldn't be bothered with them. Looking at the painting, Yi Guhan's questions were all resolved. On the golden-purple dragon throne, the white cat stared at the painting in a daze before leaping down and running towards Yi Guhan. The latter naturally knew this cat, and he reached out, allowing the cat to jump into his embrace. The cat opened its mouth, and a golden jade slip appeared, making Yi Guhan squint. That was the new martial technique after combining the profound sky cannon and great profound sword cannon. But it wasn't complete, so Yi Guhan had to finish it himself. It turned out that Tian Xuanzi had arranged everything and was prepared to die. Lin Yun carried the blue dragon divine cauldron and descended to the ground, placing the cauldron on the stage, which caused the entire scarlet firmament peak to tremble. He quickened his footsteps and said with a complicated gaze, "Earlier, when Tian Xuanzi fought me, he was seeking death on purpose. He didn't go all out with me, which must be because of you." When they fought earlier, Lin Yun couldn't determine the right time and didn't have enough trump cards. This was why he couldn't find the opportunity. If Tian Xuanzi dragged the battle out, he would lose the fight after Tian Xuanzi got used to the firmament Saint cloth. But Tian Xuanzi told him about his flaw. telling Lin Yun that he would go all out. Because Tian Xuanzi would go all out, Lin Yun placed his bet that Tian Xuanzi would reveal his true self and took the risk of recalling the firmament Saint Cloth. The outcome was as he had expected, but he didn't expect Tian Xuanzi to lie and spare him. If that last palm landed on him, even the divine dragon's sovereign physique might not have been able to withstand it, and it was unsure if he could survive the blow. He could only put that on Tian Xuanzi and Yi Guhan's relationship. Are you blaming yourself for it? Yi Guhan looked at Lin Yun and said, "There's no need to blame yourself. He might have been under someone's order, but he still harmed the sword sect. He's the reason why the sword sect is almost destroyed. He's a pitiful person, but he's also a hateful one. Even if you didn't make a move, I would have still killed him myself." Lin Yun sighed. "I never regret killing anyone who died by my sword, but I only felt that my victory wasn't fair." Yi Guhan said, "Let's not talk about that now. The 3 holy lands have left, and now is the critical moment for our master's tribulation. The Empress won't give up so easily." Master's tribulation? What's going on now? Lin Yun looked at the depths of the sword sect with concern in his eyes. There was a terrifying aura from that direction that even those who were pinnacle great saints didn't dare to intrude. With his current cultivation, he couldn't tell what was happening. His heart. Our master has to sever the heart demon, which is why he's extracting the sword sect's Saint Vein to resist the tribulation. This is also the critical moment, Yi Guhan said with a grave expression. Lin Yun's face changed, before he said, "Senior brother is worried that an emperor might interfere?" Nodding his head, Yi Guhan said, "Tian Xuanzi was the best chess piece to ensure the rules weren't broken. But Tian Xuanzi is gone now, so we can't be sure that the Empress won't disregard the rules." The Azure Python Great Saint came and coldly said, "Let her come if she dares. She might be the strongest, but that doesn't mean she can kill all the emperors in the world. Our Azure Dragon's lineage also has an emperor here. As long as Flower Burial is willing to become the Azure Dragon Lord, the Azure Dragon's lineage will be at your command, and that emperor will also listen to you." The moment he said that, everyone from the sword sect became excited. The Divine Phoenix Holy Master looked at Lin Yun and said, "The Divine Phoenix Mountain's emperor is also here. If the Empress disregards the rules, we do not need to fear her." Mr. Ghost looked at Lin Yun and said, "Lady Yin is currently accepting the Demon Emperor's legacy. She will rule the Demon Gate in the future and can also help you." Lin Yun asked, "How is in Luyen now?" Accepting the Demon Emperor's inheritance is a painful process. In the future, there won't be in Luyen, only the Lord of the Demon Gate. But before the ceremony, her only condition was hoping that the Demon Gate could help the Radiant Sword Saint's tribulation, Mr. Ghost said. Lin Yun's heart sank, knowing he owed in Luyen a lot. Su Xiao stepped forth, asking, "You've sworn to reforge the heavenly path. If you reach that step, the Sacred Alliance won't stand and watch." "There's something that I have to tell everyone," Lin Yun said, looking at everyone. He continued, "Yu Qingfeng promised that he would also appear, if needed." Everyone became excited upon hearing that. After all, Yu Qingfeng was a myth, one of the 9 emperors. Although those from the sword sect had already guessed that Yu Qingfeng was their backing, they finally felt relieved after hearing a confirmation from Lin Yun. The various forces had Emperor Realm experts, but they didn't have any mythical emperors. Since Yu Qingfeng was willing to make a move, the situation was different now. Lin Yun looked at Mu Xiankong and said, "Sect Master, what about this? Disperse everyone else in the sword sect, and I'll stay at Scarlet Firmament Peak to protect the Saint Vein. Even if an emperor makes a move, no one can harm me as long as I hide beneath the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron." This is the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron, left behind by the Blue Dragon Ancestral Deity? The Azure Python Great Saint asked with his eyes shining brightly. They were deeply shocked when everyone heard what he said because everyone knew the Blue Dragon Ancestral Deity's story. Yeah, this is the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron he left behind. With this cauldron, the sword sect might be able to become a holy land as long as we can make it through this ordeal, Lin Yun said. The Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron had countless inheritances that the Heavenly Baron Ancestral Deity's lineage had been using. It was more than enough to make the sword sect a holy land. All right, we'll listen to Flower Burial's arrangement. Mu Xiankong smiled. Through this battle, his form of address toward Lin Yun changed, and everyone began to make arrangements. Lin Yun circulated the sword sutras, drawing the shattered firmament saint cloth over from the surroundings. The firmament saint cloth might have been destroyed, but he dispersed it on his own accord. Thus, repairing it would also be easy. At the same time, Tian Xuanzi's painting flew to the Divine Dragon Empire. The Empress sat on her throne as she waved her hand and summoned the painting over. On the golden clouds, the Blade Emperor, Lightning Emperor, Black Emperor, White Emperor, and Flame Emperor were present. They had observed the entire battle in the sword sect. The Empress coldly said, "Tian Xuanzi, that traitor, I shouldn't have depended on and nurtured a painting for years. A painting slave had his own thoughts without my permission and sought death. Whenever she said a word, heaven and earth would tremble, and lightning flashed in the sky. But none of the other emperors spoke as they wore complicated expressions. They already knew that Tian Xuanzi was someone the Empress painted with the Southern Emperor as a model, and everyone felt sympathy for Tian Xuanzi. Tian Xuanzi hadn't known his identity for a long time and was infatuated with the Empress. Even after knowing his identity, he still followed the Empress's orders. He and Yi Guhan were friends who could give their backs to each other. Not to mention that the Radiant Sword Saint treated him well. But even so, he willingly became the Empress chess piece. The White Emperor and Black Emperor were together. The White Emperor transmitted his voice over to the Black Emperor. "Blackie, is she pretending to be furious? Or is she really outraged? As the saying goes, one would grow affectionate to a dog after being kept for a long time, not to mention a person. He might have been a painting, but he was drawn with the Southern Emperor's blood, and she wasted the heavenly Tao's power to create him. It's impossible for her to feel anything. Tian Xuanzi is pitiful to seek death, and I would do the same if I was in his position. Blackie, why aren't you saying anything?" The Black Emperor, who didn't transmit his voice, said, "You're the one courting death. Your voice transmission skill hasn't improved over the years. Do you think that no one else heard that?" The White Emperor was stumped before he raised his head to look at the Empress' murderous gaze. He awkwardly smiled. "I'm just joking." The Empress indifferently said, "Let the old fogies of the 3 holy lands make a move. If Yu Qingfeng makes a move, I will stop him personally, and I won't put up with him any longer. Everyone prepare to make a trip to the ancient barren domain," the Empress said, looking at all the emperors present. "I wonder to what extent does the Empress want us to go? Kill the Radiant Sword Saint." The White Emperor spoke out. He continued, "If you want to do that, there's no need for Tian Xuanzi to spend so much effort. Over the past few hundred years, there have been plenty of opportunities to kill him, so we do not need to disregard the rules now." The White Emperor was straightforward with his words and was dissatisfied with the Empress. The Blade Emperor reprimanded, "How dare you? Who do you think you're talking to right now?" The White Emperor raised his wine gourd and said, "I won't kill the Radiant Sword Saint, and I won't make a move. Even Tian Xuanzi knew about that, so are we inferior to him?" In a nutshell, the reason wasn't on their side. They might feel guilty about letting Tian Xuanzi do it and could pretend not to see it, but the White Emperor wouldn't make a move himself to take the Radiant Sword Saint's life. It wouldn't be easy for the Radiant Sword Saint to make it through his tribulation based on the phenomenon alone, and yet the Empress still wanted them to make a move. If you want the Radiant Sword Saint's death, the Empress can make a move yourself. If Yu Qingfeng stands out, I'll do my best to stop him," the White Emperor said, gulping down a mouthful of wine. The Blade Emperor's face was cold with anger upon hearing what the White Emperor said. The Flame Emperor was briefly stunned before he persuaded, "Whitey, what are you talking about? Chun Yen told us to head to the ancient barren domain, not to kill the Radiant Sword Saint. If it were to kill him, she would have made a move long ago. None of the 9 emperors were willing to kill the Radiant Sword Saint since the reason wasn't on their side. They represented the orthodoxy of the Kunlun realm. They weren't demonic cultivators who could kill whoever they wanted. And the Radiant Sword Saint wasn't a demonic cultivator but a well-reputed sword saint. In addition to Yu Qingfeng, it wasn't appropriate for them to make a move personally. Aside from that, they were mythical emperors, and it would go against their hearts to kill the Radiant Sword Saint. Tian Xuanzi was the perfect chess piece to do that because he was the profound Sky sect master and could be considered a junior trying to challenge the Radiant Sword Saint. At the very least, no one would say anything about it. But now that it has died, this placed the Empress in an awkward position. The Empress indifferently said, "You all only have to be stationed at the ancient barren domain. Someone will make a move with regards to the Radiant Sword Saint. Since that's the case, we've misunderstood the Empress," the White Emperor said, looking drunk. "Roger that." The Black Emperor cupped his fists together and dragged the White Emperor away. The Blade Emperor's face was cold. This wasn't the first time he saw the White Emperor behave this way. As for the Flame Emperor, he merely squinted, and no one knew what he was thinking. The Empress looked at the Flame Emperor and said, "If the Radiant Sword Saint succeeds in his tribulation, there's no need to pay any attention to him. But we must obtain the dragon vein beneath the sword sect, no matter what." The Flame Emperor nodded. "What about Whitey? This isn't the first time he dared to be rude," the Blade Emperor said. A hint of murderous intent flashed across the Empress' eyes, and she coldly said, "He better be drunk for real." After the discussion was over, everyone was tactful and said nothing about Su Xiao. After leaving the Golden Cloud, the White Emperor breathed out and returned to clarity. He didn't look drunk at all. "You knew she wouldn't ask us to kill the Radiant Sword Saint. So why did you try to argue with her while pretending to be drunk?" the Black Emperor asked. A hint of cold appeared on the White Emperor's face, and he said, "That's just a disclaimer in case she thoroughly falls out." "Are you going to fall out with her?" the Black Emperor asked, not surprised by that. The White Emperor said, "I've made up my mind." "What about you?" As the saying goes, Whitey doesn't drink, and Blackid doesn't kill. The two were often seen together, and they would make decisions together. After all, they were companions for thousands of years. The Black Emperor said nothing and fell silent. The Blade Emperor is a lackey, currying up the Empress for thousands of years, and he will stand by Chen Yen. As for the Flame Emperor, the White Emperor continued, the Flame Emperor respects those stronger than him. He might choose not to help anyone if the situation is turned around. I didn't have a choice before, but I have made up my mind now. Blackie, you have to help me, the White Emperor said, anxiously looking at the Black Emperor. He couldn't confront the Empress by himself and needed the Black Emperor's help if they wanted some odds of winning. The Black Emperor said, "Sure, if you're talking about helping you, but if you want me to face the Empress, you must give me a reason to do that. You know that I've always supported her." The Black Emperor was in favor of the Empress method. Killing 1,000,000 to save 10,000? The White Emperor mocked. That was Yu Qingfeng's words because the Empress planned to use the 9 dragon veins to reach the deity realm. As for the damaged 9 ancient domains, the life and death of the people there wouldn't bother her. "What if you're the one to die?" the White Emperor asked. "If my death can help her or the Radiant Sword Saint reach the deity realm, I wouldn't hesitate," the Black Emperor said. The White Emperor became anxious because he knew the Black Emperor was willing to sacrifice himself for the Kunlun realm. "I didn't object to it because I didn't have a choice, but we have a choice now," the White Emperor said anxiously. "Don't tell me you didn't notice that Lin Yun has grasped Nirvana Dao? He must have left the Kunlun realm to obtain the Blue Dragon Divine Cauldron and met the Iris Sword Saint or Ancestral Deity." The Black Emperor fell silent because he couldn't refute that. "The 9 of us might be talented, but we couldn't end that dark era without the Iris Sword Saint's inheritance. We couldn't become myths without it. And he left the best inheritance for Lin Yun," the White Emperor said, anxiously wanting to persuade the Black Emperor. "That's all your speculation," the Black Emperor muttered. "Speculation? Didn't you see that sword box and Nirvana Dao? No one taught him that in the Kunlun realm," the White Emperor said, coincidentally guessing the correct answer. The Black Emperor's face finally changed because this was a logic that he couldn't refute. Even if it was a speculation, there was no flaw in it. Since Lin Yun could grasp Nirvana Dao, His attainment in it wasn't any weaker than the Iris Sword Saint from 100,000 years ago, and it was impossible to find anyone proficient in it in the Kunlun realm. Taking a deep breath, the White Emperor calmed down and said, "When the Southern Emperor died, we followed Chen Yen to establish the Divine Dragon Empire for our ambitions. Although no one blamed us for that, we all know we've gone against the Iris Sword Saint's will. The Iris Sword Saint meant for them to bring back the Dragon's Gate, but the Divine Dragon Empire was utterly opposite to that, occupying the best location in the Kunlun realm to rule. They were myths and they had descendants. Even if they weren't tempted, they had to consider their clan. Most importantly, the Empress also gave a method to reforge Heavenly Path. This was why everyone besides Yu Qingfeng agreed to establish the Divine Dragon Empire. Now that the White Emperor mentioned it again, he must have seen hope in Lin Yun, an entirely different path. Shaking his head, the Black Emperor said, "There are differences between Dragon's Gate and the Divine Dragon Empire, and they're unimportant. Blackie, I still can't persuade you in the end?" The White Emperor furiously roared. "If the world is righteous like you, her method is acceptable. But have you thought that some aren't willing? What if the Radiant Sword Saint isn't willing? What if the Sword Sect isn't willing? Who are you to sacrifice the Sword Sect to reach the deity realm? What will happen to those who depended on the Sword Sect to live?" The White Emperor's face became sinister, and he continued, "Yu Qingfeng might not be reliable, but what he said is right. We can't commit mistakes because the outcome is for the greater good." The Black Emperor looked at the White Emperor and said nothing. "Let's go our separate ways since we're not on the same path. Take care. Don't think I can be the same as you just because you're willing to die for the Kunlun realm," the White Emperor said after a long time and was about to leave. But when he turned around, the Black Emperor held on to him and said, "I merely maintained silence and didn't say that I disagree with you." The White Emperor was dumbfounded when he heard that. The Black Emperor continued, "There's something you failed to notice. The bone armor on Lin Yun's right arm should be the Heavenly Dragon Bone." "The Heavenly Dragon Bone?" The White Emperor squinted and asked, "You've seen it before? I was the one who put it on Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. I also created the Southern Emperor's tomb in the outside world," the Black Emperor said. The White Emperor was stumped. He didn't expect the Black Emperor to betray as well. He laughed. "Ha ha ha! Brilliant! That woman had been looking for it for thousands of years, but couldn't find the Heavenly Dragon Bone and Heavenly Fate Talisman. Ha ha ha! So it was hidden by you. You've been hiding deep." In reality, the Empress's method of becoming a deity was a backup plan proposed by the Southern Emperor. Even the array was perfected by him, the Black Emperor said. According to the Southern Emperor, that was a backup plan. After reforging the Heavenly Path and resolving the God Burial Mountain range, he would sacrifice himself to become a deity-grade dragon vein as a sacrifice. But with the Empress personality, she definitely won't have the Southern Emperor's mindset if she became a deity. The White Emperor came to his senses and understood that it was all the Southern Emperor's arrangement. He exclaimed, "We've stayed together for so many years, but you hid so much from me." The White Emperor thought of something, then roared, "So were you acting earlier? Did you think that I'm someone on her side? Blackie, you're frightening. You're the first to agree to the Empress establishment of the Divine Dragon Empire back then," the Black Emperor said. The White Emperor's face froze and was placed in an awkward position, unable to explain that. "You go to the Frost Snow Sacred Palace while I head to the Black-White Sacred Palace," the Black Emperor said. "Not to the ancient barren domain? I'll have to retrieve the Samsara Divine Rune first, the method to refine the Heavenly Dragon Bone, and some things from the Southern Emperor. The Freezing Chill Divine Rune is in the Frost Snow Sacred Palace. We'll meet up in the ancient barren domain," the Black Emperor said, leaving the White Emperor stumped. The Ice Emperor was an emperor, but he wasn't comparable to the 9 emperors, and the White Emperor could easily convince him with his strength. The White Emperor asked, "How much have you prepared?" "A lot, but our hope lies in Yu Qingfeng. You don't have to wait for me if you get there early. The Flame and Blade Emperors will make a move on the Dragon Vein," the Black Emperor said. "So, You want me to fight them both? The White Emperor was stumped. You're not afraid of death. Why are you afraid of fighting them both? Let me tell you something. The Empress has already reached the quasi-deity realm and could suppress Yu Qingfeng. But she would suffer a great loss this time. The Black Emperor said indifferently. Quasi-deity realm? When did she achieve that? The White Emperor was stumped again. Despite staying together for so many years, he felt that he was a fool with everything hidden from him by the Black Emperor.